Start things half an hour or so of build-up then, and then we look forward to a race start at 11 o'clock, which will continue into hour 5 of the first ever Imola 12 hours, the Hankook 12 hours of Imola, brought to you by RadioLeMans.com. A very good morning to you, joining us for the second day then, a beautiful day here at Imola, at the Emilia-Romagna part of Italy. And already, of course, we've been here to this country for the Mugello 12 hours, split across 2 days. That was round 2 of our championship. This is round 5 after 2 24 hours, and this the third 12-hour race. And I had a feeling it was going to be a close one, as we had 8 A6 Pro cars set off yesterday, 5 in the A6 AM category, and they've all managed, Martin Haven, to stay relatively close to one another, which means that we have 6 A6 Pro cars that will restart, not with their seconds difference apart, but they're all going to be side by side now. Cars like Car Collection Motorsport, Herbert Motorsport and GP Extreme are all going to be very closely matched indeed. As I mentioned, this is the 5th round of the season, our third 12-hour race. We still have a 24-hour race to happen at Podium at the end of August, and the non-championship round at COTA at Austin, Texas, which is one certainly that many teams are looking forward to, a first trip across the Atlantic for Creventic. We'll get a word with Martin Haven in just a second, but first of all, down to the grid, and Andrew Marriott to give us a flavour of how things are on the grid after a good night's sleep. What a great way to go endurance racing, Andrew.
Absolutely, it's a brilliant day here. Yesterday we finished under grey skies, but now it's blue, although a little windy. I'm just going to take a little walk down the grid here and hit the pole sitting car. And of course, all 6 are level on time, but of course there's not 6 cars across the grid. So here is our pole sitting car, my favourite to win the race. Alfred Renard will get into this. They're still waiting for him at the moment, but Alfred didn't drive yesterday, so he'll be absolutely fresh. But the big strength for this team is that all 4 of them are of pretty similar speed, although of course the Renard brothers are absolutely the stars here. Let's move across here to the big surprise of yesterday, the speed of the Car Collection team. And the man who really put it up on this front row of the grid was Max Edelhoff. I'm going to dive in, Max. Max, you've had a little night to reflect on your great drive yesterday. Very pleased with that.
Yes, yesterday was a great race. We ended up very good in first position. I didn't expect it, really. But we are all in the same round. I think the first 6 cars, yeah. And yes, it's very competition here in front.
So Tony Fournay over here will start the race. Let's just dive in with Tony. Tony, you're going to start the race today on a beautiful day. Yeah. Looking forward to it.
Oh, they starting to pushing the maximum to 46 class. Is a Pro-Am class. Maximum lap timer is 46. I have some cars in the Pro class, really competitive in the back. But I trying to push on the maximum to the limit of the time. After 10 laps, I planning to refueling the car, and after a double steam, full gas.
So you're a Spanish driver in a very German team.
Yeah, that is the life, no? I meet the Car Collection in Dubai. I am really happy with this team, and I happy with me, and I all the championship together.
Tony, great smile on his face. Thank you, Tony. The team have just switched off that car. They were actually warming the transmission up, so the wheels were running around, but they switched off now. Let's go to the 3rd car, which is another AM car, a beautiful blue 24 Cool Aviation machine, trying to look for it to drive around here. And yeah. We got it. You're going to start, Mr. Fella.
Good morning. No, I'm not going to start. Iraj, I finished yesterday evening, and Iraj is taking the start.
And he did a great job yesterday.
He did a great first stint, and that's why we're sending him again. to keep our good position. He'll be better on the tires, on all tires than we will, and so that's best strategy now for this morning. We're really happy with our first day. Had 4 great hours. It was only very small tough. It was really a good day for us.
So we all love the livery of the car, the blue and white colours, but tell us about Cool Aviation.
Cool Aviation is a huge company with 2 small planes, so it's a great company that looks like the car, cool driving, cool flying. Owner is Alex Kwani, he's owner of that company, and he does it just like he drives.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move across then to the Renault RS01. Nicky Pastorelli, he's done a great job in this yesterday. So did Jordan Groger from South Africa originally, but based in the UAE. Jordan, firstly, you're on the same grid as Cyril van der Merwe.
Yeah, I saw that on the entry list. My dad actually used to race against him and with him, so nice memories gone by.
Now, you had a very good run. You did most of the running in this car yesterday.
No, Nicky and I did 2 hours each. It was a good start to the race, a good stint. We're on the same lap, and long way to go.
And what's the plan today?
Flat out.
Will you drive another 2 hours or longer?
Let's see. Time will tell.
There's a lot of guys here not giving away their strategy. Great run yesterday. Let's move back. Then the third row. Remember, all these first 6 are basically on the same second. Dan Shufflebottom, the boss of Ram Racing's over here. Dan doesn't like being interviewed by me sometimes. Dan, you're still here and having a great run with this car.
Yeah, we're having a great run. We're hoping to make up a bit of ground this morning and maybe get the luck of a Code 60.
Tom Onslow Cole obviously start the car.
Yeah, Tom's starting. We've got to stop fairly early on, but like I say, we're hoping to make up some ground.
So stop for fuel.
Stop for fuel and tyres first thing this morning.
Tom is here. Go on, Tom. Yeah, you had a good run going yesterday, and I'm very much in the fight.
Yeah, we're still there for sure. Things have worked out for us overnight. We're on the lead lap and not too far away from the leaders either. So a good start. We've done the kind of qualification bit, and now 8 hours of battle.
I think you've been teaching your co-driver pretty well, because I saw he's only 3 or 4 seconds off your pace.
I think he's faster than that. Yesterday is his fastest lap time. I think he was into the mid-45, so he's been doing an amazing job. The transformation from Mugello 12-hour to now has been fantastic. He's really got hold of this car. So we've evaluated our aims for the day, and we're definitely pushing for the podium now.
Yeah, with a strong second drive, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, huge difference. We seem to have really clicked together now. Our driver changes, everything seemed to be flowing really nicely. I think in this series there's more time to be lost in the pit lane than out on track if you do a good job, so it's really important to get the whole package right.
Now this car is a different one to the one you've driven in the past, because that's moved on to the Golf team. Does it feel any different?
Oh, do you know what? I've driven 4, 5, maybe even 6 of.
Have you really?
Now. Yeah, lots of them, because I quite often race for the SPS team over there as well in GT Open and a few others. And to be honest, once you're inside, they all really do feel the same. They're all built the same. Once you're in it, it all looks the same, and you wouldn't know. It's just I guess the individual teams have slightly different setups, and that's where you can tell the cars apart.
Tom, you've got a BMW factory ride as well. Are you likely to run again for them this year?
Not that I know of yet. For sure, my contract was all based around the Nürburgring and N24, so duties complete there, and I had a fantastic time with them. Things went well, so I hope to be back with them for sure, but just not sure it will be this season.
Now, I remember you racing T-cars, a little 14-year-old snotty-nosed kid.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus, even to me now, that feels like a long time ago. It's 16 years ago that I would have been doing that. I feel like I'm getting old myself.
Amazing thing was, a lot of good drivers, Stuart Hall and other, came out of that series.
It's really cool when you look back through the years and some of the photos I have of the guys that I would have stood on the podium with in T-cars, and they've gone on to have great careers. I think that was such a huge opportunity to get your motorsport career started.
Thanks very much, Tom. Have a good run. Just 14 when he was doing that series. Now it's more Ginetta Juniors. Let's walk down to the Robert Lucas car. And Robert, you had a good battle at the front, but now you find you're a lap behind, so you've got a lot of work to do.
Yes, that's true. We are a lap behind. We did some small mistake yesterday, and yeah, we know we have a good speed. And now the point is to overtake some cars and try to get the lap back.
What put you that lap down?
Can you repeat?
Why did you go the lap down?
Yeah, we got some two small penalties yesterday and a small spin at the end of the session because of hard-used tires at the back. And yeah, we tried our best, and now we have a new day, new chances.
We normally see you racing in Porsche Super Cup, so this is a bit of a different style, really. Not quite so much elbows out.
Yeah, I would say we Super Cup is race 30 minutes. Here is a stint nearly 2 hours. Yeah, but we have good lap times. We try to have the speed in the whole stint, and yeah, this is the point today, to get the one lap back.
Do you like it?
Yeah, for sure. The car is amazing. The truck Imola is great. It's a lot of fun to drive. And yeah, I'm happy for the 8 hours today.
Super Cup, I think you're having a good run this season, aren't you? You're 5th overall in the standing?
Yeah, we had a quite hard beginning of the season. I had some issues with the car, the 2 races. Yeah, but still we are in the 5th position. We can do a lot better, and I think some wins has to come this year.
Very good. So we'll watch Robert Lucas from Austria and move down. Okay, well, I think we're going to move on to the track presentation in just a moment. I can't see where that's happening at the moment, so I think we'll throw back to you guys in the commentary, and then I can pick it up a little further down the grid when the presentation is complete.
Thank you, Andrew. Top job so far. We'll get towards the rear of the field in a short while, but this is the 4.9 kilometre circuit that we're going to be racing again into hour 5 in a second. This long run down to Tamburello Classic corner. It's changed throughout the years. Now a chicane, a left, right, left part to the lap, and then a fast in, slow out chicane at Variante Villeneuve into the crucial left hand, almost hairpin at Tosa, which is then the uphill drag to 195 k's, 220 k's as you crest Piratella, and then plunge down the other side into Acqua Minerale, the car bottoming out, real compression area there, down to 98 k's as you then accelerate out of the corner, up to Variante Alta, the highest part of the circuit. Clobber those curbs. We saw many cars do that yesterday. Down towards the first left-hander at Rivazza. Big offs there yesterday, particularly for one of the Peugeot, the Team Altron Peugeot 308s into the Rivazza gravel. Double left-hander out of that corner, so turns 14 and 15, and then accelerate all your way down past the main straight up to 257 kilometres per hour, and you're on to another lap. We got through 126 of them yesterday, and 6 A6 Pro and Am cars will start on lap 127 effectively, so 6 cars starting level with each other for the restart of the 12 hours of Imola. Let's hand back down to Andrew Marriott to get a little bit more from today's grid.
Yeah, a little bit more and a little bit of America. Now I'm with the highest placed non-car in the A6 category. It's in the 991 category. And I say we got Stuart Radlowski there from Project 100, mixing it with the 3 drivers of this Porsche. Start with Charles Putman. I know my colleague Joe Bradley had a long chat with you yesterday, but you had a good night's sleep. Everything going well?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, how can you not sleep good sitting here in beautiful sunny Italy? So
a lot of pasta and not too much wine last night, I hope.
Oh, no wine for us last night. We're kind of old school on that. We'll celebrate a little tonight, one way or the other.
Okay, we'll move over here and grab Joe's. Now, Joe Foster was here. He's gone running off. So we'll get... there he is, right behind me. So he's still in his... You're in your Civic, so that means you're not going to drive until a little later.
Yes, sir. I'm number 3 today, which is fine. It's going to be a nice warm day, and we're obviously in a good starting position, so going to stay cool as long as possible.
One thing that's been troubling us, 2 Porsche 911s here, in different classes, GT3 cars, they're club cars. What's the difference? Is there any difference?
There's a little bit of difference. It's an interesting rules package between the 2. There's a bit of BOP balancing the times between the 2. One class is a different weight and a different restrictor size and a different amount of fuel, and then the other class. But obviously on track, they're about the same speed. So there's a 991 and SP2. We are, from a mental perspective and a strategic perspective, racing both classes, and so that we're trying to win both classes.
Joe, we saw you so many years with Patrick Dempsey, and although he's not racing anymore, you had great times with him, didn't you?
Yeah, you know what? It was a great portion of my career, almost 10 years that we spent racing together, and had a lot of great opportunities because of that relationship. So I'm very grateful for it.
How did you first meet him? Were you his driver coach?
Yeah, I was an instructor at a school that he came to, and we became friends. And he came to the races that I was competing in, and eventually we became business partners.
2 weeks ago at Le Mans, 4 o'clock in the morning, there he was up, sort of helping manage the team. I interviewed him, and he was absolutely bubbling with the enthusiasm. I got the impression he's going to get back in the car relatively soon.
I have no idea what he's going to do driving-wise, but I know he'll always be an enthusiast.
Terrific, thanks. He does know a lot about racing. Charles Espinal here, the third of this trio, doing such a good job, not just here, but in the whole series, Charles. Been going so well for you.
Yeah, you know, Pro Sport's given us a great car, and you know, our strategist engineer Nathan has been doing an awesome job keeping us, you know, right there with the pit stop strategy and everything. So, you know, you can't complain. You don't want to jinx the season, but we've had a good run. We've got, you know, a great crew of drivers here that we've worked together for a long time, and we're just found our groove, you know. So we're
in a way, quite left field to come and do this from your roots in the Conti series in America.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's and that's one of the reasons we did it. We wanted to experience some new stuff, see some different tracks, meet some new people, drink some different wine, eat some good food, and you know, we're enjoying it. The 24-hour series does a good job of putting on a good show, so we're enjoying it.
Before you came here, you did a little road trip, I think.
Yeah, we were, you know, at the FIA Sport Conference deal, because you know, my company, Safecraft, we do seatbelts and head nets and stuff, so we did that, and then we did the component show in Stuttgart, and then, you know, we sat down on the beach there in Portofino for a couple days and enjoyed it, so.
Charge the batteries, terrific job, keep at it.
Thank you. Right,
so now let's go for another Porsche, but in a different class, and finishing, I think, in second. Who we got here? We got Alex Osborne just climbed into the car. Maybe I can just grab a word with him as he gets it. Got a very good run going at the moment.
Yeah, it's good. We got a punch yesterday, so that dropped us back a bit, but we fought back up to where we are now. So, yeah, we'll just keep rolling and hopefully keep out of trouble and have no more little incidents. So.
And the circuit, so challenging and so historic.
Oh, it's great, yeah. It's great. It's lasted one of the old school tracks. It's narrow, a little bit. It seems more dangerous and up and down. It's great. Yeah, really great track.
Now, you normally have James May with you, but I think business kept him back in England, which is a shame.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Yeah, we do miss him. Bless him, he's got some work, bits and bobs that he's got to sort out, but he'll be back for the next one. So, yeah, we're only a two-man this time, but we miss him. So.
Does that make it a bit harder for you, or are you fit and prepared? You've been in the gym and everything?
Oh, yeah, gym every day. No. No, we're fine. It's not too bad. It's only a 12-hour, so if it was a 24, we might struggle a bit, but 12 hours is fine. Me and Paul we're good. So.
Very good. Where is Paul? I can't. You're here, Paul. I've got a thing on my phone. It says I got a free slice of cake. So it shows your social media's working.
That was for Father's Day. That was so only for a week off. So that's come off now. But
oh well, I've got 4 daughters, so I get 4 slices of cake.
You do good. Well, you make sure you go there and use it.
Terrific business, though.
Yes, it's been good. I've been there for 11 years. I started with 6 stores, and we're just over 200. So. Still quite busy, opening one every 3 weeks. So.
Excellent. And you're getting the car in 2 hours, I suppose?
In 2 hours' time, hopefully, yeah. So missing James, my son, as we said, a bit of a work issue, but we'll be fine. So
excellent.
Looking forward to it.
Very good.
Thank you.
So move down the grid. I'm trying to find some other leaders of classes going through past the Porsche car from France. So this is the IDC Sport. That's an absolutely huge company. And also have the Mercedes, and they also have a sailing team as well, I believe. They do transatlantic races. Let's get down a little bit further. Each group is in the class, so it's not where they finished in the overall order of the race, it's where they finished in the race. I'm just hoping I'm going to find the great Cyril van der here for the 5-5. Cyril, 11-time champion. And multi-racing champion as well. I once beat him in a Tour of South Africa rally. I was only the co-driver with a guy called Andy Dawson, and we won the Tour of South Africa and beat Sorrell. We're pretty proud of that. We also beat Jody Scheckter as well. Who have we got in the car? Yeah, it looks like Jan Lammer's in the car, who of course raced at Le Mans 2 weeks ago. I don't know whether Jan's got his helmet on. Jan, you're doing a lot of hard work here.
It's so much fun. Can't stop doing it.
Can't stop doing it now. Jan 61, former Le Mans winner, of course, with Jaguar and this Ginetta. Great to see that on the grid. We're almost at the back here, so let's go back to the booth and pick up with our two commentators.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, Martin Haven and Johnny Palmer here in the main commentary box with cars still being worked on. That is the garage just up from the penalty box, and I'm trying to work out which car that is. It's a TCR machine, possibly, that is being worked on. Yeah, the badge looks familiar.
Yeah, it's a Mercedes.
It is a Mercedes. So that's me confusing a TCR with a GT3 car because of the lack of light in that garage. Is it the 44, therefore?
Is that the MDC Sports? Yeah, it is.
wondered
The other
that.
grey car, yeah, the grey and white one.
It's principally white, isn't it?
Or number one.
Or is it the Hoffa racing car? It doesn't look like, no, because the
No,
Hoffa
they
racing
don't have
car
a coloured roof.
and also the Hoffa racing car has the track map on the roof,
And it
that
won't
doesn't.
have people with number 44 on their vest.
Yeah.
Oh, how long did it take us to get to that?
That's right, yes.
Now, the other question that we haven't asked of Andrew, and I want to know, is there were two Renault RSO ones on the entry list. One graded its engine and didn't start the race, and then had a gearbox problem when they tried to get the new engine to run.
That's
the
car
number 28 car.
Yep.
Have they worked on it all night? Are we going to see it? There is only one way to find out, and we're going to have to wait for the start of the race.
Let's get a little more from Andrew, possibly to update us with that, and maybe other cars that are struggling to take the restart.
Two ways to find out. One is Ask Me. Yes, both Renaults are on the grid and ready to go. The boys worked very hard over the night and got it going. Also, that Toyota for the Romanian team we saw, which had a lot of body damage. They've done a great job repairing that. That will take the start as well, presumably from the pit lane, though. I'm off to find what's happened to that 44 Mercedes.
Cracking, thank you very much, Andrew. So 28's going to start. OK, 4 hours back from everybody else, but that is reward for the fixing that car. And look at the Endurance Team Romania Toyota GT86 to the right of the live stream. That car was mullered in the back, but they've... well, they replaced the whole rear section, it looks like. It looks like a brand new GT86 now.
Now, you are allowed to take your car out of Parc Fermé and work on it for as long or a shorter time as you want. But if you do take it out of Parc Fermé, you pay a penalty. And the penalty, I understand, is a 10-lap penalty. Now, they weren't on the pace of the Cook Sport Renault Clio, the blue 172 car. That's their only rival in the class. But by fixing the car, it doesn't matter if they finish 10 places back. They're still second in the category. And if Cook Sport have a problem in the next 8 hours, get clattered by somebody or something breaks, then suddenly, you know, the game's back on. And for the number 44 car, again, it's about finishing. You know, they'll finish in the points if they finish the race in their class. So it's all about getting the car to the end and taking that 10-lap hit. In the end, it's got to be worth it.
If you weren't with us yesterday, why on earth not? The Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 LMS from A6 AM won effectively the first part of the race and therefore is has pole position, inherits pole position as a result of that. So you've got an A6 AM car about to lead off 5 A6 Pro machines. That's the great livery from Car Collection, relatively new, white with the red and blue stripes. And there is another Audi. Now that's been through the wars, Martin, yesterday.
That TT broke its gearbox and rolled into the garage. Then it has the engine gearbox taken out and the gearbox rebuilt. And it has been a real pain to its team ever since. And right now, looks like it doesn't want to restart. Good job. Thank you again to the boys and girls in orange who try and make sure that racing happens. Has he got... yeah, he's got power, and we'll see in a moment or two as he rolls away from the grid whether or not he's got gears as well. If you didn't see the race yesterday, congratulations, you do have a full-time day job, because we forget, because we were racing yesterday, that it was Friday and today is still only Saturday.
Yeah.
So an unusual weekend, to say the very least, but a great weather day. Yesterday it looked like it almost was going to rain. There was a little bit of a forecast for drizzle before the end of the race. That didn't come, but today has dawned bright and clear. And just look at this. Is there a better view than some of the scenery that you get around this historic racetrack?
Speaking to Paul May on the grid, you know, you get the feeling that it's not always possible for people to find the time to do a Friday, Saturday race. However, ending on Saturday night at 7 o'clock does give a lot of these drivers who are principally business people and have a business to run Monday to Friday, they do have all of Sunday to get home and get rested in time for the next working week. So I realise it takes a bit of time out of Friday, but also you're able to get back to wherever you need to be in the world in time for Monday morning. And that's part of getting a good field of cars out here, because there clearly needs to be a bit of money behind each of these teams. Yes, there are some hot shoe drivers employed to drive cars very quickly. Tom Onslow-Cole, I give to you. However, the gentleman drivers who are often funding these projects also very much required.
And the other side of that is it's a 12-hour race, but you don't have to get out of bed at silly o'clock. You're not up till all hours of the day and night unless your car has a problem. You get a good night's rest. So physically as well, the first stint or the first part of the race, only 4 hours. The second, it's an 8-hour race. But if there's 3 or 4 of you in the car, then that breaks it down manageably into a physically capable portions as well. So that really helps as well, I think, with all the gentleman drivers. The physicality of these cars can't be overstated unless you've actually taken a passenger ride in a GT3 car. It's really, really hard to see just how tough these things are. We're going round onto our second and final formation lap. We'll wait to see, somebody coming into the pit lane, one of the Porsches. Now, pit lane is open, as always is the case here. Now, whether they were dry on fuel at the end of the first part of the race or not remains to be seen. Because, of course, as ever with 24-hour series races, we have a separate refueling area, and that's exactly where he is. He's coming into the pump. So they were right on the cusp of needing fuel when the checkered flag came out last lap. One more lap, and they'd have been in the pits refueling when the flag came out. So that's the Speed Lover car, number 78 machine, showing Gavin Pickering at the wheel, and that car's 17th overall and 4th in the SP2 class. Now, all the SP2 Porsches are on the same lap in the race, so the fact that they're not on the same lap as the leaders, who've been going faster for 4 hours, neither here nor there. But that's interesting. Had a couple of questions on the Twitter saying, what are the relative fuel weight and tyre wear issues of the car? Well, some of them had stopped just before, and we heard from Tom Onslow-Cole that they are due a stop very imminently. So effectively, let's just get our Excel spreadsheet and delete the time from 7 o'clock last night to 11 o'clock this morning, and we are exactly where we were. There's no refueling, there's no work on in Parc Fermé whatsoever. If you had a litre left or you had 100 litres left, that's what you start with today, and that's exactly why we saw the Speed Lover Porsche going in for fuel, because they were, you know, the light was flashing on the very last lap yesterday.
You heard of the phrase virtual safety car. Well, effectively, we've had a safety car out from 7 o'clock last night through to 11, but we haven't been going round, so there's no fuel being burnt for those many hours. And what it's done is it's condensed the gaps between the cars that were all on the same lap, but the lap differences are retained, just like it would happen behind a safety car, barring any kind of wave around that you might have on certain categories. Here is one of the cars that's not on the lead lap. 7th place, yes, on the road. It starts 7th on this grid, but it is actually a lap short of the 6 cars ahead of it.
Now, of course, if they had stopped just before everybody else did, and then the checkered flag came out, which I think is the case, I think they stopped relatively close to the end of the race, then everybody else owes them a pit stop. And so the fact that they're not on the lead lap now is a factor of the way that the pit strategies have worked out, how much fuel you take on, and whatever is decided by your position in your speed of your team and your size of your car and so on. So they may not always be on the same lap strategy. You saw the green Grasser Lamborghini there verging onto the grass. We've got the whole Cool Aviation team outside our front window watching from the grandstand right at the first turn here as the field comes up through Variante Alta. And again, all the classes have been repositioned. So if you were 10th overall and leading the SP2 class, but there were 2 or 3 faster cars behind you because they'd had problems or stopped for fuel, then the faster class cars, the A6 cars, will be put in front of you. And so we don't then have, in this big group of cars, really quick cars way back just because that's where they were on the road. So all the quick cars are at the front, and then the very slowest cars are at the back, and you are gridded again in the order of your group that you're racing against, but the faster groups are ahead of the slower groups.
An A6, all considered one class. So Tony Forney, who will start the car collection Audi to the right of shot, but to driver's left, is going to be up against it here with A6 Pro cars bearing down. Alfred Renauer up alongside him in the 911 Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Behind him is Jordan Grogor, the South African driver in the GP Extreme Renault RS01. And alongside Jordan is Iraj Alexander with that really good opening stint yesterday afternoon from 3 o'clock. Let's watch the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes go then. Behind Iraj is Joseph Kral in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and then Tom Onslow Cole has been strapped into the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes. That's the beauty of Creventic Racing. We get to enjoy 2 race starts effectively, one yesterday afternoon, one this morning. We're getting going then into hour 5 of the 12 hours of Imola. It's been a cracking start for the Audi, although here comes Iraj Alexander possibly to take the race lead. He's trying to muscle the baby blue Mercedes up the inside, can't quite do it. Alfred Renauer though round the outside at turn 2, and he's squeezed ahead, and here comes Alexander round the outside of Tamburello, doesn't quite do it after stern defensive work there from Tony Forney.
And Tom Onslow Cole up to 4th place in the grey Mercedes, got inside the Renault RS01 on the exit of Tamburello, exiting Villeneuve, the Porsche over the curbs. Don't forget, although the car collection Audis are in the AM class, it's not because the car is different. The car is effectively the same kind of GT3 car as the Porsche. It's that the driver lineup is slightly different, and so it can go as quick as the front-running cars. It showed that yesterday. It was in the lead of the race on pace. It is that quick.
Roberto Pampanini getting a real shuffle on there by the other number 10 Lippert Motorsports. Huracan in Super Trofeo spec. They're not on the same lap, but the 10 car trying to squeeze ahead of the GRT Grasser car. Porsche then leading out of Aqua Minerale and up over the rise towards the right and left flick at Variante Alta, and it's Alfred Renauer leading Tony Forney, then Iraj Alexander in the blue Mercedes from Jordan Grogor, Tom Onslow Cole just ahead of the Porsche racing machine started by Robert Lucas, regularly in the Porsche Super Cup Championship, but in this car, as he has been on 2 other occasions this year as part of 12-hour races, and the Porsche machine goes very, very quickly with the pole on board.
And Josef Kral got shuffled down the order at the start in the red Scuderia Praha Ferrari, didn't he? Battle developing for 2nd place. The team with the blue cool Mercedes are right in front of us at the end of the grandstand. You can see they're right by the start-finish line, and pit exit getting very excited. Their car in 3rd place. Up from 4th, Jordan Grogor in 4th place. Tom Onslow Cole, the grey Mercedes, across the line in 5th, ahead of Josef Kral and Robert Lucas. And I was wondering what had happened to the Lippert Lamborghini, and there it is. The answer is he's gone off, and that is down at Rivazza. So 1 lap into the race, buried in the gravel, and that car brings out the code 60, which means that everybody will come back down to 60 kilometers an hour on their speed limiters while we rescue that car. That's real heartbreak for them. They had a big mechanical issue. Last night when the race finished, they were still in the garage trying to fix an overheating issue. The car not running properly, and they're now off in the gravel traps. Let's see if we can catch up with news from the pit lane with Andrew Marriott.
Thanks, Martin. That really plays into the hands of Ram Racing. They were going to have to come in 2 or 3 laps anyway. Now they can do it under a code 60. And I think there's 2 or 3 other people in a similar situation. So let's see what Tom Onslow Cole can do after this. But any problems they had with that early pit stop is negated.
You see, that's why Andrew Marriott is still doing what he's doing, not just because he has the passion for it, because he gets this stuff. And you're exactly right, Andrew. There's already half a dozen cars at the fuel pumps, guys that needed fuel. The 34 car collection Audi is in, the 231 Ginetta. That's the Optima Motorsport that was 2nd in the SP3 class. The 206 Audi, that's queuing. It's waiting for a pump. The problem now is anybody that wants to fuel, they're going to have to wait. The pumps are busy. There were so many cars that are getting towards the end of their fuel stint and now need to take fuel. So the 34 car collection car is in, 85 the Pro Sport Porsche, Charlie Espenlaub in that car. Now we're hearing that the Lamborghini may not have been alone. Investigation into the incident between car number 10 and car number 963. That's the Grasser Racing Lamborghini. Well, there is Murphy's Law. If you're going to be in the same position on the racetrack as somebody, it's going to be a guy that's in a similar car, isn't it? So the two Lamborghinis in the race have come together, it would appear, and the number 10 car is out in the gravel. So chance for all the drivers to take a little breath after one opening frantic lap. Who else is taking fuel? Now, we've sort of accounted for everybody now. And just going to go and have a quick look on the second page of my timing screen. The number 28 car has started the race. I think it is being shown there. 78, the 78 Porsche? What? The Speed Lover Cup car, Gavin Pickering, Don Bastian and Pierre-Yves Pack. What happened to that yesterday? Why do we think that's not out there? And why is the number 40 Brook Speed Porsche Cayman not done a lap? Will Paul, Chase Owen and Rory Butcher's car. Well, 34 is in. Fuel and service, no driver change, because he's not exhausted. Now, one thing that I, having not done one of these before, John, there's all sorts of new things, and maybe we ought to go into that. Here's a question for you. If you'd done an hour and 58 minutes at the flag last night, do you only have 2 minutes left this morning, or can you can change any driver? So presumably anything is no previous drive times count.
Yes, because I believe that you've effectively had your rest period overnight, although that should really be on the clock, I'm thinking. But you can change your driver overnight. So Tony Forney, for example, being put into the car collection Audi, he didn't finish the first 4 hours at 7 o'clock last night. But when you are watched during the race about rest time and the fact that you have to do 50% rest of your previous stint, then it seems a little unfair that you can then have an overnight stint and throw Tom Onslow Cole back at it.
Although clearly you are rested. Everybody shown with their stint length as 5 minutes 55. There's the Grasser Lamborghini
showing
bearing
damage.
The scars of battle.
Well, I wonder whether, because 963 and 10 were scrapping away with each other on the opening lap, has something gone awry there? Well, and the 10 car's ended up in the gravel, didn't it?
We had a message from the stewards there investigating an incident between them. So, yes, the Grasser and Leipert Lamborghinis clearly have come together. And one ended up damaged, or both possibly ended up damaged, one in the gravel trap. So we'll wait and see what the outcome of that might be.
Dimitri Deverikos, who was on board the number 10 car, by the way, in the gravel trap. But headlight also out of position on that front left corner of the 963 car. Going to need some work before it's sent back into the race.
So the front of the green car, and you'd have to say the side or the back of the black car, grey car, have come together. So, again, stewards will look at that. Fastest race lap of the race from Alexander Osborne in the APO Sport Porsche. Now, that's what happens when Andrew Marriott comes and talks to you before the start of the race. A 3-minute 21.905. I'm not quite sure how that's happened.
Again, things have been reset.
Yeah, but I don't know how his lap could have been quicker than the leader's laps.
Well, that's a fastest lap of the day, effectively, a 1:45.5. It's not fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, again, not sure. It's actually now vanished from the screen. His fastest lap is now shown as a 1:52. Let's get down to the pit lane. The Grasser Lamborghini is in. What does Andrew Marriott know?
Yeah, it's coming in on my right. I'm just going to go to the team management here, see, at Leipert. That's the driver spoke. Did the driver say what the problem was? Was he pushed off?
No, the driver had an accident because another car touched him in the rear.
The other Lamborghini.
Yeah.
And he hit him at the back and let's push him into the gravel.
That is what we know now, but the car is not here. We don't know exactly how many destroyed is the car or what is which part are broken and so on, you know.
We looked on the television screen. I saw the car. It looks fine, actually. It's just in the gravel.
It's only in the gravel.
Didn't look as if there's much damage.
Okay, thank you for the information.
See, we all work together here.
Excellent.
I only hope you're right, Andrew. We can only see one side of it, but I'm sure the other side's absolutely fine.
So seldom as a pit reporter, you're the bringer of good news. That's just nice, isn't it?
Let's cherish this moment.
Yes. So here's our race leader. Let's reset then the race. Alfred Renard in the 911 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. 1:45.5. That's the fastest lap of the race. He's beetling away from the field. Tony Forney in second place. Car collection Audi, the number 32 car, the white car with the orange and blue stripes. Jordan Grogor in third place in the yellow Renault, right up behind Fournet. There's the race leader. Let's go back for the shots of the second place battle. It's inches in it. They were a few hundredths a second apart, and we're in the queue with the number 24 Mercedes. This is your fourth place car. All the other cars, by the way, in the slower classes now being caught even 3 laps in and starting to work their way through the field. So Iraj Alexander in fourth place. Joseph Kral behind him was just a couple of tenths back. And what's happened to the Renault? Big gap opened up there suddenly. Or has he gone by? Or did...
That's the other Renault.
It's the other Renault. Ah, right, okay.
We didn't have one of those yesterday.
No, that was the number 28 car. First view of that, it's now done, what, 3 laps in the entire race, and we're into hour 5 of the race. So, yes, there's the battle for second. The blue, orange and white Audi ahead of the Renault. Then the Porsche behind it. That is Robert Lucas. Now, when Lucas came across the line, he was a lap behind the leaders and down in 7th place. So is he starting to unlap himself? Yes, he is. That grey Porsche with the bright Dayglow yellow rear is unlapping himself. Number 1, the Hofer Mercedes, the red, white and black car is behind them. And so Robert Lucas now trying to unlap himself on the field, because actually they're all going to have to peel into the pits before he is, and he will get some of those positions back. So he's not racing Jordan Grogor in the yellow Renault for position yet, but if he gets by him, then he will have a lap back on the 3rd place car currently, with the 2nd placed Audi right in front. So there's all sorts of different connotations going on. Behind them, the number 1 Mercedes, the black bonnet and the white sides with the red on it. That is Christian Frankenhout. Now on the first page of our timing screen, 109 laps completed. This is the end of lap 110 for him, 131 for the leader. So they're 21 laps behind after a major issue yesterday, but still going just as fast as anybody. And again, it's all about pushing on now in case somebody else has problems. And with 8 hours of racing, it can't be that no one else will have problems. We've just seen 2 Lamborghinis losing time that were in front of them.
Yeah, so important to try and get time this morning where possible, and that's why Robert Lucas is wasting no opportunities to get through traffic, although Christian Frankenhout now right on his boot lid. So I think any gaps that Lucas makes, Frankenhout's going to be straight in there as well. Remember that Frankenhout's Mercedes has only completed 110 laps. Compare that to the leader, Alfred Renau, who's now on lap 132. So they had huge problems with a radiator change, cost them about 40 minutes yesterday. Amazingly, the engine doesn't seem to have been damaged, despite the fact that they ran with a damaged radiator for at least 2 or 3 laps. But Chantal Kroll convinced that the engine was fine, and that 6.2 litre V8 in the front of the Merc doing battle nicely so far. Car Collection Audi, which started from pole position this morning, still running in 2nd place with the gold and black Renault, the RS01 of Jordan Grogor, still behind in 3rd.
We just passed the number 120. That's the Cycle Racing Seat Leon Cup car of Martin Byford, Ashley Woodman and Frank Pettit. They had big damage yesterday, went off right at the very end of the race, ripped the back of the car off again down here at the Rivazza, but that car all back in fighting form and continuing to race in the TCR class.
Let's get a word as more pit lane callers start to come in the direction of Andrew Marriott.
Johnny, you were just mentioning that big Mercedes engine. If you look under the bonnet, every engine has a plaque on it. On that plaque is the name of the guy that actually built that racing engine. It's an absolutely lovely touch.
Fantastic. I like that. Thank you, Andrew. And yeah, a real personal touch to these cars. I mean, these are the cars that if you talk to many of the drivers, they say they are a joy to drive. They're a forgiving machine, a big beast they sound like from the outside, particularly when you're standing on the banks and the thing rumbles by. But when you clamber on board as one of the Porsches, that's Robert Lucas, sneaks up the inside, tries to have a look at an overtake on Jordan Grogor. As we've mentioned, it wouldn't have been for position, but Lucas trying to gain some places back in order to unlap himself.
Of course, Jordan Grogor doesn't want to let him go by because he doesn't want to leave the door open for that pale blue Mercedes, the sky blue Cool Aviation Merc, the number 24 car that's right behind. That is a battle for position immediately with Jordan Grogor, because Grogor in the number 27 Renault is 3rd and the blue Mercedes number 24 is 4th. But Robert Lucas is going to cause more problems for Jordan Grogor if he doesn't let him by than if he does. I think Grogor's not helping himself at all here. Lucas is clearly quicker and Grogor is slowing himself down versus the current leaders and versus the current 4th place car. Let Lucas go, follow him. Go with the quicker car. If he's quicker now, let him go. He's unlapping himself. You're going to come in for fuel before he does. It's a moot point. Let him go. Stop ruining your own race by trying to hold off a guy. And if he doesn't know that he's not defending for position, then the team need to let him know.
Danger is if Jordan Grogor allows a slight chink, a slight open door for the Force Racing Porsche, then will that also allow Iraj Alexander through, because Alexander's going to be right there to pounce. Well, here comes Lucas's opportunity, round the outside of Tamburello, but no, Grogor's going to run deep into the corner and make sure that Lucas can't turn in.
The longer he fights it, the slower he's going compared to Iraj Alexander behind, who has just set the fastest lap of the race in that car. So he's being caught by the guy he's trying not to let go, not to let get by, and fighting Robert Lucas is aiding Iraj Alexander. Jordan Grogor needs to let Lucas go. This is really not good for his pace. He's defending, that makes him slower. The leaders are pulling away. He's now 8 seconds behind the leader, and Iraj Alexander is 8.6. So, you know, he's half a second behind, and that's not helping Jordan Grogor at all. He needs to let Robert Lucas go.
Right, Lucas may be able to get through. No, he can't, because he has a face full of Peugeot 308, one of the two Team Ultron cars. And maybe Iraj Alexander's about to slot by on the right-hand side of Lucas. No, not quite, but I think he wasn't very far away.
You could see in the driver's mirror, the Porsche driver, Robert Lucas, going, sorry. Got in too hot there, down into Aqua Minerale, because they had to go around that Peugeot. He was scrabbling around there, and Iraj Alexander, you could see all blue. You couldn't even see the black of the radiator grille in the rearview mirror of the Porsche. He was right up onto him, and they got away with that. But again, Jordan Grogor is causing problems for himself that he doesn't need to be causing.
Two cars peeling off to take fuel. Tony Forney in the Car Collection Motorsport Audi, and Tom Onslow Cole in the dark grey Ram Racing Mercedes. They've been there for almost 2 minutes in the fueling area. That'll be a full allocation of fuel for both those cars.
Alex Osborne in as well in the APO Sport Porsche that led its class away from the start in SP2. So that's now ceded the lead. Here we go. Robert Lucas down the inside. Come on, has he got the overlap? Yes, he has. Yes, he has. And this is, again, really dangerous for Jordan Grogor when you go into Tamburello and somebody's got an overlap on the inside. There's no guarantee. And now look how close, in the rearview mirror again, look how close Iraj Alexander is. Jordan Grogor has now set up a perfect passing opportunity for Iraj Alexander, trying to get around the Mercedes. That's the #1 car, fresh out of the pits. It's just come back out with Christian Franken out at the wheel, but he's heavy with fuel. Don't forget, that car had a big handling issue yesterday as well. And here comes Iraj Alexander on Robert Lucas. Can't get through there. And actually, Iraj Alexander just needs to set here and let Robert Lucas do all the hard work. Really does. You know, Lucas is doing all the battering against the door against Jordan Grogor, and he's doing all the hard work for Iraj Alexander, and Alexander will get a chance to go through once the Porsche's opened the door.
And Iraj Alexander, I don't think giving it quite as much as he did for the opening stint yesterday, maybe about 90%, because these two cars are going nowhere close to how fast they might be able to do. There's a bit of grass in the front of that grille, I noticed, of the Renault. But because the two of them are holding each other up, Iraj Alexander giving it about 90% probably, and able to stay with them with no problems at all. Bearing in mind, Grogor is second on the road, and the third position car is the Mercedes, the sky blue coloured car. Andrew Marriott is down in the pit lane with a very damaged number 10 Lamborghini.
I gave the team some poor news, didn't I? Look at the back. Obviously hit very hard, and see all the exhausts are completely flattened, damage to the bodywork. I think it's the exhaust problem, the splitter. It needs a new rear splitter. So that's going to be in the garage being fixed for quite a long time. So sorry to the team management. Said your car was okay. It isn't. And meanwhile, Ram just made their pit stop as well. And they didn't do what I thought they would do. They actually stayed out a bit longer and didn't actually stop under the code 60. So 2 black marks against me early on.
No, I think, Andrew, you were absolutely right with the thinking on the code 60, but they were too far back around the lap when code 60 came out. There were lots of cars nearer that flooded in and filled the pumps, and so their crewman down there would have been going, no, can't queue, keep going. So they've had to wait for the pumps to free up. But in the end, yes, you're right. I'd shuffle away quietly from the Lippert Lamborghini team and pretend you've seen nothing and said nothing. you know, least said, soonest mended. Back behind Jordan Grogor now with Iraj Alexander. Robert Lucas finally has found a way through, as was always going to be the case. And Iraj Alexander now right behind the Renault. So let's take a look and see how that worked out. Again, Robert Lucas has been trying to get by basically since the start of the race. And down into Ravazza, it was always going to be a long lunge, and sensibly there, Jordan Grogor just saw him coming. Lucas on the dirt, scrabbling his way through on the inside. Grogor with less traction as well on the outside, and Jordan Grogor didn't help himself defending Lucas, but somehow managed to just hold off the number 24. Iraj Alexander SPS Team Mercedes, but it is still there, and that Renault, which was going so strongly in the first part of the race, doesn't quite seem to have the pace that it did. But then he's still in the top 3, he's second place, but he's now 14 seconds behind the Herbert Porsche that leads the race, who's just been told off yet again, by the way, for running wide on the exit of the Ravazza on corner 19, which is the second part of Ravazza.
So still nose to tail for second and third positions. Lucas, though, safely out of this now, and I think that's the best place for him. He's up the road trying to get more positions back and effectively get himself onto the lead lap. Now just needs to get ahead of Alfred Renard, which is far more easier said than done. Out of Tozer corner then goes the first and second place, second and third place battle, with a new fastest lap of the day for Robert Lucas. We're still not quite down in the 143s as we were for pole position yesterday, but 144.948 from Robert Lucas, so an indication of how fast he can go in clear air now, Martin.
Yeah, and that was the lap where he got by as well, so he will be a lot quicker. He's 14 seconds behind the leader, and he wants to unlap himself on Alfred Renard. Not sure how long the 911 Porsche has still got to go on fuel as they come past 114. Now that is Bob Herbert in the JR Motorsport car that is leading in the SP3 GT4 class. And the story of that white BMW, it's a car that they've raced before in this 24-hour series last year and the season before, but it's not the car they brought. They brought a V8 engined M3, the latest M3 GTR, which then something went pop in it in the paid practice on Thursday before official free practice and qualifying, and they had to ship a car down overnight that didn't qualify. In comes Iraj Alexander, fuel time for that, and this is how it's all unfolding again for Robert Lucas. That Porsche, the grey and Dayglow yellow car, is right on the front running pace, and again he's going to go longer. That's why he was a lap behind when we stopped last night, because he'd stopped relatively close to the checkered flag that was brought out after 4 hours, and the others are going to have to stop before he needs to stop again. Of course, all of this will continue to cycle through the remainder of this 12-hour race. We're only really going to know where we get to when we're into the final 20 minutes. Let's get down to the pit lane with Andrew Marriott, see what he's found out.
Yeah, I'm with Aid Barberwick here, who thought they'd been very clever. Just tell us the story you were telling me in the pit.
Well, we thought we had managed to get a lap on P2 last night by starting the last lap just ahead of the leader crossing the line, but unfortunately, regulations being what they were, they've neutralised that lap back, so we're back to P2, probably by about a minute this morning. We did have some luck, albeit bad luck by somebody else. We managed to get the code 60. I was running on fumes at the end of the 4 hours last night, so the code 60 helped us a lot. We managed to get a total of 50 litres on board. But P2 we think has got to pit for fuel and tyres because they triple stinted yesterday, so I wouldn't like to be in that M3 right now. It's probably on canvas.
Hey, the last time we saw the 231 Optum Motorsport car, it was going up in flames. So it was a major, major rebuild after the 24 hours for Rickard.
Yeah, it's basically a new car. Obviously, we salvaged a few bits and pieces off it, but yeah, we're back out in a new car. Which, when you think about it, this season, it's probably our third new car after the massive shunt that we had to suffer by that 991 hitting us at Mugello.
I think you're really enjoying this series, and you've got this idea that you want to do every top circuit in Europe, is that right?
That's my ambition. Yeah, I'm working my way around them. There's a couple in Germany I've still got to do, and I haven't done Misano yet, and I think Jerez I haven't raced at, although I have been around in a more sedentary style on a track day.
But what's the one that's really top of the bucket list then now?
It's still going to be Spa, really. Although I think Portimao's excellent, and I really had forgotten how good this place was, because this circuit has absolutely everything. And it's just elevation changes, a lot of very fast corners. I mean, it is fantastic to race here.
Hey, thanks very much. When are you in the car?
I'm third stint, so I'm after Giulio.
Thanks very much.
Excellent stuff from Adrian Barwick there, 2-3-1. And that car, as he said, chasing down Bob Herbert. We saw them coming in right at the beginning of the race, didn't we? As soon as that code 60 came out, he said they must have been on fumes last night. Bob Herbert on the triple stint, so you can't change tyres, you can't refuel during the night in Parc Ferme, so they are still leading the class, but the 2-3-1 Ginetta is close behind and on the same lap as them now. And if he thinks this place has got elevation changes and quick corners, oh boy, is Adrian Barwick going to love Portimao. And Misano, well, the Touring Car Endurance Series goes there next week. We've got the Africa Le Mans team with their Ginetta heading down there. They're doing a double race weekend, or two consecutive race weekends, one in Imola, one in Misano. Nothing in that sentence there not to love. Imola, Misano, and then back home? Yeah, take that any day of the week.
Yeah, Italy is a regular place to visit on the Creventic calendar, whether it be the 24-hour series or the Touring Car Endurance place, and it's, we always get a warm welcome every time we arrive here. Look at this little lot. It's like the start of the race again.
Ah, now that's interesting because, number one, Christian Frankenhout in the Mercedes there, 27th place overall, completed 116 laps compared to the 139 of the leader, but just unlapping himself against Jordan Gregor again. He was just about to do that before they had their recent fuel stop. Now he's gone back up and he's unlapped himself on the second place car. So like Robert Lucas in that number 29 Forge Racing Porsche, he is chasing the leader, Alfred Renauer, not just for the sake of chasing him, but to try and get at least one of their lap baps. Renauer, 139 laps, still leading Jordan Gregor by 14 seconds. So the Renault driver not able to really put together a sustained assault on the Herbert Porsche that leads the race. There's the Grasser Lamborghini team, work going on underneath the left front corner. And yeah, they need to invest in some multicolored gaffer tape, don't they? I know black is your standard operational practice, but when you've got a lime green car, maybe lime green gaffer tape might be the go.
And yes, that's very pretty. Huracan is going to come out somewhat dog-eared now for the Austrian squad. They have run two Lamborghinis in this category previously at the Dubai 24 hours. The 964 car sometimes comes out as well, but this is an A6 AM machine, and they're still checking out the suspension of the front left corner, giving that Hankook tyre a good old wiggle together with the wheel, and the engine, well, the nose cover at least, going back on, mid-engine car, of course.
I always wonder whether your aerodynamicist just weeps bitter tears when they see gaffer tape holding cars together like that. Well, what a fantastic place this Imola circuit is, Johnny. We had a look around yesterday before proceedings started. Just a wonderful lap.
It certainly is. This long, long straight with the three kinks to the right in it. This is the cool Automotive Performance Mercedes, just taking another lap on the treble 5 Team Africa Le Mans Ginetta there with Jan Lammers at the wheel. So careful not to take too much curb through this first sequence at Tamburello. You've got those three very large sausage curbs on the inside of the bend that could easily throw the car off course. Then this short, sharp straight towards Variante Villeneuve. Fast on the entry, but then get the car slowed for this sharp right-hander. Important to get reasonable good speed out of here, but the far more important corner is Tosa, which is a late apex, then hammer the throttle uphill. Initially the climb is relatively shallow, then it levels out a bit and then really does start to climb. You start to focus at the sky more than the track. At Piratella, which appears in a hurry here, you're already on the brakes, turning left, careful not to let the car wash out too far on the right-hand side, and then plunge downhill into the trees, into this natural amphitheatre part of the track, which is Acqua Minerale. You've got this Mark Focus right ahead, which has hampered the braking line for Iraj Alexander. He should be able to get shot of that, this SP2 car on the run out of Acqua Minerale, but no, the straight line speed of the 5-litre engine in that Focus is pretty good. Clobbering the curbs, though, at Variante Alta, as finally he does manage to get ahead of the Belgian car, and then out of this long straight. Now, there are houses to the left. There's the restaurant we went to last night as well. On the inside of the track, downhill towards Rivatsa, braking hard for the first part of that corner. Careful not to plunge your way into the gravel trap, as many cars have done there. Past people's back gardens, through the second bit of Rivatsa, plenty of curb that you can take out of there. And then you move across to the green concrete to shortcut the right-hand kink onto the grid hatchings, but we haven't quite reached the start line yet. That's where the bridge is, and the clock that reads still over 7 hours to go. And that is a lap around this 4.9 kilometre Imola circuit. Fantastic.
It is a fantastic track. Great topographers, we heard from Adrian Barwick, and really good racing opportunities as well. This isn't a classic circuit for no good reason. Well, the number 963 Grassa Lamborghini is back out. I think it's going to take a little longer for Leipert Motorsport to fix their car, as Andrew documented, not just all the rear bodywork, splitter, under tray and everything, but crushed exhausts and so on. So it's just one of those racing incidents, but clearly damaged front on the green car, damage back on the grey car. You can imagine where that happened down at Rivatsa, coming plunging in. We saw how Robert Lucas had to take a really big swipe to get by the Renault, not swipe the Renault, but really get in ultra deep, and they both just sort of scrabbled round. And if the door gets closed, either because he doesn't see you coming or because he does see you coming, then there's the inevitable collision and the inevitable conclusion as the car in front just gets punted straight out. This is our car that's 6th overall, 5th place in class. How does that work? Well, because it's in the A6 Pro class, the GT3 cars, but there is still the number 32 A6 AM class car in front of it. That's Tony Forney in the car collection Audi that was the car that was our leader at the checkered flag last night. Problem for the 335, that is the TCR class Peugeot, isn't it? And also we saw pulling into the pits Jordan Grogor and GP Extreme Renault RS01. That's the number 27 car. So that Peugeot 308 Racing Cup car in with TCR category cars, not built as a TCR car, but that is the closest class grouping here that it fits into. So that is where it has been added, and it looks as though they've got a left rear tyre going down, although from that shot maybe not so much. Oh, 28 is back in. This is the other GP Extreme Renault. This is their problem child, the car that didn't do a single lap yesterday. They tried to get the new engine to work, and then when it did, it seemed that the transmission wasn't playing ball, and now they've had the car out. It started the race, but it is back in, and lots of examination work going on, and that, I'm afraid, probably spells a long, long day for the team. There is its sister car. Again, it worried me just for a moment there when we saw the car in a garage. I thought, oh, right, he hasn't come in for fuel. He's just gone straight into the garage. But there he is receiving fuel. Not from that churn. That's for the overflow, because it's got a full dry brake system in this car. The car's fueled from a standard fuel pump, a standard petrol pump, as you would find at any normal petrol station, and with the normal trigger as well. So that rate of flow is fairly leisurely, to say the least. I thought it had a rear end problem, but it doesn't seem so with that Peugeot. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. Let's see whether he pulls onto the fuel pump, whether he's struggling for fuel. Let's see what Andrew Marriott knows down in the pit lane.
Just looking in the engine bay of the 28, they've just taken a circlip off a large pipe. Sorry, I'm not mechanical enough to know what that pipe actually does, but there's some sort of problem with a pipe which has either worked loose or the circuit has come loose, and presumably it's lost power because of that. So I think that's the problem there. Might be back on the race in, 10 minutes or so.
Excellent, thank you, Andrew. And into the pits for fuel as well has come our SP3 GT4 leader, Bob Herber, in that BMW that we heard Adrian Barwick from Optimum Motorsport talk about. That's the 114 car, the white car that didn't qualify, that only arrived just before the start of the race for the team, as they hurried it back down from their base in the Netherlands. And into the garage goes 335. So a little bit of a delay for the B2F competition team. Now, they've got two dogs in this fight. Andrew's off to find out what's wrong with that little TCR class pup. Thomas Fretin, Pascal Collin and Laetitia Tortellier. Laetitia, one of two women racing here. The other one is Stéphane Cox, whose dad, Peter Cox, is here as well. Peter Cock's a regular racer in the championship, but not racing this weekend. There's the 27 car, and 28 in the garage, being attended to as 27 comes in for tyres and possibly a driver change, although Jordan Gregor's only been in the car for 33 minutes, so he can race for another hour and a half before he has to get out. The maximum stint length for any driver in any car mandated at no more than 2 hours. You can see a little addition to the nose of that Peugeot Cup car. They've added a splitter and those little aluminium brackets to try and hold it all together. So they've made a couple of changes, maybe to up-spec it towards the pace of the TCR class rivals.
Yeah, that is a car from a one-make series, isn't it? The Peugeot 308 Racing Cup. So although we have a couple of Team Ultron Peugeot 308s, they are proper TCR cars, if you like, whereas the Racing Cup car sported by the B2F Competition car has to bridge a kind of gap in terms of the regulations, the technical regulations, to make sure that it is up to speed with the rest of the TCR division. Back to Andrew with another update.
Yeah, fuel pressure problem with the 335 car. They're going to try and fix it, but that's why it came into the garage here.
Thank you. 2 cars being sported by the B2F Competition organisation. They have a Porsche in the SP2 class and also that TCR car. So interesting that you bring 2 cars to the meeting, 2 radically different machines, and therefore your mechanics will have to be you know, very well-bred, I suppose, and
familiar with both.
Indeed.
Exactly right. Yeah, Bruno Fratin is at the wheel of their 35 car, which is currently in fourth in the very tightly contested SP2 class. As we're hearing from Joey Foster, SP2 and 991, basically Porsche 991 Cup cars, but there's been changes between the SP2 cars and the 991 standard car, which I'm afraid I'm not clever enough to detail, but although they all look the same, you're just looking at the Porsche there, 64, that's an SP2 car, and visually identical is 85, the 991 Cup car that is leading in the 991 class, but clearly below the ski, and a little bit of power to weight ratio difference, or maybe aerodynamic differences, maybe they're using carbon brakes instead of steel brakes. You know, it'll be those sort of things that make the difference in the rules. And the idea of this series is to try and have an open door, try and include as many cars as you possibly can by balancing what you've got with what everybody else has got. The 85, the white car, you can see there right in the foreground, that's the 991 class leader, that's Charles Espenlaub, and the second car in the shot, the second Porsche, the white and grey 64 car just there, that is next to him in the overall standings. They are 11th and 12th on the road, but the 64 car is leading in the SP2 class. Again, Andrew Marriott with more from the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm with Bob Herber here. It's just climbed out of the BMW, the car that they rushed from Holland. Bob, what's happened? You came into the pits.
Yeah, I came in the pits. I needed fuel and we needed new tires, so it's a regular stop. Safety precautions, we needed to check the brakes because it's a tough circuit on the brakes, so safety precaution.
How difficult has it been to switch from the other BMW to this car at the last moment?
It's not difficult, it's an experienced car. We drove it several Creventic events, so we know her. We call it the Widowmaker because she kills all the other guys on the track. It's an awesome car to drive. She's not fast enough, but every lap is a great joy.
Well, thanks very much. Just a quick stop then for them, but they went into the pit so they could work on it with a few more people, I guess.
Thank you, Andrew. Perfect stuff, yeah. Bob Herber and Martin Lanting, two-handing that car, raced together in that car for a number of years. They've raced against each other for many more in the Dutch Supercar Challenge. Little worrying moment there as the number 24 car gets over the curb. Jiraj Alexander finds the tail wagging the dog for a moment. Again, underlines, Johnny, what you have to avoid, which is hitting the big sausage parts on the inside of these curbs, because because of the motorcycle racing use of the circuit as well, the curbs are predominantly fairly flat, but once you stray onto those big sausages, then the car does tend to take off rather a lot, and it's not good for the suspension either.
I've noticed when these Mercedes go through Aqua Minerale, the front left corner of the bodywork scrapes along the ground. You get these sparks, so you know how close to the ground this bodywork and particularly that front splitter is. You're talking mere centimetres. So yeah, if you hit one of those sausage curbs, it's going to rip off part of the splitter or maybe one of the dive planes as well. Those curbs at Aqua Minerale, sorry, Variante Alta rather, are slightly more forgiving, but then you've got more sausage curbs on the exit, which very nearly Iraj Alexander collected.
Yeah, having ramped it over both those sets of curbs there at Variante Alta, he could see those big sausages coming, and he really steered away from them very definitely, because that's the sort of punishment that breaks suspension. Not now, not in 10 minutes, but maybe in an hour or 2 hours or 4 hours or 7 hours and 20 minutes with 7 hours 21 on the clock, and that's exactly what the drivers have to avoid. First time penalty of the day being handed to the number 32 car collection Audi of Tony Forney, again, as all these have been, for running wide at the exit of turn 19 Ravazza, and problems for 34 as well. We have more from the pit lane from Andrew Marriott as well.
Well, I've tracked down one of South Africa's greatest ever racing personalities, Sorrel van der Merwe, 11 times South African rally champion, many times touring car champion, winner of the Daytona 24 Hours back in the 1980s in the creepy crawly car. But still racing at 70, Sorrel.
I should probably seriously consider retiring. It's my 50th year of driving. But, you know, I still love the sport. I still like being involved, and I'm very fortunate to still be able to drive at this age. So,
you had success in both disciplines, both rallying and racing. Do you have a preference?
Not really. If I stopped doing the one I was missing it, I stopped doing the other one I was missing it. So, but, you know, just lovely to still be involved, and probably you could stay in racing for longer than rallying.
Now, you raced a lot with my old friend David Hobbs, and he says you got up to a few tricks together.
We had a wonderful time together with David. You know, David is actually a stand-up comedian, and it was wonderful having it around with him. Good friend of mine.
Now, you had a third at Le Mans as well, of course, in your career. That was a great race.
Yeah, we had a third. I think at Le Mans I came third, fourth, and fifth, and quite a few non-finishes. But, you know, Le Mans is to motorsport what Wimbledon is to tennis, so it's always nice to be around a scene like that.
Now, how's motorsport in South Africa these days? You used to have a Super Grand Prix track in Kyalami. I know it's been rebuilt recently.
We've got a wonderful track. The problem is in Africa as a whole really is that we have to follow European formulas with African money, and that's difficult. You know, there's just not enough guys around with that kind of money. So motorsport is in a bit of a doldrum in South Africa.
Now, we said that you won the Daytona 24 Hours in the creepy crawly car. Any memories of that?
Obviously, yes. It was probably the biggest win of my career at that point in time, and you know, with all the attention you got, and also Daytona put me onto the European scene. That's how I got to drive in the World Sports Car Championship, and from there works driver for the Porsche team. So Daytona was actually a breakthrough for me.
A fantastic 50-year career. It's been a pleasure to talk to you, Sorrel.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic, and what a great team that they have at the Treble 5 crew, Team Africa Le Mans, with Jan Lam as part of that outfit as well.
And next week when they race in Misano, they're also going to have Emanuele Pirro in the car as well, so they're not short on driving talent, are they?
Indeed.
Sorrel van der Merwe, like he said, the creepy crawly march winning Daytona was a massive, massive thing for his career, but also for African drivers. And, you know, at that stage we had the South African Grand Prix at Kyalami every year, and, you know, it really helped to focus attention again onto young African drivers, onto coming international motorsport. We've seen the 34 car pull off. We're on board now. It was up at Variante Alta. It's now back on track and running again, so not quite sure what the issue was. We heard mechanical problems, but the car is moving at least relatively well under its own steam, so whether it comes into the pits now or not remains to be seen. Occasionally these cars, you know, like your Wi-Fi router at home, need a little bit of a reboot, but looks as though everything is running okay. Number one has just gone by. Battle here for position. This is 24 Iraj Alexander and number 30 Tom Onslow-Cole. The all-Mercedes battle for 5th position. Joseph Kral's got by in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari and is now just 5 seconds out of the top 3, chasing down the car collection number 32 Audi of Tony Forney. And so here is your battle for 5th position. And these are the top 2 Mercedes in the field. There's 24 stopped recently, or since the beginning of the race? Yes, he has, because he's only 17 minutes
Yeah.
into a stint, and Tom Onslow Cole started as well. Behind them, the IDEC Sport Mercedes, number 17, that has also just come into the pits. And there is the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Joseph Kral on a real rip at the moment, lapping as quick as anybody in the top half dozen on the last few laps, and trying to close down Tony Fournet, who's a little slower in the number 32 car collection Audi. Iraj Alexander got a break in traffic there, just a slower car separating him slightly from Tom Onslow Cole as they continue their battle. And 108 being warned about track limits, you know where, don't you? The exit of Rivatsa, and that's the CAD Speed Racing Audi RS3 of James Kay, Jason Kopal and Eric Holstein. Holstein didn't drive it at all yesterday. Kopal did a couple of long stints, and then the car lunched its gearbox as soon as James Kay went out in it, and that ended up with a big rebuild for them. So that car, no, it didn't do its gearbox, it did something odd, didn't it? And it had a long rebuild, long time in the garage, but that car back out on track again.
Ferrari of Joseph Kral, 4th position, heading out of Variante Alta with 2 car collection Audis up ahead. One of them is there for position. The 34 car, though, we saw off a moment or two ago. It's running again, but the car was pulled off to driver's right at Variante Alta. It's Ingo Vögler at the wheel of the 34, and the car is slowing actually out of Rivatsa again. So car 34 with more drama, but the 32 machine, driven so superbly yesterday by Max Edelhoff, it now has Spaniard Tony Fournet at the wheel, being hunted down by young Josef Kral at the wheel of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Just the 2 drivers in the 11 car for this event. And that means that Jiri Pisaric will be taking that car over in due course for the next stint. But Josef Kral, who finished at the wheel of that car, obviously has had some overnight rest and put back into it, as we've seen with many of the gun drivers as part of the Pro-Am combination.
Well, there are 3 cars that got a 2-driver lineup, and that really restricts as we see the change for 3rd place. Josef Kral. Oh! Well, he had got by, but the APO Sport Porsche, our SP2 leader, had looped it round out of the... in fact, it's now down to 2nd in the SP2 class because they've just lost their position. Had looped it round out of Tosa. That's Alex Osborne. And now he's rather strong. Yeah, there we go. Got to, oh! Left rear puncture or left rear suspension? Something bobbling. Cars don't normally do that in reverse, do they? I don't think that car is entirely healthy. That seems to me possibly as though it might not... Oh, there doesn't appear to be any rubber on the right rear wheel. So, in fact, it wasn't left, it was right rear. So now the rubber comes back on towards the tyre. So Alex Osborne is going to have to creep back up. And with no air in that tyre, hardly a surprise, leaning on the right rear out of Tosa, that the car looped around.
No, indeed, and I just wonder when that had happened, how long the car was stuck in the middle of the track, because it might have been that Josef Kral attempted an overtake under yellow flags. He did back off as soon as he saw the Porsche broadside. He had little choice, really, but I just wonder whether the stewards are going to look at that again, attempting an overtake, as clearly the Audi had backed off a touch. I'm not sure whether the Ferrari was fully aware of the situation, though.
No, entirely so, and he was tucked right up behind the Audi, and I think the Audi just let him go, and he went up the inside, and suddenly, whoa, hang on a minute. It looked as though Alex Osborne had literally just looped round right in front of them, so yellow flags may well have been coming back out. Let's take a look again at how that happened. Josef Kral was having a look to get through. Now, this is a different incident. This is 120, they say they had bodywork problems after contact, and 206, the Audi TT, that's the one that had the engine gearbox rebuilt, or the gearbox rebuilt yesterday after a very long stop, as we're hearing from Joe's new friend Uli yesterday. Let's hear from Andrew Marriott.
I'm down in the 34 garage. The car's been in and got out again. Shifting problems. Audi Customer Racing have an engineer with the car here. He told me when it came in it wouldn't shift, but now it's right in itself. They didn't actually do anything to it. It's just managed to fix itself. Of course, it could have been a bit of finger trouble with the driver. We're not sure. Car's back on the racetrack though.
A gearbox that fixes itself is a very valuable and rare item. Having owned very, very many old nails through my driving career, generally problems that vanish reappear again. Alex Osborne still trying to creep in. A little bit of exhaust, I would have thought that might be. And I wonder whether that's cause or effect. Alex Osborne makes it back without ripping the back of the car apart. That's very good news. Stewards will look at the incident between cars number 120 and 206. I mean, it was the tiniest of rubs, and to be honest, it didn't look as though either driver was being malicious. So I don't expect to see anything coming out of that. However, Alex Osborne back in. 231 is in, the Ginetta as well, the Optimum Motorsport car, back in for fuel. And so that is their first stint. At how long have we been running? 50 minutes, 49 minutes, let's say, so far. And the APO Sport team, I'm sure, will be ready. The car, you would think at this stage, you're just going to chuck a tyre at it, or you actually probably chuck the entire set. I'm slightly surprised he didn't stop for fuel, because that would then give them a little bit of manipulating room, perhaps, if a code 60 were to arrive. Looking at the number 24 car of Iraj Alexander. Robert Lucas in the pits, the number 29 Forge Racing Porsche, which was trying to get all its laps back, or its lap back, is now in the pits. So it has pitted before the Herbert car. So in fact, it has not successfully gained a lap back on the leader. They're going to have to spend basically the rest of their race trying to do exactly that. We saw trouble for B2F's bright yellow Peugeot 208. There's B2F's bright yellow Porsche, being passed by Iraj Alexander. And overheating, oh dear, really chronic overheating. Probably not a surprise for the APO car, because it was coming in so slowly, and racing cars don't tend to like that. Now, whether it had a bit of an issue before the puncture or not remains to be seen. But Andrew Marriott is down there. Andy, who can you grab? What can you find out? Have a word with Paul May.
Paul, so what do you think happened here?
Well, we had a lot of water yesterday, so and the temperature's rising a bit, so I'm not sure quite why we're losing it, but we obviously got a bit of an issue here. And that's the second puncture we've had as well. I had a puncture yesterday as well, so...
Well, that was a puncture without rubbing anybody?
No. Yes, exactly both the same things. No curve hitting or anything, it was just a puncture, so I'm not too sure.
Thanks. So the Patisserie Valerie car about to go back, and they're still pouring water in out of the supermarket bottles here. Expensive top-up, I think. And well, down the side, it's been, and remember this is a Patisserie Valerie car, creamed a little bit.
Right, I'm just making a mental note of that. Andrew, 1-0 up on the rest of the field.
He's peaking too early, I think.
Oh, no, excellent. Well, you know, he's saying that mineral water would be an expensive fill-up. I've seen cars at Le Mans being filled, their cooling system being filled with red wine out of plastic bottles, because that was literally the only thing that the teams could get their hand on at the time that they needed it, which obviously put a kink in their lunch plans, but at least got the car back out. And you know that distinctive smell, and Joe Bradley behind us will absolutely know that distinctive smell. When the car vacates all its water, you get that really distinctive smell of the water leaving the radiator. I'd hate to think what it smells like when boiling red wine leaves the radiator. All that and more still to come. There is Alfa Renau, our race leader in the Herbert Porsche. First time we've seen them for 10 or 20 moments. They've just set the new fastest lap of the race, and a 1 minute 44.828. Nobody else has got into the 44.8. The Force Porsche with Robert Lucas did a 44.9. So that car, the Porsche of the Herbert Motorsport team, they used to not qualify especially well, you know, there or thereabouts, top 6 or 8, and then race incredibly well. Now they seem to have got the racing absolutely down pat. They're also running very strongly in qualifying, very nearly put the car on pole position yesterday. And what I mean very nearly, they did put the car on pole position yesterday for the first part of the race. He says, looking for his grid sheets, because my memory isn't as good as to stay alive overnight, but they are really quite a complete race team now. They've seem to always have an answer for everything that happens, and whenever there's a code 60, if they don't come in, that tends to be the right choice, and if they do come in, that tends to be the right choice as well. There's some very, very clever minds in that team working with that car. It's not just pace, they really have the complete operation, and considering it's family-run team. The brothers, the twins, run Herbert Motorsport as well as their day job. They're doing a really standout job at the moment. They have a lap lead over the fields. Scuderia Praha's Josef Kral in second place. More from the pits with Andrew Marriott.
And I'm with Chase Owen. Normally we see him racing in British Formula 3. Chase, that's a slightly different session, difficult session for you.
What was that?
Do you have a few problems in that session?
This session, no. We had a pretty clean session. We had to start from the pits to repair a mirror. So they wouldn't let us race without the mirror. We had to repair that right as the green came up and the race started. So we did start from pits, but then got a pretty decent lap in there, or session in there.
Seem to be enjoying this very different form of racing, because also I remember last year's the champion of Alton, which is an amazing from a boy from Houston.
Yeah. Like you said, I'm doing this in addition to my F3 season this year. So this is my first endurance race that I've ever done. I've only done 20-minute stints in a car, so this is quite different. Loving the team. Team's great, good atmosphere, and so I'm just enjoying myself.
Go and take a rest. Well done, mate. Right. And as you heard, they had problems with the mirror. The mirror was wiped off right at the end of yesterday's 4 hours, and they took the decision to not repair it. They could have dropped, I think, 10 laps, or was it 4? Because there's so many different regulations here. Anyway, they decided to repair it at the start of today's 8, which was probably the right decision. But fine young driver, Chase Owen. Great to see him racing here and enjoying endurance. Maybe we'll see him in the Daytona 24 one day.
Yeah, wouldn't be at all surprised. And as you say, Andrew, as he said, to go from 20-minute races, not a stint even, a 20-minute race, to go to being stuck in a car for 2 hours. And also, we talked about this yesterday for some of these guys, they've never been at a race where the race has started with their car and they weren't in it. What's that all about? That's not something you get with single-seaters or with touring car drivers. You don't get somebody else starting the race in your car, and you don't get handed some hot, nasty, part-knackered, brakes worn, tyres a little bit iffy, bit of a dodgy gear selector, well used by one careful owner car. Normally you start with a car that's only just been wheeled out of the tent or out of the garage, absolutely as perfect as it can be. So there's all sorts of different learning. It's great to see that young man from Houston, Texas, who was the champion of Alton in Formula Ford last year, racing in British Formula 3 and also having his first endurance race. Bit of debris there in the road, as we see Iraj Alexander and Tom Onslow-Cole still battling over 4th place. And behind them now is Patrick Eisman in Porsche. So Patrick Eisman taking over that car that's now in 6th position. And still Alfred Renauer. We saw them yesterday with the Porsche 911, the Herbert Motorsport car, not only running fast, but apparently being able to run as long or longer than anybody else on fuel as well. He's now on the end of a 56-minute stint. So that car has been running since the beginning of the race, and it was right up at the front of the field when we ended. So I'm not quite sure how much longer it's going to go before it needs to come into the pits.
Here's a little bit more from Andy.
Yeah, just a little bit actually. The 120 car, the Martin Byford run machine, had lots of problems yesterday, including an incident. You see the damage down the side of the car here. But now they've had big brake problems, and they've had to change the calipers on the front, both sides, and that's not what they intended, and there's no quick fix on changing calipers on a car of this type, so they're losing quite a lot of time. But nice to have 4 English drivers all together in one car here in Italy.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's another Seat Leon Cup car effectively put into the TCR division. Creventic again bringing touring cars from various different disciplines into the TCR class, and the team manager of that Cycle.com division now being summoned to the race director.
Yeah, because don't forget, we saw them having that incident with 206, the LMS Engineering Audi TT, just a little side-by-side action. Not quite sure what brought that about, but Martin Byford has been summoned to the race director, so obviously they feel that there may be a penalty to be applied. They want to hear from whoever was at the wheel of that Seat Leon. I have to say, I don't remember exactly who it was. Number 80 Porsche back out and into the fray. Alex Osborne now down to 6th position in SP2, and this is such a tight class battle, SP2 and 991 together, that if you lose a lap, you are really struggling to make it back. And there is the Cycle.com Seat Leon ready to go back out. And having changed the brakes, hopefully it will be going and well, stopping as quickly as it goes. And if APO can stop their car overheating, I think they should be very happy with that as well. Trying to make sure that there was no airlocks in the system. Back on board in the Porsche. So this is now the car being driven by Patrick Eisman in 6th position, number 29, Forge Racing Porsche. This comes across the start-finish line under the Imola Bridge, rushing down to Tamburello.
There's the Cycle Seat that he's just whipped by, because the Cycle.com Seat's just rejoined the race. So it was a very quick fix there, despite the damage it's still carrying, as Andrew mentioned, from yesterday. So Patrick Eisman, they're not quite back onto the lead lap, and he is trailing Tom Onslow-Cole by 1 minute and 15 seconds. So this is lap 156 for car 29, after great work from Robert Lucas in the early stages of today's restarted race. Lucas pretty much doing the first hour, but now handing over to Eisman, who's been at the wheel for nearly 10 minutes and trying to get things back onto course as far as chasing down, well, the ultimate race leader, Alfred Renauer. Seems to be in a little bit of a world of his own so far, as do the rest of the crew. Remember, that's the car, the 911 Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche that won the Dubai 24 Hours. It also won at Red Bull Ring and the Ricard race as well. The only race it's not won so far in the 24-hour series is the race at Mugello, so looking for their first race win in Italy this year.
I'm sure I read somewhere that they've not actually won a 24-hour series race in Italy, the Herbert Motorsport team, so that is something that they may well yet cross off today. Porsche versus Porsche, going down past one of the SP2 class cars. This is the A6 Pro class car of Patrick Eisman. Out of Rivazza. There's the pit lane entry on the right-hand side. Fuel pumps just on the right as you come by there before you get to the race control building. This long two-part kink around the bendy pit lane. Then the first sweeping left. That's known as turn 2 on the track reference. But everybody else will call this basically the first corner. Tamburello. Now this 3-part chicane. Those big ridged curbs inside the normal curbing. Down into Villeneuve. This is a more open chicane, certainly the exit is. And that's really important, the exit, to get you down to Tosa on the right part of the racetrack. Tend to take a kind of hugging the inside line, most drivers. You just saw Patrick Eisman there really squaring the corner off. Maybe the Porsche just rotating a little bit more freely than some of the big front engine cars. Over the crest and up to Piratella. One left, and the second left plunges you off down the hillside. You can't see where you're going, you just are aware that that is the direction of the track into the double right-hander, and then the left that follows as you exit Acqua Minerale, climbing back up towards Variante Alta.
911, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, is now stopping. So fuel first, going in on the top of the nose there, rather than the traditional place for a fuel cap on a road car, just above the rear wheel.
Except not in a Porsche, because that's where your engine is. So the fuel tank in a Porsche is in the front.
Is it?
Yes.
I've never owned a Porsche, can you tell?
Well, you know.
But it's normally offset.
Me neither.
It's normally offset, though, isn't it, rather
Yes.
than bang in the middle there?
Yeah, yes, exactly so.
OK, so it will be fuel just in front of the Apola then, would it, on a road Porsche?
Yeah, it's. I think it's in the wing in most most 911s. But
I
again,
pulled in behind a Porsche Carrera in my local supermarket the other day and didn't pay attention to where the nozzle was inserted.
well, it's all those old stories when they first used to be popular. Is people lifting up the bonnet, going, right, where's the dipstick? No, it's at the back.
Yes. I knew where the engine was, didn't necessarily know where the fuel tank was on a Porsche, but I suppose it's where the space will be.
Exactly.
where the engine isn't.
And away from all that heat.
Yes.
Also being ideal. So they are in the pits, and that makes our current race leader, or does it, Josef Kral. We'll have to wait for him to complete another lap, because at the moment it's showing him as 4 minutes behind. So I think that they are now on the lead lap as opposed to possibly in the actual lead. And 28? Yes, oh no, that's 20, that is 27. So there's been a driver change at 27. We started the day, didn't we, with, I've forgotten at the wheel of the number 27 car, who was it? It was Jordan Grogor. Nicky Pastorelli's the other driver of that car, as well as Frédéric Fatien. Now, it was Pastorelli and Grogor who did all the driving yesterday, so Fatien has done none, and I expect to see Frédéric Fatien in the car a little bit more regularly today, because the other drivers, there is a maximum length to any driver of 6 hours. You're not allowed to do more than that. So we could have the two pros sprinting the entire race, but they are unlikely to do so, since Fabien is in the wheel at the moment.
Ferrari heading into Variante Alta, and we'll get to recap on something else that's happening in the race very shortly, but number 11 car of Josef Kral has been going about his business brilliantly well so far. This was a sideways moment for the Brookspeed Porsche, car number 40, and that's the Rory Butcher car, isn't it? And also Chase Owen, William Paul at the wheel of a GT4 car once again. And let's get another update from Andrew Marriott in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm with the man who's just climbed out of the lead car. Super stint there, Alfred.
Yeah, it was a perfect start for us in the next day. The car is very, very good. Everything is perfect. So we hope we can go on like this.
Very big news from Porsche yesterday that you will be representing them at the Spa 24-hour with 2 cars, Herbert Motorsport. Tell us a bit more about that.
The idea comes very late, about 2 hours, 2 weeks ago, and then we decided to put another car for Daniel and Ralph. They were interesting in this event because it's one of the best races in Europe, and we're looking forward for this great race. We have good driver lineups in both cars, and hopefully we can have a good result there.
That's a pretty big deal for you, racing for Porsche factory.
Yeah, it's great. It's really great.
So there we are, Alfred Renauer, great Bavarian team. You're Bavarian, aren't you?
Bavarian, yes.
Very important, yeah. Thanks. They're Bavarian, means a lot.
Yes, don't ever suggest they're German. That's the way you get right in trouble with Bavarians.
So the drama's potentially for the Porsche Lorient car as well in a moment. Let's have a look at what happened to the 64 car into Rivazza. Yes, offline, having to take to the curb and some of the grass as well. Thankfully, the 64 car kept it out of the gravel, though, which could have potentially caused a big problem with punctures. And the 64 car currently being driven by Francois Ansel, I think that is. The car running in the lead of SP2 ahead of a whole gaggle of Porsches. And really, the SP2 leader, the closest car to taking the fight to the 85, which is the Pro Sport Performance Porsche at Charles Espenlaub, leading Class 991. But really, the rest of the Class 991 not offering the competition as far as the Espenlaub car is concerned.
Brake change. I think this is the 206 Audi TT. My knowledge of calipers leads me to believe that.
Very good.
Andrew's right there. Fade him up. Let's see what Andrew's got to say. Oh, he's cleared off, all right.
The most engineering car from Germany, which of course had big problems yesterday. But they just changed the caliper, changed the pads there, and I wouldn't have expected that to happen in a race of this distance. Now the car doesn't want to engage the starter motor or something. They're rocking it. Well, they've stopped rocking it now, but they were rocking it backwards and forwards. Now it's fired up, and I think possibly it's got a clutch problem because we'll not be able to get this car off. I can't quite see who's at the wheel at the moment. Of course, we had
yeah, I can't see
Miss
either.
Cox driving it earlier, and I saw her and her father cycling into the track this morning, but finally it's got underway, but possibly with a clutch problem.
Yeah, that had a gearbox go on it yesterday when Uli Andre was driving it. It's Stefan Weiniger, who's the scion of a family brewing concern, as you can see from the side of the car. So it's had a gearbox problem, it's had to change its brakes, The engine doesn't appear to want to start. The starter motor is a bit US. Pretty much everything in front of the driver's feet appears to be very questionable, not exactly what Audi would have hoped. Just being reminded by Right Turn Lover, now that we've got some internet back, I mentioned there was Stefan Cox driving that car, one of 2 women in the field, and he goes, Chantal Kroll, yes, okay, I beg your pardon, Chantal. So 3 women racing in the field this weekend, unless I've forgotten anybody else. Drivers of so many different nations here, and all sorts of backgrounds as well. Really, it's just such a massive melting pot. Different cars, different drivers, different backgrounds, different experiences, and lots of them coming here to Imola for the very first time. It's not as used quite as often in international racing as it used to be. With Iraj Alexander behind Tom Onslow-Cole. Onslow-Cole's got by now, and the car collection Audi number 32 car, that's third. So this is third, fourth and fifth. Ignore the green Grasser Lamborghini, that's a long way back. That is down in 20th place. But the Audi you can see in front, and that grey Mercedes and the blue Mercedes, that is the battle for third place right now. Josef Král second, Robert Renauer took over the Herbert Porsche from brother Alfred, and he is still our race leader. And they are all on the same lap. Iraj Alexander, the blue Mercedes, is 40 seconds off the lead, so our top 5 still on the same lead lap.
Those joining us for the first time today may not know about the problems for the 203 Vortex V8, by the way, the GC automobile car, which had a big crash in practice, denying us a 4th female driver. Nana Gertsch was down to drive that, along with Martin Gertsch and Lionel Amrush, but sadly we're denied the fact of the 6.2-litre V8 power GC automobile, the Vortex V8. So sometimes the 203 car comes with the 204, 2 radically different machines, as there's a position change there between the 2 AMGs.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Onslow-Cole ran out very wide and lost the position to Iraj Alexander that he just got, and this is where he did it, getting a really good run. Iraj Alexander, not quite sure why he didn't have the momentum there past the start-finish. Maybe he just got a little bit out of shape through the Rivazza, but there, Tom Onslow-Cole going the wrong way around traffic, lost a bit of grip out on the dirt, out on the grey stuff, and Iraj Alexander got straight back. So third, fourth and fifth, still as close as they were, but in a slightly different order to the last time we saw them, but in the same order to the time before. So these 3 at it, hammer and tongs. Tony Fournet in the 32, the white car collection Audi with the blue and orange. Iraj Alexander in 24, the pale blue, the sky blue Mercedes, and Tom Onslow-Cole in the number 30 Ram racing car, the grey car with the orange highlights. And on board with Iraj Alexander, looking to go the inside. No, can't get round there. The Grasser Lamborghini's in the way, and a chance for Onslow-Cole as they come out to Tosa. They are nose to tail. There's a slower white Porsche on the left. There's a very marginally slower Lamborghini, and there's a very much slower GT86 Toyota to the right-hand side. As they come up into the Piratella, they clear most of the traffic. The Lamborghini is still in front, but in front of them, still diving down into Acqua Minerale, is the number 32 Audi, the car collection car of Tony Fournet, and he's just opened up, or been able to open up in traffic, a half dozen, maybe 8 or 10 car lengths gap now, and trying to get round Milos Pavlovic, the 20th place car, the 963 Grasser Racing Lamborghini, is not going to be easy, because the Serb isn't slow, and neither is the Lambo, but Iraj Alexander needs to try and get by immediately, or the Lamborghini will end up being a TCR jammer car, and Tom Onslow-Cole will go straight by. Not modern TCR, that's your childhood TCR, by the way.
Iraj Alexander making quick work of Pavlovic into the braking area for Rivazza. I don't think Milos made a big deal of that, in fairness. Managed to stay just off the racing line to allow one of the big Mercedes through, but Tom Onslow-Cole now needs to do likewise to make sure that the baby blue car doesn't get too far ahead. They were all managing to duck by the way, the number 85 Porsche at Tosa Corner, the all-white car of Pro Sport Performance, which leads the 991 class, with still Charles Elspinlaud at the wheel. He shares that car, as always, with Charlie Putman and Joe Foster. Now the By-Speed Factory Audi maybe causing a little bit of a problem on the exit of the corner, zigzagging from left to right, and Tom Onslow-Cole trying to get up the inside of Milos Pavlovic, just not the track space into Villeneuve.
All sorts of different cars in different classes. The drivers in the A6 class cars are really having to work hard to try and find a little bit of space to communicate where they want to go to the driver of the slower car, and to see if they can't find their way through without losing any momentum. And behind them, battle going on between two Audis, the Audi RS3 in the TCR class and the Audi TT, which you've just seen delayed. That's gone by it, but still the Tony Fournay-driven car collection Audi number 32 car, third overall leader of the A6 AM class, Iraj Alexander in the sky blue Mercedes, fourth overall, second in the A6 AM class, and in fifth place, Tom Onslow Cole, who's third in the A6 Pro category. He still hasn't managed to clear Milos Pavlovic. Pavlovic knows he's down in 20th. He knows he's not racing these guys, and he's a canny enough racer to know that if somebody comes calling, he's going to stay out of their way. But he needs to keep the pace up for Grasser Racing. They want to finish as strongly as they possibly can. They've had a couple of issues with the car, and he's not just going to waft out of the way and allow you to go by and slow down for you. But if you come calling, then he's not going to shut the door. And Tom Onslow Cole comes across the start-finish line, tucked under the back of the Grasser Racing Lamborghini, shows his nose nice and early on the way down into Tamburello, and the door is left wide open by Milos Pavlovic. So Onslow Cole clears that hurdle, but by this stage, he's about 2.5 seconds now behind Iraj Alexander after having just caught him and passed him. Now he's got to do all that work again. And that's the story of endurance racing, isn't it? Traffic glitches you and you end up losing ground, or the car you're chasing that you've worked so patiently gets away, and then you have to do it all again.
Just to give you an example of Milos Pavlovic and his talent to get close and very close to the BOP advantage time. It's 1:48 this weekend. He's just done a 1:48.050 second lap. That is 0.05 of a second. Close to the envelope, but not beyond it. He's not breached it, and he's not breached it by 0.05 of a second. Let's just keep an eye on this stint from Pavlovic to see how close he gets to that time for the rest of it.
He's 0.05 away, any closer, and he's really, really in trouble. We're hearing, actually, I can't remember which of the cars were saying yesterday that they were having to aim for a 1:48 every lap, but they didn't have a live split time readout in the car. So it was only when they actually got to the line at the end of the lap that they knew whether they judged it right or not. Now that's really, really hard. Really tough work to try and do. You see in a lot of the cars when you're on board with them, certainly in the 24 car, the blue car, it's got 2 timer readouts, one with your time of the lap, and the other one specifically just to see whether you're ahead or behind on your delta. So you're getting double information. In fact, it's not in 24, it's in one of the other cars. It might even be in the 32 car that we're chasing down. But as of now, you've got to try and pass the car in front, but not exceed or not go faster than the lap that you have put yourself into the category not to beat. So that's another really tough job. It's not just go fast and overtake, it's go so fast and overtake. And both of those cars in the AM class are limited to going absolutely at no quicker than a 1:46, and so you have to take the half chances, as Iraj Alexander does, diving into Tosa, gets half alongside, still half alongside, little more than half alongside. It's now level as they come up the hill. Wow, and into Piratella, who's got the inside line, and through he goes, and there is the change for third place that he has been working on so long and so hard. He got dropped by Tom Onslow Cole, he got back in front of Onslow Cole, now he's caught the Audi, he's up to third, he's in traffic, and Onslow Cole is right with them. Third, fourth and fifth, nose to tail now as they come out of Acqua Minerale and up to Variante Alta. More cars in the way. The Team Altron Peugeot 308, and they stream by the Peugeot, desperately trying to get out of the way, avoid getting clobbered by any of the high-speed train that came through, because they were not stopping at that station, were they? And again, you know, we talk about this so many times, that traffic can really play against you, and that really hurt, first of all, the 32 Audi, and then Iraj Alexander when he got by him, because it's brought Tom Onslow Cole right back into the game.
Let's have a look at that incident again, as Pavlovic does a 1:48.055 this time. But there were 2 points of contact, and possibly the front right light cluster there had been knocked out of alignment very slightly for Iraj Alexander. But this was the front right corner of the 24 Mercedes, clonking the side of the car collection Audi. These are strong cars, so I don't think that will affect their performance. And as you said, just forcing the issue a little bit. The door was open. It was starting to be closed by Tony Fournay, but too late for the Spaniard. because the long nose of the Iraj Alexander Mercedes was already there.
And they're both limited to going no quicker than a 1:46 lap. And right as he got back onto the tail of that group, Tom Onslow-Cole knew he was on an in lap, had to come in for fuel, so they will have to go and start that cycle again. And about halfway through the next fuel tank, they'll find themselves back up with 24 and 32 again, who will stop later. Brake pads are awaiting somebody, and I would suggest number 30, well, number 1 is in as well. Christian Frankenhout starting that car today. So he's now at the end of a double stint. I'm sure he will hand over. We saw Chantal and Michael Kroll driving that car yesterday. Michael ended up doing the very last little bit of the day that was left, 20-odd minutes or so by the time they'd finished their radiator change. Kenneth Heyer drove it as well as Christian Frankenhout. Chantal Kroll didn't get in. Roland Eggerman didn't get in it yesterday either. I'm sure they will do the lion's share of today as well, get all their racing hours in. And we believe that the brake pad change will be affected on the number 30 car. And again, I would imagine that Tom Onslow-Cole will get out now, having done a double stint, and hand over to his teammate, Raymond Vos. Raymond and Tom doing it as a two-hander, so they're doing half the race each, about 6 hours each. 32 is in, car collection Audi as well. So that comes in from 4th place. Tony Fournet heading to the fuel pumps. Iraj Alexander on his own then in 3rd. 45 seconds off the lead, 20 seconds behind Josef Kral, who in turn is 25 behind our race leader. 12th overall, the number 64 Porsche, and that is now our SP2 leader. 85, a couple of spots up the road in front of him, Charles Espenlaub in the Pro Sport Porsche. That is the all-white car, that 62 machine, leading the SP2 class, where we find most of our Porsches. The 64 machine, I beg your pardon. And who's driving that? It is Frédéric Ancel, who's at the wheel of that car, being passed by Milos Pavlovic. Pavlovic in 20th place overall. And how far behind is that Grasser Racing Lamborghini after its problems yesterday and its biff today? It's completed 153 laps to 167 of the leader. So in fact, he's now up to 154 to 167 the leader, so he's still a long way back. And it's now grinding it out to the finish, really, for everybody who's been delayed. But just behind, this is 75, 35 and 78, is it? Yes, it is. This is the battle for second in the SP2 class. These three Porsches all battling each other. The yellow B2F car, Bruno Fretin, in the 75 IDEX sport car, that is Roman Wozniak. And the third car in the queue, the middle car in the queue, the B2F car rather, the front car in the queue, that's Bruno Fretin. So he's now picked them off, and Gavin Pickering in the middle of that little group as well. So there is Gavin Pickering, 78. He's moved himself in front of those two, and in fact the Lorient Porsche goes by the B2F car as well. So reinstating himself, Frédéric Ancel leading that group for in the 64 car. Wozniak in the 75 IDEX sport car was ahead of Bruno Fretin in the B2F car, who then got in front of him and then has been shuffled back down, and Gavin Pickering passed both of them. So this is all for position. Gavin Pickering in the white 78 car, picking both of those rival cars off.
And Pickering, we had concerns about where the 78 car was in the field at the start of the race. I think it's because the 78 didn't actually take the start. If you remember, it came in at the end of the first green flag lap of 2 and had some attention on it from the team. So the 78 was being shown as no laps, even after a good portion of yesterday's race. But the 78's now been reinstated and correctly in 15th position, 4th place in SP2. And if we had a Porsche Carrera Cup race going on here, it would be 5th in that, because remember, Charles Espenlaub leading the 991 class, but I think really the target from the Pro Sport Performance team is to stay ahead of all the SP2s as well, if they can manage it.
Well, at the moment they're all being shown a lap apart. I'm not actually sure if that's accurate, but we'll wait and see. Now the B2F car seems to have got back past. No, it hasn't. No, that's another group of cars. So they were in, these three Porsches were in exactly the reverse order, with 35 in front. Oh, gets in way too hot into Tamburello. I mean, ridiculously in deep there. Really caught himself out trying to make up ground. Catching him, the only Ferrari in the race. That's the red Scuderia Praha car of our second place driver, Josef Kral. Kral. 1:45.009 last time round. A clear lap, clearly, for him, because that is the fastest the car has gone today. And the race leader did a 1:45.6, so Kral has brought the gap down from 22 to 21.4 seconds, but the gap has been creeping out lap by lap by lap.
Porsche Lorient car then heading into the Tamburello chicane. That's the 64 car driven by Frederick Ansel, leading the SP2 class. And as you say, the car's behind, 1 lap adrift, 2 laps adrift, 3 laps adrift. So once this all balances out, it might be that the 64 car is well up the road here from everybody else. But we have to allow this to balance out a little bit, I think, after recent stops for cars behind this 64 with the blue door mirrors, as opposed to the 65 with the red door mirrors. Here's a little more from Andrew Marriott in the pit lane.
I'm with Tom Monstercold. TOC just climbed out of the car, Tom. They had brakes waiting for you. They didn't change the pads. Is the pedal a bit soft?
Absolutely, yeah. I think this is pretty high braking force surface circuit, and we're churning through those front pads for sure. So we had a little look at them on the grid this morning, and we're going to have to do a pad change at some point. And you know, the guys are ready to go just in case. I think as the peg gets lower, the wear is exponential. So it's a little bit of guesswork as to when we're going to need to do them.
Now you're in a terrific battle with the other Mercedes there and the Audi. Three-way battle for second place.
Yeah, really good fun with those guys. Our car feels pretty sharp. On the handling, we seem to have lost a little bit of straight line performance overnight, probably with the temperature. But still, I think we've got a really good car we can fight with here. So fingers crossed, Riemann has a smooth run, and I'll be back in to continue the fight where he leaves it.
I was quite surprised how well Isrash was driving, because he's not a big name guy like you.
What was that one, sorry?
Isrash was driving very well in the other car, the other Mercedes.
Yeah, absolutely. They were really quick there. I really struggled to stay with them, especially on the straights, even in the slipstreams. I don't know if we're missing something or they found something, but yeah, we need to go and work on that, because I'm having to work hard in the corners to even stay with them.
It's going to be a big battle right to the end, I think.
I think so. As long as everyone has a trouble-free run, then this is going to be one heck of a fight to the end, I think.
Thanks very much. And of course, Ram Racing, European GT champions, run by Dan Shufflebottom. Remember Johnny Molam and Matt Griffith winning that championship for them. And of course, Dan with a long history in both in rallying originally and subsequently in Formula One as a leading mechanic there, if I remember rightly, with Mercedes actually.
Right, okay, so there's that tie-in again. Yes, you're right with the success with Johnny Molam. That was in Ferraris, there wasn't it? They were all white Ram Racing Ferraris. I remember they used to run in the European Le Mans series. Talking about Tom Onslow-Cole not having necessarily the straight line speed over the 24 SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes, but Michael Kroll was telling us about the fact that if you go into the Pro class, A6 Pro, you have to strap on, I think it's 50 kilos into your car and change the setup of the car as well. So if the Tom Onslow-Cole Ram Racing car is carrying far more weight, then obviously it's going to struggle down the straights. That might be something that Tom doesn't actually know about, because you don't want the drivers to know all the regulations inside and out. But I think they may be able to put more fuel in the car as a Pro machine, but they do run lighter in the AM class, if memory serves.
Yeah, the AM class you can run lighter. In fact, if you go AM for BOP Advantage, where you never go faster than 1 minute 48 around here, you can take 50 kilos out of the base weight of the car, if you can take 50 kilos out of the base weight of the car, and that's all part of that as well. But the Pro class weighing 30 kilos more than any of the AM class Mercedes, and they are allowed less fuel as well per stop, so they have to stop more often to sort of blunt their expected pace. 17, Patrice Lafargue, no, Paul Lafargue, 17, second driver, Paul Lafargue at the wheel at the moment of the 17 Mercedes. And that car has been working its way a little bit up the order. The IDEC car now in 5th position. Robert Renard still leading from Josef Kral and Iraj Alexander. So it's Porsche, Ferrari, Mercedes. Then Patrick Eisman 4th for that wasn't a sentence I embarked on wisely, was it?
Shall we talk about Smurfs on the side of the number 58 car?
Oh, could we?
That's the Lost Village. I think, is it the third in the Smurf film franchise?
Looking to Joe Bradley for leadership on this one. Joe Bradley says, it is.
Yes, it is. Well, I remember that it carried this detailing on the side, and this is something that Nick Damon gets very excited about. De Smurfen, it says on one side of it. And yes, it was
Schrumpf. Yes, indeed.
Good knowledge. And it was carrying this prior to the film's release, but despite the film now being probably working its way to some kind of Blu-ray or DVD release, it's still...
Blu-ray.
I don't know what one of those
Blu-ray,
is.
Smurfs, Blu-ray.
Blu-ray. Is there one called Ray? There's Smurfette, I know.
Yeah, you would.
But Ray Smurf, not sure.
No,
anyway, it has Panini stickers on the side of that car and Smurfs, which are two great sponsors I remember from my youth. There it is, turning right and left at Variante Alta. Meanwhile, the race leader...
You have just earned yourself a Panini book and a full set of Smurf
I
figurines.
do hope so.
From a national petrol station.
There's the 911 Porsche, driven by Robert Renauer now, doing 145, sometimes 144s, and the car is 23 seconds clear of Joseph Kral, who lost a bit of time to that 911 Porsche at the moment. They are bossing this race once more, on course then for a 4th win of the year, but we're not yet at half distance, and this team will know that there is still a number of laps to be ticked off before they can start to think about another trophy.
Now, I did mention they've never won a race in Italy in the 24-hour series. Right-hand lover ups that stake and sees us with they've not even finished an Italian 24-hour series race since 2015.
Okay.
They DNF'd Mugello last year and this. So they're on a hat-trick here of trying to actually finish a race. At the moment, it's their race because everybody else is struggling to match them on pace, on fuel economy and on reliability, but that has curse of a commentator written all over it, so I will withdraw my iron from that particular fire right away and just let them get on with it. They, as you say, though, they still lead comfortably from Josef Kral, and the young driver from the Czech Republic in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, lapping in 146s and 7s compared to 44s and 45s of the Renauer brothers. So not only are they amenable Bavarians who happen to own a very nice racing team, but they can also pedal in decently quickly as well. Iraj Alexander from 3rd place into the pits for fuel, and that will elevate Patrick Eiserman in the Forge Racing Porsche to 3rd, great, which is less F-heavy than 4th for the Forge. Oh, no. Right, make a mental note. Don't say that. I will now call it the number 29 Porsche.
We call it the Olymp Porsche, which is the other bit of sponsorship it carries. Powered by Olymp is Forge Racing. And
it's still a twister of the tongues. 4-lap penalty for the number 78 Porsche for entering the pit lane before the race started. To wit, and IE and Viz, the end of the first formation lap. We saw them peeling off into the pit lane, didn't we? Saying, wow, they must really have been on fumes. They must really have been on fumes. We heard Gavin Pickering suggesting that might well be the case. The speed lover Porsche that he shares with Don Bastian and Pierre Puck had to come in, but unfortunately they have been handed a 4-lap penalty for that. So that's sort of rather undone any staying out on fuel to the end of the lap. Car 32's team manager, the car collection Audi, which we saw with Tony Forney in 2nd and 3rd place that started from pole, their team manager being told to report to race director, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. And in the pit lane is that looks like Charles Putman is driving round, so it's not. Trouble for one of the Renaults. Is that 27 or 28 going off? Can't tell because they are identical. 27. So 28 possibly. Unfortunately didn't quite got a bit of a wobbly cam shot, too wobbly for my eyes there. So 28 car, yes it was 28 car. That car didn't turn a lap yesterday, tried to leave the garage twice and it was a bit of a failure, didn't want to go out at all. Seemed to now have it sorted and in full working order. But maybe tripping itself up, or the driver tripping himself up over traffic there at Variante Alta. That car currently still last on the timing screens. It has now completed 42 laps though. Lippert Racing Lamborghini still in the pit lane, undergoing very major rebuild. The B2F competition, TCR class Porsche, undergoing a major rebuild. And Eric Holstein in the Cadspeed Audi, that undergoing another major rebuild as 24 comes to driver change time. Iraj Alexander steps out. We'll wait to see who gets into that car. They've all now made their way back down to the pits. The entire team was in front of our commentary position, alternately looking out from the grandstand and then looking in the window at the side of our commentary position so they could see the rest of the lap on our monitor. But driver change there. I think Richard Feller will probably be the third to go in the way that they cycle around last times, but it's either he or Alexandre Coigny.
Let's find out whether Andrew knows who's due next in the 24.
Yes, Alex Coigny is already in the car, actually. He'll go out, and just look at our beautiful shot here between the cool cameras. If Seb just pulls back, you'll get real art. And there the car goes. And I'm going to dive in the pits and see if I can get hold of Iraj and find what he's got to say about it all. And just one thing I wanted to add, I was just talking to Tom Onslow-Cole after the interview, and his co-driver, Mr. Vos, Leonard Vos, it's only his fourth race ever.
Yeah, Raymond Vos still getting well and truly used to the Mercedes AMG. I remember that car, I think, debuting at Mugello this year, and if they've done them all, then that would be the fourth race, wouldn't it? Mugello, Red Bull Ring, Paul Ricard, and here at Imola. So Raymond Vos, very new to motorsport. He is the main investor as far as that car is concerned. I think Raymond actually owns the Mercedes AMG that Dan Schoffelbottom is running on his behalf effectively, and Tom Onslow-Cole signed up as the pro driver. Very experienced in the Mercedes AMGs, despite now being a BMW factory driver, and I think taking part in virtually all the VLN races this year around the Nordschleife.
Yeah, he was telling Andrew that he's done for that. It was in the build-up to the 24 hours that he did the VLN races to get himself up to speed with the car. Fantastic, though, that his co-driver, Raymond Vos, is only in his fourth ever race, not just this season, but ever. That's remarkable, isn't it, that he's come in and is doing such a good job. And he was doing a really solid job in the car as well. So not just enjoying himself, but actually carrying decent speed in that car as well, which can't be easy because those cars, they may be driver friendly, they might be customer driver friendly, but they're not slow in any way, shape or form. They're absolutely brutally fast things. There's the number 32 car collection Audi. Horst Felbermeyer at the wheel of that car, took it over a dozen or so minutes ago. And that car that started the second part of the race from pole position, now in 7th spot. 6.5 hours remaining of our 12. Oh yes, swerves to avoid that piece of debris. Looked like a bit of hose. Maybe somebody's lost a little gurney tab from a bit of damaged bodywork. And right now, that Audi in a world all of its own. Horst Felbermeyer, nobody up front, nobody astern. And so he can just enjoy running a fraction wide into Tamburello. He can just enjoy this track. There's not another car in the place. What a perfect place to be. Got a track to yourself, a gaggle up ahead. Don't have to worry about them. Just really enjoy racing around this fabulous Imola circuit.
Heading out of Villeneuve then, and that gaggle might pose a problem on the run out of Tosa corner. Here's Josef Kral from second position then in the all-red Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Brand new 488 that the team have now taken to be their own after racing many seasons with the 458, and fuel going in on the driver's right-hand side there. So this is how far into the stint? Can't tell you that now because the pit stop has already started. But
Exactly.
Kral will probably hand over to Yuri Pisarik, I'm thinking, at this point.
I would say that he is an hour and 37 minutes into his stint because he started at the beginning of the race, didn't we?
That's a fair assessment.
37 minutes in. So, yes, it's very likely that he will do. And as you can see, the bottle on the right-hand side, you can see the heat haze. That's the vapour from the tank coming out. So they're filling it with a petrol pump, normal hose, you know, click. I don't suppose it probably locks on either, one of those modern ones. So filling it the normal way, but the vent tank is there to make sure it doesn't spill down into those intakes right over the red hot exhaust. Down in the pit lane, Andy Marriott. What have you got for us, Andrew?
Alexander, great stint there. What a battle with the Ram car, and also, well, three-way scrap, actually.
Yes, no, I'm so happy because we had a great race. Some, I find a fair contact. Twice they closed me, they touched me, I mastered to go behind. One time with the Audi we had, I think, a totally fair race contact, and I was able to overtake it and take my racing distance to be constant and to finish my stint again in first position. I'm really happy.
Very good. One question we've been asking, your name, are you from a Persian origin at some stage? Iraj?
Exactly, Iraj is a Persian name. My father is coming from Russia. For that reason, Alexander David, it's Alexander Davidov, my family name, coming from Russia, but Iraj is a Persian name because my father born in Iran, and then when was young, moved to Switzerland. For that reason, in every championship, I still have quite big problem because they mix my family name with my name and my first name. But Iraj, first name, Alexander David, family name.
Because you raced at Le Mans quite a bit and we had that confusion.
Yes, I raced with Audi LMP1 with a private team, Lola Audi in 2006 with Swiss Spirit, a Swiss team with Marcel Fessler and Jean-Denis Deletraz. And on 2007, the second season in Le Mans, I drove with the official Spiker team. And the project now is to go back to 24 Hours Le Mans in 2020 with Alex Coigny and another friend of us that is still driving with the LMP3, Gino Forgione.
Look forward to seeing you there, and very well done, super stint, congratulations. And now we know where his name comes, so really he's got Persian background.
Thank you very much.
Persian, Russian,
yeah.
Alexander Davidov, you know, what a great battle that was as well. I mean, really, really entertaining with Iraj with the 32 Audi, with Tom Onslow Cole in his Mercedes as well. And it's not entirely beyond the... Is that going slowly? No. Okay, good. Not entirely beyond the bounds of possibility that we will see that battle rejoined again. Josef Kral in the pit lane in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari means Robert Renard leads from Patrick Eiserman in the number 29 Porsche, because I'm not going there again. 30 is the Ram Racing Audi. Rimon, he's still shown as Foss, as Leonard, because that's his middle name, rather than Foss on our timing screen. So Rimon Foss. Horst Felbermeyer in the 32 car collection Audi is in 5th. And in 6th position now is the number 27 Renault. That is on the fuel pumps as well. And that is now shown as 4 laps behind the leaders. Well, there is the number 24 Mercedes. I don't think that is going entirely quickly enough. It's just left the pits and it's just coming back in. Andrew Marriott, wherever you've got to now. Alex Coigny is coming back in. So there's Iraj Alexander. There is the SPS team. Alex Coigny, one of the guys who was watching the start of this second part of the race from the grandstands below our booth. You can see the 27 Renault at the fuel pumps at the moment. Alex Coigny in with the team, and Andrew Marriott is right there finding out what's going on. I'm not sure they know.
Definitely a brake problem. Alexander said the brakes were very soft to me after the interview, but he thought he could live with it. Tom Onslow Cole told me that when he told us about their brake problem, they were at the moment able to continue. They've still got enough pad on the car, but it appears that our new driver in this car, Coigny, has decided the brakes just not good enough. So it looks as they're going to do a pad change here. We're checking them out and just go around the car, see if they're doing a pad change on the front left. And yes, indeed they are. They're trying to pull those calipers out, because at Le Mans we see some very quick systems where you can change these pads literally in seconds. But with what is effectively a GT3 car, it's very difficult to do. And I thought that Mercedes did have a quick system on this car. I seem to remember from last year's Spa 24 they did, but they're using the old system of opening the calipers with that device that they all use, and just to open up those calipers against the bellows, then pull out the pads, and new pads going in. But let's just see if I can get Seb to come down. Seb, if you're listening, just come down here. Let's have a look. Now, this is an old trick. new pitch reporters come and said, let's get hold of the pads and look at them. And they go like this, and they go, ah! Well, I'm not doing that because I've been around a long time.
Yes, and that's his common mistake, probably. They look very innocuous sitting there on the apron. They are red hot.
And when you touch a tyre and wheel, you're reminded just how warm those brakes are because they heat the wheels and the tyres up. Driver being told by the team to pump the brake pedal. And Iraj Alexander sort of shrugging, oh, well, they were all right for me. But they weren't. But he's been driving it for 2 hours, and they've gradually got worse. But he's dealt with it every lap, and every lap he's adjusted, and every lap he's adjusted. But you get into the car fresh, and you go for where you were braking last night, you know, 14, 15 hours ago when you last drove the car, and suddenly, oh my goodness, it's just not stopping. And so Alex Kwani coming back in going, mate, this is undrivable. Iraj Alexander's been struggling around with it. And we've all got that on our road car, something you put up with for months. If you try and sell it, the first thing somebody comes and goes, well, that doesn't work. Oh, yeah, no, it doesn't. Yeah, I've been meaning to fix that, and that doesn't. Oh, yeah, no, that doesn't either. And the sun, no, oh, yeah, the sunroof, I've forgotten that. You know, you just adapt to this stuff. And a racing car, you know, you just put up with stuff when you're in a stint that you just wouldn't put up with if it was free practice, or you don't want to put up with if you're getting in a brand new car that you've not been used to.
But I think you're right in that it's a progressive problem, so it gets steadily worse for Iraj Alexander, but jumping into it as Alex Kwani's done and just been presented with it, plus the brakes will have cooled, then they need to get back up to temperature and go through a second heat cycle, and probably when he's hit the brake for the first time, the car's just not stopped at all. This time, speaking of not stopping into corners, we've been here before with a Seat, the number 120 car, damaged on that rear left corner. That's barely stopped at Rivatsa and ended up coming out of the gravel trap, and it's going to come into the pits. I'm not sure whether this was a scheduled stop before that off-track moment. Let's have a look, a chance to see exactly what happened. The 120 car fully locked up into the gravel trap then. Over the grass it goes, and actually did a really good job to keep the momentum in that car and get it out of the stones. It was Ashley Woodman who was at the wheel of that Sickle.com Seat. Here is Andy again.
Yes, I just had a look at those pads that came off that car. There was quite a bit of meat on them, so well, I don't know if they've been glazed or something. And Lishrash could obviously cope with it, but it's not as if they're against the metal or anything like that. So a bit of a mystery there, really.
Okay, thank you. Well, Alex Kwani will know how he wants the car to be set up. It's obviously Iraj Alexander with all that more experience because he was racing at Le Mans 10 years ago, whereas Alex Kwani, yes, has raced at Le Mans this year, in fact, with Gino Forgione, who's the other driver that Iraj mentioned, and they were out in the Road to Le Mans race this year, the Cool Racing PC car, the by GPC car, their Ligier JSP3, driven by Alex and Gino, but they are the drivers relatively new to motorsport and may not be able to drive round problems like brakes that are far past their best.
Well, and again, getting in where the pedal just gives you the willies when you get down to the first corner. Oh, okay, right, okay. You know, if you ease in with a couple of gentle corners before you get to your first braking, then you might be ready for it. But here you thunder down to Tamburello and then leap on the middle pedal with both feet. And when there's nothing there when you come knocking, then yeah, it's slightly less than ideal. Very, you know, what you need, especially for the less experienced and the gentleman drivers in the field, is a car that inspires confidence, because if you're scared that the car's going to throw you off, then it will.
Yeah. And the other thing is, if Alex Kwani is now in for a double stint, he wants the car to be right at the start of it, knowing that it's going to get progressively worse across it. If you start at a point where you're only at 50% brake capacity, then you think, well, this isn't going to do the distance. Might as well sort it now.
And how much more time are you going to lose with him stuck in the gravel fighting brakes than lose by him coming back in and going, please, guys, just change these so the car stops properly, and we'll all be happy little bunnies. 78, the all-white Porsche, which is now in 5th position in the SP2 class. SP2 being led by the number 64 Lorient Porsche. And that is, again, we've seen those gaps change a little bit now. The IDEC Porsche 75 is in 2nd place, 92 Porsche, the MSG car in 3rd place. They're all in the 3rd place car in SP2. Now shown as a lap behind, so we've still got a close battle. The Lorient 64 Porsche leading in the SP2 class. but the top non-A6 class Porsche is still the Pro Speed Porsche, car number 85. Charles Putman at the wheel of that car, having taken over from Charlie Espenlaub, who started the car. Penalty, a time penalty for car number 109. Now, these are served as a stop and hold when they come into the pit lane, and that again for running wide continually against warnings at the exit of turn 19, which is the exit of Rivazza. We're just catching up with the TT Audi, which has, or the Audi TT, which has gone off through the capacious gravel traps at Villeneuve and rejoined. That really is a massive, oh, that's Tamburello, it's a massive beach of gravel, and he fringed around the edges of it, because if you plunge into there, ain't nothing getting you out of there other than a tractor. So yeah, 109 being penalised. They're a long way down the order. Struggling to find them actually on my timing screen, so I obviously have flicked on, no, they are down there. They are down in, wait one, hold their caller, they are in 29th place. And that is the TCR class Audi. That is the RS3 rather than the Audi TT. And that car will have to serve a penalty. It'll go into the penalty box, be held for the time that is required after it has fueled and before it makes a driver change. So you don't have to come in separately. It's not a drive-through. It can be done at your next pit stop. It must be done at your next pit stop. So you just serve the extra time. It's for constant abuse of the track. Now, one of the other things in the A6 Pro and AM classes is the deal with the lap speeds. A6 Pro class cars can go as fast as they want. And in fact, after qualifying, any car that lapped below a 1 minute 46, so a 1 minute 45.999 and faster, was automatically graded as an A6 Pro class, whether they had entered that class or not. So we had a couple of cars that were expecting to be racing as A6 AMs actually ending up in the Pro class. And as position battle going on right now between Nicky Pastorelli in the 27 Renault, all over the back of Alexandre Coigny, and that brake pad change now starting to become more important for Coigny when he's got a battle on his hands. Having to stop there has brought him back towards the number 27 Renault RS01. Nicky Pastorelli making very short work of Coigny. Pastorelli, very experienced in the cars, raced them in the Renault Sport Trophy Euro Cup as part of World Series by Renault for a couple of years. Race winner on occasions in those cars. So he knows it well, getting the best out of it. And the number 27 car up to 7th place now. In 6th position in front of then Dimitrion Jalbert and the number 17 IDEX Sport Mercedes. And the number 27 Renault, as much as any other, has yo-yoed up and down the order, because clearly either its pace versus fuel tank capacity or something is quite different from some of the others, and it has shot up and down through the field. It was right at the front at the end of yesterday's race a number of times, right at the front in the first part of today, but as we get down towards the halfway mark, 6 hours in almost, and 6 to go, then they are struggling to stay in the top half dozen. Into the pits has gone the number 29 Forch Racing Porsche. Patrick Eiserman in 3rd spot in the pit lane, and that now moves Robert Leonard, Raymond Vos rather, I'm getting thrown by that, in the Ram Racing Mercedes up to 3rd place. They were on the same lap 3 minutes apart, so we'll take the lead from the Porsche before it even vacates the fuel pumps. Horst Felbermeyer in the car collection Audi is just under 4 seconds behind Raymond Vos. So that battle will shape up between the 30 Mercedes and the 32 Audi very quickly. And Dimitrion Jalbert in the IDEX Sport Mercedes can't be far behind them either. Nicky Pastorelli has moved on past Alex Coigny. And the Forch Racing team, number 29, receiving fresh tyres and a driver change. So Patrick Eiserman gets out. It was started
by Robert Lucas.
By Robert Lucas, yes it was.
So that car back on its way again, and Patrick Eiserman, as you say, clambering out of the 29 car. It came in from 5th position. And once it triggers the timing loop at the end of the pit lane, we'll be able to tell you who the new driver is in that 5th place Porsche Racing Porsche.
I would guess Zelko Drimic. But
Okay, yes. You're right.
Yeah, well, he's the next one in the order. Not that that's anything to go by often. Now, the only rule that decides when you can and can't get back into the car is you must be out of the car for a period equal to half the time that you have just been in the car. So if you've done a 2-hour stint, you must be out for an hour before you get back in. If you've done a 2-minute stint, you must be out for 1 minute. So not that you do a 2-minute stint, but that's the way that works. And clearly warm work in the Porsche. Warm work in all these cars. Heard Tom Onslow-Cole yesterday saying, yeah, we've got air conditioning. We haven't switched it on yet. Bet they have today, or I bet they need to today, because today is a very different day. Ambient temperature is higher, but much more importantly, perhaps, for the drivers of all these closed cars, it's not just the ambient temperature, it is the bright sunshine that really helps to fry you inside. Leaders in SP2 have changed, because the number 75 IDEC Porsche has now gone in front with Roman Wozniak at the wheel. And he has taken over from the 92 Porsche, which has just stopped for fuel. Andrew Marriott's down in the pit lane. Let's catch up with him.
Yeah, with Patrick, who's still dripping a bit from the water he poured on himself. Very hot out there.
Yeah, it's really hot and we had no water in the car. So I think I was an hour and 15 in the car, but I'm really done now. I need a cool shower, but I think the stint was not so bad. Sometimes bad luck with the driving, but I think I'm third position and it's not so bad.
What about the circuit condition now? Is it still in very good condition?
Yeah, it's a very good conditions. They are, yeah, really good, I think. There's nothing on track, it's clean, it's really good to drive. It's really fun, the track, really fast.
So you'll have a break of maybe 3 or 4 hours now before you get back in the car?
Yeah, I think 2.5 hours.
Are you racing this year in the Porsche Super Cup as well?
Not this year, but the last 2 years I drove the Super Cup.
Okay, so he knows a lot about racing Porsches quickly. Thanks very much, Patrick.
Yeah, he really does, as does Robert Lukasz as well. 82 receiving fuel, that's the car that was in the... Oh, no, now I'm getting myself confused, my RS with my grey Porsches. That is the car that is currently 8th in the SP2 class. And that car, like everybody else, bearing the scars of battle. Lots of little black flecks on the side of the cars from all the rubber debris that has been thrown up. It's been a hard-fought race so far in all our classes. And that, of course, means that the tyres are working just as hard as every other part of the car and the drivers. Down in the fueling area, we can see men from various different teams scampering to allocate a pump or to grab a pump so they can fuel their teammates. The fueling area, as ever, separate from the main pit area. Here at Imola, it's as they come to pit in. Number 82 car serving its time penalty. We were notified of that for running wide off the track. And as everybody else, it's been at corner 19. And so team member down there with a stopwatch, and she is now waving the driver on, and he doesn't seem to be able to go. This is the Russian crewed car, RS Car Motorsport, their 991 Cup car. Artem Solovyev, Alan Shaidulin, Andrei Mukuzov and Stanislav Sudorok. They had an engine rebuild after qualifying. We talked to them yesterday before the start of the race. In fact, it was after the paid training on what day of the week are we now? Thursday. And before qualifying, the team were up all night rebuilding the engine, finished finally reassembling it and put it back in the car by 6 a.m, ready for the start of the official qualifying and the first part of the race. So that car has had a couple of minor issues since. I think right at the beginning of the first part of the race yesterday, they made a couple of pit calls, and it seemed to be they were sort of trying to bleed air through the system and so on and so forth, but it's been running pretty reliably ever since. And I'm sure Artem Solovyev, who we were chatting to yesterday on the grid with Joe Bradley and the rest of the team, very, very pleased to get back to the hotel, a hot shower or a cool shower probably actually last night, and a nice comfy bed and some decent sleep. And that's one of the delights for the team as well as for the drivers. and let's not make any bones about it, the commentary team here as well covering this race, is that you do get to do a bit of endurance racing, then have a nice sleep in a comfy bed, and then do a bit more endurance racing, and then still have time for some snooze tonight. So it's not, you know, flailing yourself over the course all night. We've worn a hair shirt long enough in 24 racing at Le Mans this month that we don't have to be doing it again here. And it is a great way for encouraging gentlemen drivers, particularly who are sort of the lifeblood of GT racing and of this series very much, to be able to come and experience endurance racing without having to be physically capable of driving a car hour after hour endlessly on no sleep at all, because that is why racing drivers train so hard physically, to be able to put up with all of that bodily abuse. Watching Gustav Edelhoff in the number 34 car collection Audi. His son Max did some sparkling stints in the 32 car yesterday when he was battling for and holding the lead of the race, and he was very, very full of the joys of spring when we spoke to him yesterday evening, saying normally he drives with his dad. He said it's great to be able to race against a car that dad's in and to have the upper hand. And yeah, what father-son relationship is that not a competitive instinct in? So young Matt's doing a really strong job in the 32 car collection machine. He's still way up the order in 4th place with Horst Felbermeyer and the number 34 car. The car collection having a really good day yesterday. As the checkered flag came out to end the first 4 hours of this race, they were the race leaders, and boy, they couldn't control their enthusiasm if you had to pay them to do so. They were very, very excited about the whole thing. Right now, their lead car is certainly realistically in with a very good podium shot. But our race is being led by Robert Renauer in a Herbert Motorsport Porsche. And he has now got 2, and possibly, if the timing screen is to be believed, 3 laps on the field. So there is some very, very tough racing still to come for anybody who wants to beat the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Six hours to go, 6 hours down. We are just on the cusp. It is 1 o'clock Central European time. We're at the Autodromo Enzo Edino Ferrari, the circuit of Imola, the former home of the San Marino Grand Prix. The Mountainside Principality, Mountaintop Principality, is just a 30-minute drive away, as is Bologna. Just north of Bologna, you find Sant'Agata Bolognese, you find Modena, you find Faenza to the north of us as well, the home of Minardi. So Minardi, Ferrari, Lamborghini, and so many more Italian automotive giants are based in this area, Emilia-Romagna. It's the motor racing triangle of Italy, if you like, and Imola sits right at its heart. It's a fabulous location, and we are halfway through our 12-hour race here. Race is being led by Herbert Motorsport. Robert Renauer currently at the wheel of the family team car. 911 Porsche is 2 laps ahead of Scuderia Praha. Their Ferrari coming on strong today and back into contention. Ram Racing in 3rd, the best of the Mercedes. So it's Porsche, Ferrari, Mercedes. Then car collections, number 32 Audi in 4th, ahead of the number 29 Porsche Racing Porsche in 5th spot. IDEX Mercedes climbing the order up to 6th position now after a stint in the garage right at the beginning of this second part of the race. The number 27 GP Extreme Renault RS01 slipping a little, as is the SPS Automotive number 24 Mercedes. Car collections number 34 Audi remains in 9th place, and rounding out the top 10 is the MDC Sport Mercedes, and a good mix of Pro and Am class cars in the head of the field in the top 10. Leading the 991 category, the number 85 Pro Sport Performance car, and that is the All-American car, All-American Crude car, ahead of our SP2 leader and IDEX Sports number 75 machine, now at the head of that tight class, and that changes not quite lap by lap, but certainly several times in between all the pit stops. Predominantly Porsche 991s, but the VDS Racing Mark Focus V8 is in there. Grasser Racing Lamborghini had problems early on mechanically. They've had damage as well, down to 14th place and a long way off the A6 class. Outside of the top 20, we get into the next of our class leading categories. Optimum Motorsports Ginetta leading the SP3 GT4 class. They're in 21st overall from JR Motorsport and Team Africa Le Mans, the 555 Ginetta. And that's a really close battle as well. And those lap gaps are only because of pit stops. Hofer Racing very much delayed yesterday in the number 25, in a 25th place number 1 Mercedes. They're climbing back up the order. The 103 Seat Leon, about which we have almost not spoken at all. They've been so clean. That TTC racing car leads the TCR category. And the Team Cook Sport Renault Clio leading our last category. That is the A2 class. And their class rivals, the Toyota GT86, had a big thump up the back yesterday. A lot of damage done to that car. The team had to work very hard overnight to keep it going, but it is still running in 32nd place. So Endurance Team Romania feeling the endurance, not just for the drivers, but for the teams as well. The 206 LMS Engineering Audi had a gearbox changed yesterday. 308 Team Altran Persia had an enormous high speed off at the Rivazza, and that cost them a lot of time. 108, that car's been a lot of trouble as well, and the other cars down there outside the top 30 all struggling either to start the race or to continue the race, or undergoing very major rebuilds. So we're halfway through this race, and it's been pretty punishing for some, but those that are at the lead of their class seem to have had a rub of the green and have been fairly untouched by the major dramas. Let's take a look for our viewers on the live stream and on the TV, what we've seen so far. It's been a very busy race indeed, and we've still got an awful lot yet to come. Leader with a 2-lap advantage, and that is changing around from time to time with the pit stops, but the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, that has yet to even finish a race in the last 2 seasons at any Italian circuit, is the one that is leading at the moment.
Nose to tail Porsche 308s working their way out of Tosa corner, with the Robert Renaud Porsche then leading the way. And an opportunity for our live stream viewers to have a look at the highlights of the opening 6 hours as the leader works their way through the left-hander at Tosa corner. 193 laps now in the book for Robert Renaud. That car was started by Alfred Renaud in the 911 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. 12th position behind Charlie Putman, who's now been put at the wheel of the Pro Sport Performance 991 class leader. Let's welcome to today's broadcast Joe Bradley, who's quickly found an old friend of his, Martin Byford, down in the pit lane.
Martin, the 120C has had a bit of a catalogue of issues, really, from the race start. Do you want to kind of start chronological order? What's been coming at you guys?
We had a little bit of crash damage yesterday, which didn't help. Then we had some contact right at the very end of the first stint yesterday. So we took the decision to pull the car in overnight and make sure it was as it should be. Had the left rear corner off it, all the suspension checked and rebuilt together. And hopefully put us back in good shape. Unfortunately, we seem to have very, very high brake wear, higher than we were expecting, so we actually had a pad break down on us. So we had an unscheduled stop for pads. And yeah, we're out and we're fighting. And we're kind of trying to keep our schedule and trying to keep our strategy going. And I'm in a few minutes.
So when you found that you repaired the car yesterday, you took a 10-lap penalty for that overnight repair. Would it have taken you more than 10 laps when you finally got your head under the wheel arch and found out the damage?
Well, we think you probably could have done a kind of a makeshift adjustment to get the car roughly right. But at that point, obviously, you don't know what else is bent or broken, things that you can't see. So we kind of took a, well, no, let's be safer than sorry. Here at Imola, there's a few places where you really don't want to be going off. And yeah, kind of, no, we figured that let's get it in, we can take our time, have it all apart, inspect it properly, get it properly put back together, have the alignment right, and so it should be good for the rest of the race.
I know your standards of prep because I've spent many a night in towards midnight preparing a car with you. You're about to get in the car, is that right? And you're gonna, what's the tactic now then? How do you regain such lost time?
Same strategy as ever, go fast and win.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, we're going to try and stretch as much out of the fuel as we possibly can, try and go as close to the 2-hour driver limit as we can, which is a big ask. The odd Code 60 would do us a favour. And we'll see how we go. We've got a bit of a plan, and we'll see if we can make it work to the end of the race. And if everything goes exactly how we want it to, we might even just about scrape onto the podium.
That would be good to see, and it's good to see these guys regaining that lost ground. And I suppose the simple way of explaining that, Martin, it's all about being on the track and not in the pits. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, just got to keep going around and clicking the laps off.
Good luck, mate. I'll let you get back to putting your helmet on and just show the viewers these things that go into the ear. Bespoke earplugs for Martin so that he can hear the team talking. Thanks, mate. Best of luck for the stint. Martin Byford about to get into the 120 Sickle Seer for a 2-hour stint.
Excellent stuff, and pleased to see that they were relatively clean ear inserts as well, fresh to go into Martin Byford's lugs, and he'll strap on the fireproof overall and the balaclava as well. Helmet will go on, hands device, and he'll clamber on board that relatively battered Sayers. Actually, it's been through the mill through the course of this race, but still punching its weight in the TCR class, a 7-car field within which there are true TCR cars, but there are 1 or 2 cup machines as well. For example, the B2F Competition 308 Racing Cup car, and Martin's car indeed is a Seat Leon Cup Racer 2. 194 laps now done for the pit-stopping 911 Robert Renauer-driven Herbert Motorsport car, so that machine coming down pit road for certainly some fuel. And off into the gravel now. Is that the 27 or the 28 car with dramas? It's the 28, so this is the car that's way off the pace anyway after it didn't take the race start yesterday. Effectively started its 12 hours of Imola this morning into hour 5 after they rebuilt that car. It's a brand new engine on board as well, and the 28 car, far from staying out of trouble so far this morning, now in the gravel at, I think that's Villeneuve corner. Still trying to identify exactly what corner that is. Turns 5 and 6 would be my bet, if not at Tamburello, but it's early on in the lap, and we're going to go Code 60 because of this stranded car in the kitty litter. This will require at least 1 tractor or similar vehicle out on circuit to make sure that that car can be safely recovered, and the marshals are going to be deployed as well. It is at Tamburello at turn 2, so the car either assisted or going a bit too hot on its own course into turn 2. Looks like the rear end has possibly broken away. There were other cars present at the time, notably the other car within the team at GP Extreme, and I'm hoping that the two teammates at GP Extreme haven't made contact. Can't tell you exactly what's gone on as the two cars turn their way into Tamburello, but as they come back into my sight, the result is that one Renault slides in. They have both been involved, you know. It's the two GP Extreme machines coming to grief together. And the 28 car, driven then by, well, let's try and get your name for 27 first of all, which was up in the top 3 at the start of the race. It's Nicky Pastorelli driving the number 27 car, and that was stopped briefly on the circuit. The 28 car in the gravel now, and at the wheel of 28, it's Jean-Pierre Valentini. And yes, both GP Extreme cars have made contact with each other. Disastrous then for one car that's going really well, and the other one just trying to make up any sort of result it can after a drama-filled day yesterday. Tractor snatch vehicle already in attendance to try and get the 28 car out, but I don't know, having not seen the incident itself, sadly just the two cars going into a corner, and then the live stream focused elsewhere and didn't quite pan round with the incident, so they've gone out of shot. The next time they come into my sight, we have one Renault in the gravel, the other car stopped on the circuit, and the 27 car is now limping round. Now, that's probably because of the code 60, rather than any damage that Nicky Pastorelli is carrying. But where will the blame lie there at GP Extreme? One Renault in the gravel, the other one stopped on the circuit, and the 27 car is coming down pit road now, back to this team based in the United Arab Emirates. And Joe Bradley's right on scene. What do you know, Joe?
Well, I'm at the 108 Audi pit with Tom Gannon. And Tom, I'll start in chronological order. You've got another team with another set of an all-new catalogue of problems. You guys were up late until the very early hours, I believe.
Yeah, we were. Yeah, we had something fail on the side of the engine, which, for want of a better word, popped some sort of blanking core out, which then gave an oil leak, covered the whole car in oil. So we've obviously repaired that, gone through a load of stuff with the car, got it back out, but it now looks like we've got some sort of drive related issue. So we have had a couple of drive shaft problems this weekend. I think the drive shafts, for some reason, when the car's using a bit of curb, seems to be doing some damage to drive shafts. Can't quite figure out why, but we're assuming that that's what it is, because Jason's just come on the radio and says he's lost drive just down at the start of the start-finish straight. So we're just waiting for the car to come back in at the minute, and then we'll assess it when it gets here. And
Imola is a sort of circuit where you really have to use the curbs, though. You're going to lose a lot of time by not using the curbs. So it's a bit of cause and effect thing, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, the guys have been doing their best this morning to, you know, I mean, we've been trying to run round. The car could run round at, you know, 57s, 58s quite easily. We've been trying to just keep them around the 2s, 201, 202. Just trying to see if we could get ourselves caught back up a bit, but obviously there's still something else that's developed a problem now, so we'll see when he gets here.
And you, more than anyone, maybe, Tom, know that endurance racing's a team sport, but there's I wish there was other ways to prove it so.
Yeah, it's always a bit like that, but it ain't over till it's over, so we just crack on.
Please show the viewers your hands, Tom. Okay. See that? Tom Gannon with dirt under his fingernails. No change there. Thanks,
Cheers,
Tom.
Mate. Thank you. Cheers.
As a sign of a man who's never seen easy work, rather than our lily white hands, which have never really seen hard work. It's amazing how quickly just being in close contact with a car that's having a bit of an issue turns everything you're wearing into just filth and black. Well, there is the number 28 Renault, and the two cars, the cause of this code 60. The car is out of the gravel, and I'm not sure the gravel is out of the car yet, but number 27 car back down to the pit lane. So the GP Extreme team, and the number 28 car has been a little bit nothing but trouble to them. Didn't start at all yesterday. 108 being craned out of the way as well. So that is up at Variante Alta. And again, it's been a little bit one of those issues where we're trying to clear up a few things. 28 heading back through the gravel. Looks as though maybe it needed a Control-Alt-Delete restart, but as we heard from the team, Jason in that car there, Aussie driver, reporting a lack of drive, so it seems to be popping drive shafts somewhere for reasons as yet unknown. And the real problem with that for the team is that it presumably will continue to pop drive shafts for reasons that they don't quite know until either they can't fit them back in anymore or they've got no more. And that's really tricky, because if you don't know what's causing it, you can't necessarily stop it. It seems to be more luck than judgment, and that's never a great way of going motor racing. Andrew Marriott has come bearing provisions, which is rather wonderful. I just went out to the little cafe in the park behind us, and when I say behind us, I mean from the cafe in the park, you can see the cars going by on the track because they're fully 20 feet away, but that's the nearest loo. So, comfort break and an espresso and a little trot back in the sunshine. It's an absolutely gorgeous day outside, fluffy white clouds and bright blue skies and beautiful sunshine. We're in an absolutely stunning part of the world. And for those drivers who've come here for the first time, and there are many of them who won't have raced here before, it's a great opportunity to try a really great circuit. And they've universally been going, oh my goodness, what a track. If you ever get the chance to come here, if you're ever making a visit, if you want to combine it with a trip to Bologna or something, bit of sightseeing, it is a lovely, lovely location. There is so much to see. If you're a petrol head, they call this place Italy's Motor Valley, Emilia-Romagna, and they're not wrong. There are so many motor racing manufacturers and car manufacturers, and so many museums to see, as well as this fabulous racetrack. And then there's the beaches of Rimini, and then there's San Marino. I mean, it's an absolute tourist heaven.
Let's hear a little more from Joe on this subject.
Yeah, just been stirred by a tweet that's coming from Miggins Motorsport, wanting our views on another classic circuit that the 24-hour series here at Imola, and really the rich history that Imola brings with it, and predominantly Formula One history at that. It was the home to the San Marino Grand Prix, and it's a first visit here. I know it's not your guys' first visit, but you can't help, when you come to Imola, thoughts of, you know, the Villeneuve-Pironi-Ferrari battle in 1982, which arguably, if you speak to the right people, led to Gilles Villeneuve, the following Grand Prix, big fallout with his teammate Didier Pironi over Pironi betraying him with team orders. That led to Villeneuve not settling for second place at Zolder and going out and trying again and being killed. And then, of course, that very, perhaps arguably the darkest day in motorsport history, back on May the 1st, 1994, the previous day, the 30th of April, saw the death of Roland Ratzenberger. And then you can't come here to Imola without feeling the presence of the late, great Ayrton Senna. And just yesterday, I went out to the memorial, which is in the public park, just inside of the Tamburello curve, adjacent to where Senna's car came to rest back on that day in 1990. Is so significant. When you get there, when you come here, you can't help but feel the emotion. If you were a big Senna fan, and I am, and still I'm a big Senna fan. He was my idol, followed his career from karting. He was karting at the same time I was racing karts, and then through Formula Ford 1600, British Formula 3, and then his career in Formula 1. And he really was my idol. And to come here to this place and beyond this hallowed turf, this hallowed pit lane where he spent his last race, was so emotional for me. And that's the only way I can describe it. To be here at an historic place like Imola, the nature of the track, even though it's been revamped quite considerably, they've still kept the actual essence of what Imola's about, the undulations, the speed, and just being in this part of Italy, this part of the world. It's just there. The fact that this circuit is kind of integrated into the town of Imola, it's just Italian of passion for going fast and fast car and motorsport in itself. You know, the home of Lamborghini, Bologna, Ferrari's not that far away. This is just like a mecca, one of many meccas that we visit, but this is a pretty major mecca. If that, I hope that's explained things for Miggins Motorsport.
Oh, it certainly has, and despite several opportunities for this place to be tarnished, I think, by bad memories, people continue to come back because it's such a fantastic place to go motor racing, and it has, as Joe's quite rightly explained, so much history to it as well. But then there's the people out at the cafe bar who have turned up effectively for a coffee in the sunshine, and there happens to be a racetrack wrapped around their environment. And I think what I like about this place is that you can come along to a country park effectively and go, oh, is there a motor race on? Because those aren't necessarily petrol heads out there having a drink.
At all, no.
And they'll go, cool, well, I quite like this, you know, and they'll get invited into our little club, kind of unbeknownst to the fact that they might do.
And the other thing is, you know, mums are turning up with their kids because there's a play park there, and then they can walk over and stick their noses against the wire fencing and watch the race go by.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's, you know, and Joe's right. I mean, it's not near the town of Imola. It's not close to the town of Imola. The town of Imola is all around it in every direction, and not acres of parking away. It's right up against the fence. I mean, look at the houses. You know, those aren't for show. Those aren't part of the facility. That's the town. Right over every one of these walls and every one of these fences, there are farms and shops and houses and restaurants and cafes, and it's just so embedded. It's almost as if it was once a street race course that's now been formalised, which it never was, but that's the feel that you get. You know, you turn left. Oh, is this left turn into the... Oh, yes, we're in the paddock.
We're here.
Right,
You imagine Hyde Park in London having a racetrack in it.
That's a great simile, except Hyde Park's vast.
It is.
It's almost like the middle
park,
of your own town. Imagine that you turn off the high street and there's a racetrack right there, because that's what Imola is.
A lot of parks in the UK have something like a miniature railway around the outskirts.
Yes.
This has a racetrack and a former Grand Prix track around a country park. It's brilliant. Here's Joe Bradley for a little bit more.
Good news is the 108 Audi has made its way back to the pit. It's going to be worked on. We've already spoke to Tom Gannon. We've now got a chance to speak to the driver who was at the wheel of the car, Jason Kupel. Jason, we spoke to Tom. You transmitted a radio message to him. You'd lost drive, basically. Tell us.
Yeah, coming out of the Acqua Minerale corner, I went to change into fourth and lost drive completely. So I just coasted down that sort of straightaway between there and the Variante Alta. But we don't have radio communications going from the pits to me. So I told them what was happening, but I could receive no instructions. So I just kind of coasted to a stop behind the barriers in that chicane there. So far as I know, it's probably a drive shaft. We've had that issue before. That's what I think it is. Kind of important unless it's like a reverse hill climb. Just going down it. So we'll see what we can do. It was a 20-minute fix last time, so we should be back out there.
Now, I know you're only 16 still, so you probably don't remember the days before we had pits-to-car communication via radio. But how difficult is it to not have that communication? Yes, you were able to tell the team, but the team weren't able to give you any instructions. Is that pretty makes that a pretty tricky job, I would imagine?
Yeah, I mean, it's not new for me. In karting, we didn't have radio transmission, so I'm used to it. But it's unfortunate because when you have an issue like this, you just can't. You can tell them what's happened, and you assume they heard you. But you can't get any instruction as to what to do. So I cycled through all the gears, tried all the different gears, but nothing was happening. So I figured, safety-wise, just pull behind the barrier. But we might have found something else to do to get it back to the pits anyway and gain some time. So it's definitely a loss, even though it seems like a trivial matter.
Endurance racing is all about teamwork, isn't it? And this is when the teamwork comes in. I'll leave you to it, Jason, and you can, I suppose, sit back, relax. Your bit's done. It's over to the next driver when they've rectified, hopefully, the problem soon.
Yeah. And thanks to CAD Speed Racing, they really, we've had a lot of trouble this race, obviously, but we've kept going. I got a full stint in yesterday, which is more than my co-drivers can say, unfortunately. So I've gotten a lot of good experience, which is what I came here to do, despite the issues. So thanks to CAD Speed for getting it running.
Great stuff, Jason. Thank you.
And I love the way, sorry I called Jason an Aussie earlier, he's American. I love the way that Jason, with all his young years, isn't going, yeah, I got stuck at turn 7 or 9 or 11 or whatever, Acqua Minerale. Yes, exactly. He drank the Kool-Aid, he gets it. He's all over this. 16 years of age, I mean, it's the equivalent of taking a young driver out of Formula Ford or Formula 4 from the UK and sending him off to Watkins Glen or to Laguna Seca. Historic, I wasn't in turn 9. I was in the corkscrew. Yes. He's so young and so little chance, unlike guys like us and like Andrew, to have, inhaled and inherited and watched racing history for very long, and yet he's fully into it. And this place it does that. I understand the emotion that Joe has as well, because this is just apart from its history, it's just a delightful racetrack. It's wonderful. And again, you know, go back to where we're going to next when they go to Portimao. For anybody who's not been there, oh my word, that is Disneyland for race cars, because that is a roller coaster that makes this place look like Thruxton. You know, flat. For those who don't know Thruxton, it's an airfield.
Yes.
Flat. This place has got elevation change. Portimao, it's an entire different catalogue of elevation change, blind brows, fast corners, monster braking areas. That's going to be an epic, epic race.
And it should be, if you think this weekend is warm at 28, 29 degrees, end of August, where are we?
You'll be lucky to get to that at night.
Yes.
Honestly. You know, I've been there.
I mean, I've been to Estoril. I've not been to Portimao before, but that's significantly further south, isn't it? And therefore
been there a couple of times where the air temperature has been nudging 40, and you know what that's going to do to track temperature.
Yes.
Wow, it's exactly right. Brakes, drivers, tyres, everything will be stressed to the max. All that and more to come, but the 5th race of the championship, still got 5.5 hours of this to go. So this is, you know, we've barely just broken into a full World Endurance Championship race. This weekend, 6 hours of Watkins Glen, you know, half an hour in, you go, right, this is shaping up to be a great race, and we've got that much racing still to go. So where does that leave this car, the Hofer Racing car? They came here as joint championship leaders. Big problem yesterday. They thought they had an overheating issue. Then the car had a gravel trappy moment. They changed the radiator, but I mean, it was nearly a 2-hour job. There was obviously an awful lot more knock-on effect from there. Seems to be running nicely. Roland Egerman at the wheel at the moment. Just come out of the pit lane. The fastest laps they've done today have been in the 45s, very low 45s as well, which is very, very respectable for a team, 5-strong team of amateur drivers. They expected to be in the AM class. They just went a bit too fast in qualifying. They find themselves now mixing with the pros, but it doesn't look like it's been their luckiest race of all.
No, and with 8 pros in the category, then there are more points on offer than you would normally have had if the pros numbered, say, 4 or 5 cars, because it's all down to how many cars are entered into the class, and you pro rata the deployment of points according to how big the class is. So TCR should offer quite a number of points this weekend with 7 cars in that division, likewise for A6 Pro. So it was a strategical decision by the guys at Hoffer Racing to switch from A6 AM to A6 Pro in an attempt to get a few more points this weekend. Sadly for those guys, though, they hit issues about an hour into yesterday's race. Took them a long time to rectify them, and they are now down in 7th position in class and barely hanging on to a top page of timing and scoring position in 26th. Roland Egerman currently at the wheel, but their nearest A6 Pro rival is the 6th place car, 8th overall, Nicky Pastorelli, who's also had some difficulties of late, clashing with his teammate, the 28 Renault, and the 28 car ending up in the gravel trap with problems. Obviously, that's the car that didn't even start yesterday's race, with Jean-Pierre Valentini at the wheel at the time of that incident.
And they have been assessed for a 10-second time penalty for that incident. So clearly the stewards have decided that 28 was at fault when the 2 cars got into Tamburello together. And unfortunately, the 28 car then will drop a little further back. But again, for those drivers and for the team to get it out on track after all their woes yesterday, it is just about now grinding out and getting to the finish. Leader still the number 911 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, 202 laps in the books now, and in 2nd place still Scuderia Praha, the number 11 Ferrari, 44 seconds behind, and still lapping now just a little bit quicker on the last lap, but that's an unrepresentative lap for Daniel Alleman in the Herbert Porsche. 3rd place, Horst Felbermayr still at the wheel of the 32 car collection car. He's been in there just over an hour, so can go for another 55 minutes, which is a tank and a bit more. Not quite sure where he is on fuel cyclage, if that's a thing. How much fuel he's got left swilling around behind him in the car collection Audi, in front of him possibly. Tom Onslow Cole in 4th place for Ram Racing, the number 30 Mercedes, the grey car with the orange highlights. That car 26 seconds behind Felbermayr in 3rd, and closed a mere 3 seconds on the last lap alone. So Tom Onslow Cole has taken over from Raymond Foss. and the two of them doing a two-handed race, so they'll be driving equal stints throughout this race weekend. And again, to underline, Raymond Vos in his 4th ever motor race, doing a really good job. Dimitri Jalbert in 5th place, back in the IDEX Sport Mercedes. That's the number 17 car, the other one of our grey Mercedes, but that's got a few lighter highlights. And then in 6th, number 29, that's the Forge Racing Porsche that's completed 200 laps, so 300 laps off the lead. Alex Coigny close to them, 6.5 seconds at the line in the battle for 6. Coigny in the number 24, the sky blue Mercedes, and Nicky Pastorelli is in 8th place in the number 27 Renault, recently delayed by that biff with its teammates, 5 seconds behind the number 24 Mercedes. So 6th, 7th and 8th covered by a whole 11.1 seconds at the line last time. 8th is closing on 7th, 7th is closing on 6th. We saw the powder blue Mercedes in a battle with Tom Onslow Cole and the 32 car collection car about an hour ago for what was then 3rd place. And I think they're about to be in a massive battle for what will be 6th position with the Forge Porsche. So that number 24 Mercedes, after the brake change that Alex Coigny rather insisted on, I think, as the driver, going, I'm not driving this until you've given me some brakes. That seems to be going very nicely now, but charging up from behind is Tom Onslow Cole. And again, we heard from Onslow a little earlier on, suggesting that they would need a brake change. Donny, do you think they've done that? That might be one for Joe Bradley in the pit lane to answer. I'm sort of slightly confused whether they were going to do it, were having to do it, or were thinking they might have to do it, and then the number 24 car had their brake change, and that's rather befuddled my memory banks. Don't text in, I know they're befuddled. Number 11, Scuderia Praha car, Yuri Pizarek. Again, a two-hander here in this car. Matteo Malicelli was on the entry list, isn't driving here this weekend though. And so it is Josef Kral and Yuri Pizarek. And again, Kral can't do 90% of the mileage and Pizarek 10%. No driver allowed to do more than 6 hours in total during the race. So that makes it, in a 12-hour race, even by my maths, a pretty even split. They're going to have to do half the race each, as they did yesterday, as they will do today. And let's catch up with a couple of stories, actually, among our halt and our lame, or our more delayed cars. Just seeing a shot of the number 206 TT Audi, a reminder of that car with all its dramas. And again, Joe's new Bezzy mate, Uli Andre, at the wheel of that LMS engineering car. When we caught up with it first yesterday, Uli had just brought it in shortly after he'd begun his stint, and by shortly, I'm thinking possibly even on the outlap by, check with Paul Truswell, he doesn't give me the thumbs up on that. I think it might have been on his outlap that he came back in. He'd just gone off at Rivatton. He said, I've got no gears, and he just sort of rolled into the pit lane, because you can, because it's sort of downhill from Piratella all the way to the pit lane. I beg your pardon, for Variante Alta. And so then they took the engine, gearbox, the whole drivetrain unit out as one piece. They've replaced that, and it's now 9th in the SP2 class, or last, as the rivals would probably prefer to call it. Cook Sports Renault Clio has gone fairly much according to plan, actually, at the moment. And this might not be a coincidence that their number is 172, because isn't that a Renault Sport Clio designation? Don't they do a 172?
That might not be a bad shout.
You know, I'm not very good with, because they keep putting numbers on because they increase the horsepower in Renault Sport product, but I wouldn't be at all surprised that it's no coincidence they've chosen 172. Anyway, Alex Sedgwick at the wheel shares with Oliver and Josh Cook and Adam Hatfield, and their game plan basically was just to flog the thing to death and keep going, and that appears to be working. They're coming back for more. They're leading the A2 class, and their teammates, or their rivals rather, in the A2 category, which is the white Toyota GT86 with yellow, red and blue highlights. Team Romania, Endurance Team Romania, they're doing a good job as well after getting shunted heavily from behind. Now, one of the cars that got shunted very heavily from behind, that the bare-faced cheek of Andrew Marriott had to suggest to the team that there was almost no damage, when in fact it had been almost destroyed at the back, is back on track, the number 10 Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini. In fairness, all we could see was the car off in the gravel. It wasn't upside down or ablaze. It looked like it had got away with it, but when it came in on the flatbed, no. Apparently, the Grasser Racing Lamborghini acted as a very effective rear-end crusher and destroyed that car. Alexander Sherpen has just left the pits. While rather worryingly, for cars that are prone to an overheating issue or two themselves, just saw that it was spewing lots of water out of the back. That may just have been an overfilled header tank, and I'm rather hoping that it might be, because out of a field of 2 Lamborghinis, both have had problems, neither going particularly well, but the number 10 car is way down the order as almost our last car running, and the only car that's still shown as a competitor is the number 28 Renault that didn't even do a lap yesterday. That's how far back they are. So Leipert Motorsport back out on track, and hopefully he's gone by the pits, so it's clearly not flagging up massive overheating issues immediately. And he continues on his way. That car having now completed just 72 laps. The next car in the order, equally hobbled, the B2F competition Peugeot, has done 106. That's how far behind the Leipert Motorsport car is. The leader yesterday had completed 126 laps, so Leipert had their share of issues yesterday, didn't they, with overheating. They lost 50 laps between yesterday's race and this morning's race. 50 laps lost to the leader in the first 6 hours. Hopefully they will not lose a whole lot more in the remaining 5.5.
Just to talk about Renault Clio's very briefly, actually in the latest version of the Renault UK Clio Cup, we're up to version Clio Renault Sport 200 Turbo EDC. There was a 172, that was in 2000 and 2001. 2001, the year Danny Buxton won it. I remember those days. The Clio Renault Sport 172, then we went to the 182, the 197 and 200s ever since then. So there is a Porsche, there is a Renault heritage of the 172, certainly.
You probably heard the whistle as the penny was dropping there when I was saying it was a Renault Clio and 172, and I went, oh, that sounds vaguely familiar. Yeah. It's somewhere in there. It's like having your Lamborghini number 640, as in LP 640, which then makes me wonder why Grasser Lamborghinis is 963, because I'm sure they haven't got to a 963 horsepower Huracan yet.
No, but there may be some history with the GRT Grasser team and those numbers, rather than the cars that they race. Because I mean, they've not been with the Huracan for that many seasons. Spewing something out of the rear there is the number 10 Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini. That should not be falling out of the car at such a rate.
I fear it is coolant. That looks like a cooling system blow off, and it did that a lap ago. And I rather fear, therefore, they've got air in the system. And all owners of ratty old cars will know that air in the system equals head gasket problems. Alan Prost has sent me a picture of Renault Clio 172. It's silver. It says 172 on the number plate. Car number 10 to return to the pits for solving leaking fluids, plead our organisers, and I don't think they're alone in that. I think the team would probably be well advised to take their cap off the header tank, let it idle for a little while and continue adding fluid until hopefully they've got rid of the airlock somewhere. And car number 24 being reminded to respect track limits. Hands up, class. Yes, turn 19. Well done there at the back. Ravazza 2. So that's where everybody runs out wide. Not often by design, you have to say, but Johnny, we know from our own little meanderings round at Code 60 style speeds that when you come down the hill into Ravazza, it's steep. Here we go, down the hill, long, hard braking, and you drift out wide there. And once you have, trying to get through corner 19 here and not drift out wide is near impossible, even as Horst Felbermeyer, our chauffeur, did from the live pictures. When you've stayed 2 wheels on in the first part of Ravazza, staying 2 wheels on the track in the second part is very tricky indeed.
Yeah, it's all about getting the car stopped for 18, which then if you're totally on the wrong line for that corner, it messes up the end of your lap, getting the car worked towards the, well, vaguely towards the racing line for turn 19. And that's the great thing about this circuit design, I suppose, to have two tricky left-handers, very similar to one another, but at very different approaches. And I can remember on other Grand Prix tracks, you know, 2 left-handers or 2 back-to-back right-handers, which you have at at the Malaysia circuit in Sepang. There's a double right-hander there, which is very tricky from a fast approach to then get it stopped for the first of those, and then through to the double right-hander. And there's another one on the circuit at Shanghai as well. That's a double left-hander just before that really long back straight, which is over 1 kilometre in length. I like this sort of format of the end to the lap. Certainly you can have a really good run up until Rivatsa, where it can just totally go up the Swanee. Into the corner goes the 911 car, actually getting it very right there. And Daniel Alleman, although he's one of the Pro-Am type drivers as opposed to Robert Renauer, who's very much a pro, Daniel Alleman, as far as weak links are concerned, not that weak at all. And I have to say the performance level across all 4 drivers, Alfred and Robert Renauer, Ralph Bone and this man Daniel Alleman, they get great performance out of all 4 drivers, great consistency, and I think the results would certainly agree with that.
Yeah, and that's part of the key, isn't it? You're as strong as your weakest link, and if you've got 3 really quick guys and 1 really average guy, then that's going to find you out, and you're absolutely right. All 4 drivers can keep the pace up in this car. And again, you know, I'm not sure that this is the most customer-friendly car to be driving that fast. I think you really have to dig quite deep into yourself to get the pace out of these GT3 cars. So it is, you know, fantastic that all 4 drivers can match a pretty decent pace. Fastest lap the car has done so far today, absolutely the fastest that car has done, was a 44.5. Daniel Alleman in traffic there has done a 46.9. Now anything below a 146 guarantees that you can't escape pro class status, so they are doing a solid stand-up job. 12th place overall is the SP2 class leader, and again this is another Porsche. This is the 64 car at the moment. Porsche Lorient have 2 cars in the race. The 64 car currently being driven by Frédéric Leviev, who shares with Frédéric Ancel and Philippe Paulette, and the 65 car Jean-François Demorgue, Alain Demorgue and Gilles Blasco. So those 2 cars identically liveried, bar the colours of their mirrors, but it is the 64 car that has got the pace and has had the brakes. Blasco, in fact, in the 65 car is in the pits and 7th in their class. SP2 quite tightly contested because the number 75 IDEC Sport Porsche is not far astern of 64. The 75 IDEC car at the moment with Stefan Adler at the wheel, I think. Yes, it is. In second place, 10 seconds back. And third is the B2F competition car. That's a bright, bright yellow Porsche Cup car with Benoit Fratin, Bruno Fratin, and at the moment at the wheel, Michel Mitius. And the car that's significant by its absence from that group at the moment has dropped down to number 80 car, dropped down to 6th in class. And I can't quite remember. Oh, APO came in with a puncture, didn't they, and some overheating when Andrew was down there reporting on that. And it was, yeah, they were filling it up with water rather than red wine. But that's a thing, by the way, filling up. I'm trying to remember. I have a feeling not the year that Al Holbert ran out of water on the very last lap and still won the race, but I have a feeling it was a 9.56. Rather than what you might expect, you know, like a Ferrari or something. I have a feeling that in the Group's era, certainly at Le Mans, one of the cars was overheating massively, and they just filled it up with cheap litres of French red wine from plastic bottles. Another time penalty being handed out, and this may be the first mention in the race. No, it's not, for 335. That's the B2F competition. TCR Renault, Peugeot 308 rather, so that's Thomas Fretin. How many Fretins are racing for B2F? Benoit Bruno in the Porsche and Thomas in the Peugeot is the answer, 3, with Laetitia Tortellier and Pascal Collon. So they've been handed a penalty for not respecting the track limits. You'll be unsurprised to hear at turn 19. So that car, again, with all these time penalties, you have to serve them at your next pit stop. So you come in, you fuel, then you go to the penalty box, then you trundle off down the pit lane to your team and do driver changes and whatever else.
Andrew Marriott just telling me that it's a dad and 2 sons, the Fretin family. We're not sure which is which, if you like, which is the father and which are the 2 sons, but it might be the 2 sons in the Porsche.
Do you want a father and 2 sons update as well?
Yes, please.
Courtesy of I don't recall who exactly. MDC Sports, the number 44 Mercedes, the one that started this second part of the race in the garage, if started is the correct word. Philip Zumstein is the dad, and he owns a major Mercedes dealership, possibly even chain, in Switzerland. And sons Manuel and Adrian not only race with him in the car, but also run the dealership. So it's Philip Zumstein who's the dad, and Manuel and Adrian who are the sons. Thank you very much to whoever corresponded with me yesterday on Twitter and found that little gem on the interwebs. Oh, right turn lover. See, yes. I love it when these comes together. He says Lamborghini cars. Automobili Lamborghini was founded in 1963. 963. And there is the B2F Renault going off, Peugeot going off substantially into the gravel and then rally crossing his way through.
Thomas Fretin is 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Bruno Fretin is... let me get the right line. Bruno Fretin is 46. Benoit Fretin, 49. So it's two brothers and a son, isn't it? Two brothers and a son.
Dad and uncle.
There you go.
There you go. Now, Bruno Fretin rings a bell. What are they driving?
The two brothers, uncle and father, are in the Porsche, and they're in the 35 B2F Competition.
Bruno Fretin, again, help us here on Twitter. Bruno Fretin, I have a feeling he's either a Michelin or a Peugeot Sport guy, and I'm not sure why I think that. It just rings a bell. And it might be a different Bruno Fretin. I might just be barking completely up the wrong arbor. However, help us out with that. Daniel Allemann, race leader from Yuri Pisarik. The gap is now down to a single lap. But that's because Allemann in the Porsche has just come across the line and Ferrari hasn't. Still, I think, a two-lap lead. Let's update ourselves, though, on where we are with the battle for sixth position. Nicky Pastorelli, 12 seconds in front of the 29 Porsche, and number 24 Alex Coigny is, oh, I beg your pardon, now that gap's come down to 12.3 seconds, and Alex Coigny 30 seconds off the group. So in fact, Nicky Pastorelli in the 27 Renault is pulling away fast. Number 28 Renault running out of talent or brakes at Variante Alta, and in fact following the old line of the circuit, which was straight ahead basically over the brown. Not quite following the old line. There's a big patch of tarmac which was the original track still there. He goes straight across Variante Alta. The 28 car rather patched up. They've got a yellow car with a few black areas on it, but unfortunately the black gaffer tape isn't on the black areas, as it wouldn't be. It's on the yellow areas. So that's looking a little bit like it's been stitched together by a bad Herman Munster monster creator.
That's still Jean-Pierre Valentini, by the way, that's at the wheel, and the car is at the back of the field, as you would expect, because it didn't do any running yesterday.
However,
yes,
it's within 3 laps of being not last.
Correct, because it's catching the number 10 Leipzig Motorsport Lambo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Alexander Scherpen at the wheel of that car.
And it will then have to make up a mere 50 laps on the CAD Speed Audi to go up to not last but 1.
Yeah, car 108, which is currently in the pits, though, and been there for half an hour, so that's catchable too.
And Thomas Fretin in the B2F Peugeot is back in as well. So we saw that rally crossing across the gravel traps. He's back in, off the back of the fastest lap of the race for that car. Well, clearly because he missed braking a couple of places. I think that may be a standard pit stop, actually, for the B2F TCR class car, and it is 6th in its class, so looking at a top half dozen finish if they can keep it on the grey stuff kid. That's what it's for.
And the second place car is in the fueling area again, so car 11 doesn't feel like it was too long ago since that Ferrari was being fueled last time, but it had Josef Kral at the wheel at the time. Now it is Jiří Pisarik at the wheel of the Scuderia Praha machine. There it is on the live stream. Car 11 then for the moment being fueled, then it will work its way up towards the team. I would guess that this is going to be a second stint for Jiří Pisarik, and Joe Bradley raring to go in terms of receiving that Ferrari 488. But with a potential driver change, if they do drive a change, they may well do tyres as well. Brand new Hankooks potentially being readied, and the 11 car about to head along to its pits stall. The 32 Horst Felbermeyer Junior driven car collection Audi is in 3rd position. 4th place for Tom Onslow Cole in the 30. And then it's Dimitri Enjalbert in the EDEC Sport Mercedes running around in 5th place. So some work being done in the cockpit of the 34 car.
Yeah, looked like belt fastening, because of course drivers can't reach up enough or reach forward enough to fasten their belts. They can't see them because the helmet and the hands device. You can't tip your head down like you would in a road car. You don't even look at your road belt when you're doing up your lap belt in a road car. You know where it is, you click it in. Drivers can't do that, and you can rarely really tighten things up enough either, because when you hit the brakes here at Tamburello and you think the belts are tight, and then you move forward 4 inches in the car, you go, okay, not that tight then. So that was Yuri Pazarik and Alex Quagny as well have just stopped for fuel. Number 24, the powder blue Mercedes, as we saw the 34 car. Gustav Edelhoff out of the car then. We'll wait to see when it leaves the pits who he has handed over to. And it's Elmar Grimm. Even as I say that, the car goes by. So we've established that 963 on the GRT Lamborghini is Grasser Racing's tribute to the year of the founding of Automobili Lamborghini, 1963, and for the same reason, says Dr. Yobbo, their Blancpain and ADAC cars are 19 and 63. Can't argue with that in terms of detail. Ferrari founded 70 years ago this year, and of course it was little trouble dealing with Enzo Ferrari as a customer that basically led to the creation of Lamborghini cars. Ferruccio Lamborghini thinking, well, I've had enough of this lark and I could probably do a better job for customers, and so he did. Into the pits comes Scuderia Praha's Ferrari then, driver change, Yuri Pazarik out, and in goes Josef Kral. Now, we should have noticed, shouldn't we, how long Yuri Pazarik had been in. I wonder whether because of the heat they are now into single stinting. That might be a question for the ever-present Joe Bradley. We heard from a couple of the teams, Joe, that they were really starting to struggle in the heat, and I wonder whether that's the case. Oh, trouble for the Hofer Mercedes out of the final corner. It's loop round, got spat off the curbs on the last left-hander. The final part of Ravazza, and it looks like it's nosed up to the tyre barriers but not hit them on driver's left on the inside of the circuit. It's got going again and is now at Tamburello, so no notifiable damage to the front. Could see the tyres in our monitor's pictures, and there was no damage to the tyres. No sign of green paint on the Hofer Racing Mercedes, so just loop round into a harmless but rather time-consuming spin.
Here's Joe Bradley, having watched the pit stop at the number 11 crew and probably lining up Yuri Pazarik for a quick word, Joe.
Yeah, you know how keen Yuri is always to talk to us. I've been talking to the team manager, who tells us that there's been left with very little variation in driver tactic with the Malicelli situation of Malicelli not being driving here, so only having 2 drivers. The decision is, when they change tyres, you may as well change driver. Obviously, when the car comes to a halt on the pit apron for the tyre change, then they've got time to change drivers as well, so that's how they're going to do. And it keeps the drivers fresh and fit. Rather than double stinting them, it's then all about recovery time, because the next time that car comes in to change driver, that driver that's recovering has to get back in, if that makes sense.
No, it certainly does. Thank you for that update, and keep working on Yuri to see whether we can get a quick word with him and whether the team have deliberately started to go to the shorter stints just to make sure that their 2-driver lineup can make it to the finish. Not necessarily feeling fresh as a daisy by that point, but at least feeling like they are in control of this very rapid racing car. The walls come at you very quickly indeed in this place, and the last thing you want is a kind of lapse of concentration brought on by heat exhaustion. Seesawing its way through the chicane at Tamburello. There is one of the GT3 cars, I think. Just trying to work out now. Oh, it's the Olymp car, isn't it? So yeah. Car number 29, the Porsche Racing Porsche. Down towards Toza goes that car then, and it is 6th on the road. Shelko Dermic at the wheel of that car then. having taken it over from, well, initially it was Robert Lucas driving it, Patrick Eisman did the middle stint, and now Shelko doing the third stint of the day. I think all three drivers had an opportunity to drive the 29 yesterday as well.
Yeah, they did. They cycled through. And that means that when you get to today's race, they've all got a feel for the car, feel for the track, because they don't all necessarily go in the single qualifying session. That really is much more about trying to get time out of the car. So they're a little bit restricted in terms of pre-race time yesterday, but with 12 hours, they're all going to get a good 4-hour drive through the race. Not all in one stint, I hasten to add. You can do no more than 2 hours at a time. But again, I'd rather fancy that they might be single stinting. And I wonder whether that's the case with Tom Onslow-Cole and Raymond Vos as well in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes. Because again, although full-time professional racing drivers pretty much spend every minute out of the car working on their physical conditioning and training for exactly the reason that the temperatures bring, is that it is very physically and then mentally fatiguing. Gentlemen drivers don't tend to. They tend to have daytime lives that involve running successful businesses, and so they don't spend their entire lives in the gym training. And that's where the potential for risk lies and potential for mistakes lie, when physically it becomes very demanding. A lot of the adrenaline that would otherwise be keeping your brain really sharp is going into trying to keep your body going. The body funnels that energy into the muscles to keep that going, and as a result your brain gets a bit soggy, and when you're 3 wide with another car trying to make it 4 at parts on this track, you can't afford to be losing your focus. And as a result, the more tired you are, the less your brain focuses, and the car won't be going any slower when you start to make misjudgments and make errors in it. So it's really, really important to keep your gentleman drivers, your non-pros, as fresh as possible physically. Driver of the number 120, the SEAT Cup racer, Martin Byford, Ashley Woodman and Frank Pettit, team manager, asked to report to the race director. And that will be the second time, I think, that has happened.
Meanwhile, the 65 Porsche having a little dice with the 75. This is not for race position strictly, because the 65 has had difficulties leading into this part of the race. 20th position for the Porsche Lorient racing car. The sister machine 64 is in second position in SP2, so far better placed. 65 currently being driven by, it's one of the Demorge family. It is in 65 Alain Demorge, sharing with Gilles Blasco and Jean-Francois Demorge, and that car then in 20th place, and therefore not on the same lap as the 75, which is driven by Stefan Adler. That car really well placed in class, leading SP2 in fact, and up against the other car from Porsche Lorient Racing, Frédéric Lelièvre.
Third place and sixth place cars overall, and in the A6 category here in the pits. Tom Onslow-Cole receiving fuel at Ram Racing, or for Ram Racing, or in the Ram Racing Mercedes. Get the words out. And the Forge Racing Porsche of Zuko Dimic is in as well, the number 29 car. So it'll be interesting again to see, because Tom has done a stint of 1 minute 25. I think he's done a single stint. Be interesting to see whether he stays in. If he stays in and does 2 fuel stints, then Riemann has to do a full stint before Tom can get back in, because you have to rest for half the time that you've just been in the car. So if you do a double, then your co-driver has to do half that time before you're able to get in. And if for physical reasons he can't, then you have to park the car if there's only 2 of you. So it might be that that's the way we're going now, either that or we're on to single stints, which just allows both the drivers a little bit of physical recovery time. They're not obviously going to need to go and nod off and get any sleep anywhere, because it's a daytime race, but is that physical conditioning? That may well be the case with the 29 Porsche as well, and I'm sure Joe Bradley will position himself at one or the other team and have a little chat with them to find out quite what their thinking is about the heat.
206 Audi from LMS Engineering getting turned left there by the car collection car. I think that was number 32.
Yeah, it was.
So Audi on Audi action down at Tamburello corner. And that was the 32 trying to squeeze ahead of a car from one of the slower classes. All about giving each other space where possible. And the 206 car from an SP2 vantage point. Sadly not at the head of that order, as often we do see the LMS Engineering car. Won many a time the SP2 class, particularly in Dubai, but with that major rebuild yesterday, the car's struggled ever since, and getting pummeled there at Tamburello, but not really sure where the blame lay.
When it's not your weekend, it's not your weekend, is it? You know, that car has just been troublesome for there. We have a spinner at Rivazza 1. Everybody plunging down the hill.
That's one of the Lorient cars as well. Might be 65 again. Got red door mirrors on that. I think they are red rather than blue. So that'll be
hard to tell because we've got a little red glowing position light underneath it. Double wave yellows. He tries to get the car turned around.
65, I'm saying.
Yeah, it is red. Now that the sun has stopped glaring on them, you can see that they're not just white out. It is the red mirrors. So spot on, Johnny Palmer. Into the pits, not into the pits. Into the pits comes the Audi TT. The 65 Lorient Porsche does not. He looped it into a spin down. Oh, he got tagged into a spin by another Porsche 991.
75.
Was it?
Only because those two were nose to tail a little while ago.
Were
not
they
on the same
battling
lap.
for position?
No.
The IDEC Sport car, no, they weren't, were they? IDEC Sport car is second in the class, but has come into the pits. And leading that class still is the 64 Lorient Porsche. So maybe he thought he was actually trying to pass for the lead, because they were only 18 seconds apart. He may have thought when he came up on the 65 car, which is to all intents and purposes identical, visually certainly must have been to him from behind, he may have thought, oh, great chance for the, oops, sorry about that. However, that was on his in-lap. Or if it wasn't on his in-lap, he's come in now anyway. So he has popped into the pits. Didn't look like he'd taken fuel, so he may have just come in for a quick check over of the car. Tomonso Cole, to answer my question, has stayed out, or has stayed in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes. So it'll be interesting to see quite what happens there. Did Raymond Voss do a double stint? How far are we in now? We started at 11, it's now 2:04, 3 hours. Tom's on a double, he started with a double, so that's 40, 18, 80, 160 minutes. Okay. Number 1, the Hofer Racing Mercedes, back in the garage, and
Joe's there to tell us what's happening.
Yeah, the car came out of the refueling station onto pit road, and the team were ready in the kind of fashion that they are to receive the car on the pit apron outside of the garage door, but the car's body language, if you like, showed that the car, whoever is at the wheel of the car, wanted to drive the car straight in. Of course, the car was switched off and the car was eventually pushed in, but the car is now into the garage, nose first, and it's difficult to see over all the activity at the back of the car. Certainly, whatever the issue is, it's at the front of the car, and nothing happening at the back. The bonnet stays down. They're under each wheel arch. They're under both the left and right of the wheel arches. Brake pads coming off, so maybe this is a scheduled pad change, or whether that slight off that we've just seen the number 1 Mercedes encounter has been brought about by a braking issue. Everyone's at the front of the car, so I'm going to try and get one of the drivers. I saw Christian Frankenhout standing around in a t-shirt and shorts, so I'm going to go quiet because I'm going to lose you. In fact, if I can just wave at Kenneth to standby callers, we'll grab Kenneth. Kenneth!
He's trying.
I am trying.
Very
Kenneth.
trying at times.
Yeah, I've grabbed Kenneth.
Nice
I've
one.
attracted his attention in the old-fashioned way of shouting. That was very classy shouting of you across the garage there. What's the problem, Kenneth?
I was in the pits and didn't know. I think he has spun. He spun the car, and we have a little touch on the bottom, and so the front splitter is a bit loose. And because we are totally off the game, we can repair it and don't lose anymore. So it doesn't matter.
And did I see brake pads being changed as well?
Yeah. But this was regular plans.
So the issue was the splitter being broke, and we might as well change parts while we're at. All right, makes sense. Thanks, Kenneth. Thanks for clearing that up. There you heard it, guys.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Kenneth Hyatt wasn't at the wheel at the time of the spin. That was Roland Eggerman, and on the live stream saw Kenneth deep in conversation with Chantal Kroll at the front of the car and at the back of the garage, because the car had gone in forwards whilst they look after the front splitter and might as well change brake discs and pads at the same time. A real shame for the A6 AM regulars, as we've got cars off at Tozer corner. One of them is the 28 again, I'm afraid, and the 29 was involved this time. 28, though, serving only to bury its rear wheels into the gravel trap as it tries to recover at Tozer. And the 29 car was also off track. Robert Lucas, I think, possibly trying to lap that car, and it's caused havoc again.
Is he working himself numerically down the order? Because the last one he hit was 27. He's now gone to 29. Look out, car 30. That's
yes.
Yeah. Well, actually, we do
We
have a
ain't got
car
one.
30. We do. Ram Racing.
Oh no, you're right.
So code 60 comes out. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, unfortunately, not the work of genius. The Jean Alesi spin turn involves staying on the tarmac, not burying yourself in the gravel. So Robert Lucas keeps going in the number 29 Porsche, but unfortunately the number 28 is not only making himself unpopular on a number of Christmas card lists, but is also causing the marshals down there an awful lot of work, and they're hot enough, thank you very much. Incident investigating 32 and 206 under investigation. Incident involving 65 and 75 under investigation. Car number 120, team manager to report to race director. Still, that keeps coming up. And the 29 car looks like it is okay. It's got air in the tyres. Nothing appears to be hanging off or dripping out from underneath it. So I think they got away with that. Tom Onslow Cole having fuel. Now, it was suggested that a double fuel stint for A6 would take them over 2-hour driving limit. That can't be the case. We haven't. They've done doubles all the way through yesterday and today, and I don't think we've seen an A6 car exceed an hour on a fuel tank. I think they're doing about 45, 55 minutes. 34 doing what I thought you weren't allowed to do, which is queue for the pumps out onto the main road. I think that's a bit of a traffic hazard. However, there has understandably been a rush for the pit lane. 32 horse Felbermeyer in there, Tom Onslow Cole in there, should have pretty much vacated that by now. Nicky Pastorelli in there. In fact, even as I say that, Tom Onslow Cole leaves a pump. Nicky Pastorelli is in there in the 27 GP Extreme Renault. So our 4th and 5th place cars, as well as our 2nd place car on the pump. And the arbiter of how to get things right or wrong under a code 60, which is the Herbert Motorsport team, have stayed out again. Charlie Putman came in the number 85 car, which is in 11th overall and leads 991. Who else came in? The VDS Adventures Mark Cars Australia Focus V8, that is 4th in SP2. That also came in for fuel, and there are more coming in all the time. Driver changes going on as well. So that is which of the Lorient Porsches are we seeing on the pit road? 29 is having a driver change as well. That is the Forge Racing Porsche. So we'll have to, I think we might hustle Joe Bradley down a little bit to Tom Onslow Cole. Just came in to top up with fuel and went back out. He's just started a stint. In fact, he's shown us 48 minutes in. So he'd just done fuel, went back out, and then has topped up again and gone back out. Now, because they're in the pro class, they're only allowed to take, and they're not allowed to take a full fuel load. They're allowed to take 5 litres less than 120, which means that they don't always, or they don't fill their tank when they come in for refuel. So that may be what he's done, given themselves a full tank of fuel rather than the amount they're allowed, so they have a little bit of flexibility in future pit stoppery.
Here's Joe again in the pits.
Yeah, I've just made my way up to the 29 pit. Did I hear you guys say the 29 had gone off?
Yes.
And also, was that the first time the 29 had been in? I know we've got a couple of Porsches with that fluorescent yellow rear end. I could have sworn I saw the 29 in the pits and gone back out. This is basically for me to be kept up to date. But the 29 has come in. The driver stayed at the wheel from what I could gather, but it's taken on tyres and then back out. Very swift pit stop. But that's after a slight off, isn't it?
Yeah, and they had made a driver change just before to go back to Robert Lucas, so that's why he stayed in. You're absolutely right.
Finally, Jean-Pierre Valentini gets going again after a second gravelly moment during this stint. That is the team owner of GP Extreme, United Arab Emirates-based organisation, and racing on a UAE licence, in fact, is that man Valentini, although born in France. Here's the 172 Team Cook Sport Renault Clio. It's a Renault Clio 200, I think with a turbocharged engine as well, if that is one of Josh Cook's regular Renaults that he has run in the Renault Clio Cup in the past. But Cook Sport have been regulars in that championship, taking a break for 1 year so that they can take their Clios on longer distance runs. Did the Dubai 24 hours and got a real taste for races that are outside the 20-minute box and then some. And Cook Sport back once again with a very smart-looking Clio, 172 then of a two-car class. I think still ahead of the Endurance Team Romania car by some distance. Yeah, 176 laps completed, about to be 177 for driver Adam Hadfield. And their nearest rival then in Class A2 is the Endurance Team Romania Toyota GT86, which was pummeled yesterday. A lot of rear-end damage that needed to be fixed during yesterday's 4-hour chunk of the race. And Sergei Nikolai now driving the 173 car, second in Class A2 on lap 163. Audi number 34 rejoining the race after a recent pit stop. There in the background is the Porsche Lorient Racing Porsche with the blue door mirrors. That must be car 64 then, and that is leading its class, or is it second in the division? No, it's leading in SP2 and is trying to be caught by the 35 car, the B2F Competition Porsche of Bruno Fretin, and the 58 car third in SP2, which is the Raphael van der Straten driven VDS Raphael van der Straten and VDS Racing Adventures Mark car with its 5-litre engine. That really does rumble by our commentary booth as well every lap. Christoph Lenz been put back inside the GRT Grasser Lamborghini, number 963. That car 15th and 5th in A6 AM. And then we have Stefan Adler. That car's been in the pits now for over 11 minutes after there was drama for the 75 and the 65 heading into Rivazza not too long ago. Clearly the 75 came in for a check, and the team that run that car, Edex Sport, have either found problems or just doing a bit of routine maintenance. That might be brake related as well.
Grasser Racing Lamborghini jumping up from 20th place where it was an hour ago to 15th. How's it done that? We basically caught all the leaders in SP2 and went by them sort of in 2 or 3 laps. So it has jumped up a big lump because there was a very tight battle, it still is, at the top of SP2, which was just in front of them. So they've gained a little bit of ground, and once they've made up another couple of laps, they will be right up to the bottom of the top 12, where we get rid of all our Porsches and head into our A6 category. Code 60 ends and the entire track goes green. There's the Endurance Team Romania Toyota GT86.
So it is.
And very, very cautious to stay out of everybody's way because they got thumped very heavily yesterday by a much faster car and they ended up paying the price.
So the leader has been in. They've done a driver change at Herbert Motorsport. Ralph Bone getting in and Daniel Alleman getting out, who's now with Joe Bradley.
A very hot and sweaty Daniel Alleman. Looks like you've been working very hard out there.
Yeah, it's very hot, it is. But we are happy and we have a lot of fun on the work. The car is driving very well. Everything is okay. I believe we won 2 laps. Yeah. To the second.
I'm going to ask you a little secret. Yesterday, in the first 4 hours of this race, Daniel, were you guys taking it really easy because now you've kind of gone away from the rest of the field?
I believe it's a question of the temperature. Yeah, our car. I mean, we are about between a half and 1 second faster than yesterday. When you look between the cars, Mercedes on our car. Yeah.
And you're doing nothing differently to yesterday.
No, nothing. We cannot.
Now you wouldn't tell me a fib, would you?
No, I wouldn't tell you. No. No, we have fun on the way.
Great stuff. I'm going to let you cool down. You look very hot. Thanks, Daniel. Daniel Alleman. Always good for a bit of fun with Daniel.
Great character, and as I say, slots into that team really well. The two Renault twins, we know all about their pace, but I think Daniel Alleman, to a certain extent, is their secret weapon because he can go very quickly indeed. I think he's graded as a Pro-Am. Creventic have their own way of grading drivers, which is structured around the FIA precious metal system of bronze, silver, gold and platinum. But if you are a bronze driver, you become an AM, an AM driver with Creventic. If you're silver, then that's Pro-Am. And then if you're either gold or platinum, then you are pro. So effectively there are 3 rungs to Creventic's ladder. And Alleman might be a sneaky silver with Ralph Bone, the bronze driver, and then the 2 Renaults. Well, Roberts will be a gold. Alfred again might be a silver driver, slipping into that Pro-Am division as well. But they have structured that team deliberately for its strength across the distance and across a 12-hour race. It's no surprise. I mean, first of all, the car is bulletproof, and whatever they do to that 911, I don't know how they make it so reliable, but it very, very rarely encounters a problem. And then you add to that the driving lineup, and it's no surprise that they've led so many races this year, and indeed won 3 of the 4 we've had already.
One of the things that makes it bulletproof is where you buy it from. And, you know, and that's why customer Porsches are so popular, is because you buy reliability, and that's you know that is all part of it. But you're right, and you know what they do. And interesting there to hear him say we're not doing anything different, but we are gaining time, or rather they're losing time to us. You know, half a second a lap doesn't sound like an awful lot. I mean, these are tiny amounts of time, but if you do it 200 times, then you end up several minutes in front. In fact, they're not several minutes in front, they're a couple of laps in front of second, 3 laps in front of third, 4 laps in front of fourth. Top 8 were on the same lap this morning when we started this, and that was 3 hours 20 minutes ago. They've opened up gaps that nobody could do in more time yesterday in cooler conditions, and that perhaps is just simply a factor of the way that the 911 uses its traction, the way that it looks after its rear tyres. I don't know, but there is something in the higher track temperature that is disadvantaging the others more than it's disadvantaging them. And there are a lot of front-engine Mercedes trying to chase them down. We've got mid-engined Audis, we've got mid-engined Ferraris, and the one rear-engine car in the entire A6 category is the one that's pulling a lead on everybody else. And it's not just, and he's very obvious, honestly about it. It's not driver talent. We haven't suddenly turned the wick up. We haven't suddenly woken up as better drivers, but the change has been the weather. The track temperature is quite a lot higher than yesterday, and the bright sunshine continues to keep it so.
Max Edelhoff back at the wheel of the number 32 car collection Audi, so this could be an exciting stint now for a car that runs second overall despite it being an A6 AM car, so therefore in theory a slower driver combination. However, it's keeping at bay Joseph Kral and Jiří Pisarik, the Tom Onslow-Cole stroke Raymond Vos combo, and Dimitri Engelbert sharing with the 2 Lafargues, Patrice and Paul, father and son team. Paul the younger, and that 17 E-Deck Sport car running in 5th position, again in the pro category. But the 32 car, despite being restricted by these delta times, not permitted to go any quicker than a 1 minute 46 second lap every time, so that puts it into BOP neutral, 32 car. They seem to be able to run to that time very nicely indeed. In fact, Max Edelhoff's name's now been changed to Dimitri Parhofer, which would tally actually with the lap times, because I expected Edelhoff to go a little quicker than a 150, and that car's done 150s over the last 3 or 4 laps now. So Parhofer finished yesterday's first part of the race. Parhofer's still pretty quick, but not as swift as the very impressive 21-year-old Edelhoff.
Only 8 minutes in the car, though, so it is hauling around an extra 100 kilos in terms of fuel. May well end up with quicker laps by the end of the stint. But, yeah, not everybody in each of these driver lineups is exactly on the same pace, and that's part of the delight actually of Pro-Am racing, isn't it? Is that you do see gaps grow and shrink and positions change because of the relative abilities of the drivers as well as the cars, or rather as much as the cars. Looking at 85 here, 11th overall, and this plain white car. I really do wish they brought back the stars and bars, because that was such an attractive livery on that car, such a pretty livery on that car, but the Pro Speed car very much in sort of plain white shell as it came off the production line in Weissach. Joe Foster driving that car at the moment. That leads the 991 class. It is the best Porsche that's not the overall race leader, which is the 911 996. I can't remember quite what the current denomination of the top flight GT3 car is. 991 GT3R, in fact, so they're all nominally 991s, as are the SP2 leaders behind. 64, the Lorient Porsche, that is also nominally a 991 car, but not in the 991 class for reasons. We've only got 4 hours and 37 minutes. I think we could successfully fill all of that by trying to explain why various different identical Porsches aren't quite as identical as they might appear and are in slightly different categories. But they are both hovering on the doors of the top 10. As intimated earlier, they are likely to be passed, or they'll be passed. The 64 car, the Lorient car, will be passed in the next couple of laps for 12th place by the recovering Grasser Racing Lamborghini, assuming it doesn't assault anybody else or throw its coolant out. But that Grasser Racing Lamborghini, the lime green car, is working its way back up towards the top 10 position.
Car 82's just come in for a pit stop. This is the Russian-entered RS Car Motorsport Porsche, and Joe Bradley's down with the team.
And I can tell you that the driver that's just got out standing beside me, Andrei Mukovoz. Andrei, you had problems. You had to rebuild the engine on the 82 Porsche, but you were still in this race. But you still have small problems.
But we currently have a great speed for us, in my opinion. I think in the middle of our class related to speed, but still have some problems. Currently we have problems with radio. That's why we can't use current situation with code 60 and still not refueling, because our car was on the middle of the stint. And great race, what I can say.
Yeah, exactly. And you're here, Imola in Italy. Tell me, the team is a team of Russians, yeah? As
fully
all
Russian,
the crew, yeah?
Fully Russian team.
And are you...
Russian, mechanics Russian, all Russian.
Whereabouts in Russia are you guys from?
What?
Whereabouts in Russia are you from?
From Moscow.
Are you all from Moscow?
Yeah, all from Moscow, yeah.
And are you going to do any more 24-hour racing with this series?
I think, yes.
Yes, that would be great. Tell me about the motorsport in Russia. Is it healthy at the moment?
Not so, because you know all political situation.
Yes.
And for example, currently we have only one same car, 991 Cup.
All right, that's a shame, because there is a lot of there is a lot of interest in Russia. You have the Grand Prix.
A lot of yes, Sochi, Formula 1, Baku, DTM in Moscow Raceway. That's all.
And is it
just lost Joe for a moment, but we'll try and get him back as soon as possible. What a fascinating interview, though, with Andrei Mukovoz that was, and as he says, sharing with 3 other Russian drivers. Artem Soloviev we had a good catch up with at the start of the race. This was yesterday, prior to our 3 o'clock start for RS Car Motorsport. But it's fabulous to be able to attract teams from the lesser-known countries within the motorsport world, I suppose. Russia, Romania.
Yep.
And that's what's great about Creventic, is that because it provides you great value for money racing, admittedly, to actually get a car from Russia or Romania or whatever to the places will cost you in terms of air freight or by road travel or however you do it, and to get the team together and to put them up for 3 or 4 nights, whatever is required, will require some amount of money, but I think it's cheaper compared to the other alternatives.
Yeah, definitely. And you can start at the bottom of the pyramid, can't you? You can start with a reasonably cost-efficient car. In fact, this weekend, today, TCR Russia is racing as well. So there is a grassroots of motorsport in Russia. It's where you want to start to move up into higher echelon. That's where you have to leave. And you know, that's been the case not just in Russia, but in many, many countries for many, many years, which is why we've got so many different nations coming over to race in Europe, and particularly in strong British championships. You know, you think of the Brazilians, you think of Argentines, you think of Americans who felt they needed to come over to Europe to expand themselves and to learn different forms of racing and to become fuller, more rounded drivers. And that very much continues. Europe is still pretty much one of the global epicenters of motorsport in all sorts of different forms. And one of the joys of this series is, again, that whole openness, that whole welcomingness to any car, any driver, any team. Yeah, come on in, we'll find a place for you. Come on, sit yourself down at the table. We've got room, we've got a chair, we've got a seat, you know, and we'll work out a way to make it work. Whatever it is that you come with, we'll work out a way of making it work, and you'll have a race against somebody. You might not know who they are beforehand, but you'll still know who they are afterwards, because you'll be in a pitched battle with them, and your car, and the track, and the clock.
And the other good thing about Creventic is that a lot of the teams eat together. They spend time away from the cars together. They're sometimes near neighbours in the garages too. And although it's hard-fought stuff at 12 hours, there's actually quite a lot of camaraderie down in the paddock as well, where they will share stories. And teams with 4 drivers, you can only have 1 driver in at any one time, so you've got 3 other drivers then sharing stories with the off-duty guys, haven't you?
Or as we used to refer to it, BSing. Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
Doing a David Hobbs, as Sorrel van der Merwe said, Hobbs is a stand-up comedian. That may be possibly, Andrew Marriott, if you're looking for a forward or a little bit for the Hobbs book on the back. David Hobbs is a stand-up comedian, quote from Sorrel van der Merwe. I think that would definitely sell it. Van der Merwe, by the way, back in the garage in the 555 Ginetta, the Team Africa Le Mans car. Team Africa Le Mans first came to the 24-hour series at last year's Barcelona 24. Jan Lammers was part of the crew there. He is again. And we heard Andrew Marriott chatting to Sorrel van der Merwe, who's now 70 years old and change, and in his 50th year of motorsport competition, racing, rallying, and everything in between. Won the Daytona 24, many, many rallies, many, many other races. And you can tell that he is really struggling with this addiction. And long may that continue for he and us.
Can't keep himself away from motorsport in seemingly whatever discipline it might be. And
tell you what, he looked fit as a flea for 70 odd as well, didn't he?
I wonder what he thinks of this Ginetta G55, which has a lot of fans and is well, I was going to say still quite a new car, but it's been in the UK now, running in the One Make series for 3 or 4 years. A lot of people choosing it in GT4 again this year in British GT though too, and they are strong cars, clearly no road-going counterpart, but nevertheless Ginetta do offer certain road cars. These cars built in Leeds, the company now owned by Lawrence Tomlinson, and the Ginetta ladder system to get you through motorsport, long established now, starting with the young'uns and Ginetta Juniors. You can start as young as 14 years old now in a Ginetta Junior and work your way through to get at least some racecraft under your belt, and then depending on what you think your future is in motorsport, a lot of people stepping out of Ginetta Juniors into single-seaters, or indeed then thinking about the touring car or sports car route through motorsport. Sports cars can often, if you're good enough, get you a job then, a career of 10, 15, 20 years or more.
Absolutely right. And you know, more and more young drivers are seeing endurance racing as a way of building a career where they might actually earn a living, rather than single-seater racing where they're just trying to fill a money pit with a hole that has no definable bottom.
Over the line goes the 24 of Alexander Kwani. And the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes is running second in the ACE exam. Remember, behind the 32 car within its class, which is second overall. truly fantastic effort so far from Car Collection Motorsport, with Dimitri Parhofer still driving that. Lap 2:32 for the leading AM car, but the leading Pro machine 233 laps now under its belt. Let's get another update from Joe Bradley in the pit lane.
I've just watched the 335 Peugeot. That's the B2F competition Peugeot, just being pushed into the garage. The team's not very good with English, but it's Leticia Tortella, who's as kind of in sign language and other forms of semaphore and other ways of communication, has indicated to me that they've lost drive from the transmission, probably a drive shaft. The car's now pushed into the back of the garage, and they're going to try and rectify that. But as far as I could gather, she did mean a drive shaft or transmission failure on that Peugeot. Other issues for the car, little bit of braking issues, and also pits to car communications have failed. And how many times have we heard that today already? Lots of pits to car radio failing today for some reason.
Yeah, something about either the topography of the track, the way it goes up and down around this hillside in the centre of the circuit, or maybe it's just the nearby... Dirty air was a phrase I heard at Le Mans for the first time this year, which I've never heard from an audio engineer, saying, oh, I've got a great Wi-Fi signal, you can pick it up halfway across the TV compound, and said, yeah, that's because the air's clean. And I looked at him, it's what? He said, yeah, nothing else is switched on. And he pointed at all the aerials and all the, you know, the HF things, and he said, wait till this lot is on. You won't be able to get it from your router to your laptop in your own commentary booth. And that's possibly what we've got here. Lots of radio traffic from TV and police radios and all sorts of stuff in the town, which completely envelops the racetrack. And that might be having a slightly germane effect on that as well. But yes, one-way communication seems to be okay. Two-way can be a little bit more tetchy. And Joe and Andy in the pits are certainly as testament to that as any of our drivers. Team manager car number 32 being asked to report to our stewards, and that is the Car Collection car that started the second part of this race on pole position. Looking at it now on your live feed, it is currently in second spot, and the gap between it and the Herbert Motorsport Porsche is now down to half a dozen car lengths, but 2 laps plus half a dozen car lengths. Ralph Bone just set a 1:47.7 on the last lap, 1:49.6 for the number 32 car. So that gap is remaining fairly constant. Dimitri Parhofer is the driver at the wheel of number 32, and so he is trying to unlap himself, but that's something that Ralph Bone won't particularly want to do, won't want to give that lap away. You never know in racing like this when you might need it. 2 laps seems like an insurmountable lead gap in terms of race pace, but pick up a puncture or get turfed off or have a little issue of any kind mechanically, and suddenly 2 laps is barely the time it takes to get back to the pit lane and for the mechanics to suck the air through their teeth. Josef Kral, 3rd place overall, a further lap off the lead, so he's 3 laps back, although in fact as he comes across the line, he's shown as 2 laps back and just 23 seconds behind Dimitri Parhofer. And right in front of him now is the number 30 car of Tom Onslow Cole. In fact, I think Onslow Cole has possibly just gone past him under our noses. And the number 30 Mercedes, which is lying in 4th position, is a lap behind the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, or was a lap behind, and may just have unlapped itself on the 3rd place car as they came across the start, or fractions after they came across the start-finish line. Either that or Josef Kral has caught him and is just about to put him 2 laps down. We'll have to wait for the fullness of time for that one to work itself out. Tom Onslow Cole now an hour and a quarter in the car, nearly an hour 13. Dimitri Jalbert in the number 17 IDEX Sport Mercedes, 1 hour 53 minutes and counting, 1 hour 54 minutes and counting for Alexandre Coigny in the SPS Mercedes. That's the powder blue car. So those 2 guys are flirting right up towards the end of their stints, aren't they? As is Nicky Pastorelli in the 27 Renault.
Let's have a catch up with Joe in the pit lane, who's with Paul May from the number 80 Porsche.
Paul, it's very hot, but it's the sort of weather that we should be sitting by a pool with a gin and tonic, not sweating in a Porsche racing around Imola, I would think.
Well, a choice out of the two, I much prefer to be on the track. Yes, it's very hot, but it's just such a fantastic circuit to drive, and I've loved every bit of it so far.
Now, you guys are doing a two-driver race. Does that make a lot of difference with the physicality of the event?
I think for Alex it's not too much of a problem, but for me, at 58 years of age, yes, I'm having to work a bit hard. I mean, it's very unfortunate Normie James is with us, but he's got a work issue, so we decided to continue doing the race.
And you've had issues. I saw the car earlier with a puncture, etc. Is this just a clawback situation now for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we've been a bit unlucky. 2 punctures. Code 6 didn't work for us. Certainly the Code 6 in my section was good, and my pace was pretty good, I think, so hopefully we might have got something back.
Now, your car has the Patisserie Valerie livery on it. For our viewers and listeners who are maybe not aware of what does that stand for? What's the company?
So Patisserie Valerie was incorporated in 1926 by a lady called Madame Valerie. There were, when I got involved, there were 6 stores in 2006, and what we've done, we've opened and kept opening stores, and primarily we sell cakes and drinks. And at the moment we've got 200 of them in the UK, and opening one every 3 weeks. So fairly busy.
Yeah, you are. So this is your downtime then?
Yes, everybody thinks it's a bit bizarre, but obviously, as you know, when you're racing, it's a complete disengage. You have to concentrate, so I find it great.
Yeah, and I've got to say, the Creventic series obviously suits that style of going racing. It's intense without the intensity, is the way I would say it.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think boys younger, then you know, the sprint races, they're very good. This sort of series suits people like me. I'm a slow builder and get into a reasonable pace. The driving etiquette out there is extremely good, by and large.
Yeah, great stuff. Thanks, Paul. I'll let you get out the sun. Cool down.
Yeah, I suppose it's a great point I've not really thought about, is that in a sprint race, you've got to be on it from the start, whereas this sort of racing where, I don't know, you're judged across a larger time period. It is about your average lap times, but you can afford, therefore, 1 or 2 laps where you work your way up to ultimate pace, and then you get more comfortable with the car, and obviously the car will evolve as well. Side-by-side action there, and that is for position, is it not? No.
No,
they're a couple of laps apart, aren't they?
Yeah, putting a lap on Tom Onslow-Cole. Now, he's been trying to do that for the last half dozen laps, has got by. And Tom Onslow-Cole saying that he was a little perplexed at why the Mercedes wasn't quite as quick as the powder blue car yesterday, but certainly the Mercedes are struggling here today. He's still the best placed Mercedes. He's now in 4th. 17 down in 6th, and 24 that, don't forget, was cycling in and out of the lead yesterday, is in 8th place, ahead of the 44 car in 9th place. So the heat, I think, affecting the Mercedes worse than any of the other cars in the A6 Pro and AM classes. And the Hofer Racing Mercedes, well, that's had all sorts of dramas, and they still way down in 25th position, although still will attract points for 7th position in their class. Not what they'd hoped for, but they will get more points for being 7th in their class than they would have if they were still in the AM class, where they would only be in 5th position or possibly 6th position. And there is the number 24 car at the pumps. Alex Quiney has come in, and at the end of well, we documented, didn't we? He was 1 hour 55, 56 minutes, so he's right up against the buffers of a 2-hour driver limit. Now, that doesn't count time spent in the pit lane, and it does make the stint length ometer that we've got on our timing screens a little slightly out of kilter, but only by 2 or 3 minutes usually. So he has stopped. The other driver that was on a very long run, there were 3 of them. Somebody else has stopped, and now Nicky Pastorelli, an hour and 49 minutes into his stint in the 27 Renault, he will shortly have to surrender his car to a teammate that he wants to or not. Sol van der Merwe in the pit lane with the 555 Team Africa Le Mans Ginetta. Their pit stop time at the moment for Joe Bradley's ears and everybody else's is 13.5 minutes, nearly 14 minutes. Another long stop as well for the 75 IDEX Sport Porsche. That's been in for nearly 18 minutes. And a near 10-minute pit stop from the number 1 Hofer Racing Mercedes. So there are a few cars in there that are having issues.
Into Aqua Minerale goes the 30 car off Tom Onslow-Cole. Tricky to pick off slower moving traffic into that natural bottleneck around this circuit, but they squeeze down the hill there, and Onslow-Cole, I think, able to muscle his way alongside one of the SP2 Porsches. And Joseph Kral, meanwhile, just heading out of Variante Alta and down the hill towards the double left-hander at Rivazza in this third-placed Ferrari. Second, remember, in A6 Pro, and now with 11 seconds between Joseph and Dimitri Parhofer, that gap starting to tumble.
Ian McCarthy, thank you for this. This may yet be my favourite fact of the race. Sorrel van der Merwe is older than the Imola circuit.
Really?
Yes. There you go.
Wow.
You know you've been around a bit. And so is Andrew Marriott, he's saying. And Sorrel's older than you as well. So you're still a spring chicken. You're still in the spring chicken category. When racing drivers are younger than you, then that's one thing. But when they're still older than you, then that's perfectly fine. There's absolutely no reason to think about it. But that is my favorite. When you're racing at a track that hadn't even been created when you were born, that's quite impressive stuff. And it's not exactly a new facility either here at Imola either. Great stat, Ian McCarthy. Thank you very much. I don't know what made you look for that, but that is the work of genius. Robert Lucas has moved up into 6th position as Patrice Lafargue took over the 17 IDEC Mercedes and Richard Feller took over the 24 Mercedes. So they are now down into 7th and 8th position. And 44, which is Adrian Zumstein, one of the two sons in that car, the MDC Sports Mercedes, that is in 9th. So Mercedes 7th, 8th and 9th, and the best of them in 4th position, the car of Tom Onslow-Cole. Definitely the heat is not working for Mercedes here, and I don't know quite why, but it is not. They are struggling now compared to how they were in yesterday's overcast conditions. However, the Ferrari does seem to be really getting to grips with these conditions very nicely indeed. And it's not as if it's much more of a newer car than the SLS. The SLS is a brand new machine, isn't it? The 488, Joseph Kral, now 6 seconds from Dimitri Parhofer and 2nd place. So battle raging nicely. Parhofer already over the line and down to Tamburello for the first time as Joseph Kral completes his 238th lap. The gap now down to 2.9 seconds. So Joseph Kral with a ding in the door and the side on the driver's right of the car, the passenger side, which was collected yesterday in an incident with the 27 Renault, is now he's got target acquired on the Audi, and the gap was 2.9 at the line. It's about 1.6 seconds because the Audi's been held up by another Audi, by the TTRS, the 106 car, 206 car. He goes through at Tosa, starts to climb the hill, and there is one car between him and the Ferrari, and that is the Audi TT, and there are no longer any cars between him and the Ferrari, and the gap back to Joseph Kral is about half a second and closing fast. Kral has target acquired. I'm afraid Dimitri Parhofer has no hope here. He is not going to hold off the young driver from the Czech Republic, and he'd be very wise to try and make sure it's a clean pass out of Aqua Minerale. They climb once more from the left-hander and up to Variante Alta. Expect to see the Ferrari pull out. He does. He's alongside. He's got a tiny overlap, but not enough. Gets off the brakes early. He's going to roll through, and down the hill he comes, and straight by out of the Piratella. Through he goes out of Variante Passarada, and they start to plunge down the hill once more into the Rivazza, and Joseph Kral has taken 2nd place from Dimitri Parhofer. He closed 9 seconds in 2 laps. Parhofer was really quite poorly held up by traffic, and now he comes into the pits. It was his in-lap anyway. Joseph Kral is up to 2nd in the Ferrari.
So he's going to head in the direction of Joe Bradley, who's now with Team Altra for an update on yesterday's incident. Go ahead, Joe Bradley.
Hi, yesterday we saw that very scary incident involving the 308 Peugeot, where we had a brake failure, and Guillaume Roman went hurtling off the track at Rivazza into the gravel trap. Didn't look too bad, it didn't hit anything, and we thought everything was fine. But Cyrus Hariri, who was the team manager from Peugeot, we hear this morning that Guillaume had to go to hospital. How is he?
Well, Guillaume is not that good. He's okay, but he has a very bad broken rib. and so they will keep him here during 5-6 days in order to be sure that he can travel. So it was not a bad crash. We had some overheating of brakes. Here it's a very demanding track on brakes, so he lost a bit the brake too late, went on the gravel bed. It was a quick, very quick. You saw that on TV. By chance, he avoided the two cars. He went between a Peugeot and a Porsche. But this is modern motorsport, and I think we all hate this. They put those yellow bananas, which are really... We shouldn't have this on motor racing, because this is only car breaker. And the car went off on one of those bananas, and when he hit back, he broke one rib just with the impact of the height of the car. So really, those bananas, this is not motor racing. This is dangerous, and except breaking cars and injuring drivers, it's bad. This has to disappear. That is.
We've talked about this a lot, about those all over the world. They can cause problems. But Cyrus Ayeri is the team manager at Altron Peugeot. Tell us, apart from that really bad incident, how has the 12 hours of Imola been going for you guys? It's been character building, I think.
Yes, so first of all, for us, it was so-so because this car went out. It wasn't damaged that badly, but even though with the speed of the impact on the gravel bed, we have to change some parts, splitters, bumpers. So we lost some time. I think 40 minutes, 45 minutes, so this car is now down. And on the other one, again, to avoid two GT cars, he had to go a bit out, hit one banana with the splitter. The splitter pushed the radiator broken, so again, this is not a banana time for us. I think we don't like banana today. And by chance, the other competitors in this year category, they had a lot of incidents. So it's a strange race. Everybody had incidents, so it's kind of a race with the one who will win is the one with the less incident. Now there is a Seat ahead, not quick, but avoid the bananas. And now we are second and fifth. But the gap are huge because everybody had issues. So we'll see. 4 hours to go, and I think we all spent minimum 1 to 1.5 in the pits. So it's not a very critical and funny race, but it's a race to minimize the loss.
We make it sound like a game of Super Mario, avoiding the bananas, but it isn't a joke. And you and I have been around motor racing for a lot of years, and if we take away those curbs, the argument is that the drivers will use every available piece of track. So what do you think the answer is?
Put gravel. Put gravel instead of the banana. If you go to the gravel, you won't damage the car, and you won't gain any time. You take the bananas off and you put good gravels. We love gravels. It's okay. The driver who is too quick, who is out, he will go in the gravel bed. It is safe. Gravel is cool. But no bananas.
No bananas. Oil slicks.
I love fruits, but fed up with bananas.
What about sausage curbs? Because we call them sausage curbs.
So you know, in French we have a kind of sausage, it's saucisson, but it's the same shape. So
okay, they're not good either.
Bananas. I told banana because they are yellow.
Yeah, I know exactly why. Thanks, Cyrus. Great to talk to you, and it's great to hear that Guillaume has only got a broken rib and he's on the recovery, on the path to recovery, and our wishes go to him. Thanks. Pass on our love.
That is Cyrus Ayeri, who's running the Team Altron Peugeot team. And if you think the name seems a little familiar, yeah, brother of Sael Ayeri. And just to hear him and to see him, yeah, no question. Nicky Pastorelli, 1 hour 59 minutes at the wheel of the GP Extreme Renault RS01. The number 27 car finally has had to peel off the pits. Pastorelli must get out. Ralph Bohn still leads, Josef Kral second. Tom Onslow-Cole now cycling up to third place in the Ram Racing Mercedes ahead of Dimitri Parhofer, who stays in the car collection Audi number 32. Pastorelli in fifth place now for GP Extreme. Robert Lucas at the wheel of the 29 Porsche up to sixth position. And another car in the pits is the 44 Mercedes of Adrian Zumstein, or the Zumstein family, and that is now dropped another spot to 10th overall and dropped an AM class place to the car collection Audi number 34 of Elmar Grimm that has passed him as Adrian Summerstein's in the pits. So, yeah, our best wishes go to the driver of that Peugeot, because he lost it on the top of the brow, came down the grass backwards through the gravel trap, just shot straight between two cars, and you shudder to think what might have happened had he not missed both of them. But that impact with the sausage curb as he went backwards over the Ravazza has bust a rib quite badly with here, and so all the very best to him. And yeah, both cars damaged by sausages. I'm afraid the simple answer is stay on the grey stuff, son. That's where it's there for.
Unless you have a moment coming into the bend and you hit it sideways or backwards, which is not what they're designed to do, but I totally understand why they're there otherwise, to protect the track limits. Back to Joe to give us an example of one of these, as Cirrus puts it, bananas, or you may know them in the UK as sausage curbs, sleeping policemen perhaps. Joe Bradley.
Cirrus has got a great explanation of what he would like to do with these banana curbs here at Imola. Cirrus, you want to show us?
I think that might be physically impossible. I'm not sure the race director would approve anyway.
No, I'm almost pleased we're not seeing this on the live
I'm
stream.
almost pleased as well.
The mind boggles.
All he's doing is throwing it. He's showing us a banana and he's throwing it in the bin.
Right, yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, there we go.
There it is.
Bananas in the bin. Well, that's
Bananas in the
my
bin.
lunch. I'll swap that for me orange, because you
He's
can
really
eat a
playing
banana.
on his part, isn't he?
He is. He'll be dressing them up in pyjamas next.
Oh, I say. How very good. On which note, by the way, obviously, Johnny, you will know that the third Smurfs movie is out this summer.
Yeah, The Lost Village, isn't it?
Indeed, yes, you mentioned that earlier.
It's on the side of the Mark VDS Racing Adventures car.
My next film is Despicable Me 3, which I absolutely cannot wait.
Obviously.
My 14-year-old son is to be dragged along as camouflage. But hey, who doesn't like a minion?
Quite. There was the Mark Focus, by the way, a silhouette car, tubular space frame chassis with kind of whatever body shape you could care to put on the top of it, although we've only had Masters and Fords to date, but I'm well up for an Austin A30 next.
I sense a problem here at the 27 GP Extreme Renault team. They're using the longest breaker bar in Christendom to try and loosen off a wheel nut on the right rear. Air gun is having no effect on it.
Joe, what do you know?
It's one of those cases where the wheel nut welds onto the hub, and they've had the big bar in there. They can't seem to break the seal. The air gun, which has got an extreme amount of pressure behind it, is not moving it. Now we bring in the big bar. It's about 4 foot long. The car goes on the ground so to stabilize it, and you can see the effort the guys are putting into this huge lever. And sometimes it's the reaction of the wheel nut. The metal of the wheel nut basically welds itself to the wheel and the hub. Now, I've seen this happen on a Ferrari before. I can't tell you exactly when, but it took a hammer and a chisel to basically chisel the wheel off. Hopefully we've broken the seal there, have we? I heard a big crack in the background.
We
moved the 4 foot bar out the way.
Might have broken the breaker bar.
I do think we've got that wheel nut somewhere near coming off. We kick the wheel gun in now. The car goes back onto its jack. It's still not budging, is it?
No.
It's still not budging. I heard a big crack from the big bar, and I thought we broke the seal, but that wheel gun is not budging that wheel nut whatsoever.
Well, we talked a little earlier.
That's tragic for the 27 Renault.
We talked a little earlier about the Herbert Motorsport Porsche and how 2 laps seems like an insurmountable lead, but it can go away very quickly, and this car will undoubtedly lose 2 laps before they even get that wheel nut off. So, again, major drama. And the problem is, you end up damaging the wheel gun, potentially, rounding off the wheel gun's nut holder, and that could be a very, very long job. You know, you're going to need a nut splitter, but those are big old nuts. That's going to be a very long job. And unfortunately, not sure who's taken over from Nicky Pastorelli, but his stint is starting with a long sweat inside the car.
It's like trying to get a screw undone that's been tightened for tight for years, and you just start to whittle away at the head, don't you, so that it almost loses its crosshead.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's what's happening on either, as you say, the wheel gun itself or the wheel nut?
Well, there's so many different metals. The hub, the alloy wheel, the nut will all be different metals. They all cool and expand at a different rate. Another penalty for the 120 Seat. They really have had a rough old time of it in this race. Damage that was not of their own causing. They lost the back bodywork after going off on the right at the very end of yesterday evening's 4 hours. That's all been sort of tacked together and rebuilt. They had a collision with 206, the TT Audi, that was similarly delayed. They've had a penalty for that. They've had another penalty just now, I think, for exceeding track limits. Penalties get notified on our timing screen quite a long time before they get served. Now, one thing that we need to talk about potentially towards the end of this race and penalties is the AM class in A6. In A6, if you are below a 1 minute 46 in qualifying, you're automatically in the pro class, which means whatever lap times you do, that's fine. If you aim to go into the AM class in what's known as a BOP, balance of performance neutral, where there is no weight gain and none taken out of the car, you must lap between a 1 minute 46 and 1 minute 48. If you go slower than 148, whatever. If you go faster than 146, you get penalised. Now, you get 10 joker cards for the race that you can use, apart from in the last hour?
2 hours, I think it is.
Okay, well, I think 1 hour maybe in the 12-hour race.
Yeah, okay. I'm thinking from Dubai's perspective, yes.
Yeah, but you only get 10 of them. And I noticed when we were in the office this morning, they had a little paper spreadsheet with boxes. Somebody had already burned through 7 jokers in the 4 hours last night. Now, if you've used all 10 and then you start doing that, then bing, 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 bing. Every time you do it, you're going to earn yourself a time penalty in the pits. Some of the cars we know have got multiple reads out that give the driver, plus you're safe, minus you're going too fast, slow down, and in each of the sectors. But we heard from, I can't remember now which one of the teams, possibly one of the car collection Audis that is trying to set these delta times every single lap consistently for 12 hours without giving too much pace away. They don't even have a live readout on board, so the driver's having to feel his way around. And that's the sort of thing that runs you up against those penalty problems.
Still not getting anywhere as far as this number 27 car is concerned, with the rear right wheel welded practically to the hub.
Shall I tell you what this is? This is it getting too close an hour or so ago to the number 28 car, and some of the bad luck has just drifted across. Because the 28 car didn't do any laps yesterday. Look at it now. Look at on the right front corner. It's dropped down to 10th place already.
Constant reminder for the team as to how many places it's losing.
Came in 4th or 6th, I think 6th place actually. It's been out of the lead. And now you've got a problem, is that you've got a slightly rounded wheel nut, and the wheel gun is starting to turn on that and lock itself on as well. If only it was a little bit cooler and not absolutely sweltering, and you've got the radiating heat of those brakes that will be working around, 800, 900 degrees Celsius when they're working. Then it comes into the pits. There's still all that latent heat radiating off those wheels. If it wasn't warm, if you're in a cold garage and you huddle down to the wheel, you'd still be sweating in 5 minutes.
We're still not sure exactly how the two Renaults made contact, but I'm just starting to wonder now whether the rear right was involved in any way. Has that been damaged to some degree after the two Renault GP Extreme RS01s made contact into the Tamburello chicane? I can't see any scuff marks or damage to that wheel, to be honest, so possibly not. Ferrari back in again. This is slightly more metronomic, this number 11 Ferrari, with Joseph Kral back at the wheel for the previous stints. Now, fueling takes place prior to the pit lane proper. In some cases at circuits we visit, the fueling area is after you visited your team. For example, at Mugello, fueling is pit out effectively. And at Brno, that was the case. Late last year, the fueling area was at the pit out end of the lane, but fueling done first, then the car will work its way down towards the team and potentially do a driver change, particularly because of this heat. And I'm sure if they do a driver change, they will give Jiří Pisarik a new set of Hankook tyres too.
I think this is the end of Josef Kral's first stint.
He was in for the start today.
No, but I mean in this, because he's taken over from Jiří the last
rather than it being a double.
I have a feeling this might be the beginning of a double, or the second part of a double. However, Nicky Pastorelli in that number 27 Renault already 13 minutes in the pits, 16 minutes in the pits for the 555 Team Africa Le Mans Giannetti. Jan Lammers has now left the pits in that car. That's going round, but that had a very long stop. In fact, Jan Lammers has been in it 17 minutes, but it had a 16-minute pit stop, and also being flagged up a long stop for 172, 13-minute stop for the 172 Renault in the A2 class. That's our Renault Clio. No, that's still going, but it did have a very long stop. I wonder whether they changed brakes the last time round. The Toyota is in the pits as well. 15 minutes in the pits for them, and 109 the Audi in the TCR class, and that is the RS3, isn't it? 109, not the TT. That car, Jesus Fuster, Miguel Abeo, Jamie Fuster and Mirko van Ostrom, that has been in 109 for an hour now. An hour and a quarter in the pits, continuing to have what Joe's sign language and flimsy French garnered to be a drive shaft change on 108. That's another of the Audis, or that is the other Audi. There's 108 and 109, both in the pits, maybe both with transmission problems. Perhaps down in the pit lane, Andrew Marriott has a little more.
Yeah, indeed, they're still fighting to get this right rear wheel off this number 27 car. In fact, they've just been trying to cool the nut down, but that's not working. Now they've actually got a grinding saw there, furring around, trying to cut the nut off. That seems a bit desperate to me. So this is going to take quite a while, I think. So the 27 definitely faltering here. Look, there's the actual grinder going. Look at it.
Yeah, so this is now upping it a level with an angle grinder trying to chip away at the wheel nut by the looks of things, Martin.
What's happened is that most of the nut has sheared. The bit that's, if you can imagine what a mushroom looks like, the nut has a sort of domed head which butts up against the wheel, which has got a sort of a saucer flange in it, and that's where the domed head goes in. And then closer to you, you've got the hexagonal bit that you actually do up. And that has sheared off, but the domed head is still jammed there in the wheel. So they've tried to make a split in it. I mean, the wheel is scrapped now, and actually possibly the hub might be as well. That's a really major issue. But the wheel is scrapped. They've tried to cut a groove in it, and now they're using a hammer and chisel to split that apart. Exactly what I was saying. You need a nut splitter, but the nut is so enormous. No nut splitter that size I've ever seen exists. So they're going at it. Classic car owners, you feel their pain, don't you? There's not one of us who's got some rusty old nail that hasn't had to do that on a nut almost every job you do. Ram Racing with a hold and a penalty. And that car into the pits. Tom Onslow-Cole coming in third place, but Dimitri Parhofer going by in fourth. And this just happened again. This is not a replay from earlier. The APO Sport Porsche with still air in the right rear puncture, in the right rear tyre this time. It looped around at Tosa about an hour and a half ago now, maybe, Johnny, from a puncture, but that time looks as though that may have been right foot induced, or unless the left rear's a little soggy, but I don't think it is. 27. This is going to be a bit of an ongoing soap opera. When we went to bed last night, we're thinking, do you know what, that car might have a shot at a podium. Might be lucky to stay in the top 10 at this rate.
Renault RS1 has won a 12 hours, and it was Nicky Pastorelli driving not for GP Extreme on that occasion, for V8 Racing, I seem to remember, at the Mugello 12 hours in 2016, and the Renault RS1 taking victory.
And that was that was the team that he drove with in the Renault Euro Cup with these cars. So V8 Racing were one of the regular teams there.
And Equipe Vasseur have raced Renault RS1s, not only in the Renault Sport Trophy, but they've also taken them further afield as well to longer distance races. Although Renault Sport Trophy gave you an opportunity at a 70-minute race that was split in half with a driver change.
Yeah, they did that double driver race and a sprint race for the pros and a sprint race from the AMP. So there was plenty of track time at the weekend. Problem is, everybody invested in buying these cars, and then after 2 years, Renault binned the series. So they've all got the kit, and yeah, for sure, ran a really good team. in the Clio Cup, in McGann Trophy, and then with the RSO ones. And so they've still got the cars, and there are more and more places where people are happy to welcome them to race. And obviously the 24-hour series is exactly one of those happy hunting grounds. And if you could get the wheel off and change it, it might still have a chance to get into the top 10. That car now down outside the 10 in 11th spot.
So the angle grinder continues to work. We are now, by the way, 8 hours into this year's race, the 5th round of the season for the 24hseries.com. And Herbert Motorsport lead after 252 laps, leading by a clear 4 laps now from the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, the 488, with Jerzy Pisarik now back at the wheel of the 11 cars. So Kral out, Pisarik in, Czech driver for Czech driver. And third position is the Car Collection Motorsport Audi, leading A6 AM, also 4 laps adrift of Ralph Bohn's Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Fourth position being the Ram Racing Mercedes, Raymond Vos taking that back over. The Porsche Racing powered by Olymp Porsche. Car number 29 from Poland is in 5th ahead of the Edex Sport Racing Mercedes, and it's Patrice Lafargue at the wheel of that now. The SPS Automotive Performance, that's the baby blue Mercedes, is 7th ahead of the other Car Collection Motorsport, the Kirchhoff-sponsored Audi R8 8th. MDC Sports Mercedes, the all-white AMG 9th ahead of the Pro Sport Performance car, leading the 991 class and going about its business very nicely indeed. Joe Foster currently driving 85. GP Extremes Renault tumbling down the order. That's the number 27 car, stranded in the pits. They can't get the rear right wheel off. GRT Grassa Lamborghini set to maybe then take a spot as a result. That car's also had its dramas. 963 currently 12. Porsche Loriot Racing leading SP2, second of the Porsche Cup cars, if you like, once you factor in the 991 leader. Car 64, though, is a class leader from the B2F offering, number 35. And then the VDS Racing Adventures Mark Focus, which is also an SP2 car. Second in 991 is the MSG Motorsport Porsche, 17th in the overall standings. And leading GT4, SP3 as it's called in the Creventic series, is the Optimum Motorsport Ginetta, car number 231. Second in SP3 is JR Motorsports BMW, the E90 M3 with its V6 engine, did we say, in the 114. Sorry, straight 6, beg your pardon. And then third in the SP3 is the Team Africa Le Mans car, the treble 5 of Sarel van der Merwe and Jan Lammers. TCR leading that class is the TTC Racing Seat Leon, number 103, 26th overall. And Class A2, despite a lengthy portion in the pits of about 10 or 15 minutes, the Team Cook Sport Renault Clio is now back out, car 172. 29th overall, and crucially ahead of its only other rival in A2, that's the endurance team Romania Toyota. Rest of the timing screen, there is the Toyota, 31st in the overall and second in Class A2. The Speed Factory Racing Audi still going round and round in 32nd. And the rest of the TCR cars, many of these have been in the wars, including the CAD Speed Racing car, now 132 laps off the overall leader. And we know all about the Vortex V8, which didn't take yesterday's start after a big incident in free practice. Martin? So it's the Imola 12 Hours 2017's edition of this race, although the longest distance race that's ever been held here in Emilia-Romagna after a great history of 6-hour racing at Imola circuit. Here's Andrew Merritt with a little bit of an update from the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm with Joseph Kral just out of the Ferrari. What a big battle you've got going on with the Porsche.
Well, it's true. I mean, not only with them, but all the other GT3 cars, even with Tom Onslow-Cole in the Ram Mercedes. I mean, it's good fun now. We picked up some pace, so it's getting a little bit better. I mean, the car is now really nice to drive. So, yeah, we're just trying to catch up the Porsche in the front, which is probably a little bit impossible for us because they are pretty far away, but still there's lots of time left, so we'll see.
Obviously, without another professional driver in the car, it makes it more difficult.
Say again?
Without Matticelli in the car, it makes it more difficult.
Well, for sure, especially physically, because we are doing it in two. And yeah, as I said in the beginning of the weekend, we're struggling a little bit with the pace on the straights and with the engine power, so we have to work even harder in the corners. so it's quite tough. But anyway, still good fun. We're still holding on in a provisional podium, so it's quite nice. Hopefully the car stays as it is, because we had a few contacts in the beginning of the race, so it's a bit tricky to drive, but still quick, so it's still good.
Of course, you had a lot of experience, GP2, GP3. Are you now a sports car driver, or might you get back in single-seaters?
Well, I have to say that I'm enjoying it a lot, and yeah, having really good fun, especially in the terms of mileage, because there is much more mileage in these cars. And when I finish this race, I'm nearly close to half of the season in GP2, so it's really big difference. So yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. At the moment, I think that this is the way.
A very fast check. Thanks very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
I thought Andrew was in for the duration there, got a mouthful of cheese. Beg your pardon. Cardinal sin. Johnny off headset for the moment as well.
Sorry, I was talking to Joe.
At all the wrong times.
Yes. So the 32 car, the car collection Audi, heading over the top into Piratella. Just putting another lap on the number 65 Porsche. And Ralph Bone at the wheel of the Herbert Motorsport race leader, now onto lap 257 as the third place car, Dimitri Parhofer, working its way out of Acqua Minerale, again in a situation where it's clear track ahead. So this Audi might as well be circulating around the Imola circuit on a private track day. This is what we like as far as the driver's perspective is concerned, just to try and stick to your lines where possible. You can do this on the opening few laps, and then you start to catch slower traffic, like the couple of A2 machines that are in this race, and the TCRs as well, still hammering round at a fair rate of knots. And as Josh Cook stated earlier on, through the corners the Clio feels like it's supersonic, but then on the straights it is a bit of a sitting duck as far as these GT3 cars are concerned. In the background is the 65. There goes the car collection car then over the line. I don't think I've seen Max Edelhoff at the wheel yet, unless he's done a shorter stint. But Edelhoff, he has, Joe's nodding, so Edelhoff, the 21-year-old, so impressive yesterday, has been driving the 32 car. It was Parhofer that took over from the German, and that's part of the reason why the 32 is still third place overall. To the pit lane, and Andrew Marion.
Yeah, I'm down at the Team VDS pit lane. We know this was a famous team that in the past won races in America, in Canada, in Formula 5000. I was hoping to get an interview with you with Jose Close. Jose Close, one of their three drivers. Now, we talked about Sarrel being in a long career, but Jose Close has been racing for almost 40 years, twice a winner at Spa in a Toyota in the Spa 24 Hours. Took about 20 Spa 24s in his career over the years, says Jose, but he tells me his English is not quite good enough to conduct an interview. Well, we've got a 70-year-old in the race, and we've got a 69-year-old in the race. So Jose Close in that Mark VDS car, the one silhouette racer we got this time.
I hope, Andrew, you told him that he's older than the circuit and made him feel suitably antique. 70 years old and 69 years old. Let's hope we are all still in as fine a fettle as those two particular gentlemen. And there is Jose in the garage. Looks like everything going well. I would have thought in all Andrew's travels and travails he might have learned enough Espanol to be able to interview him, but not the case. 308 Team Altran Peugeot also saving a penalty. That car driven by Guillaume Romain, who we have mentioned, Thierry Blaise, who we have mentioned, and Kim Holmgaard, who I don't think we've mentioned at all at the wheel of that car. So number 308 is in the pit lane and has done fuel and coming in for a driver change. Down below the race control tower, that is where you serve your penalties. And there is another team member there with a clipboard and a stopwatch. That means somebody else is coming in onto the... what do you think was Italian for naughty boy step, for the naughty step?
Passicativo.
There you go.
It's not a direct translation, but it's good enough for Joe and I.
Oh, is it like confiture de trafic for traffic jams?
More than likely,
excellent.
Yes. Passicativo.
What's the Italian equivalent of franglais then? Fritalian, Italian. It doesn't work. Franglais and Swinglish are definite languages, but I'm not quite sure what my murderous butchering of Italian is.
It's more like a nasty step, we heard, didn't we? like a horrendous step.
Ah, while race leader in SP2 receiving some penalty for the Porsche Lorient. That's the 30-second hold.
Okay, so how's that going to affect things at the top end of SP2 with
Bruno Fretin second
Bruno?
for B2F.
Benoit, I think.
Benoit Fretin.
Benoit Fretin, I'm going to say, in the 35, getting closer and closer to Philippe Paulette, who's been driving the Porsche Lorient car. And the Porsche Lorient machine now makes its way down to the team proper, whereas Benoit Fretin is out on the track and trying to close in on this 3.5-minute margin between 35 and 64. And you can sense how eager this team is to get the car out again, with the guy washing and cleaning the windscreen as quickly as they can. But obviously the thing that's going to take the time is getting the driver on board. It's not like they were changing the Hankook tyres though, just checking the pressures of the tyres below the driver.
Well, as the track temperature rises, looks like they're just letting a little air out to try and balance out what the high track temperature is doing to pressure. There is the B2F car, and that, now it'll take a lap for timing and scoring to correct itself, but I feel that that car, the yellow Porsche, may now actually have taken the lead. We'll have to remember to, in fact, no, timing and scoring says it has. It has taken the lead, yes it was. So they were on the same lap, but the B2F car now has taken the lead, and again, as ever, stand to be corrected, but I fancy that's the first time that Technicolor car, Technicolor Dream Porker, has been in the lead of the class. Obviously, cue a flood of emails going, no, Martin, it led all yesterday and all but one lap today, but I don't recall it having been at the front. It has been doing slowly, catchy monkey, or not quite so slowly, actually. And the 64 car, oh, Andrew's going to venture into yet another foreign language territory. Yes. 64 car in 13th. Its closest rival in behind it, the Mark VDS car, is 2 laps down, but about to inherit 14th from the still stationary car of Nicky Pastorelli. That 27 GP Extreme Renault RSO 1 really struggling. And as Alan Prosser said from watching from home, gaffer tape and now the employment of Birmingham Screwdriver. Finally, we're into proper endurance racing territory.
Absolutely right. Well, we had a bit of cable tie action yesterday.
Oh, indeed we did, yes. The Holy Trinity have been
there you go.
Been used.
And the cable ties snapping as a result of the Seat going through a load of gravel and scooping that gravel up into the rear valance of the car, tearing it off once again. Now, this is the MSG Motorsport Porsche, so the other car in the 991 class, and Martin Gasser, I think, just about to, well, he's been at the wheel.
Now, do you think he's the M&G of MSG Motorsport?
I think almost certainly, yes. But what I don't understand is that car came in with, I thought, him at the wheel, and they're now strapping a Martin Gasser.
Has he got a loose seat?
Yeah, possibly. Because I don't think they've done a driver change there, despite it looking like they have.
Well, it says Martin Gasser on his helmet, and he is the driver shown as having come in it. So, yeah, unless there are 2 Martin Gassers, which frankly seems unlikely, or somebody else is borrowing his spare helmet because theirs is so disgustingly hot and sweaty, which is a possibility, but again, I think unlikely. Just to recap for those who are joining us, we have 4 hours, or nearly 3.5 hours remaining of the 12 hours of Imola for 2017. Round 5 of the 24-hour endurance series. And it is the Herbert Motorsport Porsche that leads the race. The car is 2 laps ahead of the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. 3rd is the number 29 Forge Racing Porsche.
Here's Andy in the pit lane again.
Yeah, I found Josh Cook looking very relaxed in jeans and a black T-shirt. Presumably you're not getting in the car until the end, Josh.
No, so I just did the opening stint this morning, which was great fun. Pretty hectic at the first sector, but it was quite cool that I think we managed to do a purple sector on the start of that restart, so it was really cool. But yeah, I think I'm in at the end of the doing the final stint just to bring it home. Obviously that depends on fuel usage and how the guys get on currently, but yeah, the team have done a great job. We're currently obviously leading our class, but we're kind of gauging ourselves against the TCR cars, which is quite fun. Obviously they're a lot quicker than us, so just trying to beat them on strategy and consistency. And at the minute, I think we're about 3rd out of the TCR cars. So yeah, it's really great.
phenomenal run by the Cook Sport team here. Back to roots for you, really, because you were a former Renault Clio. I think you were runner-up in the championship, weren't you, before you moved to the BTCC?
Yeah, so I raced in the Clio Cup here for 3 years, and I actually had my kind of championship campaign in 2014. Narrowly missed out on the championship, but after that we ran a couple of Clio Cup cars in the UK Championship. And it was actually the start of this year when we raced in the Dubai 24-hour, because we had a few people that wanted to do it, myself included, and it was a real eye-opener. It was great fun, different set of challenges. So yeah, really looking forward to obviously finishing this race and Kota in towards the end of the year.
Well, you're going to America, that's great. Meanwhile, what about the rest of your BTC campaign with the MG?
Yeah, that's good. Obviously, the first time for me was in the car at Croft. It was a bit of a weird weekend, obviously, given the crashes. But you know, good to see that everybody's on the mend. Looking forward to getting back in the car at Snetterton. Got a Snetterton tyre test in a couple of weeks, so I think it's next week actually. So yeah, straight from here back into the touring car and yeah, on to Snetterton. So yeah, really looking forward to it.
Josh back to relaxing in the summer sun. You should be wearing white, not black on a day like this.
Yeah, I know. I don't really stay in the sun much because I burn, obviously, being bare-skinned and all. So, no, it's really good weather. I think it's been a really good event. Creventic are a great bunch of organisers, and yeah, we're really looking forward to finishing the event with Team Cook Sport.
Super words, thank you.
Yes, Josh Cook started the year in the BTCC with Maximum Motorsport in Stuart Lyne's old car, Ford Focus, and was really getting some great results in that. Then at Team NG, as Andrew mentions, Dan Lloyd looking for other challenges away from the championship. That left a free seat to Team MG in their MG6. And Josh Cook was the natural person really to cross over from Maximum Motorsport into the MG, having raced that car last year with his teammate Ashley Sutton at the time. And Ashley Sutton potentially a real winner of the BTCC this year in the Subaru Levorg. But Josh Cook back to his roots, you might say now. And as he said, the first time out in that MG6 was Croft, and he's set to be doing the rest of the year in that car as well. The leader in SP2, new leader indeed, number 35 from B2F Competition, had just come into the fueling area. So Benoit Fretin just a lap or two as the class leader, and now Frédéric Lelière, who's taken over the 64 car, goes back into the lead of the race. But clearly 64 and 35 very evenly matched here, with only, now I say only 3.5 hours to go, but when you think this is a 12-hour race, we are getting to the latter portion of it now, and to have the two SP2 cars able to overtake each other pretty much on track, albeit one in the pit lane and one on the main circuit. But when we've got laps between other class competitors, this is still it's going to be very, very close to the finish within SP2.
Yeah, really close indeed, and they were only 14 or 15 seconds apart on the road before the last pit stop. So that is a very manageable, or a very broachable gap, if you like. If you're chasing it, you think 15 seconds behind, right, I'm going to get him in my stint. Similarly, if you're 15 seconds in front, you go, right, there's no chance he's getting me. So it really gives you a very tangible target. A couple of other cars down there on the pits, on the pumps. 65, the other Team Lorient Porsche, not 64 that leads the class now, but 65, its sister car, down in 6th position. The number 27 Renault continues to plunge down the order now, nearly out of the top 20. Robert Lucas, the 29 Porsche, is in the pumps, on the pumps in 4th place, which means that Raymond Foss has moved up to 3rd, and as he comes across the 9 now, Patrice Lafargue, did we decide? Can't remember which the first named Lafargue of the Patrice Lafargue. Yeah, he's at the wheel of the number 17 IDEX Sport Mercedes. He moves up to 4th place. So there are still several place changes happening just because of fuel stops, which shows you how close the cars are. In our top 10, we now have our 991 class leader, Charles Espenlaub, has just taken the Pro Sports Porsche out of the pit lane, the all-white car in number 85. Still hankering after a Stars and Bars livery on that, maybe a Captain America. So it's 4th of July weekend this weekend. I can't believe they still haven't got a US livery. 28 is in the naughty box. Yeah, that's getting another penalty, Johnny.
The sister car, 27, still trying to get this wheel off, Andrew.
Yes, indeed. They've had a wheel change here, but it was actually the wheel of the axle grinder that's actually worn one out. And now they're having another go with this new wheel. And this back right-hand rim is completely welded to the hub, I think, and they're really struggling here and losing so much time. But the only wheel change is on the axle grinder.
Oh dear, oh dear. So they're slowly working through their equipment here, and this is the equipment they didn't expect to be using, I'm sure. 2 angle grinders, pouring water on it as well to try and cool the thing down as much as possible. And something as simple as a tyre change can suddenly turn into a 40-minute issue.
And people are asking at home now, I'm sure, thinking, well, why aren't they just taking the entire hub assembly off, which is what I'm sort of thinking as well. But at the moment, they're trying to cut through every one of the spokes on the rim so they can actually get in behind the wheel. Look above, you can see the wheel arch line. I mean, basically you're going to have to disassemble the entire rear end of the car to get from the engine, which is warm, by the way, up inside the wheel to try and undo the suspension, undo the hub, unless you're then trying to take the entire corner off the car from the gearbox and the space frame mountings. And even then, you haven't got the access. You can do all that, but the first job is to get the darn wheel off in all those occasions. So what they're going to do is they're going to cut the rim off and then be left with what remains of the rim welded onto the hub, but then they can get around behind it and try and remove the entire hub, brake disc, the whole caliper assembly from the car, and then hopefully they've got a spare. but I mean, you
that's
know,
the time to find out they haven't.
And of course, it's rear-wheel drive as well, so you've got the drive shaft assembly and all of that. I mean, it's not like taking the front off. That's everything. That's everything from the gearbox to the wheel nut has got to come off, basically, this side of the gearbox. That's a major, major undertaking. That's going to be hours, and we've only got 3.5 of them left.
I mean, is this a failure of some kind, or is it just a quirk of the temperature and how that the wheel has it cross-threaded somehow onto the hub? I would think it's been there for the whole stint, pretty much.
It may have started out as a cross-thread. That's entirely possible. But just occasionally, it's a freak of the metallurgy. You've got a different alloy in the nut, in the wheel, in the hub, and they all expand and contract at different rates continually all the time. Every time you're on the brakes, it heats everything up, cools everything down in the wind, and again and again and again and again. And sometimes it's just an interference fit. The nut is on so tight that it's almost like it's welded. It doesn't actually get welded on, but it is in so tight you just can't shift it. And then only the brutalist of brute force is going to do it. And the crack that we heard when they're using the 2-meter leverage bar to try and break it, that was the nut shearing. That was the hexagonal part of the nut shearing, and the collar of it that butts up against the wheel is still attached and still firmly attached to the wheel and the hub. So it's, real brutality now.
Metallurgy is a great word. I'm going to try and use that again in the future.
Try working in optimization as well.
Joe's telling me that the wrench snapped
the long bar did.
Yeah, well, we had 3 guys on the end of it, that's why.
Bouncing up and down, and you know, what's that? That's 3 guys at 90 kilos, that's nearly 300 kilos leaping up and down on that of pressure, and it still wouldn't undo. I don't know how many bar that equates to, but that's a lot of pressure, and it still couldn't shift the nut.
Mercedes circulating together. One is the Ram racing car in front, one the onboard, which is the baby blue SPS Automotive Performance car, heading into Tosa with Richard Feller driving the blue car, and the 30 machine driven by Raymond Vos. And Vos is about to be overtaken here by Feller, who's just a little bit quicker during this stint. This won't be a move for position. It'll be the 24 car trying to get a lap back on the 30 machine. And 257 laps completed by the SPS Automotive Mercedes, but Raymond Vos and Tom Onslow-Cole, dual effort, remember, on lap 261 now, so only trailing the leader by 4 and listed in the A6 Pro rankings. We now have Pro cars first, second, third and fourth on timing and scoring, with Max Edelhoff, the top A6 AM machine. Side by side, in fact, coming out of the Variante Alta, Richard Ferrer getting a much better exit out of that tight and twisty chicane. And Raymond Vos about to take his natural line, realising suddenly there was a blue Mercedes right up alongside and out of the blind spot. And Raymond Vos, again, becoming more and more aware of his surroundings, not only being in traffic when it's TCR and A2 type traffic, but also being overtaken by cars within his class too. And it is just becoming acclimatised to not only the speed of these cars, but also cars whipping by you.
Raymond Vos carried a fraction too much speed into the first part of Variante Alta, and then he drifted out a little wide, and he was trying to square off the exit, but suddenly the powder blue car was inside, sky blue we should say for Cool Airlines, was inside him and neatly unlapped himself, at least on the third place car.
Here's Andrew again in the pit lane for us.
Andrew is with the winner of the 1988 British Grand Prix. I'm not going mad. It's Eric Holstein. He did it on a horse at Hickstead. Eric, big change for you, one of the country's top show jumpers, but you switched to racing and you've had a lot of success. Irish Seat Cup champion and having a good run here. Well, having a disappointing run here in a way, but enjoying yourself.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, the show jumping, it was a long time ago. It was a previous lifetime nearly, so all that's behind me now. And yeah, we've had a terrible run here. Dubai we did, with virtually no problems, but here we've had one after the other. All little things, but can't do anything about it. We're just trying to get to the end now.
So with your show jumping, why did you switch codes? Why did you switch codes to cars?
It's a difficult sport, show jumping, you know. Just circumstances change. You know, my sister still competes internationally. We still have some young horses at home, but it's a full-time profession, you know, and you just have to need it to change. So this is a hobby motor racing. You know.
More horsepower here. You're still racing in Ireland successfully as well?
Yeah, we race in the Seat Super Cup at home. Not too successful this year, but we'll see. We'll have a regroup again for next year and give it another go.
There we are, the 1988 British Grand Prix winner.
And of course, in Jan Lammers, we also have the 1988 Le Mans winner as well, Eric Holstein, very successful show jumper. And up at Variante Alta, the Grasser Racing Lamborghini finding itself in a little bit of a foxhole, and the 75 Ferrari Porsche having to take evasive action with cars coming up fast behind him. No harm, no foul though. So 88 Le Mans winner and 88 British show jumping champion at Hickstead, Eric Holstein, both competing in the same racing. And my take on horses, well, if you had a car that went and stopped when it wanted, didn't respond to steering or brakes when you wanted, you wouldn't be allowed to drive it on the road, but apparently that's perfectly safe with a horse. Yeah, I definitely think that cars are an awful lot safer. Don't generally get cars refusing to load on a trailer either, among many other problems.
Apart from possibly that 27 Renault.
Can you tell I'm related to an equine family?
Funny that.
Funny that.
Yes. But the work, by the way, on the 27 Renault continues as they try and cut the wheel off the car. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before.
We need to send Andrew down for an update on the bludgeoning, because he's now out of the top 20, and that is... you see, we're at the stage now where you go, 3.5 hours, okay, forget it, it's just not happening. But actually, now you're in that cussedness where you're going, no, it is not going to win. It is not going to beat us. We are going to get this wheel off. Whatever it takes, we are going to get it back out of the garage and onto the track again. And that's where they're now into. You know, we're not at the end, we're not 21 hours into a 24 race where you get really bloody minded in the pits, but it's the same deal. They are going to not allow the car to beat them, and it is going to leave the garage, and it is going to complete the race. After all, they could have thrown in the towel with the 28 car hours ago. Now they've managed to get that one to remember what it's supposed to do, which is stay out on the track, but the other one has now developed a homing instinct that it didn't have before. So you've got to make sure that the cars don't win. It's the same as training a horse.
It is, to bring it back to that analogy. Certainly the cheetah on the front of the treble 5 Ginetta, though, is still keen to keep the running going, and treble 5 Jan Lammers at the wheel, 3rd position in SP3. Stefan Cox readying herself for a stint in the car. Remember which one she's in again?
Well, actually, this is making me wonder, as Kenneth Heyer has brought the #1 Hofer Mercedes in for fuel.
It's the 206 LMS there. So
I'm
that will tally.
wondering, 206 is in. We haven't seen Chantal Kroll in the Mercedes at all yet, have we?
Not even yesterday.
No, definitely not yesterday. They said from the beginning, I mean, she was in civvies yesterday, she said, no, not driving today. They got 5 drivers, they only had 4 hours. They're not going to cycle them all through just because they can.
Yes.
So are we going to get now all of our female drivers on track at the same time? Because we certainly haven't seen Chantal Kroll yet, but her car is taking fuel. Stefan Cox is ready to take over 206.
Yes, Stefan Cox waiting for the 206 car to appear on pit road, which is where Andrew Marriott is.
And I'm looking into the garage of GP Extreme, and that right rear wheel is still on the car. They haven't got it off yet. How frustrating can this be?
Massively, because the car's about to tumble down off the first page of timing.
Now, in the pits, 38th and last is the B2F competition TCR Peugeot, and the last person to drive it was our 3rd and final female driver. So if they could just get that out... Oh, hang on, and #1 has gone back in again. How many times has this had problems with the front end of this car? There's Chantal Kroll in the chair. Looks like she's not ready to leap into the car yet. Laetitia Tortelier in the B2F competition Peugeot, not on track either. 206, oh dear, that's Stefan Cox's car. That looks like it's going into the naughty box as well. Having a dual duty there while it's waiting for its penalty at Pittsburgh, having a quick squeeze at the brakes and the discs to see what's going on with that. And away it goes with the assistance of some burly manpower. It's obviously still got this starter problem. It doesn't like starting under its own power. It responds better to a bump start rather. And, okay, so my great surmise that we might get all of our female drivers out together may be undercut by the fact that one's parked permanently in the garage, one's semi-permanently in the garage, and the other one doesn't seem to have much of a starting procedure going. So I'm afraid they are all in the a little bit on the sick list.
So at least Stefan Cox will be able to get in this car and be sent out for 1 lap, and hopefully many more. Chantal Kroll busy on the phone, clearly not expecting to be put in that car anytime soon. And as you say, Laetitia Tortelier, the 335 Peugeot that we saw plenty of yesterday, and to a certain extent early today as well, carrying the same livery as the 35 Porsche from B2F Competition. That car doing well and in the fight for the SP2 lead. However, the 335 car, unlikely to possibly be seen again. We'll wait and see.
Kenneth Heyer's biggest fan?
I think that might be. That's industrial size, isn't it, to try and chill the temperature in the cockpit.
And while we're on the cheese, Rob Chalmers saying that 300-kilo guys, well, they probably quite weren't, but using a 2-metre straight arm equals 600 Newton-meters of torque, 452 pounds-feet, which is that's a degree of torques, isn't it? That's probably the sort of output of a Hofer racing Mercedes in terms of twisting ohmmeters. And of course, because it was on the right-hand side of the car and because of the direction of rotation of the wheels, although they were jumping up and down of it in a righty-tighty direction, because they're threaded the wrong way on that side of the car, that was actually loosening or trying to loosen it. So they weren't trying to tighten it up.
So let's catch up again as my mind just starts to fry gently with that science. I'm going to hand over to Andrew Murray in the pit lane.
Yeah, just a quick update from the Hofer Racing garage here. Not only problems with the front, but also you might just see it in the breeze there, the rear splitter sort of starting to delaminate. So I think that's the result of an off. So most of the work going on at the front, we see another guy from the team here trying to get these strakes on the back of the splitter sorted out. So this race is not going well for a team that's usually right there in the hunt.
There are some great words being used today. I mean, you know, who needs a thesaurus when you've got RadioLeMans.com?
A what?
See, I've
top
run out
word,
now.
top use of the word strake. Absolutely the apposite word, apposite.
code 60 is an easier phrase for me to utter because the purples are out again, I'm afraid, and cars backing off suitably. Tell you exactly why that is the case in a moment. Car 65 is going to be given a 30-second time penalty for ignoring blue flags. That's the Porsche Lorient car with the red door mirrors, not doing so well as the sister machine. And Josh Cook's Cook Sport Clio is in the fueling area. One of the all-white Porsches, possibly the speed lover car, just heading out of the fueling area as well.
It was, yeah, good spot.
And that means that 85 is still out on track, keeping itself out of trouble.
And for those of you who are watching the live streaming pictures, not only Josh Cook's Cook Sport Clio there with a team member in a race suit, but about 35 other team members in full race wear, not languishing, hanging around by the gateway, trying to get in, waiting for their cars to come in. Now, 206, the TT Audi, has got a problem trying to get the right front wheel off. It looks as though the nut is undone, the wheel is wobbling, but like a Weeble, it won't fall down, and the wretched thing is stuck on somehow, and there is no wheel nut. It's loose on the hub, but it seems to have been slightly sort of stuck by heat to a drive peg. So that's slightly bizarre, asking the driver to straighten the wheel up a little bit so they can get more leverage. Obviously, the way to get this wheel off is to drop the car off its jacks and to try and leave the pit lane, because that always removes a loose wheel, but that's rather not the way they prefer to do it. It looked like they were making some ground on that.
At least there's some play in that one, so it's encouraging for the guys to say, hey, we're going in the right direction here, whereas at GP Extreme, they just weren't getting anything at all. And that car's now been in the garage for over 50 minutes, 54 minutes and counting for car 27, just to change a wheel.
Yeah, when they came in, we still had well over 4 hours to go. We're now down almost to the 3-hour mark. Bit of sweepery-uppery at Variante Alta, because people tend to leave lots of tyre and bits of car there. So the marshal's having a bit of a clear-up. I'm not sure that's why we've gone code 60. I rather suspect that there might be somebody stationary somewhere else. The Porsche Lorient number 65 machine receiving its time penalty. So they were actually handily in the pits when it went code 60 and when the penalty was applied. So they take it immediately, because you have to take it during your pit stop. Second place car is in. Yuri Pizarek has just left the fuel pumps and heading down to Scuderia Praha. But again, we've been through races where the Helmut Motorsport Porsche comes in every single time there's a code 60 and benefits from it. They have not yet dived in under code 60. They've got their plan and they're going to stick with it, and they are going all the way on fuel, driver change, tyre change, all the way on fuel, and just concentrating on winning this race in that oldest of and most old-fashioned of ways, by driving faster than anybody else all the time.
Lots of cars now pitting. In fact, we have the 7 of the top 8 all in, including the 30 car of Raymond Vos from 3rd position, and Patrice Lafargue bringing the EDEX Sport Mercedes down pit road. Jiří Pizarek has made his way to the team.
Brake change going on at the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So that GT3 car not able to continue all the way through the 12 hours without a brake change. We've seen some of the Mercedes doing that. Raymond Vos has come in for fuel. He's 3rd place in the number 30. And finally, Alfred Renard has come in for fuel as well. We still haven't seen a car off anywhere for code 60. It is conceivable that it is just to clear the track of all the grass and grit and marbles and rubbish, because we are seeing sweeping up operations everywhere. Our TV crew trying to find a stranded car, but we haven't been notified of a car off anywhere. So again, it might just be our race director working through a job list. Right, I've now got so many corners that are in chronic need of clearing up. Right, we're doing it now. Here we go. Code 60, everybody. Okay, all marshals, go out there with your brooms, sweep up anything you can find. Andrew Marriott is down at Scuderia Praha. And Andy, it looks like there's no driver change, although the brakes are being worked on.
Yeah, Martin, that's absolutely right. Brake pads being changed here. Just to try and come around the car, see which driver is in it, and it is definitely Pizarek, because he has his name on his crash helmet. So that solves that one. The car is now going back onto the racetrack. The Porsche that leads the race went down past me maybe 15 to 20 seconds ago. So we're climbing up to the top of this absolutely fabulous circuit. So there's quite a bit of gap between them now, despite this code 60.
Thank you, Andrew. Fascinating conversation going on Twitter among people following the race about exactly how inaccurate 600 Newton meters of torque was, with 3 men bouncing up and down on a 2-meter lever. Penalty for ram race again, Raymond Foss. And again, I'm assuming that is for exceeding track limits out of turn 19, the second part of the Rivazza. But whatever, he is serving a hold penalty. Came in 3rd position, behind Adrian Reynard, Jiri Pizarnik, and in fact 7 of our top 7 cars have now stopped or are still in the pits. The only one not to is Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, who's in the number 8 car collection Audi and number 34 car collection Audi already in 8th place. 9th place cars also stopped, the MDC Sport Mercedes, so only, I was going to say only 2 of the top 10. Charles Esmeralda actually stopped 20 minutes ago, so he stopped before this, so they definitely didn't need fuel. They could have come in for fuel though. The B2F car that leads in SP2 or led in SP2 has stopped for fuel. 2nd place car, the VDS Mark Cars Australia V8 that was in the SP2 class has also stopped for fuel. So Fabrice Lefebvre is back in front in the 64 car in the SP2 class. So again, everybody this Code 60 seems to have fallen quite nicely for pit windows. Out of the top 26 cars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 have not stopped under this Code 60. That's quite a significant hit rate. I think our race director timed that pretty magnificently.
And it should mean that the final 3 hours and 10 minutes can be run without the fear that a track clear-up is necessary. Because although we've had 1 or 2 off-track moments, particularly in the early part of the lap, cars rejoining at Tosa and Tamburello, and that will automatically bring gravel stones onto the track, I don't think we'll be in a situation in the remaining 3 hours where that will have to be done again. Although, having said that, a car just goes straight through the gravel on the exit of Variante Villeneuve.
As soon as you embarked on that sentence, I was waiting for that to happen. Yes, absolutely.
Obviously. I mean, that then adds the other side to Cyrus Ayari's argument about covering everything in gravel traps, because you're naturally going to get stones then out onto the circuit and have to dress the situation, dress the circuit if you like, or at least clear it up.
Yeah.
Every so often.
A bit of AstroTurf that's got very low grip would be a preferable alternative, something like that, or just green concrete, something that's got a very low grip where you're not going to get much of an advantage. 206 is back into the pit lane, and it may be the TT Audi is the one that skated across the gravel traps at Variante Alta. No, it wasn't. It was one of our, it's the red mirrored Porsche Lorient car. So that is our 64 machine that leads the SP2 class. And number 206, which has only just taken on Stefan Cox, hasn't it, has come back into the pit lane, and she is being push-started once again. So only in the pits for a minute, so she's come through, hasn't needed fuel, but she's come to the team. Red car won't start again. This is the car that had the entire engine, gearbox, front end out for a gearbox change, and a whole lot more work. It has now completed, just to say, 175 laps. Yeah, so it's a long way shy of being a reliable contender in this race. More long-term jobs going on in the pits. By the way, 28, the GP Extreme Renault that didn't start or run at all yesterday, is now in the position of being not last, because the B2F competition Peugeot, the TCR car, the bright yellow one, is still in the pit lane, and that now is last. And in 4 laps moving, if they can catch the CAD-Speed Audi, which has also now left the pits, the number 28 GP Extreme Renault could go to not last but 1, or 36th as it is probably more commonly referred to in their garage. But at least the 28 car has been beaten into submission and is going. Unfortunately, as it moves up the order from 38th to 37th, the sister car is now on page 2 of the timing screen, sinking down towards it. Number 27 car, still with the wheel attached and not coming off, has now slumped to 24th place and is way down the field.
how quickly an event like this can turn for the 27 car that was certainly on course for a good podium result, potentially. Certainly a good result in A6 Pro after that car. Well, they initially came here, each of those GP Extreme Renaults, as A6 AM cars. One went a little too quickly in qualifying. I'm not sure whether it was deliberate or not, but they rearranged their driving lineup. Nicky Pastorelli joining the 27 crew, and it was going great guns up until that problem with the wheel. Another update from Andy in the pit lane.
Yeah, I thought we might as well have the report. The car that is very last that you just mentioned, the bright sort of yellowy green mustard colour Peugeot there, and originally came in, if you remember, a long time ago with a fuel feed problem or fuel pressure problem. Well, they're rebuilding the whole thing at the moment. They've got a new drive shaft they just changed, and now they've got a problem with the front hub as well. So they really are struggling, these boys, but they do intend to get to the finish.
Oh, well, that's good news, and at least they've not given up on getting that car back out again in what was a strong TCR class at the start of the race. And these TCR cars obviously designed to do touring car races of 20-25 minutes, and so you are stressing them beyond their design. But that's part of the enjoyment, I suppose, and it's even more so if you come back with a trophy, because you've managed to go against the grain a little bit as far as the new wave of touring car racing is concerned. That class is led by the 103 Seat, which is the entry from...
that's TTC Racing.
TTC Racing,
we've almost, I said this morning, Klaus Kresnik at the wheel at the moment, we've almost not mentioned that car at all.
You're right.
Hasn't been off, hasn't been hit, hasn't been penalised. Oh dear, so now it's going to go off, get hit and get a penalty, and a mechanical problem, because actually that has been the one car in the class that has behaved itself in the way that you would rather hope that a well-prepared racing car would. So they've had their dramas. 27, look at that. I mean, you know, if you think how long they've been working on this car, and that's an hour already, and they've only cut through a couple of spokes, they've now probably run out of grinder wheels, and yet we see cars coming in where the entire rim has been machined off by a stone or something trapped between the wheel and the brake disc. You know, it can happen in a lap, and yet they've been at it an hour and they can't get the wheel off. And do you know what? I think they have finally decided it can't be done. Whether they've run out of grinder wheels or run out of love for the car, I don't know. We've all had that. We've all gone, do you know what? I've had enough of this job. I'm going home. I'm having a bath and a beer, and it can just sit there, and I'll come back to it another day. And unfortunately, I think that's the fate that it's now bestowed upon itself. And that's really bad news, because that car was going strongly. Another car that's a very different story, and again, I don't want to hex them here, but we did hear earlier on from Bob Herber about the number 114 BMW. They brought an M3 V8 here to race, and it didn't survive the paid training on Thursday, so they then had to send somebody back to JR Motorsports workshops, or somebody from the Netherlands with a trailer brought their old 6-cylinder M3. And this car not only has raced, I believe this is an ex-World Touring Car Championship car, probably ex-Royal Motorsport, but it's raced in Dutch Supercar Challenge. They've also done half a dozen races or more in the 24-hour series. Bob Herber told us they've won their class in that car already, and he said it's not fast, it's not pretty, but it does just get the job done. So they're in a 6-cylinder M3, and that car was leading in the SP3 GT4 class. That's currently been led again by Optimum Motorsport, but Martin Lanting at the wheel of that BMW is in second place in the class. They did start on the back of the grid after not even turning a wheel in that car before the formation laps. Battle between the 32 car of Max Edelhoff, who is back at the wheel, and the number 30 car of Riemann Vos is for third place. And at the line last time, Edelhoff in the car collection Audi just 3.2 seconds ahead of Riemann Vos. In fact, it looks like he passed him on the last lap, because last time round a 1:47.9 for Max Edelhoff compared to 1:49.4 for Riemann Vos. So I think that when they came out of the pit stops, Voss in the number 30 car was in front, and the car collection Audi in third place, with a young hot shoe that took the checkered flag as the race leader after 4 hours of racing yesterday evening. I think he's just picked up third place for car collection. And we said last night that depending on how the other drivers in the car work out, they have a shot at a podium, and I think that still very much holds true, as long as they can avoid dramas. And Raymond Vos comes flying down the hill into the first right at Acqua Minerale, just a little squirrely on the curbs on the inside, bumped in the air, just sort of scrambled to gather it up in the second right and then up the hill, but didn't go off the track. However, clearly pushing very hard in the number 30 Mercedes, because he feels that they too have got a podium shot.
They say that's a well-handling car. I have to say, he was able to get it back from quite a moment very swiftly there, and the car remained planted, because if you have a moment at Acqua Minerale, it tends not to be a small one, because you are approaching at such a rate of knots downhill. The right-hand kink you're just braking for, and then you've got to get the car stable to properly brake into that deep compression right-hander and then climb back out of it. But I was impressed there how quickly you went from almost a sideways moment to gathering it up. That's credit to Raymond Vos as well.
Well, let's see what difference it's made, because Max Edelhoff comes across the line 3.7 seconds now in front. Edelhoff a 1:48.0, and Raymond Vos, despite that little moment, only a 1:48.5. So he's keeping pace with the third place car in front of him, who's now caught our GT4 leader, the 231 Ginetta. Let's hear from the pit lane and more from Andy Marriott.
I'm down at the 103 garage trying to speak to somebody. Now, you'd think a Swiss team, they're pretty multilingual in Switzerland, but no one here speaks English apart from one of the mechanics. So I talked to one of the drivers through him as a translator, and they say it's hot, 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 and we're very happy with how we're going. The car is perfect. So that's all I can tell you from 103.
Well, again, Andy, you're letting yourself down. All your years in the sport, no Schweizerdeutsch? Goodness, you know, really, that's like Joe not speaking French after going to Le Mans for 20 years. He can barely order a coffee. Well, there we go. Schweizerdeutsch, one of the world's most confounding languages, I'm afraid. No offence, but really, really struggle with that, even though you sort of have to put to German. However, yeah, good news for them. 103, 26th position, still on the last line of page one of our timing screen, leading the TCR class. And I shall do a degree of flickery and figure out who's in second in the TCR category. It is the 908, Team Altron Peugeot 908. And that car, oh, actually, that's a 15-lap gap. They're only separated on the timing screen by Nicky Pastorelli's Renault, so they won't be separated on the timing screen for long, because Klaus Kresting has moved up to 26th position as Pastorelli slumped to 27th. And in another 5 laps, Pastorelli will drop down the order. We've got problems at the fuel station, we're being alerted by the race organisers. Now, that may be one of the pumps or all of the pumps. However, 2/3 of the field stopped under that last code 60, so there may be a bullet being dodged here. Only, it seems, one of the pumps. I see what the issue is. Do you see what the issue is, Johnny, and those of you watching at home, boys and girls?
I don't think I do, no.
Well, imagine the scene. If you're not watching the pictures, imagine the scene. There is a fenced-off part of hard standing with 3 fuel pumps, each of which has got a nozzle attached to it, and behind a fence is a fuel tanker and a fuel trailer. There's a man climbing up to the top of the fuel trailer. Can we guess, boys and girls, what the problem is with the middle pump? I think the fuel trailer, the man in the is going to open the top of the fuel trailer and go, empty.
Yes.
Or dip a big stick in to see how empty it is or it isn't. So, yeah, a little bit of a fuel supply issue. Well, let's get down to the pit lane again. Andrew Marriott, as ever, has more.
Yeah, well, Joe made a new friend yesterday, and Ollie, didn't he? And I found Ollie, wanted to find out why he's such a good interview. Ollie, afraid you've got a few problems down here at the moment.
Yeah, this is one of the races that you just don't need and that you just don't want. So it started yesterday already after 12 laps when we had a gearbox breakdown. So it didn't accept any gears anymore. We needed to change the gearbox. And I just thought, why didn't that happen in qualifying so we could have started the race with a new gearbox? Anyway, so and today we had a little accident with one of the, I think it was a car collection car. And then we could repair that, no problem at all. And now we don't have power anymore. So the engine mechanically seems to be okay, but there's no power.
Now we see you also pushing the mechanics, pushing the car to try and get it going. Have you also got a gear problem?
Yeah, and also now we had a clutch problem. So there's no pressure in the clutch system anymore. So obviously, as I said, this is one of the races that you just don't want to have.
It's one of those days, Ollie.
Yeah, but in the end of the day, I have to say, personally, I like the series, the Creventic, so much. And last year, for instance, in Sanford, the 12 hours race, we really had a ball. We were 9th overall with the car 1 hour class against the 991 Porsches. So one day is good, another day is not good. So obviously today is the day where it didn't work out so good. Anyway, that's racing.
That's racing. He's my friend now as well, Joe.
And you see, these pit lane reporters are so competitive, aren't they? And they just want to make sure that they're in with everybody. It's a shame that we can't also make friends down at TTC Racing, but we will try and get them some coverage nevertheless for leading TCR. An opportunity now to check back on various incidents that have affected the race so far, including things like the Renault not being able to get a wheel off for 50-odd minutes, and now the GP Extreme guys have given up on that. We've also had track clearance required because of cars off the circuit, and the guys out on track needing to sweep the gravel away from the racing circuit. And it is still Alfred Renauer then that leads the way after 279 laps from the Ferrari of Scuderia Praha. Also had troubles, and Martin's hope that we might get all 3 female racers out on track all at once. Seems like we're a long way off that, although there is a hope to get the B2F Competition Porsche back into the race. So there is an opportunity for Laetitia Tortelier to drive that, and Chantal Kroll still not been at the wheel of the number 1 Mercedes.
No, we're being corrected. We didn't notice at the time, but we're being told by the audience that she has in fact driven a stint today.
And that was today, okay.
Yeah, so she has. She didn't yesterday. Laetitia Tortelier, though, that car is last on a timing screen, and the B2K Peugeot, not entirely sure that there's actually any work going on it anymore, so I'm afraid that car may not be moving. We heard from everybody's best mate, Uli, that their Peugeot 206 doesn't have a gearbox, doesn't have a clutch, doesn't have any power. Most of the prerequisites for being a racing car appear to have deserted it at one stage or another. They put a new gearbox in, and now the bits above that, the clutch and the engine, appear to be fairly much hors de combat. So they are struggling, I'm afraid. Neither, or not one of our female racers has been in a car that's been imbued with much luck. And in fact, when I switch onto page 2 of the timing screen, all 3 of their cars are there from 24th down to 38th position. So could be a lot better than that. So our last car in the field is the B2F TCR Peugeot. That is 7th in its class. Also stationary in the pits is the car that is 5th in the TCR class, and that is the 109 Audi. That is one of the 2 RS3s. 108 has gone back out. That car, CAD speed entry, has been more than a trouble to its team. And its place in the pit lane vis-a-vis the Audi count has been succinctly taken by the number 206. I wonder if there's some sort of Audi equivalence magnet in the pit lane that as soon as one leaves, another one is forced back in. I don't know. But Stefan Cox with that LMS endurance team, Audi TT, that is back in the pit lane. Also in the pits at the moment, still the number 27 GP Extreme Renault, which is now sagged to 27th overall. However, still 6th of the A6 Pro class cars. It's now finally been, 7th rather, it's now finally been passed for 6th position in that class by the #1 Hofer Racing Mercedes. So when they thought all hope was lost for any movement up the order when they lost 2 hours in the garage yesterday, then they have been validated for carrying on. So that has now moved up to 6th place in the Pro class. 7th in the Pro class is the 27 Renault. 8th in the Pro class, the #10 Lippert Lamborghini, which is, again, last but 2.
Here's Andrew again. Down in the pit lane, Andrew Marriott for us.
Well, I've just come down to the pumps, as you can see, and what I found out is they did have a problem with the middle pump, no power there. They've hooked up a generator to it, so all the pumps are up and running again. So the very helpful Creventic people have updated me yet again, and that was the problem. Slight power loss on the middle pump. That's been rectified.
Excellent. And these plan Bs always need to be thought about, I suppose, because it's an endurance race not only for drivers, teams and cars, but also for the equipment in the fueling area. And because they are not fueling pumps that are owned and prepared by the teams, they're universal pumps, if you like, and 8 of them supplied by the promoter, by the race organizer, then they must have a strategic plan to sort out issues like this, and pumps getting a little bit tired after excessive use, and probably the heat as well today. Alfred Renauer leading the way with, we're into the final 3 hours now, so 3/4 of this race done. Down in the fueling area, everyone seems to be relatively happy with the resolution.
Everybody keeping themselves on the grey stuff at the moment. We had a lot of sweep up in the recent Code 60. Drivers running off track, and lots of rubber being worn off the tyres, of course, as is always the case. And we had a little chat earlier with one of the team managers, Cyrus Ayari, saying that he's very much against the high curbing that stops drivers riding too hard over the curbs. And I have to say, actually, Johnny, I'm against sleeping policemen as well. You know, we have our own problems with those.
True enough.
Joe Bradley stirs in the back of the commentary booth. He's coming.
Maybe he realises he's been talked about.
Do you know what? Actually, I have to say, it is very hot out there. It's so much so that I'm contemplating turning the air conditioning back on that we turned off yesterday because it's so cold.
Well, it's a tough decision, but some of us have to make it, I suppose.
That was a long old link just to get a dig at Joe for having a snooze, wasn't it?
It was nice though. I could see where you were going. Yeah, brilliant.
But absolutely worthwhile. I think we all enjoyed that. He wasn't snoozing. He was just checking the internal lids on his eyes. Like a shark, he has many layers.
Side-by-side action with the 24 SBS Mercedes, just ticking off another lap on the 40 Brook Speed Porsche. They are in different classes, and the 40 car has had well, a tough run, particularly yesterday.
Yeah, it seemed to get all its problems out of the way yesterday, actually, I think, didn't it? Yeah, and it's now up to 4th in the SP3 GT4 class. That Porsche Cayman GT4, which, see, when they announced it, I thought, ooh, wow, that's going to change the landscape of GT4. Not been successful, predominantly. I can't really think of a championship where the Porsche GT4 is ruling the roost among GT4 races. There are an awful lot of cars that are doing a much better job. However, Rory Butcher at the wheel of that car at the moment, 25th place, 4th in the SP3 GT4. Jan Lammers at the wheel of the 555 Ginetta, the Team Africa Le Mans car, that's 3rd, on for a podium in only their 2nd race in the series. They made their debut in the Barcelona 24 last year, and they're going next week to Misano for another Italian race down on the coast by Misano Cattolica, right on the beaches by Rimini. And in 2nd place in the class is Martin Lanting in JR Motorsports 114 BMW, leading the SP3 GT4 in front of them, immediately in front of them in 20th compared to 21st place, but 6 laps ahead is the number 231 Optimum Motorsport Ginetta. And again, that car has done its job really, really well, which means the team have done their job really, really well. And Adrian Barrick, Dan O'Brien and Giulio Martini, we think, have done a really stand-up job driving it as well. They've been quick, they've been reliable, and being experienced racers have kept their noses clean, and that is so much the secret. Martin Lanting and Bob Herber two-handing in that JR Motorsport BMW. And when we spoke to Bob Herber after his double stint this morning, he looked fresh as a daisy, and I think they could be fairly fraught, frazzled and worn out by the end of the day.
As potentially are going to be the two guys driving this Ferrari as well. In again for a fuel stop. Feels like the distance between the fuel stops for this Ferrari is slightly shorter than other cars. I don't think it is. It's just the way that my brain's working this afternoon. And Jiří Pisarik, having done another stint, maybe about to hand over to Joseph Kral. We'll wait and see once Scuderia Praha receive the car properly on their apron. It's their mechanics, by the way, that are given the job of the task of fueling it. And as Martin has described, that's the guy nearest the camera is just venting the system effectively, and the vapours will appear just to make sure that the car, the fuel doesn't start to pour down the side of a very warm car indeed. Fuel going in from driver's right, and then that car will head further down the pit lane in the direction of Andy Marriott. And Max Edelhoff, this is his opportunity now to close the gap from third position to second. There's 2.5 minutes between those cars. So we may well have a new car in second position once the Ferrari rejoins. Car 32 for Car Collection Motorsport, running around in third position ahead of Raymond Vos and Paul Lafargue in the number 17 E-Deck Sport Mercedes. Alfred Renauer is still leading the way, and we have heard that the fuel station problems have now been rectified, so credit to Creventic for ironing those out very swiftly indeed, and I don't think causing too much of a drama for any of the teams. They were able to just rearrange their strategy where necessary, but I think what Martin said about the two-thirds of the field having recently fueled meant that any significant problem wasn't met. Because the last thing we needed was cars queuing up, which we have had during a Code 60. Cars queuing out of the fueling area and almost back onto the track. Imagine that when one of the fuel pumps has failed. The number 1 Mercedes heading into the first of the chicanes then. In fact, the second of the chicanes at Villeneuve, and now up towards Tosa with Kenneth Heyer behind the wheel. 22nd position for the Hoffa Racing Mercedes. And where would it be in AM? 5th position. So really their decision to change from A6 AM to Pro hasn't affected much. And they will not be kicking themselves thinking, oh, we shouldn't have changed class because we would have been in a great position in A6 AM. They really wouldn't. They would have been back of the pack in that as well because of their various difficulties. The Ferraris now made it to Scuderia Praha properly, and they are going to do a driver change. So Joseph Kral clambering on board and is going to be helped with the seat belts, the straps, by Jiří. And I'm sure they will give Kral a fresh set of Hankook boots as well, depending on how these tyres have worn across the latest stint. I heard wheel guns in the background, and yes, wheel guns being held aloft by one of the many mechanics in their Dayglow high-vis jackets. Oh, off for a GP Extreme Renault. Now that has to be the 28 car because the 27 is no longer in this race. And we were down to 1 Renault yesterday. We're down to 1 Renault again today, but this is the car that didn't appear in the first 4 hours. Dare I say that it's Jean-Pierre Valentini again at the wheel of that car, because we already know that that driver has had a moment down at Tosa. It may not be. No, it's Bassam Cromfley this time, the Canadian driver at the wheel of 28, nosing into the concrete wall to driver's left out of Tosa Bend.
Happy Canada Day.
Is it?
I believe so. At least that's what my Twitter correspondency appears to be telling me. All sorts of maple leaf cakes and cookies and all sorts. So, not a happy Canada Day for him at the moment. No. So it seems you have a little struggle with that car. However, that car at least is going. In comes the car that is sort of third in the GT4 category, and that is the Ginetta G55 of Jan Lammers, Team Africa Le Mans. With that bronze colour and the leopard skin on the front and on the rear, and of course that great leopard graphic tissue for the driver and fuel for the car. And down in the pit lane, Andrew Marriott.
Oh, down in the pit garage was Jiří Pisarik. I don't think he caught his eye yet. Jiří, I grab you here. Were you happy with that stint? I think it was a pretty good stint for you.
Oh yeah, it was really difficult, but the car is still good. Yeah, we changed the brakes and the new tires, so we continue.
And what was the difficulty? Really just keeping the concentration and the heat as well?
Yeah, it's quite hot in the car, but yeah, it's still okay.
Now, I believe you have a very big job in real life, Bohemia Energy. Tell us about that.
Actually, we are just two drivers, so we would like to change each other, and we will see at the end if Josef, which is faster than me now, will maybe take the double stint. So it's we will see after 1.5 hours how the strategy will be.
I was just asking you about Bohemia Energy, your company. What do you do?
We are selling the energy to the final customers, gas and electricity.
And when you come to a race, can you switch off your business brain?
If I get the invoice from the team, then I need to switch off.
Well, this is a super car. We love it in this championship, and a great Czech team. Well done.
We are only one Ferrari in Imola, so hopefully we will get the podium. Otherwise, I think the Italian guys will kill us.
Thanks very much, Yuri.
Ciao.
Not sure it's quite that brutal. They will be certainly very, very pleased if you did. As he says, they are the only Ferrari at the race in Imola, but they have been in podium positions, and depending on where everything cycles out, yes, they could well end up on the podium. By the way, just to refer back to our Canadian listeners, viewers, and hangers-on, Happy Canada Day. It is Canada's 150th birthday, so it's not just any old Canada Day. It's a biggie. Penalty for 555. And that's not a blue Subaru, is it? No, that is Team Africa.
Should be, shouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, 255 Giulietta, third in the GT4 class when it came in, and will remain so because Rory Butcher was a lap behind, is now on the same lap. So we wait to see how that works out. Rory Butcher in the Porsche Cayman. So battling for a spot on the podium in the SP3 GT4 class as the Ferrari heads back along the pit lane with Josef Kral at the wheel. Looking very hot, as you might expect. It is tough work in the cars. Now, we just saw it leave, didn't we? So yes. He's gone out and come back in. Right rear tyre, so maybe they changed one but didn't successfully change the other. Right rear has come off. Right rear is going back on. Maybe it was a full tyre set and he felt a vibration on the right rear. Josef Kral, as a professional racing driver, will be attuned to something being askew there and not wishing to risk a chance of a podium. Come in now, get it done and leave, and hopefully then the car will remain all in one piece. Our podium overall at the moment, still the Herbert Motorsport Porsche from the 32 car collection out. And what a race they have had with that car, leading at the checkered flag last night. Is there a chance that it might somehow be first at the checkered flag tonight? Although we don't seem to have seen it being passed on the road, particularly by the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. It is 5 laps adrift of the leader, but similarly, the battle for third place behind it, covered by 30 seconds, with Raymond Vos in third in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes, Patrice Lafargue, Paul Lafargue now in 17, the IDEX Sport Mercedes in fourth, and those three, second, third and fourth, covered by half a minute. So that is turning into quite the fascinating battle for the podium. Patrick Eiserman up to 5th place now for Forge Racing in their Porsche, and Josef Kral back out after a second slightly unexplained pit stop, just one tyre change for the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. But the leader crosses the line again for the 290th time. And so Alfred Renard in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, as ever, keeping the pace up, and a little issue for the number 17 Mercedes.
I think that was the 30, actually.
Was that 30?
Vos, yes.
Drifted out wide at Tosa.
Rivazza corner.
Oh, was it Rivazza? Okay, my eyes got to that later.
Check the 30 car coming through.
You're right, it was a big problem at Rivazza, and the B2F Porsche was on the track. I think perhaps he misjudged the closing distance and the closing speed, and a long rally across the gravel, a really long rally across the gravel.
And was then overtaken by the 17 car, the Edex Sport machine, because the two Mercedes came through absolutely together, and that was a change for position. There's the 17 car, which stayed on the track. It's faster when you do that, you know. Had a much better exit out of Rivazza too, and has overtaken Raymond Vos on the track. So very dusty sidewalls now on those Hankooks, and I'm sure the flat surface beneath the tyres will not be great either. So they'll take a couple of corners to be cleaned up. And Raymond Vos, not the professional racing driver, the man that brings the money to Ram Racing. He owns that car, and Dan Shufflebottom and his team run it for Raymond and Tom Onslow-Cole. And Raymond Vos into Aqua Minerale, just taking it a little more gingerly than maybe he did a lap ago to make sure those tyres are fully cleaned up again. Car 35 that is third in SP2, driven by Bruno Freton now, who is Benoit's brother. We still need to work out which is Thomas' father, though, whether it's Bruno or Benoit. Somebody will know on the collective. Thomas Fred. Oh, big off for the 963 at Rivazza as well. Car 963 driven by Roberto Pampanini, who has a lot of experience in Lamborghini Huracans. So perhaps an uncharacteristic mistake there from the Italian driver. Going way too hot, I would assume, into Rivazza corner, now spinning the rear wheels, and Roberto, that's just going to get you deeper and deeper into what is at least a 1 foot deep gravel track there.
Well, I think we're going to see a code 60 for that, because he is really buried. We saw Raymond Vos keep the power on and sort of skate across the top. He went a long way round, but the Lamborghini has dug itself a long way in. And the number 17 car that inherited third place, Paul Lafargue, has come into the pits. He's on the fuel pumps. So is the number 24 Mercedes of Richard Feller. Now, this might fall well for them if we go to code 60. There is a rope attached to the front of the Lamborghini, which is helping drag it through the gravel. In fact, we may not even need to do that. I don't think that's a Lamborghini tractor that's dragging it out, but of course we're in the right territory. Ferruccio Lamborghini made his money with farming equipment, particularly tractors, before he turned to other more powerful machinery, and it would be deep irony were that actually a Lamborghini tractor dragging the Lamborghini out of the gravel. In the pits is number 40. This is Rory Butcher, fourth in the SP3 GT4 class. And like all these GT4 cars, not a big centre-lock rim. They have got individual wheel nuts on the car. So 5 individual wheel nuts. It's actually got an onboard air jacking system. Some of the cars don't. Some of our TCR cars, you have to lift them up. And certainly we saw that with the Cook Sport Renault Clio. Just get your old-fashioned trolley jack underneath. GP Extremes, number 28 Renault RS01, receiving another penalty. I wonder how few pit stops it's made without having to stop on the naughty step on the way in. Yellow flags are being withdrawn at Rivazza. Very fine work from the marshals, who I believe, I'm right in saying, are still the Lions Club of Bologna, who were so richly praised and rightly praised for rescuing Gerhard Berger from a huge fiery crash he had with Ferrari here many years ago, and of course were immediately on the scene on that horrible weekend where we lost Roland Ratzenberger, Ayrton Senna, and very nearly Rubens Barrichello as well. I believe it is still the Lions Club of Bologna who are the marshals here at the circuit, and they have been earning their keep today in some fairly hot conditions. They're not alone, the drivers have been doing likewise. 65 in the pits, and that is the car, the sister car of our SP2 leader. That's the one that appears to have attracted the ire of the stewards on more than one occasion, the 65 car. A little bit more randomly driven, perhaps, could I put that generously, than their teammates. Andrew Marriott is in the pit lane, and he has stepped out of the shades to bring us these words.
Rory Butcher are the words I'm bringing you. Rory just out of the car, wearing, let me just, I'm getting a bit of break up, I'm not sure if you're hearing it in the booth. Rory, you're wearing your race suit from the Contenders 24. I can tell the Dolly's Coffee logo.
That's correct, yeah. I thought, what kind of suit can I wear if I'm going to jump on a Porsche this weekend? So I went back to the old Daytona suit, and no, that was an okay stint. Felt pretty consistent, and we had troubles with the radio. I couldn't hear, so we just had to use the pit board. And at one point, I came in and tried to take advantage of the full course yellow for some fuel, but it was hard with no communication. I couldn't see the guys down there, so I had to keep going.
Now this race started to come towards you a bit.
I have no idea what position we're in, so
you've moved up a couple of spots, I think, in the class.
Well, that's quite nice, because at the start of the day we were 10 laps down, and we've just kind of hung in there, kept our heads down, and who knows what will happen. So.
And it's pretty hot work out there, as we can see.
Yeah, that was an easier stint than the one I had earlier on, because the car was quite difficult to drive in my first stint earlier, so I was really glad to get out of the car. But there, I was in a nice rhythm, and I could have probably gone for another 20-30 minutes. I might look a bit beetroot, but I feel okay inside. So,
Rory, thanks very much. Super little driver. Now, just one thing. Something's been troubling me for years, actually, but it's finally come to me now. Martin Haven. Beautiful voice. Sounds exactly like somebody famous on television. I finally got it. You sound just like Jeremy Vine.
And that is a pointless answer, Andrew. Thank you very much indeed for that. You're not the first. You probably won't be the last to say that. In fact, I was actually at a petrol station the other day, and the girl that served me said, "Has anybody ever told you sound just like Jeremy Vine?" Yes. Lamborghini returns. Good point from Right Turn Lover. We do have 2 Lamborghinis here, 1 Ferrari, no Alphas. Well, they're never going to last 12 minutes, never mind 12 hours. Lamborghini comes back in. Oh dear, that is a bit of a mess, isn't it? Car number 963. Not really doing Lamborghini proud at the moment, that GRT machine. Not for want of the team trying, but it does seem to be running into all sorts of trouble, as well as other machinery.
I'm not sure whether that rear left wheel was slightly out of alignment as well when it was burrowing deeper and deeper into the stones, although as the angle changed when the Lambo was well and truly out of the gravel and being pulled along by the tractor, it looked okay again. I just wonder whether the team might check that out. Haven't yet had an opportunity to revisit what happened with the Lamborghini, whether there was another car involved. It's got that very attractive bin liner pretty much now attached to the front left corner.
Does look like it's picked up something on the motorway that it can't shake off. You're absolutely right.
Or when you've got a window taken out in a car and you would replace it with a bit of polythene whilst the window was sourced. Yes, that turned out the start of the race yesterday as a very, very smart GRT Grasser car based at Graz, I seem to remember, in Austria, so not very far away from the Red Bull Ring. The 3rd round of the championship was held in Spielberg, and they were enjoying their local race, their most local race in the Creventic series. They've done pretty much all the rounds, I reckon, with 1 or 2 of their Huracan GT3 cars.
Well, they are real dyed-in-the-wool GT3 races, because they are doing the Blancpain Endurance Series, the Sprint Series as well. They do ADAC GT, and they are the sort of de facto under the Lamborghini team now. Used to be Reiter Engineering, who still dabble a little bit, but very much in another Austrian vein, are responsible for developing the KTM. In fact, I haven't seen Darth Vader's favourite race car appear in this series yet. There is a GT4 spec KTM Crossbow, which looks like nothing like a race car and everything like something that Darth Vader uses to commute between Battlestar and Battle Cruiser, but nobody's yet brought one here, and I wonder whether that's because of potential frailty or just because nobody's quite got round to it yet. Maybe Reiter Engineering will look at that for some of these shorter races before they embark on a longer program.
Well, Thomas Enger's been doing some development work for KTM, and we did see a couple of those in Austria. I think we also saw one of the clamshell canopy cars at Brno last year as well.
Ah, right, okay.
But we haven't seen them at this round, you're quite right. And yes, KTM, another team based in Graz, both motorcycle manufacturer and of the more track day style cars, although they are road going cars. And yeah, KTM now with the closed cockpit machines, as opposed to the early crossbows that were definitely open cockpit and entered into sort of an invitation class in things like British GT as long ago as, well, maybe 8 or 9 years ago. In fact, Rory Butcher used to race a KTM. I seem to remember the early days of his British GT career.
I think you're absolutely right.
So, car 32 going across the line. Max Edelhoff is up to second position now, ahead of Raymond Vos, and the gap is 2 laps now between him and Ralph Bone, doing 146s. Can't go any quicker than a 146, otherwise you'll tick off one of your very few jokers. But he's doing 146.1, is this kid, Max Edelhoff, in the sort of vein that Milos Pavlovic can achieve in that green Lamborghini.
Yeah, that green Lamborghini now reversing back down the order, having crept its way past all of the SP2 class cars with a couple of incidents, penalties and an off, has now gone from 11th all the way back down to 15th and is slumping down the SP2, predominantly Porsche 991 category. 29 is in 4th place, and this is the car being driven by Patrick Eisman. In front of him, Raymond Vos, the number 30 Mercedes, but that is a lap ahead, and Raymond Vos 45 seconds now behind Max Edelhoff, who lies in 2nd place in the number 32 car collection Audi. So for Patrick Eisman in the Porsche, his job is to stay in front of Josef Kral, who's starting to close fast in the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. How fast? Eisman did a 149.3 the last time round. Kral a 145.7, 3.6 seconds quicker, and that is a big advantage on 1 lap. Now, traffic can affect that, but you do sense that Patrick Eisman might soon be coming under pressure. He's been in the car for 1 hour and 3. Josef Kral only 17 minutes, and Kral had to make a second pit stop there, so he has got much fresher tyres than Eisman, and I would suggest that that gap will be coming down at 2 or 3 seconds a lap. That means in 10 laps, by the time Eisman has to get out, there could be a change on the road for 4th place, with the Scuderia Praha Ferrari coming back up the order. Our race leader still, and we have been saying this pretty much since the very first lap yesterday, is the Herbert Porsche, car number 911, and Ralph Bone drives that. Max Edelhoff with Raymond Vos behind him, 2nd and 3rd, half a minute in it. Patrick Eisman, Josef Kral, 4th and 5th, again half a minute in it. 6th place, Paul Lafargue in the 5th place pro car, which is the IDEC Sport Mercedes. Our lead AM car, by the way, is still 2nd overall, showing that AM refers to the drivers and not necessarily the pace of the car. Iraj Alexander 7th, back at the wheel of the number 24 SPS Mercedes. 8th is Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff in the number 34 car collection Audi. 9th is Manuel in the MDC Sport Mercedes. That's the number 44 car that is driven by the Sumstein family. Manuel and Adrian, the 2 sons of Father Philip. Manuel driving that car at the moment. And 10th, rounding out the top 10, and the only non-A6 car in the top 10, Charles Espenlaub in the number 85 Pro Speed Porsche. He leads the 991 class. And Johnny, we are now inside the final 2.5 hours, so we've got less than an American Le Mans Series race to go, and we're just starting more endurance racing.
Yeah, I mean, there's that constant reminder for the drivers as they swoop underneath the starting gantry with that large digital countdown clock, and 2.5 hours, you feel like the end is in sight now, particularly as you started the day with 8 hours on the clock. I mean, the back of this race is definitely broken here, and we're not quite into the closing stages, as it might as well be the start of a Porsche Cup race heading out of Tosa once again, tucked in behind the JR Motorsport BMW. They're being pursued. I mean, it's like a high-speed police chase with them all being in white livery as well.
Yep.
And just behind, a little wayward for the B2F Competition car. And the car collection machine of Max Edelhoff trying to work its way, first of all, past that car, and then all four of these machines heading out of Aqua Minerale together. So this is an area where Max Edelhoff will need to keep his head on lap 294. We're almost up to 300 laps for Ralph Bone and the rest of his crew, the two Renaults and Daniel Alleman. And the lights are flashing from Max Edelhoff. Unsurprisingly, he's going to duck underneath the BMW. He's going to take a little bit of grass there. That was almost my route around the Stone Blower a couple of days ago, as we were in a road car, and my line was balked a little bit by one of the smaller tractors that does the track maintenance around here. Out of Rivazza 2 goes the car collection car. Blue flags waved in the direction of the SP2 leader. No longer the SP2 leader, in fact. 64 slipped to second position because we now have the red Mark Focus V8 leading SP2.
And that's because 64 is on an outlap, or has just completed the outlap after its most recent pit stop, changed over from Frédéric Ancel to Philippe Paulette, or Frédéric Levier, I think Frédéric Ancel. Anyway, it's now Philippe Paulette anyway. So yes, they have lost the lead in that class. And again, that's a good indication of how tight it is at the top of the SP2 class, because the top three cars are covered by less than a minute. The Mark VDS car leads by 54.0 seconds from the 64 Porsche, and the 35 B2F car is 57.8 seconds behind the class leader, i.e. 3.8 seconds behind the 64 car. And in fact, you can see them both in the same camera shot in a couple of places on the track. So 85 Charles Espenlaub is the best of all the Porsches, apart from our actual outright race leader and the number 29 Forge Racing Porsche, but they're in the A6 class. So Charles Espenlaub, the best of all the Cup class cars. He's in the 991 category, leading that in 10th. And in the Mark VDS car, in second place, is Thierry Delattre du Boscu, the Belgian driver of the VDS Adventures car. And he is splitting the class there ahead of all the SP2 cars are. Toyota GT86 may not look quite as GT86y from the back as it used to, but that's no fault of the endurance team Romania, because they rebuilt a car that looked like it had been hit up the backside by a double-decker bus yesterday. I don't know what speed. I'm not sure who hit it. I don't think we ever quite found out who hit it, but they hit it as if they had used it literally as a brake pedal instead of metaphorically, and it's still the same damaged piece of body that's attached. But unfortunately, the Toyota is going at a rather pedestrian pace. He just came past the pits slowly and is now continuing. And I think he might be rather wishing that he hadn't ignored whatever lack of pickup there was out of the Rivazza and come straight into the pit lane. It's going to take him a little while to get back. He's second in the A2 class. He's not going to lose that position because the only other car in A2 is ahead of him. However, as you said, Johnny, you know, every time you come under that banner and it still says 2 hours something, oh, still? Crikey. Especially when you've got a car that you're trying to nurse, and he is now definitely trying to nurse the Toyota to the pit lane.
It's Fabrizio Broggi as well at the wheel. Italian, as you don't win any prizes for guessing, although based in Bucharest in Romania, as the rest of the team are too. And they're another team, really, that have reached the highest level you can get within your own country's motorsports, with, I think, only one racetrack in Romania these days. And they have competed in that championship, the one track championship, for a number of years, but wanted a bigger challenge. And first race of the year was actually Mugello 12 hours, and they were very much looking forward to coming here and came close to winning that. I want to say they did win their class on that occasion. Need to check up on that. The 103 car, on the other hand, has been out front. The TTC Racing Seat Leon TCR V2 DSG, so giving us details of gearbox configuration there as well, I think. And the 103 car is being fueled then with Klaus Kresnik having been driving that over the last stint. Looks to be a scheduled stop for fueling initially, and possibly now down towards the team for a driver change as well. Let's get a little bit more from Andrew Marriott, who is nearing the end of his final stint of this race.
Indeed I am, and I'm thinking that this team here is going to take a lot of beating. I love so much about this Creventic series, but particularly even things like this, you know, you can walk down the pits and you look at one of these, say, oh, that's where they are, if you can't remember where the particular car is. Just to update you, my great cameraman Seb here has been on his feet right from the beginning of this race. He's going to take a little break to have a bit of lunch. I'm going to say goodbye to everybody, and then in about 20 minutes or so, Joe Bradley will be back. But I've had a ball here again. What a super series, great race, wonderful weather, absolutely fabulous racetrack. So I'm at Pit Lane Andy. Hope to see you again sometime.
Smitten with the way that Creventic do these things, as we all are, and our thanks to Andrew Marriott. Great to work with Andrew again. He was part of the Paul Ricard coverage on RadioLeMans.com and back for the 5th round of the championship. I have a funny feeling we will see Andrew again at some stage with our Creventic coverage. Out of Tosa corner goes the flat grey Mercedes, pursued by Joseph Kral in the number 11 Ferrari. 488, reaching the top of the hill at Piratella, then the plunge down the other side. These cars not racing for position because the Raymond Vos driven Mercedes a couple of laps ahead of young Joseph Kral, but Kral carrying more speed into Aqua Minerale, thought about a move up the inside of that front engine Mercedes. The mid-engine Ferrari maybe getting better drive out of Aqua Minerale and into the corner. They're going to enter side by side. There goes Joseph Kral through to pick off one of the laps that the Ferrari is down on the Mercedes. So Mercedes now on lap 297. Joseph Kral is on 296, so there's just a lap between them. And effectively, that unravels the Ferrari. Need to go round again, does Joseph Kral, and can actually pick off then the Mercedes properly for 3rd position on the road. Leader is Ralph Bone, Herbert Motorsport. 300 laps up now then for Bone, Alleman, Renauer and Renauer in their familiar 911 car, having won 3 of the 4 races so far this year. That is quite a milestone in this race. 300 laps around the Imola circuit. I don't know whether we've ever had a race that has ticked off that many laps on this 4.9 kilometre track. Probably not, because it's only been 6 hours up until this point. And remember, in 2011, we had a round of the ILMC, which was the precursor to the World Endurance Championship. WEC first year was 2012, with the Sebring 12 hours as its first round. But prior to that, Anthony Davidson and Sebastian Bourdais were victorious in a Peugeot LMP1 around this circuit. Car 555, 23rd position, one of the SP3 GT4s heading out of Rivazza with Cyril van der Merwe driving that. 3rd position then in class, and it's the class now led by Martin Lanting's JR Motorsport BMW. They didn't expect to be running an SP3 this weekend, coming here with a 3-litre V8 Beamer, expected to be an SP2. There is the JR Motorsport car though, heading through Variante Alta with Raymond Vos in 3rd position in the 30 car. He shares with Tom Onslow-Cole. Max Edelhoff is still circulating quicker than Ralph Bone, so he may, during the course of this stint, Max might be able to get one of the laps back on the 911 Porsche, but even at that stage we're just talking about 1 of 3 laps. It might be 2 and a bit laps actually. So Max Edelhoff obviously burning quite a bit of time during this stint. We're nearly up to 90 minutes now, and he's by far the quickest in that 32 driver combination. Dimitri Parhofer also part of that team, along with Tony Forney, who restarted the race today, and Horst Felbermeyer Jr. making that 4-driver combo. Max Edelhoff the quickest. Last time around, he did it 146.9. That's a full 9/10 slower than he could potentially go, but may well have caught traffic.
And Raymond Vos in 3rd place, 148.8, compared to Ralph Bone, the leader, 148.6. So it looks as though the Herbert Motorsport team are pushing on at like 95%. Number 28 loops it round again on the exit of Tosa. Now this time he's gone off on the exit rather than on the driver's right rather than the driver's left. So he's going to have to try and find himself a bit of terra firma to turn around on. So yellow flags are out there. We've got a number of drivers that are getting a long way into a stint. Max Edelhoff, an hour and 25 minutes in the car. Raymond Vos, an hour and 35. That's second and third. Patrick Eiseman in the 29 Porsche. He's an hour and 16 minutes into his stint. Further down the field, an hour and 40 minutes in. The Mark Cars VDS racing car that leads the SP2. So Thierry Delatre in that car is in a long way into his stint. I was about to say Kenneth Heyer as well, an hour and 47 minutes, an hour and 48 minutes into his stint, and he comes into the fuel stop in a number 1 Hofer Race Mercedes, and I think that is him done. Martin Lanting, an hour and 28 minutes into his stint, leading in the GT4 SP3 class in the JR Motorsport BMW. Again, they said this car just goes around and around and around. That's exactly what they've been doing. Did somebody just come past on? Oh, maybe it was the speed limiter out of the pit lane they hadn't released. I was thinking, didn't see a sign of code 6, but somebody just came past, going bub, 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 but they were coming out of the pit lane. So Kenneth Heyer at the fuel pumps for the Hofer Racing team that have had no luck but bad luck this weekend. Is that a map of Imola on the roof of the black roof of the car? It's a little white outline of Imola. That's very nice. I'd not noticed that before.
Yeah, wherever Hofer Racing go, they always have their track map printed on the roof of the car. It's a really smart touch, that. And can be tricky when they go to the slightly more complicated circuits.
Going to need a bigger roof if they ever race on the mountain circuit of TT.
Yes. Nordschleife, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, you know, you can just shrink it down, can't you? But yeah, that's absolutely true.
A lot of people carry the Nordschleife on the boot lid of their road car. Why not fit it onto the roof of a racing car? Now,
somebody's had a big lose out of Piratella. Lots of dust. The car's no longer there, but by crikey, they've thrown up a lot of dust. And that's one of the things here, you know, the runoff areas are really, really, really dry. That's not Piratella, is that? That's they've gone off on the straight between Tamburello and Villeneuve, just probably bounced along the grass on driver's right, kicked up a lot of dust, come back on, absolutely cacking themselves. Leader is in the pit lane. Ralph Bone has taken fuel, and the Herbert Motorsport Porsche heads to the team. And he was not well into a second hour in his stint, so I would rather imagine he might stay in. But again, it is very warm. And, oh, the leader noses into the pit lane. Suddenly a 2-lap lead, a 3-lap lead is as of nothing. Max Edelhoff in the number 30 to Andrew's now turning round as he's just walked in the door. Oh, I might have to get back down there. Max Edelhoff, the race, could be the race leader in 2 laps. We're on board in the 32 car collection car. And Ralph Bone, the Herbert Porsche, into the pit lane. Now, did they need a brake change? We've seen a lot of brake changes in our front runners in the GT3 class, and they have not made one yet. It may just be absolute routine maintenance. They've worked hard to maintain their lead, and that might be where they are at the moment. Tom Onslow-Cole a few moments ago suggesting on Twitter that this race for the podium is so tight it might come down to who needs a splash and dash at the end. Johnny, how are you on that front?
I'm getting close, you know, getting close.
I think with next code 60, it might go very quiet in the booth. We might both be needing a pit window. But, okay,
it's a long pit lane here as well, remember. Very long pit lane for us, as in the cafeteria down the road.
The lead is now 1 lap.
Right,
It is now halved because Ralph Bone's car has completed 302 laps. The second place car we ride on board with, number 32 car collection car, has completed 301. Raymond Vos has completed 300. He gets a lap back now. Josef Kral gets a lap back now. When he leaves the pit, Patrick Eiseman will have to do another lap to get a lap back. But Paul Lafargue, everybody gets a lap back on the leader. Suddenly, what looked like it might be cut and dried with 2 hours to go could be anything but. We might be into a major recovery effort from Herbert Porsche. It might just be a straightforward, standard, we knew we were going to do it, we're doing it now, brake change, but we'll have to wait and see.
It's strange, isn't it, that teams leave it for as long as possible to do a brake change. If you know you're going to do one, it would make sense to me to do it at roughly half distance, but if the brakes have been fine up until this point, if they thought they could do the 12 hours on the brakes and it was just a suck it and see thing, then okay, they've reached nearly the end of hour 10 and no, it's not going to do the distance, let's get it in. But we are going to watch now the 911 garage. eagle-eyed to see when, if that car reappears anytime soon. But one thing's for sure, Max Edelhoff, I reckon, is going to take the race lead in this car collection machine, unless he is nearing the end of... No, he's still got another half an hour or so to go, so he's okay to stay out.
So I think he's probably got another 10 or 15 minutes left before they need to stop for fuel. 32 comes across the line in a moment as he rounds the final kink in the pit wall. He is now on 302 laps. He's 5 minutes and 1 second behind the leader. That can't be right. He is now on the lead lap. When he comes to the line the next time, car's just left the pits. It's the GT86. That wasn't the car I expected we might see. But the number 32 car collection car will take the lead. Raymond Vos in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes has now completed 301 laps. So unless we see the Herbert Motorsport Porsche appear soon, he will not be second, he will be third. 29 goes out, driver change in a Porsche. So suddenly, and how many times does this happen in a long race? One tiny little thing is undoing almost 10 hours of dominant motoring from Herbert Porsche.
So this is the race leader now, car 32, because 911 is still stationary in the pit lane. It showed up as 5 minutes because the 911 car had already crossed the start-finish beam, if you like, in the pit lane, so had registered at the end of 302 laps, but about to complete lap 303 is the 32 Audi, and the 911 car hasn't even started lap 303 yet.
No,
so
it's
going to be a full lap
backwards
ahead.
out of the garage yet. It's at pit out, and I can see straight down the pit lane because I'm looking across the track. We're past the kink at the end of the pit garages before you get to the hospitality buildings, and there's still no sign of that car. So we're going to see 32 come past us again, and now he will be a lap ahead. He's completed 302 laps. This is the end of lap 303. Max Edelhoff yesterday took the checkered flag as the race leader after the first 4 hours and now leads the race again for car collection. Is this possibly going to be their greatest day in 24-hour series racing? Ralph Bone, the Herbert Motorsport team. The car is still in the garage. It is now in second place. However, in another minute and 50 seconds, it will be third because Raymond Vos will have gone by for second place in the Ram Racing Mercedes. And another minute and 45 seconds, 48 seconds after that, Josef Kral will go by for third in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. We talked about this before, Johnny, and we do very frequently finding ourselves just going back to the same thorny issue. 2 minutes, or 2 laps rather, ahead when you're just talking about pure race pace is almost uncatchable over a 2, 3, 4 hour period. In comes Raymond Vos, so he does not yet move up into second place because he needed fuel, and he is going to stay in, I think, for a double stint. But that means that Josef Kral might now move up in a couple of laps into second place in the Ferrari. They may end up on the podium. But what about the Herbert Porsche? They are still in the garage, still no sign of them reappearing. And I'm sure we will see the moment they come back out, because this is turning into suddenly a 2-hour sprint of high drama.
Vos not being displayed on our screen as the second place car, but he is, because it's just that he's not crossed the line at the end of 303 because the timing beam's a bit further down the road. Edelhoff now 304 laps done as the 911 car has yet to emerge from the garage, and Andrew Marriott had a sneaky word in my ear saying they can do front pads quicker than that, quicker than 7 minutes, certainly. Yeah. And the car didn't stop for fuel, as you might have expected it to have done, to do fuel, then go up to the team, have its brakes done as well, and then be thrown back out into the race. So Raymond Vos is ahead of it on the road. Josef Kral, now on lap 303 as well, is going to come through, and this car will actually be scored as in second position then, as the Endurance Team Romania car again with issues. We saw that not too long ago for the little Toyota GT86. And Raymond Vos, as soon as that car is released from the fueling area, will actually go up to third position then, bumping the 911 Herbert Motorsport Porsche down to fourth place. Code 60 And
Right.
the code 60 is, well, there's an incident involving car 30 and 555. That's a little while ago, I believe.
Yeah, we didn't see that, but there was obviously a little bit of an incident between Riemann Voss and presumably Jan Lammers, but we have gone code 60. Now, I'm not sure that it's for the Toyota GT86. It doesn't seem to be dropping anything, spilling anything. It is going rather slowly. In fact, it's actually struggling to keep up its pace in front of other cars at code 60, and the driver is in Formula One style of old, waving his arm out the window going, go by me. He can't even keep up pace under code 60. Now then, I agree with Andrew Marriott's premise that a brake change could and would and should have been completed already, and if you were planning to do a brake change or needing to do a brake change, you again, I agree, would have stopped for fuel. That was a come straight into the garage. That was a critical alarm of some kind on the Porsche, and I don't know what it was. Maybe it had been holed by a stone in the radiator or something. We didn't see steam pouring off it. We didn't see it leaving a trail of fluid. Maybe all the trail of fluid had gone. Oh my goodness, that's 24. That is a massive shunt for the Cool Aviation Mercedes, and there's no Mercedes left at the front. It's ripped everything off in front of the wheels, and that, I think, that's...
Between the two chicanes.
Is that what that cloud of dust was between the two chicanes?
Oh, it's too long ago.
That was too long ago, but it's been a similar incident. He has dragged it all the way down the grass from Tamburello. It has spat bits of bodywork off for 200 metres on the grass,
by the way.
Driver's left. That's really unfortunate. They were having such a good weekend with that car. We just saw the flatbed leaving the pit lane and went, oh, right, it's not for the GT86. And now we see what it is. It's a very major shunt. And there's no marks on the concrete wall on driver's left, which means he's gone off on driver's right and then thundered back across the track as he's tried to rein in the car. Essentially, not actually sure it's even got front wheels attached to it. Basically, there's not, the bonnet is still on, but it's not attached to anything. Half the wings, the front wings are still attached. And as rescue crews arrive, marshals are pointing off in the distance up towards Villeneuve. I wonder if that's where the wheels have ended up. Or whether there's another car involved.
Maybe.
Safety crew are going over to chat to one of our boys and girls. Oh, no, there's the driver, Iraj Alexander. He had wandered away from the car, so that has been a lap or two ago, even though it's still steaming. Medical crew are talking to him. No, I'm fine. Okay, thank you. He doesn't seem to be hobbling, limping or anything else. It's a big old shunt, though. I tell you what, he'll be stiff getting out of bed tomorrow. No question at all about that. But he's shrugging it off a little. That's a real disappointment for the team, though. Really, really strong run for them. And, Johnny, the car is absolutely wrecked.
And one of the marshals has just picked up the grille, the large Mercedes grille that has come to rest up against the green concrete wall. But as you say, it's very difficult to work out which side of the track the car's gone into the fence. And it's ended up being, well, presumably spun through 360 degrees at least.
There's no left front wheel.
No.
I can't see behind the crumpled bodywork whether there's a right front wheel. The rear wing's attached, so it looks like a really heavy, full-on frontal impact.
Yeah.
Not seeing any other car being attended to. But you're right, I mean, that grille was 200 feet away.
But it's the fact that all the damage is localised in that front portion, and it looks like it's hit a flat surface. Well, yeah, true. It is trailing a bit of rear,
little bit of back
bodywork,
or is that just front bodywork that it's run over as it's ground to a halt? I mean, it's left a big mark down the grass where it's come on its sump, basically, or flat floor, skidding along with. Well, certainly the left wheel is absent. You can see in through where the wheel arch would normally be, you can see the hub, and there's definitely no left front wheel attached. Don't know if there's a right front wheel.
And
Iraj Alexander trying to watch the loading of the remains of the car.
Well, the tricky thing is there's not that many points where you can pick the car up now on the front portion of it. They've managed to scoop it underneath the wheel arches, haven't they, in a kind of sling.
Do you know, the way the front sling is attached... Oh, I can see there is a right front wheel, but there's definitely no left front wheel. Now, whether that was cause or effect, I couldn't tell you, I'm afraid. The SPS
there is quite a bit of
team
damage
as
on the
well.
rear right as well, I think.
Yeah.
So whether that's a scar of damage being attacked by another car from behind, which has then speared it round.
Oh, right rear wheel's missing.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Crikey.
So that is rear bodywork flapping away, and as you say, rear right wheel off the car,
That
front left wheel off the car.
Does sound like it's pirouetted, hit the wall hard with the front and then spun round and again with the rear, unless somebody else comes in with severe damage into the pit lane, and we're not seeing that at the moment. Of course, they may not be able to get back to the pit lane. Iraj Alexander in the truck with the rescue driver, and they are setting off with the flatbed.
Good to see Iraj able to get into the cab, though. It seems to be upwardly mobile. A couple of steps up there to the high cab of this flatbed, and he's now sitting in between the two marshals.
Oh.
What?
Incident involving car 24, 173 and 308 under investigation. 173 Endurance Team Romania in the Toyota GT86, and 308 is the Team Altran Peugeot 308. So did they come across the very slow GT86 with the Peugeot hooning in from behind at full pace and Iraj Alexander coming in at warp factor 9? That has all the hallmarks of an unavoidable incident where much quicker cars are caught out by somebody suddenly going very, very slowly in Tamburello. And if that's the case, then that's doubly unfortunate for Iraj Alexander and the SPS team.
RadioLeMans.com bringing you coverage of the 12 hours of Imola. We're inside the final 2 hours now, and a big shunt for the number 24 SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes, driven by Iraj Alexander. And we're now told that the incident that involved, by the looks of things, 2 other cars, the 173 Endurance Team Romania Toyota GT86 and the 308 Team Altran Peugeot, that's going to be investigated as we get an opportunity to see the rear right damage together with the front as well. And there is no rear right wheel on the baby blue Mercedes. There's no front end on that Mercedes. The grille, the three-pointed star of the Benz, ended up many meters away from where the car came to rest. And there's no front left wheel on that car either. So needing a flatbed to get back to the pit lane. We're under code 60 conditions, and this has been an incident-packed race already. 4 hours yesterday, 8 hours today. It's Johnny Palmer and Martin Haven in the main commentary box, and we're just working out the scar tissue, if you like, on the rear right corner of that car, Martin.
Well, that number 24 Mercedes still has a right front and a left rear wheel, but the other two are completely absent. So where they've ended up, don't know. The GT86 Toyota doesn't look like it got hit because there was no sign of damage, even though it was going slowly. What's just coming past us now? 908, not 308. Now, what we need to find is the 308 Peugeot. Our camera crews have not yet found it. So is the 308 car moving? Is it in the pit lane? Let's have a flick on the screen. Grasser Racing Lamborghini still in the garage. So too, by the way, are almost race-long leaders. Well, there is the Altran Peugeot team. They had a major issue yesterday with the 308 car, flew backwards across Rivazza, put its driver in hospital with a broken rib, even though the car wasn't badly damaged as it shot back across the sausage curbs. But 308 is at the fuel pumps. So 308, it would seem, didn't get damaged either. There is our race director looking for debris. I don't think he's necessarily looking for clues at the scene of the crime. I would have to say there is 308. Well, it didn't get hit on the front or on the left rear. I'm not sure it got hit at all. I think that Iraj Alexander was a pure victim of circumstance, and that was probably a single car accident, but trying to avoid ramming the slow Toyota GT86 and the 308 Porsche. So 308 at the fuel pumps, so too is 34, the car collection car of Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff. And Max Edelhoff has taken fuel as well, the race leader. Josef Kral has taken fuel as well. You can see them both in the pit stops. You can hear the 32 car, in the pits. Tom Onslow-Cole stays. Oh, he's taken over the number 30 Ram Racing car. We didn't spot that because these are all happening under code 60 for that huge shunt for the SPS Automotive Mercedes. So Tom Onslow-Cole takes over the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes. Force Racing up to 4th. Herbert Motorsport down to 5th position. And it is all changed. Driver changes being thrown all over the place. 17 has just left the pits. Dimitron Jalbert at the wheel of the IDEX Sport Mercedes. Blimey O'Reilly, we thought we had enough drama going on with the Herbert Motorsport Porsche nosing into the garage unexpectedly, and then suddenly this plane crash. Oh, sorry, no pun intended for the number 24 Mercedes. And Iraj Alexander, again, the main thing there is he seemed to be perfectly okay, but the car anything but. Another penalty. Now, I wonder if we're starting to see... No, they're in the pro class. They can't be getting a penalty for busting lap times. So that must be, again, either for a pit stop infringement or for exceeding track limits. And again, at turn 19, that'll be where that's been. But another slight penalty for them. 32 is in. 34 is in. Car Collections cars were first, the 32 car, and 8th, the 34 car, possibly, depending on in how things are working. And I wonder now what's going on. Oh, no, back up in the air. Come on, guys. Back up in the air. Let me put the wheel back on. Don't do things like that and give the race away.
Quickly recovered, the car going back up on its internal jacks, and the guy in the front right corner was able to put the wheel back on. As you say, it's little tiny errors like that that might start to creep in. And they're distracted possibly, not expecting the car in at that point. They will have done a driver change for Max Edelhoff to get out because he was nearing the end of the drive.
I think he's good. I think he only got in on the last change.
Well, he'd already done 90 minutes of a drive time. We were into the final half an hour. I mean, might be able to squeeze a bit more time out. Or would you prefer to put a Pro-Am or an Am driver in during code 60? It's Tony Fournet at the wheel of the 32.
Right, okay.
So Tony Fournet, who started today's part of the race and actually put up a great defence to the cars around him. That car started from pole position, remember, despite it being an A6 Am car and having to adhere to those 1 minute 46 second lap times. So car 32 back out so far as the screen would tell us into the lead of the race. The Ferrari pitted as well, so that's probably right.
Yep.
Tom Onslow-Cole's brought the 30 car in for a stop.
And what remains of number 24, the Cool Aviation Mercedes, being delivered onto trolley dollies from the flatbed. And I'm afraid that is going straight through the garage, out the back and into the truck. There's nothing that can be done for that car. There's not the slightest hope of it turning a wheel again. So they're going to cover it in a cloth, put it back in the truck, and when they get back to base, that is going to be a major rebuild operation. It has been absolutely ripped asunder. Basically, most of what's in front of the firewall has been damaged, mangled, torn off, or heavily shunted backwards. So disconsolate team, they're all so full of the joys of spring this morning, standing in front of our commentary box window, watching the restart of this race. They'd had a really good day yesterday. The first 4 hours really played well for them. And that just, again, unfortunately, one of those occurrences very occasionally in multi-class racing where one of the quicker cars just gets caught out with nowhere to go. And I sense, before we hear from Iraj Alexander, that might well be what we hear from him. So an hour and 50 minutes to go here, still in the 12 hours of Imola.
And it is the Car Collection Motorsport car, now driven by Tony Fournet, that leads the way. It's an A6 Am car out front as we go back to green now. There was a message on the screen to tell us we only had another 60 seconds of code 60. And that's the main reason why the Mercedes is already now back in the garage. Second place then on the road behind the 32 Audi is the Ferrari 488 driven by Jiri Pisarik, and then the Ram Racing Mercedes number 30 driven once more by Tom Onslow-Cole, running around in third position. Shelko Dermic not on the lead lap, in fact a couple of laps off, running in 4th position, and 5th place is the 911. The Herbert Motorsport car has returned to the race. Ralph Bone bringing that car back out, and it's going to stay in 5th position. 303 laps completed. Compare that to the new race leader now, relatively new race leader, 32, now on 3:06, and it was a 22-minute pit stop for the 911 car, but they have hopefully solved whatever issue that was. The 17 Mercedes in 6th position for EDEX Sport Racing. 7th place, the SPS Automotive Performance 24 Mercedes. That's no longer in the race as we know, but still displayed on the timing screen for the time being. 8th position will inherit 7th, the Car Collection Motorsport Audi. Next up at the MDC Sports A6 AM Mercedes car 44. And leading the 991 class is the Pro Sport Performance machine of Charles Espenlaud and Charlie Putman and Joe Foster. They've been at the top of the 991 standings for a good portion of time. Porsche Lorient Racing still leading SP2 from a gaggle of fellow competitors within that class. So car 64 leading 35, the B2F Competition entry. VDS Racing Adventures Mark Focus is 3rd in class from the APO Sport Porsche that's had all those problems down at Tosa Corner. A couple of spins, one was caused by a puncture. And then the MSG Motorsport Porsche, which is 2nd in the 991 class. Other class leaders, the JR Motorsport BMW from Holland, car 111 out front in SP3, or GT4 as it's known in the Creventic series. That car is 20th overall. A little further down the SP3 rankings, we find the 231 Optimum Motorsport Ginetta, driven now by Irishman Dan O'Brien. So that car 21st overall. And then the stricken 963 Roberto Pampanini GRT Grassa car. That Lamborghini has been in the pits now for nearly 3/4 of an hour. Scored as 22nd on the road, but soon enough, treble 5 will move up to 22nd, driven by Sorel van der Merwe. That car 3rd in the SP3 rankings. 4th place in SP3 is William Paul, driving the Brooks Speed Porsche. He shares with Chase Owen and with Rory Butcher. That's car 40, 25th overall. The TCR leader is the TTC Racing team from Switzerland, car 103, the Seat Leon TCR, leading that class from the Team Altran Peugeot number 908, racing a 308 Racing Cup car. And 3rd position is the Cycle.com Leon Cup racer. And then further down the order, the 303 car, judged to be involved in that incident involving car 24. Both team managers of car 308 and 24 now being told to report to the race director for their account of the situation. And then towards the bottom of the timing and scoring screen, I'm afraid we still have the 335 B2F Competition Porsche, which is, well, back in the pit lane. So it has been out for a spell. It's been in the pits for 24 minutes in this latest stop, but we know about the trials and tribulations of car 335. So let's get an update on what we know in the pit lane. There's been plenty happening there. The 911 car is back out on track, but the man doing a little bit of digging is Joe Bradley. What have you found out about their problem and others?
I'm trying to get a word with Robert Renauer. We've just, literally, Seb just come back on duty, and we're going to have a word with someone to explain why the car, I believe it's dropped 4 laps off the lead lap now. So whatever it was, it's cost them dearly. They've lost the lead, and they were in their usual dominant form. Daniel Alleman is going to be the man. Daniel, it's going to be you.
Some water connection is broken. I don't know. It's fixed under the ground. I don't know why.
So did that cause overheating?
Not overheating. We lose a lot of water, and then therefore we have overheating. Yeah.
You guys were making it look too easy in any case, so now you have a challenge.
Yeah, it's just a challenge. We do it. Yeah.
Okay, still time. Thanks, Daniel. So a loose water connection for the coolant of the engine. Daniel there. His English is a lot better than my German, so we thank Daniel for that.
Yeah, so whether that's a loose hose or one of the connectors that has worked its way loose, it's very tricky to say, but the problem with the water connection, and therefore the car loses water, that's caused the overheating issue. But I know what Daniel is saying there. It wasn't actually an overheating problem to start with, but eventually the problem could have manifested itself into a sky-high engine temperature far better to get the car into the garage, try and rectify the problem. And now the guys will be hoping that that 4-litre flat 6 engine in the back of the Herbert Motorsport car has not been overly stressed. Moment for the 44 Mercedes down at Tamburello, going straight on through that chicane and gathering a whole load of gravel in the snout of that Mercedes.
And of course they've been running around at 60 kilometres an hour for the last 15-20 minutes. It takes so long, or that long run will have dropped the tyre temperatures and pressures. He's got a right front puncture. So that's what the issue was. He's got a right front puncture now. I think that's probably what put him off into the gravel rather than picked it up. But even so, when, I don't know if it is punctured, but it's certainly very low. So he's either got a flat tyre or going flat tyre or a suspension failure at the front. But the right front is down, and that's why he's going very low. But again, you know, the point is that when you've been going so slowly, the air pressure drops because the temperature of the air in the tyre drops, and so suddenly the car doesn't quite react the same way. It's running a little lower, tends to bottom out a little bit. But that car, I'm pretty certain it is actually a soggy right front tyre. So he is creeping back to the pit lane after going off into the gravel. The Herbert Porsche has completed 306 laps to 310 of the race leader. And as I kind of guessed, they had some major alarms suddenly come on that required to go straight into the garage, not stop for fuel, not do a driver change, not do tyres or anything first, straight in. And the biggest worry there, with all the cooling around the front of a 911 style race car, is that it's got a hold radiator of some kind. Now, it certainly had a potential for overheating. It lost a hose or a radiator valve or something there, and was dumping water out. So they made no mistakes, got it straight back in at the first possible opportunity. And again, 44, that is definitely a right front flat, isn't it? And could barely turn the car at all. So doing a very good job to try and get that car back to the team.
So who is at the wheel of that car? It's Manuel Zumstein. Yep. Adrian Zumstein and Philippe Zumstein being the drivers for MDC Sports. And that car, it's principally all white, but I do like that livery with the black and red detailing here and there, and the black and red roof as well. But the car, often we are seeing it on the live stream when it's been in strife, and that's been on several occasions, sadly. But the Zumsteins, fingers crossed, they'll keep out of trouble, assuming they sort this problem out. You're definitely right with it being down on the front right corner.
Yeah, I think
it's not a suspension issue, though. Is it?
I think it's lost the air, but I think the carcass is still attached. You can see it squishing out at the bottom, but it's sort of the car is so low, it's actually almost running on the left front tyre and the splitter around most of the corners. So that's stopping the rim from grinding on the wheel. On the ground, but it's not helping it steer in any way, shape or form. So
I've noticed the AMGs run with so little ground clearance around here though as well. And that's why it's important to stay off the high curbs, but coming down into Acqua Minerale, particularly the AMGs, ground out almost on that front left corner, and you get this moment that the fireworks kick off as the car sparks off the ground. Now down to receive the 44 car, not very far away from it, will be Joe Bradley.
Yeah, very good job brought back by the driver, this number 44 Mercedes, because, which as we've seen many, many times, can sometimes come away and then start flailing and damage bodywork and in a wheel arches. Well, there's none of that from what I can see. The team just inspecting the cause or effect. Now they take the wheel off. This is the right-hand side of the tyre. They're checking to see if there's anything apparent as to what's caused the puncture. But you know yourself, Johnny, on our track tour that we did the other day in our little hire car, some of the curbing around here is quite abrasive. I know we talk about, and it looks like there's more than just a punctured tyre, maybe.
Yeah, well,
they look under the wheel arch, guys, and it looks like it might be something a little bit more terminal. Shaking of heads and despondent looks in the team here.
Okay, well, the wheel is off, and they're now checking out the suspension and other key components. But the car in the garage, with the team assessing the problem up on the internal jacks, and heads are dropping down at MDC Sports, I'm afraid to say. They've come this far in the 11th hour And there's just an hour and 40 still to go. What a time for potentially the car to retire.
Yeah, strictly in the 10th hour, but yes, okay, a point well taken. It did look like it had a flat tyre, but yes, I wonder whether it wasn't flat when he went through the gravel, because if the suspension has collapsed on him and sent him through the gravel, then that would have put an awful more load on that tyre as it went over the curbs and through the gravel trap. So we'll wait and see.
We are definitely in the 11th hour with one more.
We've got an hour and 40 minutes till
so this is hour 11.
12 hours.
This is hour 11. Another 40 minutes.
Yes, all right. Okay, yes, you're right. Yes, your maths is much better than my English. Very good.
Normally you are right, and I'm happy to back.
Yes, strictly, Johnny, you're absolutely correct. We are, in fact, in the 11th hour.
Thank you.
Into the pits comes the 555, and this car moving fairly slowly with Sorel van der Merwe as he has finished fueling. I wonder if this is the end of his stint. Seem to think that this is the end of a double for the 70-year-old African racing legend. I'm not sure actually whether he is. Oh, I appear to have pulled out
that's why the timing screen's gone off. That's
good. The thing
good.
that I've worried about throughout the entire race, I have now managed to do, which is to pull out the coax to which our timing screen is attached.
Right, well, this is a perfect time to go down to Joe Bradley to find out what he knows,
Talk
seeing as we've
amongst
lost
yourselves.
all of our timing now because of Martin.
I'm looking into the wheel arch, the right front wheel arch of the 44 Mercedes, and I'm looking and I'm thinking, what's wrong with this? There's nothing. The suspension's in place. Yeah, that bolt's on there. Yeah, bolt's on there. And then it hit me. There's no brake disc. The brake disc has completely destroyed itself and is completely missing. So there's just the bell which mounts, you mount the brake disc on. So a catastrophic brake failure for the 44 causing this problem. Now it doesn't look too bad to me. It looks as though it's quite repairable. Just need some new brake components. But there's no action going on here. They've now got a Mercedes AMG technician, and he's actually got his phone out and he's taking a photograph of the of where the disc should be. Basically, the caliper's just hanging there in thin air on its mount, and what should be a brake disc going through the caliper is completely and utterly missing. And it wasn't so. I felt like slapping myself on the head there. It was like what I was looking for. It was then,
hidden in plain sight, I think is the phrase.
Hidden in plain sight. It is indeed that.
And look at the debris inside the wheel arch, Joe, where it's ripped stuff apart as it's just exploded. So there's a brake cooling hose that's just been torn apart. That's okay, yeah.
And you know why? Martin, that when that brake disc breaks, it shatters into many pieces, and that becomes like a bomb exploding with lots of metal shrapnel going around. And
you know why the AMG man is taking a picture?
Yeah.
Oh, they don't all do that, sir. So he's now taken off what remains of the bell and is looking and going, no, you're right, boss. There is definitely no disc in there.
TF Sport tape on the floor there, I noticed, from perhaps Tom Ferrier's previous visit here to Imola.
ELMS.
Yeah, but
earlier in the season.
No, that was Monza this year, so it's been there for over a year.
Since last year's ELMS race.
Possibly.
Yes, you're
possibly
absolutely
so.
right. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I can't think when else they would have been here. So, yeah.
But
well, okay, so there in the blue overalls, you can see Father Philip Samstein, Adrian with him, and Manuel was in the car at the time, and there's a small brush fire alongside the track, and were I a betting man, which obviously I'm not, because I haven't got any money to throw away, I would suggest that perhaps a bit of red-hot brake disc had gone through the fence and landed down there and has set fire to the combustible tinder.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, well, as Joe says, it's going to have shattered into many pieces, into many different directions, and I don't think all of it will have been enclosed in the car. So let's have a look at the 44 car then, working its way, heading into the Tamburello chicane, and yes, there are...
Fantastic find by the slow-mo guys. You can see bits of brake disc just flying off the car and skipping across the gravel trap like a stone on a mill pond.
Yeah.
Well, it obviously skipped far enough, some of it, to set light to a bit of grass out beyond the fence there as well.
which will be very, very dry, very, very warm, with the sun beating down all day, and it doesn't take much.
And in fact, as the car goes through the gravel trap, which we didn't see at the time in normal motion, you could actually see other bits of brake disc, shattered brake disc, flying out. I mean, these things are, racing discs are much, much thicker than if you've ever changed a brake disc on your own road car, unless you happen to own an Audi R8 V10 or something. These are big, thick things. Your average brake disc will be about the thickness of a digestive biscuit. These are about 2 inches thick. They are really solid items, and because they are made out of, you know, chopped fibers of carbon, they are absolutely solid. I mean, not, you know, they're vented and drilled and everything, but they are absolutely massive pieces of kit. And now the fireman is staring through a wire fence that he can't get to, and that is actually on the run down to Tamburello, so it exploded the instant he hit the brakes, and the first bit shot straight out sideways from the car over the fence. Fortunately missed any marshals, because there's another there's another thought, and there's a little fire smouldering away beside the track, so they need to go and find a bucket of water or an extinguisher and lob it through the fence, and that will deal with that.
And thankfully that is not an area where you find spectators, because the other side of the fence is a riverbank and a rather wide river as well. So you just need
probably a couple of fishermen down there. They could pop down and bring some water up from the river and chuck it on.
They would have had a shock though as well, to see things dropping into the river of rather high temperature. Is there a volcano near here?
Native Springs. That's one of the, well, in a race where there have been a couple of bizarre incidents, that's one of the more bizarre incidents, definitely. Now, no news yet from race control of any penalties pursuant to the crash of the number 24 car. And to be honest, I find it very hard to see how there might be, unless the 308 Peugeot, the driver reports, just chopped right across him with, but even so, I think that's possible. It just seems to me to be, although we haven't seen any pictures, we haven't heard from Iraj Alexander, and maybe there might be a chance, the car came back, so he was in the truck with it, might be a chance for Joe Bradley to get a word with Iraj Alexander and get a first-hand from the horse's mouth account of what happened, because, poor blimey, that was a big crash, very big crash. Just to reset then, as we approach 90 minutes to go of the Imola 12 hours. For those of you who may just have turned on, we had 4 hours of racing yesterday on Friday afternoon after qualifying, and then we have had most of our 8 hours. We've had nearly 6.5 hours already of the remaining 8 hours this afternoon. Race has been led predominantly from the start by the Herbert Motorsport Porsche 911, and that car looking for its first race win in the series in Italy. Indeed, it was pointed out to us earlier on today that the car hasn't so much as finished a 24-hour series race in Italy since 2015. They've retired from their last 2 outings this year and last on Italian racetracks. So they're looking for some redemption. And they were leading up until about 40 minutes ago, when the car suddenly came into the garage unexpectedly, straight into the box, and then 22-odd minute work on the front end of the car. It was a cooling issue. They believe they have sorted it. The car has not returned to the pit lane, so they've had 1 cooling issue and 1 puncture, which was early on yesterday, but it's been the cooling issue that has been the most significant. At stages they had a 3, sometimes even among the pit stops a 4-lap lead. That came down to pretty resolute 2-lap lead with 2 hours to go, and then danger came and found them, and they have now dropped down to 6th position. They've completed 313 laps compared to the leaders 317, but Ralph Bone at the wheel of 911 is now just 6 seconds behind the 5th place car of Dimitrion Jalbert, and is closing at the rate of 2 seconds a lap, so that is going to catch fire very soon. But our race leader is Tony Fournet, who in the number 32 car, which finished the first portion of the race yesterday, taking the checkered flag as the race leader then as well. So they've been in competition all the way through, there or thereabouts, and Team Car Collection running a very strong lineup in that number 32 Car Collection Audi R8. And just to underline, not only is it the race leader, it is still running in the AM class, and it is still limited to going no faster than a 1 minute 46 lap. Second to them, Jiri Pisarik in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, the number 11 Ferrari car being driven by just 2 drivers, he and Josef Kral, which means that they are having to do all the donkey work. They are in the pro category, they can lap as fast as they like, and he took 0.6 of a second only out of Tony Fournet last time round. Fournet currently boasting a lap lead in the 32 Audi. Tom Onslow-Cole in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes. So we've got Audi, Ferrari, Mercedes and Porsche are top 4. And Tom Onslow-Cole also doing a two-hander with Raymond Vos, who we understand is in his 4th ever motor race and estimably holding up his half of the Pro-Am deal. At the moment, that car 5 seconds off 3rd, and trouble for Les Schrumpf, because that's the side we're looking at, and the number 58 Mark VDS Adventures car. De Smurfen now as he rotates it back out of the gravel and heads in the right direction out of Tamburello. Just got a little out of shape going into the second element and beached the car backwards, but he's now back in the race. So battle on for second place, covered by 5 seconds. They're a lap off the lead. 4th place is the Force Racing Porsche number 29. Slippery surface down at Tamburello, the flag's down there, and that's probably for gravel rather than oil. So 29 Force Porsche has completed 316 laps. That is a lap off the battle for second and a lap ahead of the battle for 5th. Dimitrion Jalbert in the 17 Mercedes from IDEC Sport ahead of Ralph Bone, who's now slashed the lead to 3.8 seconds, 5th to 6th position. So Ralph Bone on the hurry-up, trying to regain their position up the order. Other class leaders, 991 category, the 85 Pro Sport Porsche, as it has been right from the beginning. Leading SP2 is the number 64 Lorient Porsche, and that's been way up the order for a long while. In the SP3 GT4 class, JR Motorsports 114, the replacement BMW that was trucked down overnight to take the start of the race, having not been running qualifying when their previous car went bang. Bob Herber at the wheel of 114, that is leading the SP3 GT4. And in TCR, it is still car number 103, the TTC Seat, the pretty much all-white car. It's been leading pretty much since we woke up this morning, I think, since we started this second part of the race. And our other class leader, Ollie Cook, is at the wheel of the Team Cook Sport Renault Clio car number 172. But the 2 big dramas in the last hour, definitely Johnny Palmer, have been a huge crash for the number 24 Cool Aviation Mercedes. Iraj Alexander was at the wheel of the SPS Automotive Performance car, had a monster shunt down at the first chicane at Tamburello, and then the problem for the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, slightly more of a worry long term though, was that brake explosion for the 44 Mercedes rather, the MDC sports car. That seems to be out of the race as well. So of our SP6 cars, we've definitely lost 2, both Mercedes, and the Porsche that's led the race has been really badly hampered.
Yeah, with a water leak of some description. That's the cooling system, that presumably a hose was blown, or I don't know, one of the joining clips, something that needed to be traced, and then I would imagine the fix was relatively quick, but it's just a question of working out where the thing's leaking from.
Yeah, and it's probably, you know, that's probably going to have to take the splitter, drop the floor and all of that stuff. So that's not the work of the moment either. Lots of gravel at Tamburello, courtesy of the number 58 car, which donutted round in the gravel and then liberally has strewn it all over the track. That's the sort of thing in the middle of Tamburello, or rather fear, that might bring out code 60 again, so we can sweep that up, because that is lots of accidents waiting to happen. It's going to take many cars running over that to actually move it all off the track surface. And race leader is heading across the start-finish line, having completed now 320 laps. The car collection number 32 Audi. He tries to stay away from the gravel. You can see it from the cockpit. It's not quite on line. It's certainly veering that way, and if you get in a little offline, then you're going to end up a lot offline.
Just where you need the grip, which is through a very fast chicane, a left, right, left change of direction for Tamburello corner, and then that short burst of track down to Villeneuve chicane, but the Ferrari safely through there. Of course, the race officials took the decision with about 3 hours and 15 minutes to go to go code 60, restrict everyone to that 60-kilometre speed limit whilst the track was fully swept, and not just at Variante Alta, where a lot of gravel build-up had happened, but also down at Tamburello. Everywhere, effectively, there were marshals out on track with the old-school brooms, making sure everything was clear. And I think the idea was, from the Clerk of the Course race director, that that should see us through to the end of the race. It would be a shame to intervene with another caution period to sweep up, but then again, didn't quite expect the 58 car to spew so many stones across the track. The rest of it looks okay, actually, towards the highest part of the circuit, and then this plunge downhill where the track's almost level with the bridge, and then at the last minute it scoops low enough to get you below the bridge, and you're into then a great place for spectator viewing if you can get high up on the central banking where there's a lot of plastic seating from yesteryear. Some of it looks a bit sorry for itself now, but way up on the banking on the inside of Ravazza, a spectacular view of both of those corners, and then all the way down the long straight, and you can almost see the cars heading through into turn 2, as it's called on the track map, which is the left-hander into Tamburello. Obviously, 20 years ago, that was a much, much faster sequence of corners. Barely brake down to Tosa. The Villeneuve chicane was something that came in just ahead of the variant that we now have at Tamburello. Nose to tail between the Scuderia Praha and Ram Racing, Ferrari stroke Mercedes respectively. This would be a pass for position if Tom Onslow Cole can find an open door. Yuri Pisarik, the AM driver, up against very much the pro elements of Ram Racing's driver combination, Tom Onslow Cole. So Tom should be able to get by on pure pace, but Yuri Pisarik it's proving to be stout defence there. There was an open door, but the Ferrari finding better traction uphill out of Tosa. Now they're heading downhill towards Acqua Minerale, and this might be the opportunity that Tom Onslow Cole needs to slither by. No, not close enough as they head into one of the lowest parts of the circuit, then continue the climb up to Variante Alta once again.
Traffic is in front of them, but it is quick traffic. It's one of the car collection Audis, so Yuri Pisarik into Variante Alta. Skates out a little wide, saw the car run very wide out, way out past the sausage curbs, all over the very nice black and white Imola lettering a few laps ago. Tom Onslow Cole is biding his time. Is he going to have a lunge down into Ravazza? It's a classic overtaking place. The 32 car collection car is just in front of them, and Onslow Cole not quite close enough. He was saying yesterday, following the number 24 Mercedes, that it kept getting away from them in a straight line. He said, not entirely sure why, even with a slipstream, couldn't close on him. The Ferrari picks up the throttle nicely past the pits and opens up a margin, but Onslow Cole's Mercedes is cantering up fast behind. He's not going to be close enough to have a lunge into Tamburello, not with any realistic hope of either car surviving, at least that is. I think Tom has got eyes on the main prize. And of course, being a pro, he's used to applying pressure onto people. He's used to withstanding pressure from people, but applying pressure to the AM drivers, that's where he's going to find his advantage, by continually harassing Yuri Pisarik. And Pisarik, ooh, again, as they get to Tosa, Tom Onslow Cole very much closer in the Mercedes on that element of the track, for whatever reason, seems to play better for him than it does for the Ferrari. Then as they climb the hill, the 488, whoa, trying to skate in through past a Seat, that's car number 103, and had to change his mind there. The Seat got to the corner rather quicker, I think, than the Ferrari driver expected.
That's the class leader in TCR, so not wanting to waste any time either, but a much better opportunity to allow two of these big A6 Pro cars through there into Acqua Minerale. Surely this time Tom Onslow Cole has got the overlap. No, tucks back into line behind the large rear wing of the Ferrari 488. So again, biding his time. Pisarik with a slightly untidier line compared to Tom Onslow Cole on the outskirts there of Variante Alta. And Tom Onslow Cole having a word with one of our pit reporters earlier on. This was off mic, a quick discussion, scratching his head a little bit as to what this Mercedes, the number 30 car, is missing this weekend. He suspects it might be to do with the engine mapping, and straight line speed just not there from the Ram Racing Mercedes for whatever reason. And things involving the ECU very difficult to rectify on the fly. So it's a problem that both Tom Onslow Cole and Raymond Vos, his co-driver, are going to have to live with for the remaining hour and 22 minutes.
Now, despite all of that, they have been very good in keeping their pace up, haven't had a puncture, have they? Haven't had any other major issues that have kept them in the garage. And that's all part of it, isn't it? You know, sometimes endurance racing is just staying on the track, not going off the track, not hitting the curbs hard. And Tom Onslow-Cole, again, as they get to Tosa, with a fractional overlap, but not enough to actually make it stick. And so Jiri Pesarik doing a really good job again in this Ferrari. We've seen this time and again from this driver, that he can really withstand the pressure. He can really put in good driving stints. And Raymond Vos in that number 30 Mercedes, I think, has done an excellent job as well. Now, the race leader is right in front of them, but has been badly held up as they get into Acqua Minerale. The number 32 car collection car is now very close in front as he's tried to get round one of the TCR Seats. And as they get to Variante Alta, it is Jiri Pesarik who has to jump on the brakes extra hard to go around 120. The Seat Leon in the way. Tom Onslow-Cole couldn't take any advantage there, but it stopped the Ferrari escaping, at least for the moment. This is still the battle for second, and the leader is half a dozen car lengths in front of the Ferrari. So car number 32, being driven by Tony Fournet, is about half a second a lap slower than Jiri Pesarik, and that is going to be a real issue for Pesarik, because the leader won't want the Ferrari to come by and unlap itself. And Pesarik is going to have to go by him, or Tom Onslow-Cole is going to dive bomb the Ferrari. And for Onslow-Cole, actually, he's dropped back 3 or 4 car lengths now. I think he's trying to let the car cool down a fraction until they're backed up behind that 32 Audi.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Another off-track moment for the number 28 Renault RS01 from GP Extreme. This was on the exit of Ravazza corner, working its way up towards the pit lane entry road. And the 28 car had the option to go in there, but obviously happy with the car despite a moment. And now we have the 3 leaders effectively on the same bit of asphalt, but bear in mind the Audi, number 32, is a full lap ahead of the Ferrari and the Mercedes.
At least it is right now, but Jiri Pesarik is going to have to pass, and he's in the most difficult position. If this was a battle for position, the guy in the middle is really in a tricky place, because if you have a lunge at the car in front and you don't get by, you're way offline, and the guy behind you is watching it all develop, and he slots in alongside and takes your place away. Of course, then that puts him in the middle position, and he's in the worst spot. But right now, Jiri Pesarik has to judge this nicely. So too, by the way, does Tony Fournet in the car collection Audi, because although he doesn't want to be unlapped by the cars behind, he doesn't want to be speared off by them either, and he doesn't want to make a mistake trying to get through traffic, trying to hold them off. So there's a delicate balance for all these 3 drivers. They are all in a podium position. They could all easily finish in the top 3. They could all potentially win this race. It only takes one of them to miscue, and suddenly the guy who's in 4th place in a Porsche could be inheriting all of this. So, like everything else about endurance racing, there's definitely that balance. There's got to be a fractional edge of racing room left between these 3 cars, because if you just charge in there like it's the last lap of the Repechage and the Formula Ford Festival, you're not going to survive the race.
Nose to tail then between the Ferrari and the Mercedes up towards the toes of this time. Surely Tom Onslow-Cole's best chance? No, still no, because the Ferrari just has the legs on it as they head into the braking area at that left-hander.
But very wisely, Tony Fournet in the lead car, the number 32 car collection Audi, moved way offline and let them go. We talked about this earlier in the race. Jordan Grogor holding up a car that was trying to unlap itself and wasting time. Tony Fournet doing none of that. Right, as soon as they get close enough, the very moment they're in a position to get by me without me losing too much time, I'm going to let them by, and I'm going to sit right behind them, and then I'll be covering them off. They're still barely on the lead lap. He's the next car behind. Now, I gather from the TV truck we may have onboard of the shunt from the number 24 Mercedes from their onboard camera. So we're trying to get a handle on that. Meanwhile, car number 30, that is the car of Tom Onslow-Cole, told to respect track limits at turn 7, and that is Tosa, or if it's the 7th corner, that would be the exit of Piratella on the run down to Acqua Minerale, where I've seen him running wide a few times to try and get a slingshot down the hill into Acqua Minerale. So that would be the sort of second element of the Piratella.
I almost made a comment about that. I'll talk about that in a second, though, because we can revisit what happened for the 24 Mercedes. And remember, there were other cars involved, including the 308. We've got a stranded Toyota to driver's right. And unfortunately, what's happened is the rear right has been caught by the Toyota. So just a little bit of track space not available to Iraj Alexander. He was trying to squeeze between the Toyota GT86 to his right and the Peugeot car 308 to his left, and just misjudged it, didn't he? Tried to slot in front of the GT86. That's caught the rear right wheel arch and pitched it very quickly into a 90-degree right, and the wall is mere feet away from the edge of the track.
Yeah, hard to tell there whether it was a little contact with his front on the rear of the Peugeot or it was the rear of his car on the front of the Toyota. Neither seemed to be badly damaged, and I wonder whether just trying to jink between the two was enough to unsettle the Mercedes, which smoked the wall really hard on the right, dragged sideways along the wall past the marshal's post. Saw the marshal scattering from the onboard camera looking at the front windscreen, and advisedly so. And then a big impact at the rear as well, as it spun round through Tamburello and continued on the grass with only 2 wheels half the way up to Villeneuve. So a very substantial accident, and the onboard camera there giving us a fairly graphic view of that. That was, as we sort of suspected had been the case, because neither of the other cars that the stewards were looking at had come in with damage. It did look like suddenly there wasn't enough room, and from that onboard, suddenly there wasn't enough room. And unfortunately for Iraj, it's not that he went into a gap that wasn't there, he went into a gap that was there, that rather too quickly became not there, and he was trying desperately to avoid both the other cars. And as a result, unfortunately, he was the one who came off worst of all, and the other two are still running and, in fact, didn't spend any extra time in the pits at all.
And actually, the Toyota had 2 wheels on the grass, I noticed. It was trying to get out of the way so much.
Well, he'd come past us really slowly there, so he already knew he was in trouble. 308 was trying to avoid him as well, but the speed of approach of the number 24 Mercedes was just so high, there was just nowhere left for him to go. Tom Onslow-Cole in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes, still half a second behind Yuri Pizarnik. And Pizarnik is hanging on to second place overall in the Ferrari. They've just unlapped themselves both from Tony Fournet in the number 32 car collection Audi, and he is sensibly sitting 2 or 3 car lengths behind. Meanwhile, Dimitrion Jalbert, who was a dozen seconds ahead of Ralph Bone in the battle for 5th, is now 1.4 seconds in front of the 911 Porsche. So Ralph Bone has chased down Dimitrion Jalbert. 148, 149 laps from Ralph Bone. Dimitrion Jalbert not quite as quick, and so the Herbert Motorsport Porsche is getting very close in traffic behind Bob Herbert, Martin Lanting's BMW. Yuri Pizarnik getting very badly held up into the Ravazza. Tom Onslow-Cole with the headlights ablaze, melting the back of the Ferrari almost. He's so close. They go through, and again Pizarnik somehow manages to find a gap, and right behind them and looking to go by again, do not do that, is Tony Fournet. No, Tony, keep yourself under control. Don't get involved in this incident. Make sure you've always got an escape plan if they come together. Don't get alongside. You are leading the race. The cars in front of you are slower, Tony. Do you understand the message?
They are, because one's trying to get past the other one. I think in clear air, Tom Onslow-Cole would be gone. And he's going to try a different approach here to Tosa. Outside-inside trick. Now, what's the talk like for the Mercedes out of that corner? It's better than the Ferrari. It's getting marginally closer, but then as up through the gears, they get to the really uphill section out of Tosa and over Piratella, the Ferrari can hold its own and fend the Mercedes off. Tony Fournet, as you say, not an easy job necessarily to keep up with these two, but because they are tripping over each other, he just needs to make sure he stays on the back of Tom Onslow-Cole's Mercedes and they're not gaining any ground on him. He's leading the race, the Ferrari's second, the Mercedes is third, and try and keep a full lap between them.
Yeah. And actually, if Tom Onslow Cole gets by Jiri Pizarnik, then there is a chance for Tony Fournet to re-lap Pizarnik, and then there's only one more car in front of him who has managed to claw its way onto the lead lap. But at the moment, that's a bit of an if. Tom Onslow Cole in the car for 51 minutes, Jiri Pizarnik for 42, Tony Fournet for 42, 58 for the Porsche driver behind him, 44 minutes for Dimitrion Jalbert. Ralph Bone's been in the car for a square hour exactly, all over the back of Dimitrion Jalbert in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So that battle for 5th and 6th is well alive. 1700ths of a second in it last lap round. And again, Ralph Bone closed by 1.3 seconds on the IDEC Sport Mercedes. And there the battle comes out of Variante Alta, and Ralph Bone is no longer 1.4 seconds behind. Not 1700ths either, as he was at the beginning of the lap. He's about half a second back because he's now in that turbulent air behind the Mercedes. So we've seen a Mercedes struggling to get by a Ferrari. What about the Porsche getting by the Mercedes? Don't forget, this Herbert Motorsport Porsche opened up a comfortable two-lap gap on the entire field without doing anything wrong. So it does have pace. Ralph Bone now hunting down the Mercedes as they sweep left down towards Tamburello. There's a slower Porsche in front, but it doesn't matter. Ralph Bone is boxing the Mercedes in. No, doesn't quite get it done. He had an overlap down the inside, but not enough of one into Tamburello, and now the Mercedes cannot get by the Porsche, and that is our SP2 class contender, was the leader at one stage, and now the Herbert Motorsport Porsche through Villeneuve is all over the back of him. The battle for second rages on. Paul Director doesn't know which battle to follow, because we've got two in the top 6 where a car is within inches of passing another one at 3 or 4 opportunities per lap.
Ferrari versus Mercedes, and in the background the multicoloured car collection R8 LMS of Tony Fournet, and Fournet led these cars off at the start of the day. We're very nearly into the final hour now of the 12 hours of Imola, and this nose-to-tail fight for second and third, but also for 5th and 6th positions as Tony Fournet goes over the line to begin his 331st lap. Meanwhile, at Tamburello, Ferrari still sticking its elbows out, as is the IDEC Sport Mercedes of Dimitrion Jalbert, with Ralph Bone, the recovering Herbert Motorsport Porsche, can't get by there. And Ralph Bone looking to maybe take time to do a move, well, at each end of the circuit, if you like, here at Ravazza or at the far end at Tosa. And can't do it there.
Oh, and again,
meanwhile,
the other battle is at Tosa, and again, line and length. It's all about defending the racing line for Jiri Pizarnik. And the Herbert Porsche comes in. Now, don't forget, it was in the pit lane for 22 minutes with an overheating issue. A water hose clip had come loose, we heard from Robert Renard off air, and it is now in for fuel, which it didn't take because it came straight into the garage. So Ralph Bone now on fumes, and so that relieves a little bit of pressure on Dimitrion Jalbert in the battle for 5th place, but there is no such relief yet. In traffic, Tom Onslow Cole down the inside, and through he goes into Variante Alta, takes the run, gets the run finally out of Acqua Minerale, and immediately leaps away from Jiri Pizarnik. However, how soon will Onslow Cole in that number 30 Mercedes that is now lying in 2nd place need to come in for fuel? We heard about the potential for a splash and dash at the end, deciding it. Onslow Cole this time got a really good run out of Acqua Minerale. He was 100% alongside the Ferrari all the way into the braking area for the Variante Alta, and Pizarnik there, Johnny, could do nothing about it. Finally, Onslow Cole unlocked his defence, and he's up to 2nd.
He was as late as he dared on the brakes, Tom Onslow Cole there, and the flick of the wrist just pitched the car into the right-hander. It was a shallow entry, and I was slightly concerned about his exit speed, but look how much quicker the Mercedes looks now that it's free of that pesky Ferrari 488. But full marks to Jiri Pizarnik, who is not a full-time professional driver and has had to soak up a huge amount of pressure there. He's now getting swamped by cars from all sorts of different classes, though, and needs to be careful not to lose too much ground. Now the hunt, though, for Tom begins, because remember, he's effectively chasing the car collection Audi, which is virtually a full lap ahead. But Tom Onslow Cole, within this stint, he's nearly an hour into it, and I'm guessing good till the finish, although it's going to be relatively tight. Once you minus, we'll subtract a fuel fill and a pit stop, should be okay as long as he's got enough drive hours left.
That's a very valid point, because he could only drive a maximum of 6, maximum of 2 in any one stint. But is he close to the end of his 6th hour? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see what happens. There will be a driver change at Herbert Motorsport. Fuel going in at the moment on the 911 car, and Ralph Bone is at the wheel. So they will make a driver change. Not sure who it was who was waiting to get in. I don't thought... I'm not sure if that was Daniel Alleman or not, actually.
The man that can tell us is Joe Bradley, who's about to watch the stop.
Ralph Bone brings that 911 numbered Porsche to a stop right on the mark, and it is indeed Daniel Alleman who's now got the job to chase the leaders down. This was the dominant car in this race. It was actually making it look very easy to lead these events. But Italy has not been very fair with the Herbert Motorsport team. In fact, it's been very cruel. Mugello last year, Mugello this year. This team have encountered problems, and once again the Italian curse continues. Ralph Bone looks like he's been working very hard. And I wonder if that was a tactical move to bring the car in, because he was being bulked and held up quite considerably by that car in front of him. He's not happy with himself, and I suspect that might be the case. An early pit stop for Ralph Bone's stint to free him up from the cars in front of him that were clearly stopping the progress of this 911 recovery drive.
No, Joe, I think because when they came in before, they didn't fuel. They came straight in to fix that radiator problem. I think he was running out of fuel, and he might have been running out of drive time as well on his stint. But a massive group of cars behind, which not only includes our race leader, but most of the rest of the A6 Pro field.
Tony Forney coming so close to getting his nose cut off by the #1 Mercedes. Was there actually some contact there? Audi having to go properly over the curbs.
The Hofer Racing Mercedes into Villeneuve, and the Audi almost stopped dead on the curbs. The MSG Porsche was there, which was our leader in SP2, and may still be. No, it's not. It's down to second in 991. That's where it is. But there was 4 or 5 cars in the same position.
Let's hear from Ralph Bone now with Joe.
Ralph, that looked very, very exciting.
Yes, absolutely. In the first part, there was something wrong with the water system. I don't know, something has broken. And after that, the machine was okay, and I was fighting with one of my colleagues over here, and it was a hard fight too in the end.
I thought there might be a chance of the team bringing you in early, just to free you up from that traffic in front of you. Did you come in early, or was that scheduled?
No, that was scheduled. The fuel was empty, and it was also scheduled that the one in front of me, who was waving 2 or 3 times, I could overtake, but now my colleague is going to do that.
And the tactic is very simple now, Ralph. It's flat out.
Like all the time.
That's how you guys lead. Thanks, Ralph. Italy has been cruel once again to the Herbert Motorsport team.
Once again, please.
Italy has been cruel to you guys again.
Yes, but we're going to come to Italy as long as we're going to have victory.
I know you are. Yeah. I know. Okay, Ralph, thanks for talking to us. A very hot and sweaty, working hard. Exciting stint, though. He got to actually race wheel to wheel. And Martin, you were on the nosy there with regards to the need for fuel in that 911 Porsche.
And that was what was so dramatic about their pit stop, as they came straight past the pumps, swerved straight into the garage. Absolutely no indication of it being a regular stop. So so I surmise that they would need fuel because they hadn't had it before. And number 32 rather, car collection Audi, the race leader, still chasing Jiri Pizarnik in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and that car is about 2 or 3 seconds in front of him on the road. And there are now 3 cars there on the lead lap. The 32 car collection Audi, the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes, and the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, which peels off into the pits and so drops off the lead lap as the 32 car collection car comes by it. Number 1 Hofer Mercedes, that has been pushed out of the way, or rather repassed by Tony Forney. Chantal Kroll was at the wheel of that car as Jiri Pizarnik comes to the pumps, and I would suggest that with 1 hour and a minute to go, Jiri Pizarnik will hand over to Josef Kral. They have got a really solid chance of finishing on the podium. Josef Kral is helmeted and ready at Scuderia Praha. The young man from the Czech Republic will take over that Ferrari, and that will ignite their chances once more. Tony Fournet, now he's 52 minutes into a stint, so that car also, don't forget, almost everybody in the top 25 cars pretty much stopped for fuel at the same time in that clear up code 60 that we had. So all of these cars are edging towards roughly the same pit window, but they've got different speeds, different fuel economy, and critically perhaps they take on different amounts of fuel at the pit stops depending on what class they're in and what part of the A6 Pro or AM field they're running under. So some of them will have a lap or two fewer or more than their rivals because of the car, because of the class, because of the parsimoniousness or otherwise of the driver. So they're not all going to rush in together this time. However, we could probably see a whole bunch of fuel changes, and this is now where driver time might play a part as well. If you're forced into a driver change, you're going to have to spend longer in the pit lane than a team that isn't forced into a driver change. That might cost you a minute that you've not got a chance to get back, because we are now 1 hour from the end of the race.
So car 11 being fueled and Josef Kral being prepared, I'm sure, to be put behind the wheel of that 488 to take it to the flag. Tony Fournet doing 147, sometimes 148s, whereas Tom Onslow-Cole is in the high 145s and able to deal with traffic arguably slightly better than the Spaniard. He will have got very frustrated, probably, Tom Onslow-Cole behind that Ferrari, and I think Martin's point earlier on about Tom just backing things off for a couple of laps to enable the car to cool down a little bit. It's not getting the airflow through that large front grille, and these cars rely on quite a number of their components being air-cooled from the flow that is driven into the car, and it just needs that less turbulent, less hot air that's pouring off the back of the Ferrari just for a couple of laps. And then he attacked again, went to the outside at Tosa, eventually forced the issue at Variante Alta, but thankfully contact was avoided. And Josef Kral now clambering on board this Ferrari. The final driver change then, Joe Bradley down at Scuderia Praha. Joe should have been pretty close to that. Looks like it was...
very fired up.
Really? Jiri Pasaric, and you're lining him up for an interview. Jiri, normally a man of few words. We'll find
do you know
out.
what? I'm not surprised he's very fired up. That might be one of the best stints he's had in terms of racing action and for the podium as well, rather than, you know, just because you're racing and it's 6th or 7th or 9th or something. A real shot for that team. And he's done a really, really solid job. Tom Onslow-Cole could have been the better part of half a lap ahead of them had Jiri caved immediately, but he held him off really, really strongly. Dimitri Jalbert in 4th place. Robert Lucas has taken over the Porsche, so everybody is throwing their hand in, aren't they? They're bringing all the aces to the table here. Robert Lucas, the quickest man in that 29 Porsche. That too looked like it had a real shot at a race win. Let's see if that will come potentially for them. A 911, Daniel Alleman, he's in 6th position. All to play for still here. 991 still led by the 85 Pro Sport Porsche. SP2 led by the 64 Lorient Racing Porsche, and that battle is a 2-lap gap at the head of SP2. But as we've seen, 2 laps doesn't mean much when things start to go a bit squirrely for the team. Out goes the Lippert Lamborghini. That was what was wailing out past our window. I hadn't realised that was still moving.
Let's grab a word then with the driver who's just stepped out of the number 11 Ferrari, now with Joe Bradley in the pit lane.
Jiri, you give me the sign that you maybe enjoyed that a lot.
That was amazing, really. Fight with Tom.
That was proper racing. Forget the tires, forget the car, just outright race.
Exactly. This was, for me, this was not endurance. This was sprint, fight with Tom, and I know he was really, I have to say, he was really gentleman. He didn't hit me anything, but really nice.
Well, I can assure you it was very, very close at times. He almost hit you. There was traffic to encounter. That's why we go racing, isn't it? It looked very, very exciting.
It looks I need somebody pushing on me, then the times are better and better. So next time I will make with him deal to go behind me all the time.
We would like that very much. Well done, Yuri. That's your race over. You've enjoyed the 12 hours of Imola. I know it's not finished, but it is for you.
Beautiful, beautiful circuit. I'm first time here. For me, it's one of the most beautiful circuits ever, actually. Up and down, fast and slow corners, everything. So very nice.
And a Ferrari in Imola.
Yeah, and Ferrari in Italy, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done, Yuri. Great to speak to you as ever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you know, sometimes he's a little bit reticent about chatting in the pit lane, isn't he? Because I don't think he necessarily trusts his own English to be able to express himself. It's never been apparent that he can't express himself well, but you only needed to see that grin and that face to know exactly what he felt. And he's not wrong about Imola being a fabulous racetrack. He had a great race there with Tom Onslow-Cole. And yes, it was like half a block plan sprint race, wasn't it? And in comes Onslow-Cole. Now, can Tom stay in? And with 55 minutes and 15 seconds, will they need more fuel? This is the question now. How close to the end of the race are we where nobody needs a splash and a dash? They've come in from second spot, and that will potentially hand Josef Kral a chance to retake the lead. Now, don't forget, we've just had Tom Onslow-Cole, the pro in the Pro-Am lineup at Ram Racing, versus Yuri Pizarnik, much more experienced, but still the Am in the Pro-Am part of Scuderia Praha. Now we get pro driver in the Ferrari, Josef Kral, versus Rimon Vos potentially in the Ram Racing Mercedes. Rimon in only his 4th ever motor race. Yuri is in his, well, more than his 4th motor race this year. So there is a very different level of balance between the Pro and the Am in each of these two cars. I don't know that Tom has to get out now, but I suspect that perhaps he might have done 6 hours behind the wheel, which is as much as he's allowed to do in the race. We will wait to find out in a minute or two, and that might decide who finishes where in the top 3. Of course, it might not be that. It might be any number of other factors. Still leading and a lap clear of the field now, but owing us a pit stop, I fancy. Tony Forney for Car Collection. What's happened here, Ram Racing team? Well, you can see that they are ready for a driver change, because there is Rimon Vos, and all of their tyre gear just fell over. I don't know if it was collected by the Porsche that's arrived further on down the pit lane.
Joe Bradley knows what's happened here.
Yeah, well, the Porsche that you can see further down the pit lane has just pulled into the number 30 box. The team, there was consternation in the team. They waved the Porsche forward, and as it drove off to its correct position, it pulled everything over. It pulled the air pipes, the air guns, we had crew down, we had an air gun flying across. Thankfully, no one was hurt. I don't know how, but no one was hurt. But now, everything's back in order. We've put everything back where it should be, and Tom Onslow-Cole brings the 30 Mercedes to a halt on the mark. He will be handing over this car. That's Tom's job done. And it's his teammate that will take the car to the finish. That is, you know what, the adrenaline will be pumping hard in these guys, because they've just literally had what I would call an accident occurred in their pits. They've pulled it all together, and Tom will be oblivious to what he's just missed. The guys are together. They're coming towards the end of the pit stop. They'll want to be as quick as possible. Tom Onslow-Cole now out of the car, and the Mercedes back underway. We were very lucky not to have anyone hurt there, guys.
Well, the 64 Lorient Porsche, leading its class, looking for its own team, stopped at a group of men and didn't realise exactly where his team was, and you can see there's a lot of injuries there, or a lot of potential injuries. The guys got knocked down, the trolley got knocked over, wheel guns flying around because as the Porsche realised its mistake and drove off, the rear wing caught the air hose hanging down on the outside of the pit lane and dragged everything over onto the crew at Ram Racing that were waiting. Now, boys look like they're okay, and again, a bit sore and bruised in the morning, but fortunately it seems nothing broken. And also the pit equipment was still working. 32 is in the pit lane, so the leader is in. Don't forget they're all coming in together or close together because of that code 60 that brought almost everybody in our top 25 cars in one lump. So we've just seen a stop 2 laps ago for Josef Kral in Scuderia Praha. Raymond Vos has just gone out in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes. Tony Fournet is in the race-leading 32 car collection Audi. Will he stay in, or will somebody else take over the car? That will then give us our lineup probably for the run to the flag. If he had any time left, I would suggest perhaps Max Edelhoff might be the man to put in, but I think Horst Felbermayr will do a pretty decent job in that car as well. Riding on board for our viewers on the stream with the Forge Racing Porsche of Robert Lukas. And again, the 29 team have thrown their hand in, haven't they? He's in 5th position at the moment, but he is their hot shoe. Last lap, 1 minute 45.8. Fastest for the car is a 44.2. Fastest of anybody on the last lap was a 44.7. Tom Onslow-Cole's in lap.
The 32 Audi in the pit lane, and Joe's watching the stop.
Yeah, just tyres. Just tyres, driver remaining on board. Little bit of a problem with the gun on the right-hand front, but that's all, didn't cost them too much time. Car already leaving, guys, already the race back on.
Now, they didn't have to change driver, clearly, from driver time, and that will have saved them a minute or so, and that could be really, really crucial. That's really fallen nicely for car collection. 49 minutes counting down towards the end of the 12 hours of Imola. They have made their final pit stop. Johnny is going to make his as well, and meanwhile, we're starting to see the ducks being lined up in a row for the end of this race. Out past our commentary position, releasing the speed limiter goes Tony Fournet. He had a lap in hand. Oh, Robert Lukas in the 29 Porsche having to really take to the inside as he came around on the exit of Rivazza towards the pit lane, thumped over the inside curbs, but he has made it past safely. Let's just reset as we get well into our final hour. 49 minutes remaining. Tony Fournet remained at the wheel of the car collection Audi. He's now an hour into his stint, so the tyres will be good till the end. Will he need more fuel? With 48 minutes remaining, it seems unlikely. Raymond Vos gets into the Ram Racing Mercedes that was second by not much from the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Josef Kral's had a couple of laps at speed to get up to temperature, to get up to speed in that Ferrari. Where will he be compared to the Ram Racing Mercedes when they are at full speed? A team manager from the 64 car being told to go to race director. That wasn't a team issue, that was a driver error. They're coming into relatively low sunlight coming down the pit lane. He knew his team were out waiting for him, and he pulled up long way down the pit lane where he thought his team was, but that was a narrow escape. Fortunately, I hope nobody injured in the Ram Racing team. The boys looked a bit bumped and knocked to the ground by heavy kit, but I hope nobody actually injured there. Well, let's get down to the Ram Racing team. Joe Bradley is there, and I believe he is ready to speak to Tom Onslow-Cole.
We've already had one half of the story, speaking to Yuri Pizarnik out of the number 11 Ferrari, and now we've got Tom Onslow-Cole, who was in that Mercedes that hunted him down, and you finally made the move, Tom. That was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, that was really good fun to be involved in it, and glad I made it through at the end. But I think the star here is Yuri. Like, Jesus, he really he played me like a harp. Like, he really he used the strength of his car where it was strong, and really did a good job. It was fortunate for me at the end, just a slight slide off the corner, managed to get my nose there, and then I was through. But previous to that, I was kind of helpless. I tried everything that I knew. Was flicking through the driver book. You know, I had nothing left to throw at him. And wow, you know, what an effort from him. And hats off to him.
Well, he said also hats off to you, because you didn't touch him at all. I know you were very close, and it's funny you should mention the driver book, because as I was watching I was thinking, you know, if you're training a racing driver about how to race, there's the textbook right there.
Yeah, exactly. These cars are really expensive, you know, we don't need to be knocking bits off them, for sure. We ran really, really close with each other, which was really cool, but yeah, there was racing room there. I had a couple of looks up the inside, but I think we talked about it earlier, the brakes on the Mercedes really get hit hard here, and we've not got a lot left right now, so sparingly having a look up the inside, but glad to get through, and maybe we've given Rimon enough of a gap, maybe not. I think we're going to be seeing round 2 in a few minutes.
Well, that's what, you know what, we've got a race to the finish, a real race to the finish here.
Yeah, which is really cool. After 12 hours, you know, a break, a pizza, and a cheeky beer last night, you know, to come here and have a race to the finish like this in the dying minutes is going to be really cool. I'm going to get my seat and take it all in.
I think we will too. And it's a good job he didn't get the old British touring car book out there.
Yeah, I have to leave that, with the endurance racing, you leave that aside a little. There's no sort of hip and run or anything like that, but it's always useful, you know. I still tried a few tricks. I tried to get the undercut on him. I didn't try flashing the lights. I thought he looked too good for that, you know. He looked too good for it.
Great stuff, Tom. Excellent stuff.
Well, that is a mark of both men, Yuri Pizarnik and Tom Onslow-Cole. Close, really clean, really effective racing. We saw him try the undercut. We saw him try and go around the long way, trying to put his car in different parts of the mirror, different parts of the racetrack. And Yuri Pizarnik, as Tom Onslow-Cole said, had everything covered. And we saw, of course, that the number 44 Mercedes had that brake explode on them. They've now gone back out into the race, so they clearly have got it repaired. And just as we were hearing from Tom there with Joe Bradley, his teammate came by him, Rimon Vos. We're watching now, trying to get past the VDS V8. And so he is still in second place, Josef Kral in third. Gap to the lead at the line. Tony Fournet leads in the number 32 car collection Audi. Rimon Vos 1 minute 13 seconds behind, no longer a lap behind. Third, Josef Kral, 1 minute 24 behind, and the fastest race lap for the Ferrari of the day just been set by Josef Kral. At the fuel pumps for the final time from fourth place, the number 17 Mercedes, the IDEX sport car, Dimitrion Jalbert. Fifth place, Robert Lucas was 1 minute and 30 behind, has taken that position at the line. So he is now a lap behind the battle for third, and the gap between second and third is 11.5 seconds from Rimon Vos to Josef Kral. So we have a real battle on our hands at the top of the leaderboard. 991 class, 8th overall for Charles Putman and his friends in the Pro Sport Porsche. 9th overall, the 64 car, and that is the Porsche Lorient 991. That was is being driven by Frederick Onsel, and that was the car that tripped over all the Ram Racing guys as it stopped in the wrong position. That currently is 1 minute and 30 ahead of the B2F competition Porsche, which has been at the front of that field and in and out of the top half dozen on pit stops. So it is Porsche versus Porsche. It's Porsche Lorient versus B2F, and in third in the SP2 class, but a lap behind them is the Mark VDS Adventures car, the number 58 Silhouette Mark V8. Our SP3 GT4 class leaders again, JR Motorsport, the 114 BMW, Bob Herber and Martin Lanting doing a double-hander in that, ahead of Adrian Barwick in the Optimum Motorsport Ginetta, car number 231. And in third place in the SP3 class, some way down because those two are 17th and 18th overall. 23rd overall is the Brookspeed Porsche, and at the wheel of the number 40 car at the moment is Chase Owen, their young American. Well, the car, Josef Kral, really on an absolute tear at the moment. He set a 44.8 on the last lap as the fastest lap for the car today. He's just set a 44.369. He is by 3 seconds the fastest car on track on the last lap, and he is having an absolutely monster stint. So Josef Kral really reeling in Raymond Vos hand over fist, and the gap has come down to 7.3 seconds, second to third, and Tony Fournet is about 2/3 of a lap in front of them. That is possibly a bridgeable margin the way that Josef Kral is going. 144.3, 148.4 for the car in front of him, Raymond Vos, and 149.5, and on tired tyres for Tony Fournet, our race leader.
Yeah, Vos up against Kral. We saw that moment, of course, where the Mercedes was homing in on the Ferrari, and it took several laps for Tom Onslow Cole to squeeze through. Well, now the Ferrari is in a better vein of form because it has young Josef Kral at the wheel, as opposed to Raymond Vos, the AM driver at Ram Racing. And there's the Mercedes that the Ferrari is trying to hunt down to get a second place finish rather than the third that it currently occupies. Robert Lukash coming at a fair rate of knots as well, but that car a couple of laps off the leading trio. And there's now just 5 seconds between Raymond Vos and the Josef Kral driven Scuderia Praha Ferrari. What about SP3? That was pretty close last time we checked. There's now a lap and a bit, though, between Bob Herbert in the 114 JR Motorsport BMW versus the Optimum Motorsport Ginetta G55 of Adrian Barwick in the 231 car. And third position in SP3 is Chase Owen in the number 40 Brookspeed Porsche, the Cayman, in its GT4 spec. TTC Racing from Switzerland leading the TCR division, that car running in 20th place. So great going from a TCR spec car to be in the top 20 overall. And at the wheel is Daniel Schillinger, the Swiss, as the Ferrari hammers the curbs at Variante Alta. Front left wheel well and truly airborne there, as Josef Kral leaving nothing on the table, well aware that we're inside the final 3/4 of an hour now of this, the 5th round of the 24-hour series. 12 hours of Imola, and the sun just starting to drop very slightly in the sky. It means that the sunlight on these race cars is at that perfect time as we reach early evening now. And there are plenty of people here at the track, whether they have encountered a motor race by accident just because this parkland location offers so much more than a racetrack, or whether they've deliberately timed their visit to make sure they take in the finish of this Imola 12 hours. And it is really a grandstand finish. Yes, okay, we have Tony Fournet over a minute up the road from Raymond Vos and Josef Kral. What can Kral do here? Trying to hunt down the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes first of all. The gap's now 4 seconds as into Tosa goes Raymond Vos. And in a moment, Vos going over the white line on the exit. That's what Tom Onslow Cole was doing on a couple of occasions and pushing the envelope as far as the track limits were concerned. Got a message from race control, did Ram Racing, about that. And Raymond Vos starting to take similar lines now, just trying to eke the last 1/10 of a second out of his lap times, but no doubt about it, Josef Kral is able to circulate this 4.9-kilometre circuit just that little bit quicker than Vos in his 4th ever motor race, remember. Amber lights for the Mercedes, a more brilliant white light from the front of the Ferrari 488, and both clipping the curbs heavily at Variante Alta, but this time the Ferrari has the Mercedes in its sights. And despite the fact that Tom Onslow Cole took a good 10 laps to get by Jiri Pisarik, I think making sure that Jiri had seen him and making the move eventually at the highest point of the circuit, get the sense that this overtake is going to happen a little more swiftly. clipping the grass concrete on the main straight, and this time the Ferrari has a great slipstream on the Ram Racing Mercedes. Now they're going to go past us and the commentary box, literally a cigarette paper between them, and Raymond Vos is defending into the left-hander. Now this will have come from some of the coaching that Tom Onslow Cole has offered him through the course of the last 4 races. Where to put the car on the track, occupy the inside line on the approach to Tamburello, and the Ferrari will not be able to get by, carrying good speed this time into Villeneuve chicane. But what's the Ferrari's pace this time down to Tosa? We know the Mercedes was struggling a little bit. The Ferrari shown an open door, but the Mercedes then jinks to the left and closes it firmly in the face of Joseph Kral. Meanwhile, Ingo Vogler comes in for a pit stop in the number 34 car collection Audi, whilst its sister car, the 32, crosses the line, and Tony Forney is on to lap 347 now. Up at Piratella, nothing between the Mercedes and the Ferrari for second and third overall. Joseph Kral looking to get a good exit surely out of Variante Alta, unless he can do it before the apex. No, he can't. So uphill they go, and the Mercedes through the gears looking to be at a similar pace to the Ferrari. Again, occupying the middle ground. Can the Ferrari get by at exactly the point that Tom Onslow Cole did at Variante Alta, what, 10, 15, 20 laps ago? The answer is no, so they exit that right-left chicane in the same order. There's traffic ahead, which could prove crucial. Joseph Kral starting to try and force the issue now. Can he slither up the inside into Rivazza 1? He's not close enough. And there are now 3 cars that might hamper the exit of the Mercedes on the exit of Rivazza corner. But no, the dark grey Mercedes can carry the speed out, and they have actually quick cars immediately in front, including the SP2 leader from Porsche Loriot Racing. Both the GT3 cars being guided to drivers left now, because the rest of the track has Porsches and BMWs in the way, and frantically flashing the lights as Raymond Vos to slither up the inside of the 82 Porsche. He's done it and actually given himself a bit of breathing space now on the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So judging the traffic very well indeed there, Raymond Vos. 35 minutes to go. And how far can these cars go into their stint? They have probably fueled now to the finish. That's what the teams will have aimed to have done. Good to see the 44 car back out on track after its exploding brake disc. The front right going pop and spewing bits of brake disc all over the place, including into the gravel trap, including into, well, the other side of the debris fencing and onto nearby grassland, which immediately caught fire. Don't think I've ever seen an incident like that in a motor race. Through Piratella goes the Raymond Vos and Joseph Kral battle, and Kral just easing things back a little bit, possibly to make sure that the Ferrari is at optimum temperature. Don't want the engine temps to go sky high because it's tucked in behind the Mercedes. And this is what Tom Onslow Cole did in the previous battle when it was Onslow Cole versus Pisaric. This time it's Yuri's teammate, Joseph Kral, fellow man from the Czech Republic, and he's going to try and, well, throw the Mercedes a bit of a dummy here, surely carrying more speed into Rivazza, but hard onto the brakes goes the 30 car of Raymond Vos, again defending brilliantly well. Just got a brief focus there of Raymond Vos's eyes through the helmet as well. It's not an open face helmet, but he has the visor up despite the low sun out of Rivazza, and the focus, the concentration in Raymond Vos's face at the moment. The Ferrari jinking to the right-hand side this time, and the left-hand kinks will short, or no, last minute, maybe dodge to the left there into Tamburello, but the Mercedes sticking its elbows out and staying in the centre of the track once again. Positioning from Raymond Vos is faultless here, and some great coaching surely from Tom Onslow Cole. This might be the Ferrari's chance into Villeneuve. Still no. Ferrari is not going to be shaken, and this will be a lot of pressure for Raymond Vos to try and take up for the remaining 33 minutes. We have other cars being fueled. Bob Herber, who is heading the SP3 class, has just bought the JR Motorsport BMW down pit road. Adrian Barwick then has an opportunity to gather some of that ground back again in the Optimum Motorsport Ginetta. Little bit of a look there from the Ferrari pilot at Piratella. Still no opportunity to get by. And down into Acqua Minerale they come through the trees. What's the exit speed like for Raymond Vos, who despite this distraction, this scarlet red Ferrari in the door mirrors, in the rearview mirror, he hasn't caved in just yet, and he's able to take the pressure for the time being. A man only in his 4th race, and the acceleration of the Mercedes looks a little wayward at first, but now he pulls through the gears, and the Ferrari might be able to get an overlap this time. No, door shut again in its face. So Joseph Kral getting more and more frustrated here with 32 minutes to go. And the problem is, of course, Tony Fournet is disappearing up the road. You might argue that Tony's far enough in front of these two anyway, but Joseph Kral, I'm sure, would love a crack at it. But the first nut he has to crack is Raymond Vos.
Fantastic battling between these two, and exactly reversed positions of what we saw between their Pro and Am driver partners. And Raymond Vos has not been driving like a man who's only in his 4th race right from the start of this encounter. And I don't just mean this little battle, I mean right from the start of the race. Really showing some very good racecraft. And yeah, like Tom Onslow Cole trying to get by Yuri Pizarnik in the Ferrari when the roles were reversed, Josef Kral is going to have to flick through all the pages of the driver's manual, and it's likely to be traffic as we see 2-3-1, the Ginetta right in front of Adrian Barwick, 2nd in SP3. It's likely to be traffic as much as anything else that trips up that Mercedes or causes him just to be a little slow into or out of a corner that's going to give the Ferrari the run. And it's that racecraft knowledge that Josef Kral has sort of instinctively that is probably going to serve him best here.
But we've already gone through one clump of traffic, if you like, because the Porsche Cup cars have a tendency to find each other.
Yeah, they're magnetically attached, aren't they?
It seem like that at
Properly
times.
are.
And to have to work through 3 or 4 at a time, I thought that was Raymond Vos's, or at least Josef Kral's opportunity to force the error from Raymond, but it didn't come. This time, though, the Ferrari looking better down towards Ravazza. He can't get the overlap, though, again, because the Mercedes just jinks to the right and shortens that corner, that little kink underneath the bridge. And with this being a relatively narrow track, with no extra tarmac calling drivers in, then track limits has been an issue for various pilots through the course of the weekend. But there isn't the opportunity to go a little bit wider into a corner or know that you've got more on the exit as well. There's a one true racing line through here, and if Raymond can stick to it, it's going to be so tricky for Josef Kral to go for the move.
Kral's trying the long way round the outside, and you can pull that off, but by crikey, you have to have some straight line advantage, and he just didn't quite have enough, did he? Now, we heard from Tom Onslow Cole that the Mercedes is really marginal on braking here for some reason. I mean, and actually we saw that the Ferrari operates better out of some of these big braking areas. It just picks up the throttle better. But now look, Josef Kral doing exactly what Tom Onslow Cole did in that grey Mercedes 20 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, looking for the undercut, trying to go outside to inside, inside to outside, trying to move around, and he's again in a position where he's showing his nose, trying to unsettle Raymond Vos, cannot get through. We thought Yuri Pizarnik did a great job in his stint. He did do a great job in his stint. We thought he'd be absolutely bouncing off the rafters when he came out of the car. He was absolutely bouncing off the rafters when he came out of the car. If Raymond Vos isn't, then we need to know what it is that he's had for breakfast. Tom Onslow Cole just watching this going, how's he done that? How is he still in front? Because he is doing an absolutely stand-up job against a very experienced, in this car, very experienced pro driver, exactly as the Ferrari driver's teammate did against Tom Onslow Cole.
There was a mixture of disbelief in Tom Onslow Cole's eyes there, and also, blimey, I better watch my back. This guy's going to have a job off me next week.
Well, no, he should be like, you know, polishing his nails. Honestly, I taught him all he knows.
Well, you should be saying that.
You know,
and there is an element of that as well.
I know, just fantastic. I mean, it is a fantastic battle. This could be Kral versus Onslow Cole. This could be any pro driver combination. This or two gentleman drivers, but this is not a gentleman pro battle, just like it wasn't before, where one's clearly got the upper hand over the other, because this track is just producing a phenomenal motor race for second and third positions. And, you know, 28 minutes to go, I'm not putting my money on either of them right now. You would suggest that in half an hour of bludgeoning against the brick wall, Remon Vos goes out very wide out of Tosa, you would suggest that, yes, probably the odds are on Josef Kral getting through, but the odds are on Tom Onslow-Cole getting through, and that took half an hour of really hard work as well.
A potentially very difficult decision coming up for RadioLeMans.com listeners, because we always, whichever race we're covering, present a Spirit of the Race award, and we're looking for your nominations now. That's gone out on social media, and to back that up, I should certainly mention it a couple of times too, as the Ferrari has another little look at Variante Alta, but comes to naught, at least for the time being. I wonder how much Josef Kral is giving this, whether it's not quite 100% yet, it's not the last lap, and he is approaching it with a great deal of experience and racecraft also. Same goes for Remon Vos. Now, the car possibly off just in front of them because of the dust that has been kicked up. Yes.
And what was it? It wasn't the Peugeot, it wasn't the Team Altran car that Remon Vos just gets balked a little bit by. Here's a chance for Kral. Remon Vos goes around the Peugeot, but Josef Kral had a much longer run. He had a much longer run on the throttle, and that's the decider, I think. Yeah, I think so. It was traffic in the end. Josef Kral gets through, and here comes Remon Vos down the inside. He's got the overlap back, and Kral just has enough to hang on. Tom Onslow-Cole's looking at that going, what? What?
He's got to get him back.
Driver is trying to take him back into Tamburello. That was a pro move. I'm not sure Remon Vos quite understands the limitations you're supposed to have only 4 races into your career. Crikey O'Reilly. He had momentum there, didn't he? I'm coming back. Have at you, son. Wow.
Just to remind you of the pedigree of Josef Kral, in 2012 he won at Spa in GP2 and was second in 2011 at Monaco as well, so ran the streets of the Principality, where Margin Ferreira is almost as slim as this place. I mean, well, obviously it's slimmer in Monaco because you've got the hard Armco barriers beckoning you in, but there is one racing line around this place as well, and gravel traps serve as your Armco barriers. They're equally as unforgiving. Remon Vos, though, splendid stuff to try and retake second position, and great driving from Josef Kral, though, as well, who saw him coming and gave him space. And
from Remon Vos, because he rode up the curbs on the inside, saw the gap was narrowing. I mean, he has that awareness already of that. To go, ooh, need to get out of this, need to make sure we survive this, because we're still on for a podium. But he wasn't going, right, okay, he's got me, yeah, fair cop, Gov, you've done me. No, straight back at him, straight back at him. Now the Ferrari is really going to start to stretch its legs, but 24 minutes and 53 seconds, how close can he get to Tony Fournet, the leader? Here's the way it stands. Fournet, 352 laps. Kral, plus 54 seconds. Vos, plus 56 seconds. So the gap 1 to 3 is under a minute. Well, they're going to investigate Remon Vos for exceeding track limits, exiting Tosic. Yeah, whatever. He was in a battle for second place. If they do him for that, then there you go. That's exactly what we've just seen Josef Kral do, the pro driver in the Ferrari. If they do him for that, after putting up such a spectacular battle for the lead, I'm afraid race stewards will lose all credibility with everybody. Now, unlapping himself, Daniel Aleman unlapped himself from Tony Fournet. So let's look at this battle again. 54 seconds, Josef Kral to the leader. Last time round, Josef Kral stuck behind the Mercedes, 146.3. Last time round, the leader, 150.4. Now let's say Josef Kral goes no faster than a 146 and is only 4 seconds a lap quicker than Tony Fournet. It's going to take him 12 laps to catch at 2 minutes a lap. That's 24 minutes. There's 23.5 minutes left. It's on. It's on.
I think you're right.
But, by crikey, one car in the wrong place could decide how this race is decided now and on every corner of every remaining lap.
We want your nominations for Spirit of the Race, but I almost think many people will be hanging back to see which way this race is going to go. If you've already got an idea, you think that's not going to change, then by all means get your nominations in. Make sure you include the hashtag Imola SOTR. So hashtag Imola SOTR. Address it to @Radio Le Mans and @RSL_studio, and we will be able to mop up those tweets, compile them into some kind of ranking, and then work out a winner. But I still think that a potential winner is going to... Go on, what's the matter now?
Car 30, time penalty for not respecting track limits at turn 7. Really?
Oh, dear. Now, is that an accumulative thing after what Tom Onslow Cole did and after what Raymond Vos did as well? Because both of those drivers I saw run a touch wide, and it was a touch wide out of Tosa corner, all four wheels over the white line. I only saw Raymond do it once, though.
Car 11 has been issued with a warning for running out wide. There was no warning on our timing screen for car 30. There may have been directly to the team, but hang on, both of those cars in both of the drivers' hands were putting up an absolutely gangbusters battle for an outright podium spot.
All I'll say is Tom Onslow Cole was warned about track limits, and remember, it goes to the car, not the driver. So when we see that across all sorts of endurance racing where the car has 2, 3, 4 drivers, it's the car that incurs the penalty, or at least the warnings, and then potential penalties, not the individual drivers.
Right, well, what is the time penalty? Because it's going to have to be added after the race.
Yes.
And the question is, how far behind is Robert Lukáš in the 29 Porsche that is in 4th place but not on the lead lap? Now, it depends how far Raymond Vos is ahead of Lukáš actually on time, and I'm not sure I can interrogate our timing screen enough to find out that, and we don't know what the time penalty is, so
I might do it the old traditional way with the hand timing.
Until we find out what the time penalty is, that doesn't serve us any good either. What is it, 30 seconds, a minute, a day, a week? It just says a time penalty. That's really tough. You know, you're in the last half hour of a 12-hour race, and it's not like he took advantage by straight line in chicane. He was just drifting out wide a little. Okay, well, whatever. We'll wait to see how that ends up. At the moment, Josef Kral, last time round, 145, but Tony Fournet is very aware of the potential for disaster. 147, 148.0 this time round for Tony Fournet. Daniel Allemann, 146.6 in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, trying to close down on 5th position to take it from the IDEX Sport Mercedes, car number 17 of Dimitrion Jalbert. We've had this Porsche versus the number 17 before, just before the last stop, and it's now much closer than 3.4 seconds. I reckon that's 2 seconds at most as they get to Tosa. And Daniel Allemann really was ready for the final stint. He was jumping up and down like a kid on Christmas Eve, waiting to get into the car for the final stint. Certainly no sense of nerves or frustration from him. He was just bouncing up and down to get in it like Tigger. And I think he's now got Dimitrion Jalbert firmly dialed in, and Jalbert comes down right underneath one of the TCR Audis into Aqua Minerale, and that held him up a fraction, and that allows the Porsche to close on him. Daniel Allemann now, how far is he behind? Not even a second and a half. He's got the number 34 car collection Porsche to get past, and that's not in this battle. It is a lap behind them, in fact. 2 laps behind them. It's going to be 4 laps behind them, in fact it is. So Daniel Allemann needs to get by the 34 car collection car. At the wheel of that car is Ingo Fergler, and he'll do well to get out of the way the moment he can, because he doesn't want to be ruining his race either. Allemann streaming past the pit entrance and around the 2-part right-hander that is the pit wall. Still hasn't got enough of a run on the car collection Audi that's a couple of laps behind him in the order, and that's allowing the Mercedes to escape. Can't go down the inside, not enough room, didn't have the overlap into Tamburello. This is going to be very frustrating for Daniel Allemann. Gap's gone out to 3.3 seconds. It was definitely less than 2 when they got to Tosa. This time he gets by the Audi, who stays out of the way. into Tamburello and through into Villeneuve. The pass is made, and behind 34 comes 32. So Tony Fournet will now pass his own teammate in the 34 car, the car collection car, out of Tosa. 34 stays wide. Fournet just takes a long look, makes sure he goes up the inside. Little wave, thanks very much indeed, as you would expect between teammates as he goes by. Ingo Fergler puts Fergler another lap down. Currently 7 laps off the lead for the number 34 car collection Audi. And Tony Fournet, 45.7 seconds clear. Josef Kral is making little headway in the Ferrari. Last time round, Tony Fournet, the race leader, 1:46.0. Kral, 1:45.8. So only 0.2 of a second. That's not enough. He needs 4 or 5 seconds a lap. 1:48.1 for Raymond Foss, 1:46.2 for Robert Lucas, and Lucas is closing a little every lap on the 3rd place car. 2 minutes 6
is the gap,
Johnny reckons, on the stopwatch between Raymond Foss and Robert Lucas. Yes?
Correct.
Okay, that's coming down, let's say, 2 seconds a lap every lap. How many laps left? We've got 16 minutes, that's 8 laps. So that'll come down 16 seconds, which will mean that if he gets a 2-minute penalty, they'll lose 3rd. If he gets a 1:30 penalty, they'll hold 3rd.
Yeah, it's going to be as tight as that.
Okay, don't know what the penalty is. We're not told of that. We will have to see what happens to the timing screen after the checkered flag and after everybody has passed. At the moment, it seems that Raymond Foss, I don't think we've seen a 90-second hold in the pit lane. We've seen some 30s. So now, again, never a time where you don't want to refer back to Paul Trustwell. Now I want to know what the rules are for multiple infractions, infarctions and infringements, and I don't know what they are.
Fournet on lap 3:5.8 and about to head over Variante Alta then with this 3/4 of a minute lead over a well psyched up Josef Kral. He has now just under 16 minutes to try and reel in Tony Fournet, who has seemed very composed from the outside looking in at the wheel of that number 32 car collection car. Not offered the speed of teammate Max Edelhoff, but nevertheless Tony Fournet's done a lot of driving today with surely a 2-hour stint to kick things off, and well, he's bookended these 8 hours today with the Spaniard back on board now and is clear to take this car to the finish because there's only another 15.5 minutes to go. You can drive a maximum of 2 hours, assuming you've had an hour-long rest since your previous 2 hours, and the driver's done 1 hour and 35, so we're well within the envelope for him to finish this race. Josef Kral likewise not yet reached an hour drive time in this stint. Raymond Foss good to the finish as well, as the 2 Mercedes are nose to tail. Now that's the Hoffa racing car being lapped by the 17 E-Deck Sport car, and Herbert Motorsport getting very, very close indeed now. Daniel Alleman at the wheel of the Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and Dimitri Engelbert, his prey. 5th position versus 6th, and the 911 Porsche will exit Tosa possibly with that number 17 Mercedes in its sights.
One of the things that might win car collection this race was not changing drivers and tyre at the last stop. Remember, Tony Fournet, fuel only, off he went. Or did he take tyres? Either way, they didn't change the driver. Josef Kral did take over in the Ferrari, and that cost them a little bit of time. That might be the difference, maybe 30 seconds at the flag, maybe fewer than that, that will win car collection this race. Still 14 minutes to go, so 16 minutes before we can start to breathe if we're in a car collection garage at minimum. Daniel Alleman all over the curbs as he ramps out of Variante Alta, still chasing Dimitri Engelbert and still not catching the Mercedes. So we've got a lot of cars on very worn tyres. Looking at the lead group, Tony Fournet stayed in the car, and that decision was a very, very strong one because they pitted and stayed in for the same, or they only spent the same time in the pits as the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So they didn't do a driver change, they did do tyres. 11 seconds quicker on the last pit stop were Ram Racing, with Raymond Foss and Tom Onslow Cole, 3 minutes 20 for their driver change pit stop, 3 minutes 31 for Scuderia Praha and car collection. So Ram Racing, as ever, despite being knocked sideways, bowled over and thumped by all sorts of pit equipment, courtesy of one of the other cars, those guys got up, dusted themselves down, and found 11 seconds for their drivers on that last pit stop. Now that's time that you take an entire double stint to find as a driver on the track. That's stand-up work. That's right up there in spirit of the race. Just that one pit stop alone after getting bowled over by the 64 Lorient Porsche.
The other thing to look out for is the number 80 APO Sport Porsche, driven by Alex Osborne, catching at a fair rate of knots. Jose Close in the VDS Racing Adventures Mark Focus. That would be potentially a top 10 finish for the 80 car if it could get by, and a second place in class. It's running third in SP2 and trying to hunt down that other SP2 Mark.
And the B2F Porsche behind them as well, 15 seconds behind Close, and lapping at the same speed as, in fact, lapping slower than the VDS car, so probably not going to catch them, but Alex Osborne is, yes, 2-3 seconds a lap quicker. Oh, and trouble for the 75 car. And that is the IDEX Sport Porsche. That is currently lying in fifth in the SP2. Fringe around the gravel trap, got away with that. 65 right behind. That is for position. That is for fifth place in SP2. So the 75 Porsche squirreled its way out of the gravel trap, but the 65 car is now breathing in the exhaust fumes as they exit Tosa. So how bizarre is this? How many close battles have we got? How many gaps on the leaderboard are in single digits in seconds? That's just ridiculously close. We got 3 of those going on at the moment. Alex Osborne, 5 seconds away from second in class. The battle behind for fifth in class is 1.8 seconds, or was at the line. Not sure it's even half that anymore. And Raymond Foss still only 15 seconds behind Josef Kral, who himself, well, he's now 40 seconds behind Tony Fournet. So Fournet is covering Kral off absolutely and completely.
Close through, Osborne through, 5.1 seconds the difference. So just a 4/10 found that time by Alex. May have caught a bit of traffic here and there. Jose Close may be upping the pace in the VDS Racing Adventures car. The De Smurfen may be giving them a helping hand perhaps in the second place car, but the class is led by the 64 Porsche Lorient Racing guys. Frederick Ansel back at the wheel. That's the car with the 2 Freds and Philippe Paulette as the driving lineup.
And they've got a 2-lap advantage in that class, so yeah, they are looking very strong. In GT4 SP3, that is being led by Bob Herber, currently in the JR Motorsport BMW. He's got a lap in hand as well. TCR class, the gap there is 13 laps, so that's going to be hard to overcome in the remaining 9.5 minutes. And in A2, the Cook Sport Renault is still in front in that category. So again, with all the problems that the GT86 Toyota had, the Cook Sport Renault has had a really flawless race, but battles all over the place. Dimitri Jalbert with Daniel Alleman now 1.2 seconds behind him at the line. Not sure it's 1.2 seconds as they exit Tosa. Alleman still all over the back of the number 17 Mercedes. Crikey, getting very, very close indeed.
17 seconds now, the difference between Kroll and Raymond Foss. I'm trying to judge, therefore, the distance between Foss and Robert Lucas as to whether it's, well, it's still coming down at about that same sort of rate, as we said. So maybe gap of 1 minute and 45 seconds between them. And remember, there is a penalty hanging over the number 30 car.
Yeah.
Duration of penalty, we know not at this stage.
Daniel Alleman trying so hard to catch this Mercedes in front of him for 5th position and what will be 4th in the Pro class. 5th overall, because we've got an AM class car leading the race into the final 8 minutes. and he was sideways out of Aqua Minerale, just chasing the throttle, ever hopeful of getting some little gain on the Mercedes. They sweep around the pit lane. It was 1.2 seconds last time. I think the gap might be a fraction larger this time. Dimitri-Charles Jalbert, no, down again, 0.75 of a second. So Daniel Aleman found something there. He's got the Hofer Mercedes towing up behind him. Christian Franken out in 16th overall. That car was way down in the 30s after a long stop. They find their way past Bob Herbert. The 17 car got held up quite badly. And here comes the Porsche. He's rushing down the inside into field of this wall. How did they not hit? How did they not hit? Crikey, that from the long shot we had looked like there was going to be bodywork everywhere and cars off in all directions, but somehow the 17 car Dimitri Jalbert swept up to the second apex, and right behind him Daniel Aleman got his nose out of the way. Oh, goodness, that's tight, though.
Yes, it certainly was. A real pinch point on the circuit when the cars are in free traffic, but it was like Monday morning on the M25 there.
And we've got another of those magnetic clump of SP2 Porsches that they were fighting their way through. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
well, you would think that now the drivers can take a bit of a breather, thinking, well, we've headed through a load of traffic there. Surely the next bit of tarmac must be clear. Andrew Marriott reminding me that the 58 car of Jose Close had a relatively trouble-free run. I remember one spin at Tamburello, which brought a load of gravel out on track. I don't think Close was at the wheel at the time, but I'm reminded also that Close, 69 years old, and soaking up the pressure here from young Alex Osborne. 2.7 seconds now is the gap.
69 years old and not the oldest driver in the race. There can't be many days you'll say that, can you? Sorrel van der Merwe, the oldest driver in the race. He's given the 555 car over before the end. We are now within 6 minutes of the end of the race. In fact, the Team Africa Le Mans car is still in the pit lane.
Oh, there he goes, round the outside, the 911 car under braking, right round the outside then for Daniel Aleman, and finally he makes the Enschelberg car, well, not really make a mistake, but just caught him napping into the corner. Enschelberg decided to defend to driver's left, but that left the door wide open on the outside, and the Porsche carried great speed in, but actually the Hankooks beneath it offered great grip at turning point.
Well, that's great driving from Daniel Aleman. He forced the driver in front to defend the inside and then sent it round the outside. And, you know, you do really take a big risk there that it might not pay off, but in that case, he got a really good pass, a really good job done. So Daniel Aleman moves up into 5th position. He will be moved up at least when he gets to the end of the lap. He is in 5th place now, ahead of the number 17 Mercedes of Dimitri Jalbert. And that is the car that 2 hours from the end of the race, 2.5 hours out from the end of the race, certainly looked as though nothing was going to trouble it. That Porsche, the 911, had been in front for a fair percentage of the laps up until then. I'd like to know, laps led, how many there were. Lead across the line, Tony Fournet, 39 seconds still ahead of Josef Kral with 5 minutes to go at that stage. And only 60 seconds back, Raymond Vos, 148.2 Raymond Vos last time round, only 147.1 for Josef Kral, and a 149.3 for Tony Fournet. So again, Raymond Vos, and we said this, didn't we, with the AM driver in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, Yuri Pizarnik, Raymond Vos doing a pro job as an AM driver, absolutely flying. Robert Lucas in 4th place, 144.298, so he's taken 4 seconds out of Raymond Vos in the 3rd place Ram Racing Ferrari, and I'm afraid we're going to have to wait for another 5 or 6 minutes to find out how that works. The leader is through past the 64 Porsche Lorient car that's in 9th place, puts him another lap down. It's a 65 car, in fact. 64 Lorient Porsche car is in 9th place and leads the SP2 class. We have 4 class leaders in the top 10. We got the A6 AM class leader, who's leading the race overall, the A6 Pro class leader, who's not catching him in 2nd place. We've got the 991 class leader in 8th, and the SP2 class leader in 9th place. And in 10th place, Jose Close, still under pressure as Alex Osborne is closing in 2 seconds in it. Close setting the fastest lap for the VDS car of the race so far, 151.4, but Osborne 150.7. 3 minutes. He's got a lap to do it in, Alex Osborne. That's going to be a really close finish for 10th place and for second in SP2. Meanwhile, Josef Kral in the Ferrari, 37 seconds back, in trouble for 2-3-1. That's Aid Barwick, second in the SP3 class. Looping spin at the exit of Variante Alta, and the car is facing the wrong way. Double waved yellows. He's trying to get it fired up. Now he's donutting. Fabulous Jean Alesi stuff. And they are starting to hold their breath. Lots of white and blue overalls in the car collection Audi, and a few bluer faces as well in that garage. Tony Fournet leading. 2 minutes and 14 seconds to go. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. 2 minutes and how many as he gets to the line? 2 minutes 4 seconds. It's this +1. He will get to the line unless he eases off the throttle just before the 12 hours is up. We got a minute 55. His last lap was a minute 51.5 rather. That's his slowest lap in I don't know how long. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to make this his last lap. How much has he got over Josef Kral? He's already started his last lap. He is out of Villeneuve, and Josef Kral has yet to start the lap. Tony Fournet can top gear Ted this all the way to the checkered flag. Kral is 35 seconds back. Fournet does not have to be 35 seconds slower. This will be, unless he misjudges it by a few hundreds, the final lap for Tony Fournet, the final lap of the 12 hours of Imola.
The thing is, if you are going to back off, you better make sure you do see the checkered flag, because otherwise that's time lost, and then you've got to defend it on an extra lap. So make sure you go long and go deep enough into this lap time. Don't forget, on radiolemans.com, that we're doing Spirit of the Race Award. We may well be on the final lap here, so we're getting closer and closer to a conclusion, but still, I'm sure different nominations coming through for teams and drivers. Address your nomination to at Radio Le Mans. Make sure you include the hashtag Imola SOTR, with Tony Fournet potentially coming into Rivazza for the final time. We simply don't know. This still looks like quite a quick lap as he peers out through the windscreen.
He has to go 15 seconds slower than his last slow lap, and he is not going to be slow enough. He will go onto a final lap. He gets to the line with some 15 seconds left to go. Josef Kral won't catch him unless the Audi drops its guts somewhere around the circuit. Tony Fournet on the last lap behind our A2 leader, who is on the first page of the timing screen. The A2 leader is in 24th place overall out of a field of how many did we start? 48 cars? 38 cars?
38 cars,
38
yeah.
cars, that's and again, you know, that car hasn't got a mark on it, nothing's gone wrong. Okay, what can he possibly be needing to say to Tony Fournet on the radio now? Tony, you might want to not crash it. Oh, do you think?
Turn left here, then straight for a bit. He surely knows his way around here. The Audi could probably find its way home from here, the number of laps it's done.
Any message back should be, yes, 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 I know what I'm doing, leave me alone, shouldn't it? You know, right in that category there. Well, what a race for car collection. Well, I think now, with the time run out on the final lap of the race, we can really start to kind of look at what it was that they did. They took the checkered flag at the end of the first 4 hours. Now, that could have just been clever work on fuel strategy, pit stop strategy, but they were always there or thereabout in the hunts. They were never really out of the top half dozen, no matter what happened with the pit stops. And in the second part of the race, in the 8 hours today, again, they have been in the hunt. Now, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, all right, they had their issue. They had their cooling hose blow off. They lost 12 minutes, whatever it was, in the pit lane. But nevertheless, this car has always been a podium contender. And that car, driven by Tony Fournet, will come to the line with a checkered flag waiting for it. Max Edelhoff did this yesterday in the 32 car collection Audi, and Tony Fournet does it today. The number 32 car collection Audi wins the 12 hours of Imola. Our overall race winner comes from the AM class in A6, limited to going no faster than 1 minute 46 on their laps. They have only set a fastest race lap of 1:45.9. They have not burned through all their jokers. They claim victory. Second place will be Scuderia Praha Ferrari. And in third place should be the Ram Racing Mercedes. Joe Bradley is right there with the team.
I'm in amongst the car collection team, and as you can imagine, the further here is outstanding. To think an Essex Am car has pulled off the overall win is an absolutely outstanding achievement. These guys thought they were going to go for the class win, and now they find themselves on the top step of the overall podium. Dmitry Partov and Max Edelhoff. Dmitry, you're obviously very happy with that.
Yeah, really happy. It was very good. The team did a really good job. Very good.
And Max, come with me, young man. Congratulations. Can you believe it? You've won the very first 12 hours of Imola.
It was just amazing. We did a very good job. Every
He's shaking everyone. He's absolutely shaking with this.
Yeah, our whole team. Thank you for car collection. Best car, best driver. Just amazing, really.
Fantastic. I think he'd be smiling like that for a month.
Tremendous effort, particularly by 21-year-old Max Edelhoff, but that is the first success for Car Collection Motorsport in any of these Creventic promoted races, whether it be 12-hour, 24-hour. I think that might be the first ever A6 AM overall victory that we've had. The other thing to update you with is that the 911 Porsche had to do a late splash and dash in the race.
My goodness,
so in and out, and actually lost out on that 5th place finish, with Dimitri Engelbert able to get back ahead in the EDEC Sport Mercedes.
Well, the lead gap, 37.2 seconds. Tony Fournet at the line ahead of Josef Kral. And Raymond Foss in 3rd place, 46 seconds behind the winner. And that means, let's say it was a 1:45 lap even. He was a lap ahead of Robert Lucas in the Porsche, the number 29 car. So I think even with a time penalty of 30 seconds or a minute, then the Ram Racing car should also be on the podium. Well, let's work through our class winners. Somebody, incidentally, 7th in SP2, the Russian RS car, Porsche, is on the fuel pumps as the race finishes. Iraj Alexander's car, of course, didn't finish, and there is Tony Fournet being justifiably mobbed by the crowd. You unruly bunch. You're looking there at a group of drivers and team members in the early stages of a very major hangover. Joe Bradley, you're right there.
Yes, I am. And Tony Fournet, obviously the man who had the responsibility for finishing this car. And at that stage of the race, there's only one thing that happened, and things can only go wrong. Tony's still got his helmet on. We'll give him a little while. He's obviously celebrating with the team. All the hard work comes to this point here when they're on the top step of the podium. And when Tony, he kisses the car. He bends down to the front of the car and kisses the car. Well, he touches his helmet.
Yeah, Bradders, he's going to kiss you as well, mate.
I hope not. He looks very sweaty in there. Let's get that helmet off, Tony. And you can imagine the atmosphere here. These guys who are stalwarts of the 24-hour series, and it's great to see them finally take that overall win. Here, let me give that to Tony. I think he'd rather drink it than have it poured over his head. Tony Fournet, what was going through your mind? What was going through your mind there in the final laps?
A lot of things. Congratulations to all the team, all the mechanics, lineup, drivers, Max, Dimitri, Horst, Meyer. Really good job. 12 hours, full gas. That is the history. Is pull a maximum every lap.
Coming into this race, did you guys think that, I know you were looking for a class win, but do you ever envisage, dream that you would be on the overall winners?
Yeah. That is endurance races. The strategy is really important, but I have the handicap to the one limit of the best time, 46.0, 1 minute 46.0, and the pro drivers are no limits to lap. It's difficult to keep the distance to the maximum performance. Okay, the motorsport is like this. The AM car is in the podium on overall in first. Thank you to Car Collection, really good car, really. Thank you to Audi Sport, and everybody to to push for that project. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Congratulations, Tony, and all the car collection guys. And that does indeed put it into even further perspective. These guys were running to a maximum time of 1 minute 46, and there they are, the overall win.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that's they were in the BOP neutral class. And they're down there in third place. Raymond Vos, the number 30 Mercedes, is down there in the top 3. So a fantastic job by them, and Raymond Vos again in that final stint for him, just as we saw with Yuri Pizarnik in the number 11 Ferrari. What a job, what a smile on his face. The Ram Racing driver, Tom Onslow-Cole, just watching him. You know, this is his, I was going to say young pupil, his Padawan, but he's, okay, not a young pupil, but very, very new to racing. And there is Yuri Pizarnik. Wow, those two gentlemen have really made this race every bit as much as their pro driver partners. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, we can get a word with Raymond. I think, you know, now we're watching and perhaps overhearing the conversation between Yuri Pizarnik and Tom Onslow-Cole. Raymond, you guys have had a cracking race. It's exhausting for me watching. What was it like?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was quite exciting. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Well, the Ferrari was quicker, I thought, and I'm not the quickest driver, but we had a great day with Tom. So we're very excited, very competitive. So
you're being very modest. You did not. You say you're not the quickest driver, but you wouldn't have guessed.
Oh well, I mean, I enjoyed very much, so I'm happy to be here. And yeah.
It makes it all the worthwhile being on the podium here. Tom Onslow-Cole, let's bring Tom into the conversation. You're this man's driver coach.
Yeah.
How many marks out of 10?
Oh man, what a weekend we've had. Like, Raymond forgets, because he's just new to motorsport, wants to come in and wants to win. Like, what a simple plan. And I tell him, like, it's coming. Like, we're doing really, really well. Like, I think this is our 4th race together, and Raymond's 4th race in a GT3 car, and we're on the podium. And before that, we've had a run of 4ths, which has been really frustrating. We can smell the champagne, and today we're going to get it. So, you know, I think winning's not that far away. He's doing such a good job. That battle at the end was awesome to watch. That was really cool.
Congratulations, guys. We'll see you on the podium. Well done.
Whatever Tom has taught him so far, the incremental improvements are going to be fewer and further between, aren't they? Raymond Vos, sparkling effort. Well, what a race, what a top finish, what a top 3 finish, what a remarkable set of racing circumstances. The 12 hours of Imola, the longest race that's been held here for racing cars, ends in glorious sunshine with all sorts of really epic battles to the flag. Some real stories of hard luck.
And a chance to revisit some of those moments as we describe action throughout the last certainly 8 hours, and possibly 4 hours yesterday as well. So the cars queuing up. and a first win ever in the 24-hour series for Car Collection Motorsport. Round 5 then will go down in history here at Imola as the first 12-hour race at this particular venue, but as the first for an A6 AM outright victory. Round 5 after Dubai, Mugello, Red Bull Ring and Paul Ricard. Next stop on the tour is Portimao at the end of August for a 24-hour race, and we end with the non-championship round 7, which is the 24 hours for the COTA event at Austin, Texas. That takes place in the middle of November. My thanks to Andrew Marriott, who's been scribbling away and probably shoes and socks off to work out mathematics as far as the championship is concerned. We'll have a look as well on the live stream at images of the 3, 2 and 1 finishes for the cars. VDS and their Mark Carr for Racing Adventures taking the lead in SP2 in the championship. Optimum taking the lead in the SP3/GT4 part of the Creventic Championship. Pro Sport pulling it away at the top of the 991 class and probably have it won for the year. And some shuffling of the order, we reckon, for Herbert Motorsport. Just need to do the finalisation of those points, but it looks like Herbert Motorsport will take the lead of A6 from the Hoffer crew, because the Hoffer Mercedes finishing 16th and 6th in A6 Pro, as opposed to the 911 that finished 5th.
And the Spirit of the Race award goes to Team Cook Sports with their Renault Clio for spotlessly clean wheel arches. And also being a proper family race team. And honourable mention for Tom Onslow-Cole and for Raymond Vos for their racing ability and their gentlemanly approach on track. So votes to them. So let's get to our winner's podium. Joe Bradley would appear to be in position. Let's see if we can hear from him now.
Joe still, I think, making sure that the podium is, making sure the podium is in position. So first of all, the number 30 Mercedes finished in 3rd position, and the Ram racing car, understated as far as its livery is concerned, carries the Hankook stickers to tell us, of course, that there are Hankook tyres on this car, as there are for all of the machines in the 24hourseries.com. But Tom Onslow-Cole and particularly Raymond Vos has impressed me this weekend, going about their business brilliantly well, and driver coaching together with being an ultimate pro driver from Onslow-Cole, getting his reward with Dutch teammate Vos. The Ferrari, car 11, finishing in 2nd position. This new to the, well, still relatively new to the championship, 488, the twin turbocharged 3.9 mid-engine car, driven by Joseph Kral and by Jiri Pisarik. And these two drivers expected to be a trio coming here to Imola, but that changed late on. They managed, though, to finish 2nd on the podium, but it was a win for the Car Collection machine with its striking new livery, and car 32 with drivers Dimitri Parhofer, Max Edelhoff, Horst Felbermeyer Jr. and Tony Forney in their Audi R8 LMS, coming home way ahead in the end of the sister car from Car Collection, and way ahead, 37 seconds clear of their nearest rival, which was an A6 Pro car, an A6 Pro machine that could go as fast as it likes, but the 32 comes out in front. Tremendous from those guys, and they're about to be welcomed to the podium, I'm sure, with a massive round of applause from the guys down at the ground level in front of the Imola, the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo Edina Ferrari podium. And we have 12 bottles of champagne waiting, well, significantly fewer drivers than that. So we might have the doubling up of champagne action for Raymond Vos and Joseph Kral.
Yeah, exactly. So the winners, a 4-driver car, a bottle each. 2nd and 3rd place, 2-driver cars, two bottles each. That's why God gave us 2 hands. No straws, though. So we'll just have to make sure that the boys are well taken care of. And of course, we will have all our class podii as well. So let's just run backwards through our class winners. A2, and the Spirit of the Race award, of course, far more importantly, goes to Cook Sport Renault Clio. Flawless job by them. We didn't mention them for any incidents, any accidents, any off-track excursions, no dramas, nothing went wrong with the car. Clearly means the next round in Portimao is going to be unmitigated disaster for them, but for right now, they'll enjoy that moment in the literal as well as metaphorical sunshine. TCR class winners, car number 103, and again another car, and this is so much of the success, isn't it, of long distance racing. Daniel Schilliger, Freddie Suter, Klaus Kresnik, barely even mentioned them other than to say they were in the lead of the class. Nothing untoward happened to that car. They're in 21st place overall with victory in the TCR class. Winning in SP3 and GT4. Now, this team did have a story. They didn't have a car come race morning. They didn't have a car come qualifying morning because their car that they brought, the V8 M3 GTR, blew up, and so they had to ship another car down. It's the old mail 114 JR Motorsport. It's reliable, it does the job. Boy, it does it all right, because they won the SP3 GT4 class by inches, or 1-point-something seconds from Adrian Barwick's Optimum Motorsport car. So that's SP3 GT4. Our SP2 class winner, that was the number 64 Porsche Lorient Motorsport car, and that car driven by its French crew, Philippe Paulette, Frédéric Leviev and Frédéric Ancel, who took it to the line. And they finished in a remarkable 9th place overall, 8th place overall, and the 991 class winner, Joe Foster, taking the 85 Porsche to the line that he shares with Charles Putnam and Charles Espenlaub. And then, of course, our top 3, and Joe Bradley will tell us all about them.
Let's go on with our presentation after a fantastic race. Let's just have a look at this crowd at the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, what a race! How fantastic was that? Isn't that just an absolutely fantastic 12 hours of Imola? I have the winners for you for our overall presentation of our overall podium. Please welcome onto the podium in 3rd place, car number 30, the Ram Racing Mercedes of Tom Onslow Cole and Raymond Leonard Vos. In 2nd place, the number 11 Ferrari, Scuderia Praha, Yuri Pizarnik and Joseph Kral. And here we have the winners, ladies and gentlemen, of the very first Hankook 12 Hours of Imola. Car 32, the Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 of Dimitri Porhofer, Max Edelhoff, Horst Felbermeyer Jr. and Tony Forney. A fantastic race throughout. A fantastic race throughout all of our classes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the winning team. Applause, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the 12 Hours of Imola. And please welcome onto the podium our presenters of our trophies. Please welcome Mr. Roberto Salvatico Estense, the president of Formula Imola, and Benjamin Spada of Hankook Tires. Presenting first our 3rd place team, the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes of Tom Onslow Cole and Raymond Vos. And the 2nd place, number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari of Yuri Pisarik and Josef Kral. And once again, please, big round of applause for our overall winners. The Car Collection Motorsport Audi Car 32 of Dimitri Parhofer, Max Edelhoff, Horst Felbermeier Jr. and Tony Fournier. Hold your trophies high in the air, gentlemen. Hold your trophies high in the air, Last trophy for Tony, the man who brought the car home. Hold those trophies in the air. And now, gentlemen, the champagne.
Tony Fournier first to the flag and first with the champagne cork. And our first AM class victory of the season, and only the second in the 24-hour series history. Hofer Racing won outright at Zandvoort last season, and that was another AM class win. But congratulations to all our top 3 crews and to everybody else for making such an entertaining 12 hours. This first race here at the Autodromo Enzo Dina Ferrari in Imola will be one that we will remember for a long, long time. Beautiful weather, beautiful racetrack, and for so many of these drivers discovering it for the first time. And Tony Fournier is going for a second bottle. I say that's a little early in proceedings, isn't it? They've swiped it. They've swiped bottles from the...
Let's put it back again now, as Tom Onslow called.
Right, OK. So there's a pose for our photos. Come on, guys, align yourselves. Behave like you know what you're doing on the top step of the podium. Congratulations to all those. We will stay, of course, with our next podiums coming through. Joe Bradley will talk us through that. But Johnny Palmer, a really, really, really big day. They've worked really hard with these Audis. They've had all sorts of troubles with them. I mean, you know, cars that have refused to start the race, cars that refuse to finish races. And this time, they really, really seem to have unlocked its potential and to have kept both the cars on track without major dramas. And that's a big, big change for a team, not just hoping that they might get onto the podium, but becoming winners. That then they recalibrate their expectations immediately, and it's going to be interesting to see where they go from that. Next time out, 24 hours in Portimao, that's a whole different ball game, so we'll wait and see how they fare.
It's a giant psychological step, isn't it, knowing that you can win one of these races. I know that we go now and double the distance at Portimao, so that's an extra challenge, but Car Collection Motorsport are a huge initiative. They have run 3 Audi R8 LMSs previously. I think it was a Mugello for the 12-hour earlier on this year, and 3 radically different livery as well. The Kirchhoff one, compare that with a 32, and there's often a 33 car as well, which we didn't have here this weekend. They may run 1 in the Pro Division and 2 in the AMs, but it is fascinating to me that the A6 AM car has come out on top, and says a lot for the driver lineup, particularly the really quick guys who can run it close to the wire, as Max Edelhoff did. Here's Joe again.
Class podium ceremony. Please welcome in 3rd place in A6 Pro, car 29, Force Racing, powered by Olin Porsche, of Zjelko Dimrich, Patrick Eichmann and Robert Lucas. In 2nd place, welcome back to the podium, car number 30, Ram Racing Mercedes, of Tom Onslow Cole and Raymond Leonard Vos. And our winners of the A6 Pro class, the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari of Yuri Pisarik and Josef Kral. Once again, please welcome to the podium Uberto Salvatico Estensi, President of Formula Imola, and Benjamin Spada of Hankook Tires, who will be presenting our trophies. 3rd place, the Force Racing, powered by Olin Porsche, car 29 of Zjelko Dimrich, Patrick Eichmann and Robert Lucas. In 2nd place, another trophy and more champagne for the Ram Racing Mercedes of car 30, Tom Onslow Cole and Raymond Leonard Vos. And of course, the winners of the A6 Pro Class. Number 11, Scuderia Praha Ferrari of Yuri Pizarek and Josef Kral. Hold those trophies high in the air, gentlemen. Well done and congratulations. Our A6 Pro Class podium, ladies and gentlemen. And now the champagne, more champagne.
Well, now they all smell like winners, don't they? Scuderia Praha, the Pro Class winners, maximum points in the category. Second place in Pro for the Ram Racing duo, and third place in Pro. And looking a little disappointed not getting onto the podium, the Porsche Racing Porsche, but those guys had very good pace throughout the weekend, and undoubtedly they will be a feature again in the remaining races of the championship.
Yeah, Shelko is there with the longer hair, Shelko Dermich, and Patrick Iserman, Robert Lucas we should have had, so only two drivers represented from the number 29.
No, I think Robert was there as well. I think
did he
just
sneak off
scarpered quickly when
right.
the champagne corks popped.
That's fine.
He's done podiums a few times, hasn't he?
True.
Forewarned is forearmed. And
no, I was hoping there hadn't been some kind of disagreement there or some complaint about the 29 crew, and we didn't get any further word, did we, about the penalty potentially for the 30 car. We were concerned about the distance between car 30 and 29, but anyway, that may well all come out in the wash later on this evening. That brings to a close what's been an epic broadcast. I think obviously lengthy for us, but hopefully very, very enjoyable, and the first ever 12 hours of Imola that kept us guessing till the final lap virtually.
Yeah. If there wasn't something there for you as a racing fan, then I'm not entirely sure what you need, because there were some very close battles throughout and right to the very end of the race. Lots of places were up for grabs and under decision. So our AM class podium and our AM class winners will come back out once more, I'm sure, with the car collection Audi guys winning the AM category. Second in the AM class and in 7th overall were car collection Audi with their number 34 car, and third in the AM class, the number 44 Mercedes, the Sumstein family team, the MDC Sport car. So car collection first and second in the AM category, having finished first and 7th overall.
Right, so the podium celebrations will continue on the live stream. We're going to leave you to enjoy the remainder of the class presentations. Joe Bradley doing a tremendous job off the stage right. My thanks to Joe, my thanks to Andrew Marriott, my thanks to Martin Haven as well. We hope you've enjoyed the 12 hours of Imola, round 5 of the 24-hour series. And over to Joe Bradley to the podium. From the main commentary box, Johnny Palmer signing off, saying good night, and have a great rest of weekend. Bye for now.
Sorry. And our overall winners of the 12 hours of Imola, please welcome back to the podium, car 32, the Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 of Dimitri Parhofer, Max Edelhoff, Holst Jr. and Tony Forte. And a big welcome to our presenters, Mr. Uberto Silvatico Estensi, President of Formula Imola, and Benjamin Spada of Hankook Tyres, to first present our third place car in the A6 AM class, car 44, the MDC Sports Mercedes of Manuel Zumstein, Adrian Zumstein and Philip Zumstein. In second place, the number 34 Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 of Johannes Dr. Kirchhoff, Gustav Edelhoff, Elmar Grimm and Ingo Vogler. And our A6 AM class winners, also our overall winners of the Hankook 12 hours of Imola, car 32, the Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 of Dimitri Parhofer, Max Edelhoff, Horst Förbermeier Jr. and Tony Forte. Hold those trophies high, gentlemen. And now the champagne! So our S6 AM class really milking the podium presentation, and why not? This is what all the hard work and effort goes into this very moment. And a big congratulations to the Car Collection family, first and second, and also a big congratulations to MDC Sports. Well done, gentlemen. Well done indeed. We're just going to replenish our champagne for our next ceremony. And now we have our podium presentation for our 991 Porsche class. Please welcome onto the second step of the podium, car 92, MSG Motorsport Porsche, of Petar Matic, Philipp Schlegel, Martin Gasser and Boris Milejevic. And the winners of the 991 Porsche class, the number 85 Pro Sport Performance Porsche of Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub and Joe Foster. Congratulations, guys. And our presentations will once again be made by Benjamin Spada of Hankook Tires and Umberto Salvatico Estensi, President of Formula Imola, to the second place 991 class car, the MSG Motorsport Porsche car 92 of Petar Matic, Philipp Schlegel, Martin Gasser and Boris Milejevic in second place. And the winners of our 991 Porsche Cup car, Porsche class is the number 85 Pro Sport Performance Porsche of Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub and Joe Foster. Hold the trophies high in the air, gentlemen, for our photographs. Congratulations, and now the champagne! Congratulations, guys, the 991 Porsche class, car 85 Pro Sport Performance, Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub and Joe Foster. And in second place, 92 MSG Motorsport Porsche of Petar Matic, Philipp Schlegel, Martin Gasser and Boris Milejevic. We just need to replenish some champagne on the podium and we'll be ready to go for our next one. Our next class presentation will be for our SP2 Special Cars class. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto our podium presentation, this time for our SP2 class. Please welcome onto the podium in third place, car number 80, the APO Sport Porsche, Alex Osborne and Paul May. Congratulations, guys. In second place, car 58, the VDS Racing Adventures, Mark Focus, Rafael van der Straten, Thierry Delattre de Bosco and Jose Klaus. And our winners in SP2, the number 64 Porsche Lorient Racing Porsche of Philippe Paulette, Frédéric Lelevier and Frédéric Ansel. Congratulations, guys, the winners of SP2. And once again, trophies to be presented by Mr. Roberto Salvatico Estensi, President of Formula Imola, and Benjamin Sparta of Hankook Tyres. Our third place car, the number 80 APO Sport Porsche of Alex Osborne and Paul May. And in second place, the number 58 VDS Racing Adventures Mark Focus, Rafael van der Straten, Thierry Delatre de Bosco and Jose Close. And the winners of SP2, the number 64 Porsche Lorient Racing, Philippe Paulette, Frédéric Lelevier and Frédéric Ansel. Congratulations SP2 class. Our class winners, hold those trophies high in the air. And when you're ready, chaps, the champagne! Well done, everyone in SP2. A great battle throughout. And really enjoying the champagne spring. Our SP2 class. Congratulations to everyone. Our next presentation will be for our SP3 GT4 class. And we'll just replenish the champagne on the podium. We'll be getting on with that. And ladies and gentlemen, the trophy presentation for our SP3 GT4 class runners. Please welcome onto the podium in third place, car 40, Brookspeed International Motorsport, Porsche Cayman, Rory Butcher, William Paul and Chase Owen. In second place, car 231, the Optimum Motorsport Ginetta of Adrian Barwick, Dan O'Brien and Julio Martini. And our SP3 GT4 winners, car 114, the GR Motorsport BMW of Martin Lanting and Bob Herber. And a big round of applause to our presenters, Benjamin Sparta of Hankook Tyres and Mr. Roberto Salvatico Estensi, President of Formula Imola. Firstly, to our third place, number 40, Brookspeed International Motorsport Porsche Cayman, Rory Butcher, William Paul and Chase Owen. And in second place, the number 231, Ginetta of Optimum Motorsport, Ed Barwick, Dan O'Brien and Julio Martini. And our winners of SP3 GT4, the number 114 BMW of GR Motorsport, Martin Lanting and Bob Herber. Hold those trophies high in the air, gentlemen. And now the champagne. Great stuff from our SP3 GT4 class. Great podium. Well done, guys. Well done, guys. Well done. I'm sure you're not supposed to spray children with champagne. But hey, Martin, well done. Bob Herbert and Martin Lanting. Bob Herbert, Martin Lanting are winners in SB3 GT4. And we will just replenish our champagne for our next podium presentation, which will be for our TCR touring car class. So firstly, for our TCR class, please welcome to the podium, in third place, the car 120, the Sickle.com Seat Leon of Martin Byford, Ashley Woodman and Frank Pettit. Well done, guys. Again, Mr. Byford. In second place, the number 908 Team Ultron Peugeot of Michel Deroux, Thierry Boyer and Jean-Charles Coverall. And the winners of our TCR touring car class, car 103, Daniel Schliger and Freddie Suter and Klaus Kresnik. Well done to the TTC Racing guys, a very good win indeed. And presentations once again, Alberto Salvatico Estensi, President of Formula Imola, and Benjamin Sparta of Hankook Tyres to present our trophies. In third place, the number 120 Sickle.com Seat Leon of Martin Byford, Ashley Woodman and Frank Pettit. In second place, a very poignant podium for this team, Team Ultron Peugeot, the number 908 and Michel Deroux, Thierry Boyer and Jean-Charles Coverall. And I'm sure our wishes and love go out to Guillaume Roman with a speedy recovery to him. And the winners then, car 103, the Seat Leon of TTC Racing of Daniel Schliger and Freddie Suter and Klaus Kresnik. Hold those trophies high in the air, people. Hold those trophies high for the photographs. And when we've had enough photographs, the champagne! Great stuff, our TCR class, always hard fought, but a great racing. We have our final podium presentation. I know you've waited patiently. Well done, Martin. You are so good. Well done, guys. You did it. I'm full of a light. Well done, guys. Great stuff. You came back from the adversity there, didn't you? Just a bit. And understandably and quite rightly, TTC are enjoying the podium. Well done, guys. Well done indeed. Great win for TTC. Great win. It really was good. And our final podium of the very first 12 hours of Imola, the Cook Sport team have waited so patiently. Our A2 class we're about to present the trophies for. Are we ready? Yes, we are. Please welcome to the podium in second place, the number 173. The Endurance Team Romania have done it again. They're on the podium. The Toyota GD86 of Sergei Nicolai, Fabrizio Broghi and Vuriel Nicolai. The winners of A2, the class winners of the Hankook 12 Hours of Imola. Please welcome car 172, the Team Cook Sport Renault Clio, Alex Sedgwick, Oliver Cook, Josh Cook and Adam Hatfield. Well done, guys. The team's Cook Sport. Guys, you guys have all as well as being on the podium, you've won our Spirit of the Race Award for the presentation of that Clio. The standard of preparation on that Clio. You won our RadioLeMans.com's Spirit of the Race Award. Well done. And the final trophy is being presented by Benjamin Sparrow of Hankook Tyres, Alberto Salvatico Estensium, the president of Formula Imola, to our second place A2 runners, the Endurance Team Romania, car 173. The Toyota of Sergei Nikolai, Fabrizio Broghi and Viriel Nikolai. But very much the winners of our A2 class. Team Cook Sport. Champagne! And that concludes our podium presentation for this, the 12 Hours of Imola. Our next event will be the 24 Hours of Portimao. See you there. Good night and God bless.